Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, An Attempt. She took a step back, turned on the tap, and smiled faintly. You are a man, and one who knows who I am. Edward feigned confusion. I'm sorry, madam, I'm not sure what you mean. She nodded, dipping her slender fingers, adorned with a sapphire ring, into the water and stirring it absent-mindedly, like a melancholic girl from the house next door. Then just treat it as me talking to myself. I know you recognize me. Maybe you're from some secret Beyonder organization, maybe you have certain unique channels, or maybe you've just seen my wanted poster somewhere. Trissy strolled closer, her expression calm, yet with an inexplicable seductive edge. You have two choices now. First, report me to the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. Have them come and arrest me. If you do, you'll probably get a rather generous bounty. So now, I've taken over the role originally meant for Klein. She moved closer still, raising two slender fingers. Second, I'll give you something. Take it with you and burn it. Very soon, someone will find you. Just tell her my situation, and not only will you receive a hefty reward, but also a mystical item. Edward paused. That wasn't in the original plot. Trissy never gave Klein a second option. What do you think? Either choice is easy for you. Say a few words, make a few moves, and you'll be rewarded. Isn't this a profitable deal? Edward was silent for a moment, doing his best to keep his voice calm and neutral. What is it? Smart man. I knew you'd pick the second option. She slowly turned her hand over, revealing a small lock of black hair, no longer than a finger. This is my hair. Once you burn it, my companion will sense it and come to find you. Tell her my situation, and she'll find a way to rescue me. Naturally, Edward didn't take it. Instead, he raised a brow and asked, You seem to be favored quite a bit by Prince Edisac. Why are you so desperate to escape? Even at the risk of being caught by the Nighthawks or the mandated punishers. Trissy froze for a second. Then her eyes widened, gaze dazed and unfocused as she murmured, When you realize someone's been manipulating your life, arranging your every move through coincidences, quietly changing everything about you, your personality, your preferences, your behavior, hey, even your orientation, you'd make the same choice I did. Every morning when I wake up in that prince's arms, I feel like I'm less and less myself. Her lips curved slightly. Can you imagine it? Me, the one who used to adore sweet and shy-made girls, actually, getting used to spending every night tangled up with a man. No, not just getting used to it, even starting to enjoy it. Hey, can you even imagine that kind of torment? Edward remained silent. Trissy's situation now was indeed pitiable. But remembering the things she'd done to advance through the sequence ladder, he couldn't help but feel that maybe this was karma. Trissy continued, her tone laced with self-mockery, I thought that if I just advanced to pleasure, I could break free from this bizarre state. So I had someone gather the corresponding materials for the ritual, but it only made things worse. There are times when I forget so many things, but they really happened. I've tried asking for help, maids, guards, servants, but it's no use. In that manner, that prison disguised as a palace, every single thing I do is under surveillance. That's why I decided to change my approach. I started trying to shift how I treated Edisac, win his trust slowly. Only then would I have a chance. Edward's heart stirred slightly. So those people who went missing in the manor, was it because they all came in contact with you? Oh. So that's what you're here for. Trissy blinked. Then you'll be disappointed. Only a few. Her smile turned strange, her expression soft like flowing water. The majority were taken away by someone else. And then, conveniently blamed on me. I think there's a terrifying secret behind it all. TCH. Backlund, a royal manor, people disappearing, combine that with George III, human trafficking, and excavating the Tudor ruins for advancement to Black Emperor, it's not hard to guess what's going on. Still, no one should stir up trouble in the prince's own manor, even George III should avoid drawing attention to home turf. Unless Edisac is destined to be discarded. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside. Trissy quickly dressed, gathered up the 2 layers she had removed, and opened the door, stepping out with the bashful poise of a little white rabbit. She looked up at Prince Edisac with timid eyes. Sorry, my clothes were too complicated. Prince Edisac nodded slightly, cast a faint glance at Edward, then wrapped an arm around Trissy and walked off. Damn. I've been marked, haven't I? Edward stared at the lock of hair Trissy had slipped him before leaving, his heart cursing every profanity he knew. Everyone who's interacted with her has gone missing. Then what about me? No, more accurately, what about Annie? He had no doubt that the people behind this had countless ways to make Annie disappear without anyone noticing. To her, it would be a disaster she never saw coming. No. He had to do something. Edward narrowed his eyes and suddenly quickened his pace, striding toward Prince Edisac and Triss. Flaviate. A rope shot out and instantly bound Prince Edisac's legs. He turned around in shock and fury, only to see Edward darting forward, clearly just a petite maid, yet she easily knocked him aside. Grabbing Triss by the wrist, she bolted toward the villa's exit. Stop them. Prince Edisac was filled with regret. He should have known, how could a rebellious girl who had used every trick in the book to escape suddenly become so docile? He had clearly lost his mind, letting a few sweet words from her soften his heart and foolishly bringing her to this damned salon. Audrey, you owe me an explanation. Audrey was utterly confused, unable to make sense of the situation. Suddenly being called out, she reflexively wore a look of innocent shock and a touch of fear. I don't know. I don't know when Annie learned that kind of magic. You don't know. Edisac tore off the ropes and staggered to the doorway, only to see Edward and Trissy already surrounded by his guards. His fury finally subsided a little, and he snorted coldly. I hope that's true. Not far away, Princess Helena clenched her fists, quietly cheering them on with excitement. She had brought Audrey along precisely to get rid of Trissy. Now that someone was helping take her away, it was a great favor to her. What are you doing? Trissy no longer wore a smile. Her expression darkened, voice low and cold. If escape were that easy, why do you think I've stayed at the manor this long? Well, how would I know if I didn't try? Idiot. What's really keeping me from leaving is a mid to high sequence powerhouse hidden in the shadows. You think you can get me out from under a demigod's nose? Edward replied matter-of-factly, nope. Then you. I never planned to take you out. Bye now. With that, Edward's figure twisted and vanished into thin air. Trissy was left standing in the courtyard, stunned, before the guards rushed forward and subdued her. Now she understood, he had done it on purpose. Bastard. You bastard. Triss struggled furiously. Prince Edisac stormed forward and grabbed her chin tightly, forcing words through gritted teeth, you have disappointed me greatly. Take her back. Over the next half hour, Prince Edisac's men scoured the villa thoroughly. When they finally discovered the unconscious Annie stuffed in a guest room wardrobe, the incident reached a conclusion. Someone had knocked out Audrey's maid and disguised themselves to get close to the prince, with the aim of kidnapping his commoner companion. Prince Edisac didn't completely believe this outcome, but he had no way of disproving it. After all, what reason would the daughter of Earl Hall, Lone's top banker and a key figure in the new party, have to abduct a girl? It couldn't be that someone in the royal family didn't want the prince falling for a commoner, so they asked Earl Hall to help remove her, right? Prince Edisac rubbed his forehead, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Maybe Earl Hall merely allowed someone to impersonate Audrey's maid, giving them a chance to take Trissy. Yes, that must be it. No, I need to keep a close eye on her. I can't let her have even the slightest chance to escape again. Prince Edisac hurried off. Naturally, the salon, only halfway through, couldn't continue. Viscount Glaint smiled apologetically to the guests, sending each one off and promising to make up for the disrupted event next week. Helena and Audrey walked side by side to the manor gates. The princess looked visibly disappointed. Sigh, if only that woman had really been taken away. Audrey replied absent-mindedly, why yeah. Audrey. Helena took her hands affectionately, glancing left and right before speaking with a pleading tone, please help me. If we can prove that woman's problematic, my father might finally order her banishment. I can't. I don't have that kind of ability. I can pay you. 20,000, no. 30,000 pounds. How about that? Audrey blinked her emerald eyes, startled, and then murmured, I'll consider it. Thank you. Helena joyfully embraced her. Your Highness, it's time to go. Yes, coming. She stuck out her tongue, waving vigorously. Bye, Audrey, see you next time. The grand carriage rumbled away with the princess aboard. The faint smile on Audrey's face faded. She watched the carriage disappear down the main road, subtly adjusting the brim of her hat to hide the truth in her eyes. She was now impatient to return and see Edward. Something must have happened back in the washroom that led to his bold, kidnapping stunt. Viscount Glaint had just sent off the final guest. He wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly exhausted. He still couldn't quite piece together what had just happened. He had only stepped away for a dozen minutes, and suddenly the third prince showed up, his companion got kidnapped, and the kidnapper turned out to be Audrey's maid, Annie. Although it was later revealed Annie had been impersonated and the prince no longer pursued the matter, Geraint still felt uneasy. Because he knew the true identity of the impersonator. But why did Audrey's friend suddenly try to abduct the prince's companion? Puzzled, he walked over to Audrey. Sorry, Geraint, I ruined your salon. And no worries. Geraint was surprised by how direct she was. He hesitated a moment and asked, why did your friend do that? Audrey cleared her throat awkwardly, then replied with a mysteriously profound tone. An attempt. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 102, the big girl falls into the net. Helena wants me to find evidence that woman's up to something. But I'm not a detective, I don't have the skills. So I thought, if that woman really is suspicious, maybe if something like a sudden kidnapping happened, she'd slip up somehow. After making up this explanation, Audrey felt an inexplicable glee rise in her chest. Good job, Audrey. Not only can you lie without batting an eye now, but you can also make it sound perfectly logical. Viscount Geraint scratched his head in confusion. Audrey's reasoning seemed, sort of reasonable. But not really. Is that so? Come on, don't overthink it. Edisac didn't pursue the matter anyway. She suddenly took a step forward and, standing on tiptoe, gave Viscount Geraint a hard pat on the shoulder. With a serious tone, she said, Geraint, you're the one who insisted I meet Helena. And Helena's the one who begged for my help. So if anything really goes wrong, the ones who'll take the blame are you two. So, don't go blabbing anything you shouldn't, okay? Viscount Geraint stared at the girl before him in stunned silence. For a moment, he had the illusion that Audrey was also an imposter. Wasn't she supposed to be a dignified and elegant noble lady? The brightest jewel of Backlund. Why did she suddenly seem so? He couldn't even think of a proper word for it. All right, I'm heading home. Audrey lifted her skirts and stepped into the carriage. Just before entering the compartment, she suddenly turned her head with a small smile. Oh, by the way, Geraint. You didn't hide anything from me, did you? And no. Viscount Geraint forced himself not to avert his gaze and squeezed out a strained smile. What would I possibly have to hide from you? Remember, you're one of my best friends. With that, she bent down and entered the carriage, only to come face to face with Annie, who was staring straight at her. What is it, Annie? Miss, why does being knocked out this time feel, kinda like the time I fell asleep before? Ah, well, you lost consciousness both times, of course they feel similar. But why did my head hurt when I woke up that time too? Miss, are you hiding something from me? I am not. Really? Audrey snapped, flushed with embarrassment. Annie. I'm the young lady of the Hall family. After instructing the servants to clean the courtyard and the villa, Viscount Geraint went upstairs alone. He casually loosened his cravat and took off the formal clothes that made him uncomfortable. Pushing open the bedroom door, he quickly scanned the room and called out in a low voice, Mr. Danitz. No response. Did he escape when the third prince's men were searching, or did he follow Audrey's friend? He let out a tired sigh and flopped onto the bed, closing his eyes as he murmured softly. No matter which it is, I hope he never comes back. I'm sorry, Audrey. 9 p.m. The Empress Borough's wealthy community was gradually falling into darkness and silence. Inside Audrey's suitcase space. After hearing Edward's explanation, Audrey suddenly understood. So you were worried Annie might get hurt because of that woman, so you deliberately exposed your disguise to create a scene. Yeah. It was the only idea I could come up with at the time. But I still wasn't sure whether Edisac, or whoever is behind this, would rather kill the wrong person than let one go. It's best if Annie doesn't leave the villa for now. Got it. I understand. Annie had grown up with her, a personal maid who'd become more like family over the years. Though there was technically a master-servant distinction, their bond was real. When the day came for Audrey to officially move out of the Hall estate, Annie would likely become her housekeeper. Thinking of this, Audrey fumed. That witch is so despicable. Just to save herself, she didn't care if others lived or died. In the world of the Beyonders, witches are often harbingers of disaster. Their promotions are accompanied by death, slaughter, and catastrophe. So if you ever run into one, stay as far away as you can. What about the lock of hair she gave you? I tossed it into a random sewer. She said it only worked if burned, but I don't trust her. What about you? Did the princess say anything else? She's dead set on exposing the witch's true face and driving her out. But like you said, the missing maid was probably Edisac's doing, so it's all a waste of effort. Yeah, there's something really deep and dark behind that witch Trissy. My advice. From this moment on, forget everything she said. And don't meet with Helena again. Audrey hesitated for a few seconds, then said. But, she's offering £30,000. £30,000. Edward swallowed hard. He did have a fair amount of money at the moment, but £30,000 was still a considerable fortune to him. £30,000, just to find evidence that Trissy is suspicious and get her kicked out. Edward knew very well that all the talk about evidence was nonsense. Whether it was the infatuated Prince Edsac or the upper echelons of Loan and the Demonist sect, none of them would drive Trissy away just because a few maids died. But if Helena's real goal was to have Triss expelled from the estate, then there was definitely room to maneuver. Report her to the church. Or use that lock of hair. He coughed twice. I'll think about it. Even if it has to be done, I'll be the one to do it. You absolutely cannot take that risk. Audrey puffed up her cheeks, feeling slightly underestimated. Still, she knew Edward only said it out of concern for her safety. Quietly clenching her delicate fists, she gave herself a mental pep talk. I really need to find a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. By the time she got home, it was already dark. Lilith wasn't around, probably out hunting. Still, Edward couldn't help but feel a bit empty inside. Even though he knew the little one would only come home after a full meal, he still filled her bowl with cat food and dried fish. Then, after turning off the gas lamp in the living room, he yawned and prepared to head upstairs. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the darkness. Good evening, sir. A figure leaned lazily against the window. The head cocked to the side wore a black pirate hat, and on his face was a half-smile, half-smirk. His right hand tightly gripped a revolver, aimed directly at Edward. Blazing Danitz. Edward slowly raised both hands. Didn't expect to see you again so soon, Mr. Danitz. Danitz stepped forward with a bit of force, giving his revolver a shake and chuckling darkly. You must be wondering how I found you again, and how I bypassed your danger-sensing abilities. No, I wasn't, actually. From his pocket, he pulled out a small, delicate-looking compass, like he was intentionally offering an explanation. It's all thanks to this compass. Once it locks onto a target, it'll lead me right to them within 3 hours, no matter where they are, and without triggering their senses. The damned side effect is just that, after every use, I'm forced to explain its ability and drawback to the target. That has to be a seer pathway mystical item. With a snap, Danitz stowed the compass and strode quickly toward Edward, the revolver still aimed and his expression turning ferocious. Lecture time's over. Now it's time to settle our score, you bastard. I have to say, Edward replied calmly, a coin suddenly appearing between his fingers, for a hunter path beyonder, your vocabulary is really quite limited. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Danitz froze. In the next second, all the furniture in the room, tables, chairs, cabinets, flew toward him from both sides. Dodge *T. Panicked, Danitz fired off several shots, every single one jammed. He was instantly buried under an avalanche of household debris. You son of a... With a furious roar, searing flames erupted. Splinters and sparks filled the air as Danitz emerged from the blaze, one hand clutching a concentrated, crimson fireball, the other still holding the revolver. He looked livid and imposing. I'm going to kill. He suddenly froze, sensing something cold and hard press against the back of his head. His words caught in his throat, his entire body stiffened. That touch, he knew it too well. He used to sleep holding it. Yes. Pressed to the back of his head was none other than his beloved revolver. My apologies. I admit I was a little too loud just now. Edward smiled. Oh. Personally, I quite liked your smug and arrogant tone from earlier. You must be joking. That was just me, trying to lighten the mood. Lighten the mood. And that's how you ended up wrecking my entire room. Danitz was stunned, instinctively about to retort, but quickly shifted. Wasn't that yours, I mean, my fault. My fault entirely. I'll pay for the damages. Edward smoothly changed the topic. So, did you come back just to take revenge on me? And no. This is all a misunderstanding, there's no bad blood between us. Then what are you here for? I just wanted to retrieve my revolver. The revolver at the back of his head was finally withdrawn, but he still didn't dare move a muscle. Flavy dote. The clothes on Danitz suddenly came to life, slithering around him like serpents before transforming into iron chains that tightly bound him in place. Edward strolled leisurely to stand before him. I've heard of your captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards. A very wise woman. I'd imagine she wouldn't allow you to come back to Backlund for revenge, knowing what happened to you here. After all, that would be no different from suicide. Danitz's face flushed slightly. He muttered defensively, my strength isn't as bad as you make it sound. Both times were just unlucky. And your companions? I don't have any. That Vice Admiral Iceberg, perhaps. He hastily denied it. No. Definitely not. Edward chuckled. Ah, then I see. Edward raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Even now, with you captured, she's still not making an appearance. I believe Captain has her reasons. TSK. The number one simp of Edwina, through and through. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks rang from the front door, followed by a woman's voice. I am Edwina Edwards, captain of the Golden Dream, Danet's captain. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Edward. Edward's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Vice Admiral Iceberg actually came. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Edwina's portrait. Edward flipped a gold coin into the air. The result it showed that the visitor harbored no malice. With a wave of his wand, the door swung open on its own. A lady bathed in moonlight stepped inside. She was beautiful. Her face was oval-shaped, with a hint of boldness between her delicate brows. Her light blue eyes shimmered like crystal-clear spring water. Her long chestnut hair was parted down the middle, tied into a simple yet elegant knot at the back of her head, and flowed smoothly behind her. She wore a beige coat cinched at the waist, paired with a dark knee-length skirt and leather boots matching her hair color. Compared to the refined ladies of Backlund, her style was noticeably more daring. Captain. Danitz called out. Edwina gave him a glance and curtly spat out 2 words, be quiet. Danitz froze. Oh. She approached, stopping 3 to 4 meters from Edward. Bowing slightly, she offered a sincere apology. My apologies, Mr. Edward. Please allow me to make amends for my crew member's recklessness. An apology? Edward raised a brow. This is the second time. The first time, he hired someone to capture me. I let him go without making a fuss. And the second time, he broke into my house trying to kill me. Don't you think just an apology falls short? I wasn't trying to kill you. Danitz blurted out. If I really wanted to, I'd have just shot you quietly. I just wanted to give you a taste of the embarrassment you made me suffer the other day. Edwina glanced at him again. He immediately shut his mouth tight, silent as a stone. I'm willing to compensate you tenfold for the damages caused, she said. And if you still need to vent your anger, you may deal with Danitz however you wish, just please, spare his life. Danitz wanted to protest again, but he wasn't stupid. His captain was one of the 7 notorious pirate admirals. She wouldn't humble herself like this without good reason. Her behavior genuinely surprised Edward. He couldn't figure out what she was after. After a moment of thought, he asked directly, why don't you start with what you came here for? Surely it wasn't just that note I left that made you come all this way, was it? Out. She turned her gaze on Danitz and gave the order coolly. Oh. Danitz obediently hopped out like a 160-pound child. Just before leaving, he even used his mouth to pull the door handle shut. Of course, he still couldn't help muttering, Captain, I'll be right outside, ready to rush in and protect you anytime. If you don't mind, please have a seat. Edward gestured at the charred sofa. That was just burned by your crew member, by the way. She nodded and sat down gracefully, then pulled out a small pouch. There's about 500 pounds in here. It's compensation for what Danitz did tonight. Edward accepted it without ceremony. He opened it, glanced inside, and nodded. Fair enough. Edwina then produced a painting. It depicted a smiling young man standing in what appeared to be a plaza. The reason I'm intruding like this tonight, she said, is because I need you to confirm something for me. May I ask, is this you? Edward raised a brow. I'm not sure. But judging by appearance, I do see a resemblance. So this was the portrait Danitz had mentioned. The one Edwina always stared at. The moment Edward saw it, he had a strong feeling it was him in that painting. But that couldn't be right. Edwina asked again, your name is Edward, is that your given name or your surname? He shrugged. It's my first name. I'm an orphan, I don't have a family name. How old are you? Almost 17. You've never met your family? That's right. What do you imagine your parents were like? Edward frowned. Ma'am, don't you think it's a bit rude to ask an orphan what they think of their family? She froze slightly, then quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be insensitive, I just wanted to confirm something. Edward nodded. Then before that, may I ask you a question first? Of course. Where did you get that painting? She didn't hide it. It was left to me when an elder in my family passed away. Before he died, he repeatedly told me to find the person in this portrait. When I searched through our family records, I discovered that I once had a younger cousin who went missing at the age of 12. Edward was stunned. You suspect I might be him? No wonder she was being so polite, she came here to find her long-lost brother. That relaxed him quite a bit. At least it had nothing to do with the god of knowledge and wisdom. She nodded. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain my elder's dying request. But, I think it's very unlikely. For certain reasons, I'm quite sure I'm not your cousin. Is that so? A hint of disappointment crossed her face. I understand. Ms. Edwina, do you have any more information about the painting? To be honest, I might be even more curious about it than you are. Not at the moment. But next time I return to Lenberg, I'll try to look for more clues. I've disturbed you enough tonight. She stood up and said, Mr. Edward, please allow me to apologize once more for Danet's recklessness and immaturity. Perhaps, I can do something for you as compensation. Ah, you're too kind. Edward suspected she hadn't completely ruled out the possibility that he was her cousin. This so-called compensation was likely just a way to build a connection between them. Maybe you should just make me your godbrother while you're at it. Wait. Edward suddenly froze. While the medical practices in the world of mysteries were indeed primitive, there were mystical means of determining if two people shared blood relations, like divination, for instance. But she seemed to have forgotten that option altogether. Thinking of this, Edward frowned, his mind racing. Speaking of helping, he said, I heard that you possess a book from the second epoch, Grosel's Travels. Could I perhaps borrow it for a read? That book should be one of the rare texts imbued with mystical power, aside from the cards of blasphemy and the slate of blasphemy. Grosel's Travels. That's the book salvaged from a sunken ship, soaked for 165 years and still undamaged. It recounts the tale of a giant named Groel, who set off for the land of frost to hunt down the King of the North, a mighty frost dragon. Edwina instinctively began giving a detailed summary but soon realized it was not the right time. She restrained herself and continued, I can lend it to you, but I left the book on the ship. You'll have to wait until I return. If it's just for reading, it's no big deal. Anything else? Well, I'm planning to set sail soon, for an expedition. I wonder if you have any advice, or perhaps you could offer some assistance. Edwina considered for a moment and replied, out at sea, the most important thing is strength. If your power is sufficient, everything else is secondary. Of course, if I must suggest something, having your own fleet does make expeditions much easier. To build a fleet, you need ships and people. As for ships, if you need one, I could help. TSK. A ship doesn't come cheap. Thank you. No rush on the ship. I'm thinking you might be more helpful with the crew part. Oh. Edward smiled. For example, maybe assign me a crew member to act as a guide or something like that. Outside Edward's house, blazing, Danitz leaned against the wall, a piece of dry grass in his mouth, occasionally glancing up. The captain had been inside for over half an hour. How far had they gotten by now? No, they were definitely discussing something very important. Yes. He hypnotized himself with that thought over and over. In this moment, Danitz deeply understood, what's more painful than, I'm right in front of you, yet you don't know I love you, is standing guard while your crush is inside on a date with someone else. Aha. If they don't come out in 3 more minutes, I'll burst in and blow that bastard's head off. 3 minutes later. If they don't come out in 1 more minute, I swear I'll burn this whole place to the ground. 1 minute later. Danitz collapsed to his knees, despair written all over his face. No. What are you doing here? Came a cold voice. Ah. It was the captain. He shot to his feet, eyes scanning Edwina from head to toe. Not noticing anything amiss, he still asked uneasily, Captain, just now were you? Haven't you always been curious about the person in that painting? You mean that jerk, that guy. MHM. He might be my missing cousin. Kaus, cousin. Danitz froze. He didn't hear a word after that. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Crap. I've offended my future brother-in-law. Do I still have a chance? No. We just reached an agreement, Edwina said. Due to your atrocious behavior tonight, I agreed to let him deal with you however he sees fit. Wah. Danitz's first reaction wasn't fear for what would happen to him. It was whether this could be an opportunity to repair their relationship. Edward stepped out at that moment, smiling. Relax. I've learned about your character from Ms. Edwina just now. Though you're a pirate, your nature's not bad, just a bit impulsive. Perfect. I know the ideal place for you to train that out of yourself. Might even fix a few of your issues. Danitz suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, a very bad premonition rising within him. Come on. That night, the gates of the Harvest Church were tightly shut. A rare silence hung over the place. Edward, holding a chain that bound a restless Danitz, entered through a side door. Bishop Utravsky sat in the front row of pews, hands clasped in prayer against his forehead, facing the sacred emblem of life as he quietly chanted. Emlyn didn't seem to be around. Wait, no, there he was, lying across the middle pew, fast asleep, his expression peaceful. Sorry to interrupt, Father Yutravsky. Edward waited patiently for a few minutes, but seeing the bishop not respond, he eventually had to speak up. The priest lifted his head, gaze settling on Danitz for several seconds before shifting to Edward. I see in him a reflection of my former self. He's a pirate. Danitz perked up slightly at that. To him, being a pirate was a badge of honor. A pirate with some unusual fetishes, Emlyn muttered groggily as he woke, slumping over the back of the pew in front of him, yawning. Danitz's face flushed red. No, I don't. It's because he. Silence. His mouth vanished into thin air, leaving only a muffled, terrified whimpering. Yutravsky's eyes gleamed faintly. An interesting ability. A few seconds later, Danitz's mouth returned. He quickly stroked his lips, visibly relieved. He'd faced death many times at sea, but Edward's bizarre powers were on a whole different level, utterly beyond his comprehension. Father, as you can see, he's a pirate, Edward said. But from what I know, he hasn't committed any real crimes. He's probably about on Emlyn's level. Hey. What do you mean, on my level? Emlyn protested, pounding the back of the pew. The priest, however, nodded in understanding. So, you wish to leave him here, to receive redemption like Emlyn. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If we reach 125 power stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Woman Who Listens to Stories. Is that all right, Father? Of course, no problem at all. Thank you. I'll come pick him up soon. Leaving that big oaf at the Harvest Church wasn't really about reforming him, it was just a way to keep him in one place before they set out to sea. That way, he wouldn't have the chance to get bored and do something stupid again. Edward waved his wand and lifted the transfiguration spell. All right, from now on, stay here and behave. Try to get along with Father and Emlyn. Danitz rubbed his arms, his expression flickering with unease. Edward looked over at Emlyn and smiled. Emlyn, if our pirate friend here doesn't cooperate, I'll be counting on you to look after him properly. As for the reward, ahem, you know what I mean. Emlyn raised his chin slightly and gave a snort of disdain. Humph. What was he? A tsundere. You know tsundere types are out of fashion these days, right? Edward placed a hand over his chest and walked backwards into the darkness. Everyone, see you soon. 88 Minsk Street. At that moment, a little black cat returned from a successful hunt. It trotted cheerfully into the bedroom, when suddenly it dropped something on the floor with a plop and shouted. Where's Miss Lilith's house? I spent half the day rubbing my scent all over the table, the sofa, the chairs, where's all my stuff? Lilith was panicking. All she did was go out for a quick hunt, what on earth had she missed? She was furious. Her sharp eyes scanned the room. Who did this? Come out and take a few scratches from Miss Lilith already. Just then, Edward returned. She immediately ran over to complain. Edward. Some big jerk wrecked our den. Edward gently scooped her into his arms, stroking her soft back fur as he spoke helplessly. Lilith, I'm sorry to say, we're moving again. After run-ins with the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, the Zmanger gang, Danitz, and Edwina, Edward felt number 88 Minsk Street was becoming more trouble than it was worth. Besides, he still had that folded snake of Mercury's paper on him, might as well believe in a bit of superstition. Woo-woo, Miss Lilith finally managed to rub her scent all over this place. I don't want to go. Edward gave his wand a casual flick. Reparo. The bedroom restored itself to its previous state, as if time had reversed. Say goodbye to this place. Meow. With a click, as the gaslight went out, the men and the cat vanished without a trace. The new place was a modest inn in the East Borough. Though the decor and amenities were average, the area was bustling, perfect for a change of pace. He was going out to sea soon anyway, so this was just a temporary place to stay. Besides, it gave him the chance to see another side of Backlund. He stood by the second-floor window, peeking through a gap in the curtains at the lively street below. Compared to Minsk Street, this area was much busier, with stalls lining the roads and the air full of everyday vitality. Of course, if you paid closer attention, you'd see the stark contrast underneath that liveliness: homeless wanderers, beggars begging for change and thugs swaggering down the street. That was the real East Borough. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sharp squeals snapped Edward out of his thoughts. He turned his head and saw Lilith standing proudly with one paw planted on a fat, struggling rat. Edward. There are so many rats here. I can't finish them all. I literally can't eat them all. This new home is amazing. Edward. Suddenly, she tilted her head and gave him a deadly cute look with her crystal-like eyes. Why are you staring at Miss Lilith? You want half the rat. Thanks, but no thanks. The next day, Audrey, who had accepted Edward's invitation, emerged from her handbag. She looked around the unfamiliar room and blurted out, "Did you get into trouble again? So this is the impression you have of me? That I'm constantly getting into trouble? Well, I can't argue with that. Fair enough. You didn't smash the windows of some church again, did you? No. Good. I just happened to meet one of the 7 pirate admirals, Vice Admiral Iceberg. It's like this." Edward explained why he had to move, and by the end of it, Audrey was rubbing her forehead. "I get it now. This is exactly why you drew the tower card." After a moment's pause, she asked, "That painting, do you really think it's of you? But, that doesn't make sense. Why would your portrait be in the hands of a pirate admiral? The timeline doesn't match." Edward had thought about that, too. Maybe in the future, he'd use a time turner again. But in this world, time turners only let you go 2 hours into the past. There just isn't enough information right now. We'll have to wait until she goes back and digs up more clues. Audrey walked to the window with her hands behind her back. She looked at the lively street outside, interest lighting up her face. "I think, this is the first time I've come to the East Borough on my own. Can you show me around?" Edward smiled. Of course. Disguised and changed in appearance, the two strolled unhurriedly down the street. Everything around them sparked Audrey's curiosity. After all, for more than a decade, her activities had been limited to the Hall's family estates and high society venues like banquets, salons, and racetracks. She had rarely ventured even into Empress Borough, let alone anywhere more mundane. Edward stayed by her side. Whenever she showed interest in something small and portable, he would buy it for her. Soon enough, both of them had their hands full of trinkets. Audrey's face glowed with delight. Ordinary life is quite fun, isn't it? So much delicious food, fun little things, and the freedom to go wherever you like and do whatever you want. You really should have taken me out like this more often. Edward made no comment, merely accompanying her with a smile. They arrived at a public carriage station. After 20 long, tedious minutes of waiting, Edward shielded her as they squeezed into a compartment with 7 or 8 sweaty, grime-covered workers. For Audrey, whose outings were usually via lavish private carriages, this was, of course, a rather unpleasant experience. But she had mentally prepared herself and endured it. The carriage creaked and rattled toward the dock district. The other passengers chatted merrily all the way, filling the space with laughter and local gossip. At first, Audrey listened with curiosity. But once the road began to dip and bump, jostling violently over potholes, she genuinely feared she might be thrown out the window if Edward didn't hold her steady. Then, motion sickness hit. "Drink this," Edward said. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, there were plenty of potions to deal with strange and mild ailments. After gulping down the offered potion, Audrey finally recovered, barely. If she had thrown up in front of Edward, the embarrassment would have killed her. She quickly turned to look out the window, taking a deep breath of air, only to nearly retch again. The air here was a far cry from that of Empress Borough. Every breath brought in foul, complex odors and countless invisible particles. But the locals seemed used to it, still chatting and laughing cheerfully, discussing where they'd go drinking that evening. The buildings outside gradually became dilapidated. She saw more pedestrians in ragged clothing with numb expressions. Some fought over scraps of food. She saw police driving them off like stray dogs. She even saw one person collapse on the side of the road, and no one gave them a second glance. Audrey's face slowly shifted into a mix of confusion, shock, and disbelief. She bit her lip. Thinking back to her earlier words, she felt a surge of shame. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "I did imagine the lower-class life in Backlund would be grim, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Do the upper-class nobles in Lone know about all this?" "Of course they do. But none of them can, or want to, change the status quo. What you're seeing now has been this way for centuries. The nobles not only know, but some of them created this. Some for wealth, others for power, and some for the sake of becoming gods." He didn't say the last part aloud. But as long as they don't see it, then to them, it doesn't exist. It's like covering your ears to steal a bell. If they can't perceive the consequences or the reality of their actions, they act as if those things aren't real. They cover their eyes and pretend it's not there. And if they do accidentally see something, they just erase the memory, then go right back to pretending. Just then, a woman sitting across from them suddenly asked, "Covering your ears to steal a bell, what does that mean?" Edward looked up and saw a plainly dressed woman in her 20s, wearing an old-fashioned soft hat and a modest skirt. Her looks were ordinary, and strangely, he hadn't noticed her at all until now. Thinking he hadn't heard, the woman repeated herself, "Excuse me, what does that phrase mean? Is it a story or a proverb?" "It is," Edward nodded and explained simply. "Long ago, someone fancied their neighbor's bell and wanted to steal it. But he was afraid it would ring and attract attention. So, he came up with a brilliant idea: he covered his own ears while stealing it. That way, he wouldn't hear the sound. But of course, while he couldn't hear it, everyone else could." The woman mulled this over. "Seems the nobles of Lone truly are fools." Edward hadn't expected his quiet remarks to Audrey to be overheard. It felt awkward now. What he had said might have sufficed as a teaching moment for Audrey, but to someone more experienced, it was overly simplistic, even childish. He shook his head slightly. "The original meaning might point to foolishness and self-deception, but I think it also speaks to arrogance. Because some people don't even bother to pretend anymore." The woman thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You're right." Thwop. She flicked out a bundle of neatly folded banknotes, which landed right in Edward's hand. "That's your payment for the story." "Thank you." "Ma'am, that's not NEC." He unfolded the bills and gasped. 10 neatly stacked £10 notes, £100 in total. "This is too much." "Whether it's worth it or not," she said, rising to her feet, "is for the listener to decide." She moved to the exit and, with a light jump, leapt from the moving carriage, and disappeared. The carriage never stopped. No one else on board seemed to notice anything at all. Edward's face had turned serious. Audrey, watching him, asked in a small voice, "What's wrong, Edward?" That woman just now, she was at least a high sequence. What? A demigod. "Thankfully," he said, glancing down at the money in his hand, "she meant us no harm. But this bill, no way I'm keeping it. We'll spend it as soon as we can." Audrey hesitated for a moment before saying, "You might think it's childish of me, but could we use some of it to buy food? And give it to those people we saw on the street? I mean, I'll pay you back." "Of course we can. After all, I'm pretty childish myself." "Oh, right. This is something I got a couple of days ago." Edward handed her the gem-like beyonder characteristic of the psychiatrist. "It was meant to be a gift last time, but we didn't get the chance. It's a sequence 7 trait." "Thank you," she said softly. "Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 105, Lawrence Nord. After strolling for a while longer, the two returned to the inn. "I'm heading back now." Audrey waved her hand, then suddenly remembered something. "Edward, what do you think about me setting up a charity fund?" Do whatever you want, as long as it's not dangerous." "Okay." Lilith, who was sprawled across the desk, munching on a steak, lifted her greasy mouth with curiosity. "Edward, why did Audrey suddenly look unhappy? Did you bully her?" "No, she just saw another side of this world, and it stirred something in her." "Oh." Lilith didn't understand and returned to wrestling with her steak. Suddenly, a chill swept through the room. The air was torn open by an invisible force. A faint shadow spilled from the rift as a black bird flew out of the spirit world, clutching a letter in its beak. It landed with uncanny precision in Edward's hand. "Your letter." It hovered midair, wings fluttering, its pupils flashing with light. Then, in a voice like a debt collector's, it demanded, "Sticks. Give me sticks. 4 sticks." Edward thought for a moment and pulled out 4 phoenix tail feathers. "No sticks, but how about these?" "Huh." The black bird blinked, landed on Edward's wrist, and stared and sniffed at the feathers for a long while. Eventually, it picked one up and gulped it down. Its eyes sparkled with realization. "I don't want sticks anymore. I want these feathers." Just as I thought. "So the reason it eats wands is because of the phoenix feathers inside." "Are you sure?" Edward waved the feather before it. The bird's eyes tracked it without blinking, its head bobbing eagerly. "Sure." "All right, but I want to know, why do you need them?" The black bird paused, then replied without much hesitation, "I can sense a special energy inside. That energy helps me evolve." "Evolve?" Edward scrutinized the black bird more carefully. "So, you're planning to turn from a little sparrow into a phoenix? Anything else?" "Nope." With lightning speed, it gobbled up the remaining feathers one by one and let out a very satisfied burp. Just then, a black shadow lunged toward the bird, Lilith. Unfortunately, even with her speed, she only caught its afterimage. The messenger bird had already zipped back into the spirit world. "Lilith." She immediately turned her head away, feigning innocence, and leapt back onto the windowsill. "Cats are just like this. Used to catch mice, now catching birds. Why hasn't this little one shown any sign of turning human, even after taking the potion?" Edward shook his head and unfolded the letter, only to shoot up from the sofa. It was from Christine, the one who had been missing for so long. I'm in the West Borough of Backland. If you can make it here in the next few days, bring the notebook and come find me. You'll get what you've been searching for. What I've been searching for. The follow-up formula for the apprentice pathway. Edward's heart began to race. He hurriedly tore off a sheet of paper and scribbled a reply. I'm already in Backland and can meet anytime. Please tell me your address. Since the messenger bird had already returned to the spirit world, he had to summon it again. As it flew out of the spirit realm and reached for the letter, ready to depart, Edward quickly stopped it. Dear messenger, sir, could I trouble you to wait a bit after delivering each letter? Just in case a reply needs to be sent. The black bird hovered in the air and looked at him with a "do I look stupid to you" expression. No. I charge per delivery. One delivery is one fee. If I wait around for a reply, that's turning 2 trips into 1. You're barely bigger than a finger, and your accounting's that sharp. Why are you delivering letters? Go run a business. Suddenly, the bird seemed to remember something and landed in front of Edward. This delivery will be my 5th one. Previously. All right. Give me sticks, no. Feathers. Okay. Edward summoned another phoenix feather and tossed it to the bird with a levitation charm. The black bird dove forward, gulped down the feather, its dark eyes gleaming with profound satisfaction. But you have to agree to one condition: after each delivery, you have to wait 3 minutes before leaving. No way. Then no more feathers. It suddenly spun around, tore open the air, and vanished into the spirit realm, leaving behind a sharp squawk. 1 minute. Ah. So temperamental. It's going to give itself a stroke one day. Half an hour later. The black bird appeared again, dropped off a letter, and turned to fly away, but then remembered Edward's condition. Reluctantly, it landed on the desk, narrowed its eyes, and glared at Lilith. Stupid cat tried to catch me earlier. Edward unfolded the letter, Christine's reply. There was only an address. West Borough, Calpensa Inn, 2nd floor, room 2102. Bring the notebook. Edward stood up, elated. The formula was here. He looked at the black bird and said, I don't need to send a reply. You can go. Oh. It replied coldly, spread its wings, and suddenly accelerated toward Lilith. Startled, Lilith did a backflip on the spot. Once she realized what happened, she bared her teeth and lunged again, only to catch nothing but air. Next time, I will catch it. Lilith made a silent vow to herself to catch the bird next time. She turned back, planning to continue her breakfast, only to stare blankly at her empty plate. My steak's gone. She looked at Edward. Edward immediately distanced himself from responsibility. That bird did it. She kept staring. I'm already full. Why would I steal the steak that you'd already chewed into a mess? Starre. All right, you win. Edward handed her a dried fish. I'm heading out. Want to come with me? She munched the dried fish happily and nodded. Yes. Edward pulled out the green crystal pendulum. Going to the Calpensa Inn is dangerous. Going to the Calpensa Inn is dangerous. Going to the Calpensa Inn is dangerous. After 7 repetitions, the green crystal didn't move an inch. TCH, probably not enough information, Edward muttered. After thinking for a moment, he rephrased the question. Meeting Christine is beneficial to me. Meeting Christine is beneficial to me. Meeting Christine is beneficial to me. Soon, the green crystal began rotating slowly in a clockwise direction. Good, that means it's favorable. Let's go, Lilith. West Borough, Backland. This area was mainly home to the middle class and some fallen nobles. For example, Baron Rafterpound of House Tudor had his family's old estate here, with the hotpot angel Medici sealed underneath. That angel supposedly still had a red priest pathways card of blasphemy, but considering the gap in power and rank, going there now would be no different from delivering himself as a snack. At 10 a.m., a disguised Edward, accompanied by Lilith in her calico cat form, arrived at the Calpensa Inn. After using a disguise charm to change his appearance and a shield charm for protection, he soon stood before room 2102. After flipping a coin for a final check, he lightly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, Christine opened the door. Compared to before, she now wore a plain outfit, her long hair braided, and her expression seemed a bit drained. Who knew what she had been through since they last met? Christine looked at the seemingly empty doorway, stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and stepped aside to let someone in. Please come in. Edward silently entered the room, moved far enough from her, and cancelled the disguise charm. The sudden appearance of a stranger clearly startled her. Edward quickly said, It's me. She blinked in surprise. It was only after seeing the cat in his arms that she finally relaxed a little. You are way too cautious. Edward shrugged. In the world of mysticism, you can never be too careful. He took out the notebook. I brought what you asked for. Now, the formula. Christine's eyes paused on the notebook for a few seconds before she said, I can only offer the formulas for sequence 6 and sequence 5. But, it seems you've already advanced to scribe. No, I just have another mystical item that's similar to this notebook. I see. She nodded and reached out her hand. Give me the item first. The formulas aren't with me, I need to use the notebook to trade with its original owner. Edward smiled. Mind if I come along? Yes, I mind. She turned straight toward the wall, her body suddenly becoming intangible. Come with me. Edward followed close behind. Together, they arrived in the adjacent room. A man wearing a black coat and a mid-height black top hat was sitting on the sofa, as if he'd been waiting for a while. Upon seeing them enter, he slowly stood up and removed his hat to greet Edward. Good day, sir. I am Lawrence Nord, a senior member of Christine's family. I apologize for her rash behavior earlier. He gave a slight bow. Lawrence Nord, that name. Wait, wasn't that the same Abraham family member Miss Salted Fish first met later on? If memory served, he died not long after due to health issues, and it was through him that first met her future mentor. So Christine's notebook, was that the Laymanos Travels notebook from the original story? Should I say the world's too small, or the Abraham family too far gone? Good day, sir, Edward replied, casting a glance at Christine. Though my first encounter with Miss Christine was rather unpleasant, she did bring me information about the formula. For me, that counts as a decent enough ending. By the way, here's your notebook. His words served both as a polite response and a subtle nudge, let's get to the formula part already. That's good to hear. Lawrence nodded and took the notebook. Christine, could you step outside for a moment? She clearly hesitated, finding it strange that her elder was asking to be left alone with a stranger. But she said nothing, and once again passed through the wall and left. I'm dying. He slowly sat down. Originally, I should have taken the family secrets with me to the grave. It would be unthinkable to reveal the formula of the apprentice pathway just to retrieve a mystical item. Indeed, Furs only obtained the formula after passing multiple trials, which showed just how guarded the Abraham family was when it came to that knowledge. But Christine suddenly reappeared. Lawrence's expression was reflective, but his eyes held a trace of fear. What about her? Is she some direct descendant of the Abraham ancestor or something? No. He shook his head heavily. She clearly died 5 years ago. Note, we missed our PS goal by a good margin. So, no extra chapter. But if we reach 235 Power Stones by tomorrow, I'll post the extra chapter. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p.n.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Woman Who Listens to Stories, once again. She clearly died 5 years ago. Edward was stunned. If Christine had died 5 years ago, then who, or what, was the person they had just seen? He couldn't help but think of Klein. In the original story, he, too, had died and come back multiple times, but that was thanks to the Seer Pathway's privilege of prepaying for a resurrection via the powers of the Sapphira Castle. What about Christine? What was her reason? Are you sure she died? Lawrence nodded heavily. Our family has always had a sparse lineage. Someone her age dying young would have drawn the attention of most of the family members. I personally attended her funeral. I saw her buried in the grave. Edward frowned. Could it be the effect of some mystical item? From what I know, those on the Corpse Collector pathway gain resurrection abilities at high sequences. I can't be sure. But I do know there's no such item within our family. And her, at the time, she was just a sequence 8 trickmaster. Where would she have gotten something like that? Well. You ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Could it be that the Christine who died was a fake? Or that the one now is an imposter? I've ruled out all those possibilities. Edward subconsciously rubbed his chin, raising another question. If this whole thing is full of mysteries, why don't you just ask her directly? She's missing those memories. She doesn't seem to know she died. Doesn't seem to. I've never told her about it, afraid it might trigger some unknown side effects. From subtle probing, I've found that her past memories are fragmented. All she's fixated on now is finding the so-called family treasure and acquiring powerful sealed artifacts to avenge her parents. Her parents, they really died unjustly. Yes, it was a traitor within the family who did it during a betrayal. Edward fell into thought, mumbling to himself, another one tied to the Saint of Secrets. As the two men conversed, Lilith's head bobbed back and forth, her big eyes flickering with the confused stupidity of someone hopelessly out of the loop. But Edward had forbidden her from speaking in front of others, so all her questions just kept piling up inside her, swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Lawrence let out a heavy sigh. Christine is the last descendant of my brother's line. If it's possible, I want to find out what exactly happened to her. My initial plan was to ask a friend for help. But I quickly gave up that idea. If there's something wrong behind Christine's resurrection, it might bring disaster upon him. Of course. So if I take on the job, I guess it's totally fine to bring the disaster my way. You're a Beyonder on the apprentice pathway, so you know how rare the formulas for Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 are. How about exchanging them for a promise? Edward snorted and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid I'll just take the deal and not follow through? Not at all. Lawrence's tone was firm. Then, without another word, he silently took out a contract. Sign this, and the formulas are yours. Don't worry, it doesn't force you to get results, only that you keep this matter in mind. At this, his aged face showed a faint smile. Of course, you could kill me now or try to hypnotize me. But I guarantee, you wouldn't get any useful information. And more importantly, if you do discover something, Christine can take you to my friend, to exchange for the next set of formulas. TCH. So you've planned this from every angle, huh? And having Christine lead the way means I'll need to ensure her safety too. Not a drop leaks out of this setup. Edward picked up the contract and scanned it quickly. Lilith immediately stretched out her little paw and dragged the paper toward herself for a closer look. Just as Lawrence said, there was nothing in it that would harm Edward. But it was a hook, a tether, that would tie him to Christine's protection and the mystery she carried. Fine, I'll sign. He accepted the fountain pen Lawrence offered and wrote his name on the dotted line. A few seconds later, the contract burned into ash. Thank you. Lawrence seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. There was deep fatigue in his eyes, but he still forced himself to stay upright. He picked up a pen and wrote down the formulas for Scribe and Traveler. Sequence 6, Scribe. Main ingredients, 1 complete brain of an Asman, cursed artifacts of an ancient wraith. Supplementary ingredients, 15 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 5 grams of water-formed gem powder, 10 grams of memory crystal. Sequence 5, Traveler. Main ingredients, heart of a spirit world drifter, crystal of a thousand-faced hunter. Supplementary ingredients, 15 grams of body fluid from a spirit world drifter, 10 grams of black panther of evil runes blood, residual spirituality of a thousand-faced hunter. Ritual, set up special coordinates in 4 completely different spots deep in the spirit world which are all set up extremely far away from each other. After deeply etching the 2 formulas into his memory, a tongue of fire sprang from Edward's fingertip and consumed the paper. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I'll be on my way now. He offered a gentle smile and said quietly, may you advance to a demigod soon. As he stepped out of the hotel, Christine walked up to him, holding a golden-covered book in her hand. Edward was taken aback. Wasn't that the book said to have the Abraham family's treasure? The one Lenivus was looking for. Sensing his confusion, Christine explained, that day, when Lenivus attacked the Nighthawks, I took it from him during the chaos. After a brief pause, she said, I've nearly deciphered the secret behind this book. But... Edward raised an eyebrow. You're still missing a key, aren't you? This woman had approached him in the first place because of the master key, yet she spun tale after tale. She nodded. From what I can tell so far, the treasure doesn't seem to be on the continent. Not on the continent. Edward was stunned. He had just been considering a voyage overseas, and now the Abraham family treasure turned out to be off the mainland. Was fate conspiring to trigger his coincidence-induced PTSD again? Well then, come find me once you've truly cracked it. With that, he apparat away. Right now, his top priority was gathering the materials for the scribe potion. The moment they arrived home, Lilith leapt out of his arms and burst out impatiently, Edward, you two just said a whole bunch of things Miss Lilith didn't understand at all. Honestly. I have a lot of questions too. But it can't be helped, he knew I needed the formulas and was counting on me jumping into the trap. Then he's not a good person. I wouldn't say that. People are complicated creatures. It's hard to define someone as simply good or bad. Lilith immediately raised her chin proudly and declared, exactly. Cats are simple, mice are bad guys, and any cat that catches mice is a good cat. Yes, Lilith is the best. That's right. Now thoroughly pleased, the little one pranced off to entertain herself by chasing her tail. Edward, meanwhile, prepared the ritual setup and prayed to the great fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beseech your help, I seek your favor. I request that you convey my needs to Mr. Hangman and Mr. Sun. I wish to purchase one complete brain of an Asman, a cursed item of an ancient wraith, as well as the corpses of a spirit world drifter and a thousand-faced hunter. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Soon after, the silhouette of the fool appeared amidst the grey fog. In a calm tone, he replied. Understood. At once, both Alger at sea and Derek in the City of Silver received Edward's request for procurement. The full brand pager, universally acclaimed. Next is Sharon and Marek, and tonight's Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering. Since he had never summoned messenger birds from them, the birds hadn't memorized their aura, meaning Edward would have to personally make a trip to the Brave Bar. This time, he left Lilith behind. You should have some time to act out your role. In the afternoon, the bar wasn't particularly lively. A few folks from nearby jobs had dropped in, ordered a pint of Southernville beer, and were now kicking back, gossiping or resting. Edward skipped the usual route through Casper's and used coin divination to locate Marek's room directly. He knocked, then stepped inside. Good afternoon, Mr. Marek. It's me, Edward. The usual hostility and wariness on Marek's face had eased a bit. Edward got straight to the point. Do you have any of the materials on this list, or access to anyone who might? Marek took the slip of paper and scanned it quickly. Golden mantle grass powder, waterform gem powder, and memory crystals, those aren't hard to obtain. But the rest won't be easy to find in the short term. If you come across any leads in the future, I'd appreciate it if you let me know. I'll pay in gold pounds. Marek paused for a moment, then said, if we help you find these items, can it offset that commission we owe you? Absolutely. Edward agreed without hesitation, then asked curiously, Mr. Marek, you seem unusually eager to fulfill my commission. I don't like owing people anything. Neither does Sharon. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes. If you'd said no just now, I would have recommended Sharon give you a lump sum of money to forcibly cancel the debt, just to avoid the risk of you assigning us something impossible later. Edward only shrugged, offering no opinion on the matter. He glanced around and asked, is Miss Sharon not here today? She's playing bodyguard for that friend of yours you introduced her to, Marek said, his tone turning slightly odd. Your friend is quite the puzzle. So scared that he had to hire protection, yet this morning he still took on a commission to catch a cheater. Classic full quadrant, brave and cowardly at the same time. Sounds about right, especially when money's involved. Mr. Marek, do you happen to know anyone else who might be selling these materials? His expression grew serious as he shook his head. Aren't you aware of our current situation? Ever since those indulgence faction people made their move, Sharon and I have been lying low. We avoid contact with other Beyonders unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Edward recalled some plotlines from the original novel and added, if you and Miss Sharon ever need help, feel free to contact me. My strength should be on par with most mid-sequence Beyonders. There was a short silence, then Marek nodded solemnly. Thank you. Leaving the room, Edward was immediately greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of food. His stomach rumbled, he hadn't realized it was already mealtime. Smells this good? Even if it doesn't taste amazing, it shouldn't be bad either. Might as well give the food here a try. He made his way to the bar, ordered a pint of beer, and, on the bartender's recommendation, got a plate of grilled sausages and a bowl of mushroom soup. Though the prices were steeper than outside, the portions were generous. Tearing off a piece of crusty bread, he dipped it into the mushroom soup and took a bite, crispy and fragrant, with the sweet savoriness of the soup blending beautifully. The grilled sausage, slightly charred, added a smoky depth. The flavor really was good. Northwest wonder this place had loyal patrons. Just as he was savoring his lunch, a woman sat down beside him. She ordered a beer, took off her worn hat, and turned to Edward with a smile. We meet again, Mr. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, the second little story. Edward looked over, puzzled. After a brief moment of confusion, he recognized her, the woman who had paid £100 after hearing the story of covering one's ears while stealing a bell on the carriage earlier that morning. A suspected high-sequence Beyonder. He was still using the same face, so being recognized wasn't surprising. Well, what a coincidence. Edward quickly adjusted his demeanor and smiled. You're here for a meal too. The mushroom soup and sausages here are genuinely good. I recommend giving them a try. All right. A fresh serving of grilled sausage and mushroom soup was soon brought to the table. She took a small spoonful of soup, nodded, and commented, it is quite good. Mimicking Edward, she tore the bread into small pieces, dipped them in the soup, and while eating, said, can you tell another story like the one from yesterday? I enjoy collecting interesting little tales like that. As she spoke, she pulled out 10 £10 notes folded into neat squares and placed them on the bar counter. Of course, I'll pay. Let me think. The money wasn't the main thing, but if telling a fable could win the favor of a high-sequence powerhouse, then this deal was definitely worth it. Got one. This story is called Blending In with the Crowd. Oh, and just so you know, the lute is a kind of old-fashioned string instrument. An overwhelming musical instrument blending in. What does that mean? It goes like this: there was once a king who adored music, especially the lute. So, he hired a grand orchestra of lute players, hundreds of them, and had them perform together in his royal court. The louder and more majestic the sound, the better. He didn't care much for individual talent, he just loved the spectacle. One man heard about this and thought it was a great opportunity. Even though he couldn't play the lute at all, as long as he blended in with the crowd, no one would know he couldn't play. Yet he'd still get rewarded by the king. The woman nodded. A foolish king and a cunning man. But then the old king passed away, and a new king came to power. The good news? This new king also liked listening to the lute. The bad news? He didn't like ensemble performances, he preferred solo performances from each musician. And just like that, the man who couldn't play was immediately exposed. The woman appeared contemplative. Just like the story from yesterday, conveying a certain message through a tale. A clever approach. Where did you hear these stories? Edward scratched his head. I heard them from someone too, maybe they originated with Emperor Roselle. She nodded and didn't pursue the question further. I quite like this one as well. She slid the money toward Edward. Thank you. Edward accepted it without hesitation. After a moment of thought, he said, could you give me a way to contact you? If I come up with new stories, I could write them down and pass them to you. She put down her fork, took a sip from her large mug of beer, and replied calmly, stories should be heard in person, that's what makes them interesting. She stood up, put her hat back on, and walked out. If I want to hear a story again, I'll come find you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Edward watched her disappear into the street and muttered to himself. Met her in the morning, ran into her again in the afternoon, coincidence. Who'd believe that? Damn it. I just casually mentioned an idiom, and now I'm being targeted. How unlucky can I get? The next night at 8 p.m. Edward walked into the Eye of Wisdom's Beyonder gathering, accompanied by several people wearing iron masks. The old detective who hosted the event seemed to recognize him at a glance and gave him a slight nod. Edward politely returned the gesture, then picked a sofa in the center and sat down. As time passed, the drawing room gradually filled. Before long, Edward spotted a familiar figure entering, someone who looked a lot like Klein. Our dear fool was practically radiating vigilance, toward the environment, toward people, toward all the unknowns. All right, looks like almost everyone's here. Let's begin. As the old detective's voice fell, people began listing their first round of needs. Most were requesting ingredients, a few were looking for formulas, mostly for potions below sequence 7. After some bargaining, a few deals were struck, warming up the previously stiff and quiet drawing room. There've been more beasts in the sewers lately. The herbs I worked so hard to grow were completely ruined. The chubby apothecary opened the floodgates of complaints. But I don't think they were going after the herbs. It's like different groups of beasts are fighting turf wars down there. Every time they brawl, my pots and jars end up smashed to pieces. Edward blinked in surprise. Turf wars? That didn't quite line up with how it went in the original plot. The apothecary continued, anyway, I don't care why they're fighting. I just want my herbs safe, so. He looked around the room. I need someone to clear out the area under the Backlund Bridge. I'll pay with 4 rare potions. When no one responded, he gritted his teeth and added, plus 30 pounds extra. Eventually, the job was taken by Black Snake. Once their transaction was complete, a woman hidden completely under a shadowy hood produced 2 mystical weapons, which were sold off quickly. I'm looking to buy 1 complete brain of Asmon and a cursed item related to an ancient wraith. If anyone has it, or has information, please let me know. As expected, this level of gathering rarely produced high-grade items. No one responded. Edward thought for a moment and added, this might be the last time I attend this gathering. Anyone still not interested in buying my spatial storage item? Everyone began murmuring among themselves. 2 of them hesitated for a long time but ultimately couldn't bring themselves to fork over such a large sum. Klein, who had been secretly observing, immediately realized that this person was Edward, or someone Edward had entrusted. No one. Edward asked once more. At that moment, the host of the gathering, the Eye of Wisdom, spoke up, I'll take a small one. 8,000 pounds. We can do the trade after the gathering. Of course, no problem. God of poverty, Klein's lips curled with envy. 8,000 pounds. How many missing cats would he need to find, how many cheating couples would he have to bust to earn that much? The key point was, Edward likely had the ability to mass-produce these items, meaning, potentially, countless batches of 8,000 pounds. Aya! He screamed internally like a groundhog. Jealousy makes one crazy. Envy makes one twisted. Klein took a deep breath to calm the frenzy in his heart. Then, suppressing his voice, he said, I want to sell an item. That's it for today. As usual, leave one by one, 3 minutes apart, announced the old Eye of Wisdom at 9:30 p.m., signaling the end of the gathering. Klein was the last to leave, and by the time he left, it was already 10:10. The elderly detective took out a dark-colored pipe and took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Then he waved it away with a few flicks of his hand and smiled. Apologies, just a little indulgence of mine. No problem. Edward pulled out a wallet enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. This is the item. Shall we make the trade now? Sure. Still puffing his pipe, the old man took the wallet with both hands, carefully opened it, and peered inside to confirm the extra-dimensional space. I've read about this. Some high-sequence beyonders, seems to be sequence 4 of the apprentice pathway, can use their mastery of space to create pocket dimensions. But I've never seen one in person. Isengard Stanton looked like a child who had just gotten a new toy. He flipped the wallet around repeatedly, muttering to himself, trying to analyze its inner workings. You said that no matter how heavy an item is, once placed inside, the wallet doesn't weigh more. How does that work? Edward was speechless. How the hell would I know? It's just a wallet enchanted with a spell from Harry Potter. You want me to explain the magical physics? Sorry, I'm not really sure. Then, what if I want to store something bigger than the wallet itself? Like this chair. Isengard picked up a chair. The moment it got close to the wallet, it was pulled in by a sudden force, shrank and twisted into the wallet in an instant. Isengard's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, so that's how it works, but again, what kind of principle is that? Sorry, still don't know. He leaned down to peer inside, spotting the chair that had returned to its normal size. He asked again, and how do I retrieve items from inside? Well, if you can reach it, just stick your hand in and grab it. If not, you'll have to go in yourself. You mean, people can go in too? Of course. Didn't I mention that? You didn't. Seeing him about to crawl inside out of pure excitement, Edward quickly stopped him. Sir, I believe you've already verified that everything works. It's getting late, I should head home. Oh, right, my apologies. Isengard quickly returned to the calm and composed figure Edward had seen before. Sorry. I get overly curious when I see new and interesting things. That seemed to be a common trait of the reader pathway, an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a passion for sharing it. Oh right, didn't promotion to sequence 6 require a polymath's beyonder characteristic? Would it be rude to ask the Eye of Wisdom about that? Besides, wasn't he a sequence 7? He might want the scholar characteristic more than I do. Screw it. With that in mind, Edward spoke up, Sir, I'm looking to purchase a polymath's beyonder characteristic. Do you know where I might find one? Isengard paused, puffed on his pipe, then said, Honestly, I'm looking for one too. If I ever find one, I'll be keeping it for myself, unless I somehow get 2 at once. Fair enough. Isengard then counted out a thick stack of banknotes and handed them to Edward. Here's the 8,000 pounds. Much appreciated. Indeed, in every world, money always brings the simplest joy. Today's sales, various potions plus the wallet, brought in a total of 8,300 pounds. The potion ingredients cost under 30 galleons. The wallet? Just 20 pence. Pure profit, about 8,200 pounds. Including what he had saved up previously, he now had nearly 30,000 pounds in his pocket. And this kind of undetectable extension charm item wasn't just a one-time deal. Once the 80 centimeters version sold out, he could launch a 1-meter model. Then 3 meters, 5 meters, even 10 meters. I'm truly a business genius. To avoid drawing unwanted attention after raking in such a huge profit, Edward didn't even bother leaving through the door. He used apparition to teleport straight back to the inn. Lilith was curled up like a loaf on the sofa, seemingly having waited a long time. She slowly stood up, stretched out like a lazy cat, and asked, Where have you been, Edward? It's so late. Edward walked over and patted her head. Sorry. Are you hungry? I can get you something to eat. No need, Miss Lilith already ate. A big fat rat. Thanks for the hard work. Still have to hunt for your own food. No worries. That's what cats do. Edward pulled out a dried fish treat and held it out with a smile. Then, Miss Lilith, would you like a little dessert? Yes, please. She grabbed the fish in one bite and began nibbling contentedly. Did you do your acting properly today? Lilith froze, her tail swishing. I did. How did you act? I caught a rat. And then you. She looked like a kid being nagged by a parent, lightly hopping off the couch and scampering to the bedroom. I'm going to sleep now. Inside the bedroom, Lilith burrowed under the covers, poking her little head out. Her sapphire eyes were half closed. The moment she saw Edward enter, she quickly pretended to be asleep. Did you wash your feet? I did, zzz. Miss Lilith is asleep now. Sleeping without brushing your teeth will give you frog teeth. She kept her eyes shut, long lashes trembling slightly. After a long pause, she whispered, "What are frog teeth?" It's when tiny bugs grow inside your teeth and start eating them away, giving you toothaches, until you can't happily eat rats anymore. Ah, I'm not afraid of tiny bugs. Miss Lilith is very strong now. Edward shrugged and walked into the bathroom. All right then, just don't come crying to me when you lose all your teeth. The blankets rustled as Lilith hesitated under the covers, her tail swaying. Just as Edward squeezed toothpaste onto his brush, Lilith appeared next to him. She climbed up onto the sink, bearing her pearly whites. Brush. So well-behaved Miss Lilith is the best. She lifted her chin proudly. That's right. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 108, Arrival at Biome. Such a child. Edward stepped into the washroom to freshen up, all the while pondering where else he could obtain the two main ingredients needed for the scribe potion. Asmon's brain, I remember, the original novel mentioned that it was some kind of creature that only existed in ancient legends. Miss Furs got her Asmon's brain from her teacher, Dorian, when she was promoted to scribe. If all the remaining Asmon's brains are in the hands of the Abraham family, then this could be a real headache. Should I go see Lawrence again? Since he wants me to protect Christine, he probably doesn't want me stuck at this bottleneck forever, right? But it definitely won't be free. What kind of request would a dying man make? It certainly won't be simple. Then there's the ancient wraith. I recall there being one in a castle in Backlund. The pollution from what's suspected to be an abyssal rift doesn't bother me, but isn't that the territory of the Sanguine? In the original novel, the Sanguine Marquis only told Emlyn about the castle to test the fool. If I just barge in, will it attract unwanted attention from the Sanguine? Maybe I should try buying it first. That night was a momentous one for Trissy. Because she had finally escaped that damn prison. She had no idea how many people were hunting her in the darkness or whether a high-sequence beyonder might jump out at any moment. Right now, she had only one thought. Run. Run fast. Then retrieve that strand of hair, and burn it. She didn't know whether doing that would just land her into another pit of fire, but it was all she had left. Damn it, that guy doesn't actually live in the sewers, does he? Trissy, in her ornate gown, trudged down increasingly filthy streets, the elegance of her attire clashing jarringly with the squalor around her. She fought the urge to vomit as she stumbled forward, step by agonizing step. Before long, a foul-smelling sewer entrance appeared ahead. She nearly threw up. Honestly, Trissy had seen far worse things. The old her would have just frowned slightly and continued doing what needed to be done. But the pampered, luxurious lifestyle she'd lived for the past while had softened her. She'd grown used to nobility, and everything in front of her now triggered a deep, instinctive urge to flee. Maybe I should just go back to the estate. The thought had barely surfaced when she pinched herself hard. No. Never again. Never again do I want to wake up in the arms of some man. Never again do I want to live in a fog, day after day. I'm going to break free from all of it, from the chains they forced on me. Trissy slowed her breathing to its quietest, most controlled level and stepped into the dark, grimy sewer, following the trail of markings she had left behind, seeking the strand of hair Edward had hidden down here. Damn it. I swear, I will kill that bastard. She reached a corner piled with muck and trash, mentally preparing herself for half a minute. Then, tearing a strip from her skirt to wrap her hand, she steeled herself to dig through the filth. Suddenly, an intense sense of dread surged from up ahead. She jerked her head up, and locked eyes with a pair of blood-red pupils. In the next instant, both parties turned around and ran in opposite directions at the same time. Holy sh*T, a monster, an evil god. Achoo. Edward had just woken up from a satisfying night's sleep and was hit with a string of sneezes. He was about to reflexively blame Lilith again, only to turn his head and find no sign of her. Now that's rare. Usually, if her food bowl was empty, she'd unleash a combo attack of stepping, biting, scratching, and clawing to wake Edward up and demand a refill. If it wasn't empty, she'd probably still be curled up by his pillow for a second round of sleep. Could it be, she's finally taking her potion digestion seriously and working harder? Click. The door nudged open softly. A small black figure squeezed through the crack, then flicked her tail to close it with practiced ease. In her mouth was a fat, plump rat. Her steps were light and cheerful, it was obvious she was in a good mood. Meow. Feeling the gaze of her big cat human, Lilith turned her head and let out a muffled meow. Right. Why do I even bother expecting anything of her? With a plop, Lilith dropped the rat on the floor, then poked it with a paw, her expression turning puzzled. Edward walked over. What's wrong? It felt like this rat was different, kinda like Susie. But now it's suddenly gone dumb again. As she spoke, she gave it another poke with her paw. A chill suddenly rose from deep within Edward's chest. Without hesitation, he scooped Lilith into his arms, then vanished into thin air with a flash of apparition. When they reappeared, they were already in another district. MMPH. MMMPH. Lilith shook her head in protest, clearly unhappy. Edward, what are you doing? Miss Lilith hadn't even picked up her rat yet. Oh, for heaven's sake. Can you stop thinking about that damned rat for 1 second? What are you, a scout sent by the Royal Army? You'll drag anything back home, huh? Edward hadn't forgotten, Backlund was a city where a demigod of the Marauder pathway once possessed a rat as a host. Now here she was, bringing a rat home, one that apparently felt like Susie. Anyone would make the same terrifying association. Lilith blinked, wide-eyed and full of confusion. Miss Lilith has no idea what you're talking about. Didn't you just say that rat reminded you of Susie? That it had intelligence? Could speak? Possessed beyond her abilities? Nope. She shook her head and casually lifted a paw. Maybe just a teensy bit smarter than the average rat. Really? Where'd you catch it? Was it from the sewer? Edward finally began to calm down. If it truly were the demigod, there was no way Lilith could have caught it so easily. Nope, caught it in a garden. Oh, thank goodness. Edward let out a breath of relief. Still, just to be sure, he pulled out his invisibility cloak and then flicked a gold coin into the air. The rat just now, was it the demigod of Marauder pathway? The coin landed with the numbered side facing up, no. Good. Without a sound, without a trace, Edward returned to the hotel. The rat still lay there on the floor, motionless, no sign of transformation, no abnormalities. Just to be safe, he waited patiently for a few more minutes before raising his wand. Petrificus totalis. Reducto. Crack. The rat exploded into a pile of rubble, crushed into tiny stone fragments. Ah. My rat. Lilith leapt from Edward's arms in a fury, scrambling on all fours to gather the broken pieces into a neat little mound. Then she sat there, staring blankly at the pieces, clearly debating whether they were still edible. Edward pinched the scruff of her neck and lifted her off the ground. Her limbs dangled freely, but her eyes never left the rubble. Stop staring. Here, have a dried sardine instead. The moment he pulled out the treat, she perked up and chomped it in one bite, still mumbling through a full mouth. Edward, you owe me, a smart rat. Yes, fine. Just then, the space before them suddenly warped, red grew redder, yellow brightened, white turned dazzling. Colors intensified and overlaid, while the air rippled like the surface of water. Curious, Lilith reached out with her paw to touch it. From the shimmering ripple stepped out a man with bronze-colored skin, Azek Eggers. Startled, Lilith immediately jumped back in alarm. Azek's expression carried a trace of apology. Apologies, I'm late. Sorting out matters with Priscilla took longer than expected. Edward immediately asked, how is she now? She's become a beyonder. Azek looked a little lost. I don't know if that's truly a good thing, but I didn't have any better options. He quickly composed himself, his gentle face regaining warmth. Oh, and about Klein, thank you. I'm not sure exactly what happened that day, but the fact that he's still alive must be thanks to your help. Edward hadn't expected Azek to thank him on Klein's behalf. TCH. They really are close. No wonder everyone calls Azek Klein's dad. I'm friends with Klein too. It's only natural I helped, he said with a smile. So, have you decided where to head next? Yes, actually, Mr. Azek. The reason I'm going to sea is to aid in my potion's digestion. For now, I plan to become a pirate hunter, but I haven't decided where to go. Do you have any recommendations? Azek pondered for a moment. Any island on the sea has pirates, but for your first voyage, I recommend Byam. It's one of the earliest colonial islands. The facilities and general lifestyle there are relatively developed. It'll give you time to adjust. That is surprisingly considerate. I understand. Then Byam it is. Shall we leave now? Just a moment, there's someone else coming with me. That person, of course, was Danitz, who was still undergoing reform at the Harvest Church. September 22, 1349. Saturday. Mr. Azek led Edward and Danitz through the strange, shimmering spirit world and out onto a warm, tropical island where the sea breeze carried the scent of salt and sun. This was Byam, that city of generosity, capital of the Rorstad archipelago. Rich in minerals, blanketed in dense forests, abundant in fruit and fertile soil, Byam had once drawn the eye of colonial powers. Today, it stood as a vibrant, bustling city, a far cry from the grim steel of Backlund. Edward silently took in the view, marveling at the city's tropical vibrancy. From his arms, Lilith, now transformed into a fluffy white Persian cat, leapt out and sneezed twice as the salty wind hit her nose. After adjusting, she immediately began wandering off to explore. Edward's disguise as Gehrman Sparrow took the form of a handsome young man in his 20s, with a warm, harmless smile. Just from appearances, most people would naturally be inclined to like him. Danitz, meanwhile, was still thoroughly bewildered. He rubbed his eyes again and again, glancing left and right, jaw slack with disbelief. This is Byam. Just minutes ago, he'd been trading barbs with that idiotic vampire at the Harvest Church. Then Edward showed up, exchanged a few words with the priest, and whisked him away. After that, a calm-looking man with bronze skin appeared. And now he was standing in Byam. If we were taking a ship, it'd take at least a week. So just who the hell is this mild-looking middle-aged man? Note, though we missed our goal by 10, oh well. Enjoy the extra chapter. But if you want another extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 355 power stones. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's better than a Candyland. Ha ha ha. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, I don't like one-eyed pirates. Thank you, Mr. Azek, Edward said with a bow. Azek gave a faint smile. It's me who should be thanking you. If you hadn't lent me the creeping hunger, I wouldn't have recovered so many of my lost memories. As he spoke, a ripple passed through his eyes. Not long ago, I found the grave of one of my daughters. In my memories, she was still just a little girl who loved to cling to me and act spoiled. Priscilla should be one of her descendants. To be honest, for someone like Azek, the journey to recover memories was undoubtedly painful. It meant reliving departure after departure, death after death. And yet, he was unwilling to live a muddled life. Hopefully, the appearance of Priscilla could offer him some measure of comfort in his long and lonely existence. Oh right, do you know what this magical item is? Edward took out the bone-white relic he had seized from the numinous episcopate last time and handed it to Azek. From the moment he pulled it out to the moment it changed hands, just a few seconds passed, yet he felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, his strength rapidly drained from his body. Azek, however, showed no discomfort. He held the white bone and examined it from top to bottom before giving a quick answer. It likely originated from a beyonder of the death pathway. It's something formed from lingering spirituality fused with bone. It can open a gate to the underworld by absorbing the user's life force and summon undead creatures to assist in battle. His description matched what Edward had witnessed that day. Its side effects are too severe, and the undead it summons are random. So it's useless to high-sequence beyonders and practically suicidal for low-sequence ones. However, Azek furrowed his brows. It seems to conceal another secret, but I can't see it right now. How about this, leave it with me for now, and I'll see if I can make any improvements. That would be much appreciated. Azek nodded and put the bone away. All right, I should be going now. If you need anything else, you can contact me via my messenger. Understood. Thank you again. Edward gave a polite nod. Azek took a step forward and vanished into the spirit world. Danitz, who had been holding his breath this entire time, finally exhaled in relief. He looked toward the spot where Azek had disappeared and whispered, was that man a high-sequence beyonder? Edward cast him a sidelong glance. Mr. Azek is a grounded angel. An angel? Danitz was dumbstruck. He instinctively stared at the spot where Azek had stood moments before and murmured, I actually had physical contact with an angel, this is insane. I'm not changing clothes for a whole month. You're seriously messed up. Edward wrinkled his nose and stepped away from him, calling out toward the flowerbed where Lilith was busy chasing butterflies. Time to go, Lilith. Meow. Lilith casually batted away a butterfly that had landed on her nose and trotted back to them. Let's move. Danitz quickly caught up. You have no idea, before today, the strongest people I'd ever seen up close were just the 4 pirate kings. I mean, our captain's pretty strong too, but this was an angel. When I get back on the ship, I have to brag about this. Then, as if recalling something important, he asked cautiously, so, what's your relationship with him? He's an elder of mine. An elder? So, a family member. Danitz stroked his chin thoughtfully. Edward is, possibly, the captain's brother-in-law. And I'm, well, the captain's, cough. So if you round it up, that means I've got a relative who's an angel too. Danitz straightened his back at once. He quickly caught up with Edward again. Mr. Edward, do you have any? My name is Gehrman Sparrow now. Don't call me anything else. He paused and added with a smile, and your new name is Fire Fist Ace. Danitz looked conflicted. I still think Flaming Danitz sounds pretty good. On the Golden Dream, you'll still be Flaming Danitz. But since you've temporarily joined my crew, there's a saying, one cannot serve two masters. You wouldn't want anyone finding out that Danitz the pirate betrayed Vice Admiral Iceberg out of cowardice, would you? Danitz's face changed dramatically. Change it. The new name is great. I'm Fire Fist Ace now. By the way, Mr. Sparrow, where's our ship? The crew isn't assembled, and there's no ship yet. Stay tuned. So you were just blowing hot air. Let's walk around for a bit. You can give me a quick overview of Byam. The two of them wandered down the street. The island gradually revealed its full appearance to Edward. If one ignored the chaotic local order and the pirates everywhere, Byam could easily be mistaken for a stunning vacation destination. Sadly, much of its prosperity likely owed thanks to those very same pirates. Tell me about the power dynamics here. Danitz thought for a moment and replied, there are really only 4 or 5 major forces in Byam: the Church of the Lord of Storms, the lone military, the rebels, the pirates, and the natives who didn't join the resistance. The last group actually makes up the majority. About 80% of the population here is native or mixed blood. Sadly, they're also the weakest. The church usually doesn't get involved unless they're provoked or if the pirates and rebels go too far. Oh, and especially those natives who still worship the sea god, they're a primary target. The lone military's main goal in Byam is the trade routes and commerce. In short, money. They spend most of their time suppressing the rebels. As for the pirates, they don't really count as one unified force. Everyone belongs to a different ship, and the ships belong to different pirate admirals, or even the 4 kings. They fight among themselves constantly without needing outside interference. Though honestly, I suspect some of those conflicts are instigated by government-backed pirate groups. Danitz shrugged. That's about as much as I know. So how do you pirates usually make your money? Edward asked. Ha ha ha, well, you said it yourself, pirates, of course we make a living by plundering. Merchant ships, passenger ships, small islands, as long as there's money, there'll be pirates watching. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Aren't there people out there hunting those big-name pirates with bounties on their heads? Of course there are. That's actually how some stronger pirates make their fortune. After taking down their target, they'll hire someone with a clean background to cash in the bounty at the church or an official post. But really, that's more the job of pirate hunters. Danitz gave him a sidelong glance. But out at sea, no matter how strong a pirate hunter is, they rarely last long. Pirates are endless, and a hunter only needs to slip up once to get himself killed. So how do pirate hunters find their prey? Some just run into targets by chance and attack. Others pick a name and track them down. Edward frowned. The first method's too random, the second wastes too much time. Haha, what else do you suggest? Use a megaphone to shout, I'm a pirate hunter. I've come to kill you. Come out and fight me, and wait for those guys to walk into your trap. Edward froze for a second, then said seriously, that's actually a great idea. Danitz's mouth hung open. He hesitated and said, even if you did pull something like that, the wanted pirates wouldn't take the bait. Otherwise, if they reacted to every provocation, they'd never get anything done. He muttered under his breath, I'd never be that stupid, anyway. You're right. So, let's give them no choice but to come find me. Edward stood up decisively. Let's go. Danitz's mind was a flurry of question marks. Go, where? Step 1, we get a ship. Danitz immediately pounded his chest. Easy. I know the shipyards in Byam like the back of my hand. I'll make sure you get the best ship for the lowest price. Edward turned to him with a puzzled expression. Who said anything about paying? He waved his arm dramatically, gesturing to the ships of all sizes dotting the distant sea. There are pirate ships everywhere. Just pick whichever one you like. That's not how it works. Edward chuckled. Well, lucky me then I came to sea specifically to break the rules. Let's go, Ace. Take me to the tavern where the most pirates gather. Danitz was silent for a moment, then cautiously asked, Captain, dare I ask, what's step 2? To replace a pirate admiral. $% and $. A string of Intision curses echoed silently in Danitz's head. After a long moment, he nodded blankly. Then your step 3 must be to replace one of the 4 kings, huh? I've got things to do back on my ship, I'll take my leave. A wand suddenly appeared in Edward's hand. Oh, almost forgot, I'm a bit short on startup funds. Blazing Danitz, I heard you're worth £3,000. Danitz immediately pivoted. Captain, right this way. Old Goodage Tavern. It was a small, run-down bar unknown to most outsiders, but any pirate worth their salt knew it well. It wasn't backed by any major force, and the drinks weren't anything to write home about, but it was the go-to place for pirates coming ashore, supply runs, gossip, ship repairs, you could find it all here. Not every pirate had the luxury of a private contact network like the Four Kings or the Seven Admiral. Creak. The tavern door opened, and in walked two figures who looked entirely out of place. The younger one at the front wore a clean, neatly pressed trench coat made of obviously fine fabric. His hair was slicked back and meticulous, and he didn't look like a pirate at all, more like a government clerk on vacation. The pristine, luxurious kitten in his arms only added to the illusion, some pampered young master out for a leisurely stroll. The red-haired man beside him looked more the pirate type, but the way his eyes darted around nervously as he entered made him seem like a total rookie. Thud. Edward casually tossed a pouch of gold coins onto the table. Bring me your best wine and food. Roar. In an instant, every eye in the tavern locked onto the pouch of coins. Greed flashed across faces, expressions shifted, but quickly, everyone pretended as though nothing had happened. An old man came out carrying mugs of beer and a tray of roasted meat. He swept his gaze across the room and said blandly, if you don't want to end up banned from every port, don't cause trouble in here. Ha ha ha. Old Goodage, we know the rules. A one-eyed pirate laughed. But this friend of ours who just had to flash a pouch of gold in front of all these idiots, clearly doesn't. Danitz whispered just in time, that's One-Eye Cage, first mate of the Iron Hook. He's got an 800-pound bounty and is likely a beyonder. His captain is Iron Hook John, classic scumbag pirate. He raids merchant ships, traffics humans, assaults remote settlements, anything for a profit. And what about you guys? Us. We're totally different. The Golden Dream crew is a group of adventurous pirates. We only raid when we're desperate, and never harm innocents. We focus mainly on treasure hunting. One-Eye Cage downed his mug in a single gulp and added, just a word of advice to any fools tempted by that gold, there's no such thing as a free lunch at sea. I know my limits, so I'm leaving. Anyone who's got a death wish, be my guest. He set down the mug and headed for the door. Perfect. Edward tore off a piece of roast meat and fed it to Lilith, nodding with satisfaction. I'll pick you, then. One-Eye Cage froze. Edward flashed a brilliant smile. I don't like Cyclops. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 110, what's 1000 minus 7? 5 minutes later. Edward stepped out of the tavern with Lilith sprawled lazily on his shoulder, drifting into sleep. Trailing right behind him was One-Eyed Cage, his hands raised in surrender. Behind Cage stood Danitz, aiming a pistol at the men. Gone was the carefree and cocky air Cage had held in the tavern just moments ago. Whether it was the gun pressed to his back or the memory of this innocent-looking young man effortlessly felling over a dozen pirates in mere seconds, life and death unknown, Cage was now gripped by pure terror. Relax, hands down. No need to be so tense, Mr. Cage, Edward said with a friendly smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gehrman Sparrow, and I'm currently putting together my own fleet. I'd like you to take me to your ship. It's docked at the harbor, right? Cage opened his mouth and replied meekly, no, Mr. Sparrow, no pirate would dare dock their ship at Byam's port. We all anchor a few nautical miles out and take a small boat ashore. I see. My ignorance, Edward said lightly. Then please, Mr. Cage, lead the way. He gestured to Danitz as he continued, Ace has told me that with ships like yours, small pirate vessels, you'd never leave shore without your first mate. That would be like instantly cutting the ship's strength in half. That's right. I came to scout under orders. Perfect. I believe anyone who can resist the lure of a gold pouch, and knows when to advance or retreat, is certainly a smart man. And smart men always make smart choices. Edward gently scratched Lilith's chin and smiled. Don't you think so? A twisted grimace formed on Cage's face. He knew he had no other option. He led the two, and the cat, through a winding trail toward a deserted, rocky shore on the south side of Byam Island. There, from a bush-choked cave, he dragged out a hidden rowboat. As soon as they got into the boat, he watched as the two people and one cat suddenly vanished right before his eyes. His first thought wasn't that they had simply slipped away, but that they had used some sort of invisibility-based mystical ability. Though only a Sequence 9 warrior, he had enough knowledge to recognize this was a power belonging to the higher mid-tier sequences. This time, the Iron Hook pirates was as good as done. Praying the two would spare his life for cooperating, Cage rode for his life like he was back performing in the Red Theater. Aboard the Iron Hook pirate ship. Iron Hook John lounged with his legs propped up in the captain's quarters, sipping on top-shelf malt beer, something only he had access to, while indulging in fantasies of his next big move. As long as this job went through, the payout would be enough for him to live it up on land for at least half a year. And all he had to do was serve as a transport ship, far easier than gambling his life in brutal combat. He downed the beer and shouted toward the deck, "Cage isn't back yet. Is he stuck on some wench's belly at the Red Theater again?" Ha 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 ha. The pirates on deck burst into laughter. He spends every coin he earns on women, every single time. Just then, a small boat slowly approached from a distance. The pirates quickly recognized it. It was the first mate returning. A rope ladder was thrown down without delay. A few minutes later, one-eyed Cage climbed onto the deck. To avoid suspicion, he forced a grin and shouted, "Miss me, boys. Daddy's back." Bang. Iron Hook John kicked open the door to the captain's quarters and marched out. "Well. What's the plan? Where to next?" Cage hesitated. "I don't know." "The hell you say?" Before the angry retort could even fully land, the ropes on the deck suddenly came alive, writhing like snakes and whipping toward the pirates. John's pupils contracted. He instantly realized something was wrong and bolted without a second thought. Flavy Duth. But before he could take more than a few steps, his body froze, and in the next second, he transformed into a mangy mutt. Within moments, the 2 to 3 dozen pirates aboard the ship, including Cage, were all tightly bound by chains. Danitz swallowed hard. He was finding Edward more and more incomprehensible. Sure, Danitz himself had the power to take out a couple dozen ordinary pirates, it wouldn't be too difficult. But the way Edward did it was simply too bizarre. Especially turning Iron Hook John into a flea-ridden dog, that was downright terrifying. "All right, Ace. Line them up. We're picking out crew members." So the ship's stolen, and now the crew's being taken too. A fine example of starting a business from scratch. Soon, 23 pirates stood lined up. Edward took a pistol from Danitz and walked up to the first one. "What's your name?" "Aaron." "What's 1000 minus 7? "Ha." Bang. A bullet pierced his skull, splattering red and white onto the men behind him. "You took too long to answer." Danitz flinched slightly. This clean, efficient way of killing people didn't match his impression of Edward at all. He had always seen Edward as a powerful but kind-hearted young man. Why did it feel like he'd completely changed after setting sail? Edward moved on to the next man. "What's your name?" "Howard." "What's 1000 minus 7? 993. Bang. Edward fired again, his face devoid of emotion. "You know too much." Danitz was completely baffled. Third person. "What's 1000 minus 7? I don't know." Edward nodded. "Go over there. I like honest people." The man froze, then scrambled away, crawling on all fours, his face pale with terror. Fourth person. "What's 1000 minus 7? I don't know." Bang. I don't like repeated answers. Danitz was stunned, frozen in place. Edward continued down the line, asking the same question again and again. By the time he got to the last man, only 7 pirates and 1 mangy dog were left, including one-eyed Cage. Everyone looked at Edward in sheer horror, like they were staring at a lunatic. Of course, Edward wasn't judging who to kill based on some random, "What's 1000 minus 7 question. He was using legitimacy to determine their true natures. As long as the person wasn't guilty of heinous crimes, murder, rape, pillaging, or worse, he let them live. Everyone else, regardless of their answer, they were eliminated. As he executed scum and refined his role-playing, he loaded fresh orange-yellow bullets into his revolver, then casually tossed it to Danitz. Danitz fumbled to catch it, muttering under his breath, "Watch it, that could go off." No matter what he thought of Edward before, seeing the men smiling as he casually slaughtered 16 people had put him seriously on edge. Edward glanced at the mangy dog locked in a cage, once the dreaded Iron Hook John, and casually hit him with another transfiguration spell. Reading the minds of over 20 people had left Edward a bit drained, but he'd also gotten a full picture of the ship's background. Just as Danitz had said, Hook was the lowest rung of the pirate world, vicious and brutal, living off robbery and murder. Captain Hook John was scum among scum. In recent years, life had gotten harder for pirates with the Navy's growing strength. But half a year ago, John had suddenly started working for a big shot, acting as a middleman to move goods and profit from the difference. Of course, he was only responsible for transportation, everything else was strictly off-limits. He didn't care what he was moving as long as it paid well. Having pieced this all together, Edward incinerated the mangy dog with a blast of fire, turning him to ash. Then, under the frightened gazes of the remaining men, he stepped up and smiled faintly. Welcome, everyone. You are the cream of the crop, my hand-picked elite. Congratulations. He began to applaud softly. One-eyed Cage hurried to clap along, and the others, finally catching on, followed suit. Excellent. We're a family now. As long as I've got meat, you'll never be short on soup. The good days are ahead. The pirates exchanged nervous glances. Cage, here's your first assignment. You have 2 days to recruit new people for me. Doesn't matter if they're from an existing crew or drifters without a ship, as long as they're pirates and willing, bring them on. Yes, Mr. Sparrow. Call me Captain. Yes, Captain. Edward nodded in satisfaction. Cage hesitated before asking, usually, when people recruit like this, they're prepping for a big expedition or a big job. If people ask, what should I tell them? Edward turned to Danitz. He immediately nodded in understanding. Here's what you say, we're about to pull off a major score. With the money we make, we'll stock up and set off in search of the sunken Laurel, the treasure ship that went down over 100 years ago carrying millions of pounds. Danitz's eyes lit up. Captain, you really know where it is? Edward grinned, guess. Oh, right. Edward suddenly added, everyone who joins us will get an immediate 50 pounds as a signing bonus once they board. He clapped his hands. All right, get to work. Ace, have them all give you a lock of their hair. I hate this stupid nickname. Aye, Captain. Half an hour later. Crack. The two of them returned to Byam. Danitz, having experienced apparition for the first time, felt dizzy and lightheaded. Thankfully, years on ships had left him well acquainted with disorientation, and he recovered quickly. But as he took in his surroundings, his eyes widened. You can teleport. Can't have too many tricks up your sleeve. At that moment, Lilith peeked out from Edward's arms and asked softly, Edward, why didn't you let Miss Lilith do the killing earlier? Well, you're still young. Lilith gave him a scornful look. Lilith's killed more rats than you've killed people. Ugh. An assassin cat with a taste for rats. For her, killing seemed like daily business, and there wasn't much difference between killing a man and killing a rat. Why, your cat just spoke. Danitz stumbled backwards and pointed at Lilith in shock. Wait, she's not someone you turned into a cat just to mess with as a pet, is she? Pet your ass. Edward was speechless, then gave Danitz a once-over. Now that you mention it, you've given me an idea. What would you like to turn into? A human. Obviously. Danitz didn't hesitate. Captain, I'm your only crew member right now. A human's way more useful than a dog or a cat. Lilith looked at him silently and said in a crisp, childlike voice, are you looking down on cats? Danitz. He had no idea what kind of being this cat was, but since it was nestled comfortably in Edward's arms, it had to be something special. Best to play dumb. Captain, he asked, what exactly are you planning? Edward smiled. Remember what I told you before we set sail? That I was going to become a notorious pirate hunter. Danitz rolled his eyes. You're looking more like a pirate king. Instead of chasing pirates all over the seas, wouldn't it be better if they came looking for me? That was your idea, wasn't it? Danitz. So now I just need to stir up some noise. What do you think, Mr. 3,000-pound blazing Danitz? Cough, cough, I go by Fire Fist Ace now. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 111, A Bit of Pretending. Acid Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Inn. This was a rather proper and luxurious inn, backed by the church, so few dared to cause trouble here. Naturally, the rent was on the higher side as well. The two of them booked a mid-range suite. Danitz took the living room, while Edward stayed in the bedroom. Since Edward was footing the bill, Danitz had no complaints. After all, even this living room was more comfortable than most regular inns. But just as he plopped down on the sofa, he heard Edward's voice, aren't you planning to take a walk? Like maybe check out the Red Theater or something. I don't feel like it. No, you do. Danitz rubbed his forehead, opened the door, and walked out. Fine. I do feel like it. As soon as Edward entered the bedroom, Lilith trotted around on her little paws, rubbing against everything. Then she turned her head and looked at him. Edward, it's so hot in here. It's uncomfortable. She stuck out her tongue and panted like a puppy for a moment, then pouted. Susie lied. This doesn't help at all. Want me to turn you into a short-haired cat? Or a hairless one? No. She immediately shouted her refusal, then curiously started pawing at the various locally styled ornaments in the room. Edward flicked a gold coin into the air. Staying here tonight will be relatively safe. Heads up, confirmation. That's good. He immediately placed the leather pouch on the floor, then looked back at Lilith. Lilith, keep an eye on the room for me. I'm going to pick up Audrey. A few minutes later, the two of them stepped out of the pouch. Since Edward had informed her in advance, Audrey had changed into a light-colored, short-sleeved summer dress and wore a wide-brimmed straw hat. The outfit was cool enough, but the moment she entered the bedroom, a wave of warm air greeted her. So this is the city of generosity, Byam. She walked to the window, gazing out at the uniquely styled buildings and the distant azure horizon. Lilith ran over. Audrey, you're here. Did Susie come? Nope. She stayed behind to guard the door. Lilith looked up at her seriously. Then when you go back, tell Susie that the tongue-sticking trick she taught me doesn't work. Miss Lilith is still really hot. All right. I'll deliver the message exactly as is. Good. She leapt onto the bed and resumed her exploration of the local decorations. Audrey leaned on the windowsill with her chin in her hand, turning her eyes slightly toward Edward. When are you planning to start acting like your mentally ill self? I already have. Huh. Edward just killed. Lilith suddenly chimed in. She lowered her head and seemed to be counting on her paws, then gave up. A lot of people. To be exact, they were all pirates guilty of rape, murder, and countless crimes, each with over a dozen lives on their hands. Then they deserved to die. Edward explained what had just happened, and also laid out his upcoming plan. Remember what you said before? That to play the role of a madman, one might start with genius on the left and madman to the right, constantly switching between genius and insanity. Later, I gave it more thought. Comparing it with my experience during the Ministry of Magic incident, I think that theory is only half right. Audrey was surprised. Half right? Yeah. If I simply acted like a genius and a madman separately, that would be dissociative identity disorder. Of course, that's also a type of mental illness. He paused for a moment. What I mean is, you shouldn't treat the madman and the genius as two separate personas to roleplay, because together, they make up the full picture of a mentally ill person. Honestly, this is just an experiment for now. I hope I can summarize some kind of role-playing guideline from it. Disguised in local attire, the two wandered all over Byam, exploring the island's most scenic spots and tasting its most famous local delicacies. Of course, Audrey also witnessed all sorts of pirates firsthand, impoverished natives, and the domineering lone upper-class elites. Why would Lone allow these pirates to run rampant in Byam? It's not that they allow it, they just can't control it. Edward shrugged. To those in power, the decision to do something always comes down to cost versus benefit. Clearly, the cost of eliminating the pirates far outweighs any gain. So right now, both sides maintain a basic equilibrium. You take one step forward, I push you back. You retreat, and I let it go. So, in the end, it's all about profit. She puffed out her cheeks. Edward gave her a gentle pat on the head and chuckled. All right, young lady. You should focus on setting up your charity fund back in Backlund before worrying about anything else. You're not a savior. Even Mr. Fool couldn't solve something like this. Understood. By evening, Danitz returned with One-Eyed Cage in tow. Captain, the crew's assembled, One-Eyed Cage reported between heavy breaths. A total of 58 men, basically maxing out the hook's capacity. Danitz stood beside him, arms crossed. 50 pounds just for boarding, those poor bastards heard that and swarmed in like sharks that caught the scent of blood. Edward raised an eyebrow. No higher quality ones. Oh, there are, Danitz grinned. With all the commotion, some of the bigger pirate crews definitely sent their men to check things out. I suspect there's gotta be a few under the pirate admirals or even the Four Kings mixed in. Doesn't matter. Since we've got enough people, set sail tonight. Night fell quietly. The open sea was a void of darkness, so vast and silent that it seemed as though it could swallow all light, instilling an instinctual fear. But Byam grew only livelier. News of One-Eyed Cage's recruitment spread like wildfire. By now, nearly everyone had heard. Most adopted a wait-and-see attitude, curious about what kind of stunt the hook was pulling. As for the claim that they'd discovered the sunken laurel, no one really believed it. These days, any crew heading out to sea would toss in a tale about treasure. Talking big wasn't exactly a rare talent. When the hook quietly docked, the 50-something pirates who had successfully applied boarded in an eager rush, only for a headcount to reveal a dozen or so extras had slipped in. One-Eyed Cage didn't even bat an eye. He pretended not to notice and ordered the crew to set sail. Based on the list they'd used during the recruitment, the newcomers were quickly assigned tasks. Edward sat in the captain's quarters, holding Lilith on his lap, quite satisfied. Soon, the hook had sailed far from Byam. Lilith, who'd been bouncing around the ship just moments ago, suddenly went dizzy. Her eyes started spinning in circles. Edward, why are there two of you now? She mumbled weakly before collapsing onto him like a rag doll. A beyonder that gets seasick, what an amateur little cat. Miss Lilith is very strong, she muttered back, eyes still swirling. Edward gave her a dose of seasickness potion and tucked her into the leather pouch for rest. Knock, knock, knock. Danitz entered the cabin. Captain, there are 5 ships following us. Ignore them. Keep sailing. Danitz spread a parchment sea chart out on the table, pointing first to the hook's current position and then drawing a line forward in the direction they were heading. He looked up. If we keep going this way, we'll hit Sonia Island. Is that the destination? No. We just need to look like we're heading there. At that moment, a commotion broke out on deck. One-eyed Cage knocked on the captain's door. Captain, those guys are starting trouble. They want to be paid right now. Got it. Edward stepped onto the deck. Torches burned bright all around, lighting the night with a flickering glow. Dozens of pirates had started shouting and pushing under the incitement of a few loudmouths. Sonorous. Edward cast the spell on himself, then raised his voice, "Friends, quiet down." Everyone turned to look at him. A few showed obvious confusion, they clearly knew that the Hook's previous captain didn't look like this. "I'm the new captain of the Hook, Gehrman Sparrow." "Cut the crap. I don't care who you are, hand over the money," one pirate yelled. "Yeah. You said £50 on boarding. Trying to stiff us? Pay up. Or I'll burn this ship down." Edward chuckled. "Anyone who wants to burn the ship is welcome to try. Let's see who panics first, me or everyone else." The men instantly felt the unfriendly stares from the other pirates and shrank back into the crowd. "All right. The money, I will pay you. But what can £50 get you?" "A few good nights at the Red Theater. Tonight, I brought you all here to make money." "Big money." "How?" someone shouted. "You really know where the Laurel sank?" "Of course. That's the whole reason I assembled this crew." He paused, then smiled. "But friends, if all you think about are mythical treasures, you're missing out. Who's the richest on the sea?" "The Navy." "No, they're well equipped, but there's no loot." "Merchants." "Maybe, but with so many pirates now, there aren't that many merchant ships left to rob. And even if there are, can you even beat the competition?" "Then who?" Edward pointed sharply toward a few distant pirate ships, their lights flickering in the night. "Other pirates, of course. Tonight, we're going to raid the ships that followed us." The crowd fell into stunned silence. Then someone burst out, "Are you insane? This ship's a patchwork crew of strays, and you want to raid other pirates? You trying to get us all killed? Another self-righteous idiot. Who the hell do you think you are?" Edward quietly observed them all. He waited for the complaints to die down before he finally spoke. "If I said this on land, sure, it'd be dumb. But we're not on land. Out here, there's nothing but ocean. The only thing any of us can rely on is the planks beneath our feet. And I just so happen to have the power to destroy ships with ease." Snap. Edward snapped his fingers. Suddenly, flames erupted from the bodies of the first few pirates who'd spoken up. Within seconds, they were reduced to ash. The rest of the pirates reeled back in horror, scrambling to get away. "As your captain, I'll lead the charge tonight." In the next instant, with a fearsome roar, a massive figure expanded and twisted, growing rapidly until it matched the Hook itself in size, then soared into the sky. It was a dragon. Edward stood calmly at the dragon's head, smiling down at the stunned pirates. "And you, my dear crew, just follow me and pick up the gold." The dragon suddenly beat its wings, stirring up a violent gust of wind as it soared toward the distant pirate ships. The pirates on the deck were all stunned, completely speechless. That was a legendary dragon. And this guy named Gehrman Sparrow, no, our captain, actually has a dragon. A few among them, however, had flickering gazes, clearly deep in thought. One-eyed Cage was the first to snap out of it. His eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Full sail. Follow them." "Oh." Danitz's eyes were wide in disbelief. "Holy crap. You actually ride a dragon." For a moment, he genuinely felt like following Edward might actually be promising. "No. My loyalty to Captain Edwina is as bright as the sun and moon, unwavering and eternal. But seriously, that dragon is huge. Where the hell did you pull it out from?" Note, we missed our goal by 15. Again. But, I'm a good man, so here's the extra chapter. Last time. If you want another extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 480 power stones. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/isblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, How about a pirate conference robbery? Elsewhere, 5 pirate ships trailed at a distance of 2 to 3 nautical miles from each other. They were spread out widely, maintaining enough space to avoid interference. 4 of them were under the command of the pirate admirals, while the last one had a background that was far more complicated. What's that? The helmsman of the Ludkin pirate ship suddenly pointed at a fast-approaching dark shadow in the distance, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, the second mate took a swig of beer and laughed heartily. Isn't it just a cloud? Why are you making a fuss? It's just flying a bit fast. But then, his eyes suddenly bulged wide. That's not a cloud. It's a dragon. A dragon. Whoosh. Seconds later, a fire dragon the size of a pirate ship hovered above them. Edward's figure appeared at the side of Anna's head, wearing a warm, sunny smile on his face. Good evening, everyone. I've got an announcement to make. Congratulations, you're being robbed. Hand over your treasure, or your ship goes down with you on it. There was a heavy silence that lasted for over 10 seconds. Then, a furious roar came from the captain's cabin. Dragon, my ass. It's just a damned beast. Shoot it down. Whoever kills it gets to keep its parts. Bang. He fired the first shot himself. The rest of the pirates immediately grew excited and drew their guns. Bullets flew one after another, accompanied by attacks from a few hunters and sailors who had supernatural abilities. Edward had long since cast the iron armor charm on Annie. Though dragons were naturally resistant to magic, the charm still provided some extra protection. For a short period, blocking the incoming bullets was no problem. Raising his wand high, he swung it with force. Fiend fire. Boom. Anna opened her maw and also unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Just as Edward had mentioned earlier, although he was merely a sequence 7, with the combination of magic and a fire dragon, facing an entire pirate crew of dozens, including the Beyonders, on land would still be a tough challenge. But the moment the first tendril of fiend fire licked the side of the Ludkin, the battle was already over. Damn it. What kind of fire is this? It won't go out, ah. As the first pirate brave, or foolish, enough to fight the fiend fire was burned to ash, the rest immediately understood just how terrifying that flame was. Panic swept the deck as everyone scrambled to flee. But they could run, the ship couldn't. And once the fire consumed the hull, whether they were burned alive or drowned in the sea, the end was inevitable. The nearest land was dozens of nautical miles away. How many of them could even swim that far? We surrender. We surrender. When it came to life and death, nothing else mattered. The pirates threw down their weapons and cried out in surrender. Moments later, a bald, dark-skinned man burst out from the burning captain's cabin, waving a white flag with all his might. Edward waved his wand once again, extinguishing the fiend fire. But by then, half the Ludkin had already been consumed by flames, and it was on the verge of sinking. He still wore that pleasant, easygoing smile. Tell your backers, the one who robbed you is Captain Gehrman Sparrow. If they want revenge, they're welcome to come find me. 10 minutes later, the Hook arrived and came alongside the Ludkin. The pirates gleefully jumped across and began collecting loot, anything wearable, pocketable, or stashed in storage, everything was fair game. Once the Hook's men had taken their fill, Edward quietly tossed out a few imperious curses, then rode the fire dragon toward the next ship, ready to replicate the operation. Although the second pirate ship had managed to prepare in advance, they still couldn't withstand the fiend fire, and soon surrendered. They, too, waited helplessly for the Hook to come and plunder their wealth. Next came the third ship, and then the fourth. The process was always the same: intimidation, robbery, and a few well-placed curses for good measure. By the time they reached the fifth ship, the crew had already turned tail and tried to escape. But their ship was too slow. Watching the fire dragon descend from the sky, they dropped their weapons and surrendered without even attempting to fight. When the Hook finally caught up, the captain of the fifth ship had already ordered all the treasure packed up and ready for collection. Once again, Edward left behind the same message. Tell your backers, the one who robbed you is Captain Gehrman Sparrow. If they want revenge, they can come find me. Then, with a beat of Anna's wings, they soared into the sky, climbing rapidly. Once they had reached nearly 1,000 meters above sea level, Edward pulled out his suitcase and turned it upside down. Anna's massive body twisted, shrank, and vanished into the trunk. Edward then hopped on his flying broomstick and sped toward the Hook. The pirates on board were absolutely delighted. No need to fight, no need to risk their lives, the captain did all the killing, all they had to do was shout "awesome" from the sidelines and then pick up the spoils. This was the kind of captain they had only dreamed of. Tap. Edward landed softly outside the captain's cabin. Danitz walked up with a complicated look on his face. Captain, I've been at sea for years. But I've never seen anyone do it quite like you. Edward smiled. Maybe I'm just not as by the book as most pirates. By the book. You expect pirates to follow rules. Danitz snorted. Rules are made by the strong. As long as you're strong enough, you can break all of them. Oh. Should I take that as flattery? Nope. Danitz shrugged. I mean it. You've just shattered the rules made by some pretty powerful people. You'd better be ready for them to retaliate. I'm waiting, Edward said calmly, then turned to face One-Eyed Cage. So, what did we get? Captain, according to our estimates, cash, gold, treasure, converted into gold pounds, we've got at least 8,000 pounds. That's it. Actually, that's way more than we expected. At least 80% of it came from the 5 captains. You know how it is, regular pirates never carry money on them. I see. Edward recalled the hanged man, Alger. In the early days, even he barely had 2,000 or 3,000 gold pounds on him. With that thought, Edward picked up a stick and banged it hard against the deck. Everyone. The deck fell silent instantly. How do you all feel about tonight's operation? Awesome. That was amazing. When's the next time? Long live the captain. Edward nodded with a smile. Do you remember what I just told you? Who's the wealthiest on the seas? Everyone shouted excitedly, pirates. Then, if we're short on money, who should we rob? Pirates. And what if the pirates refuse to hand over their money? Burn their ships. Kill them all. Very good. With a pleasant tone and a warm smile, Edward continued. Now I declare, every single one of you here has just been robbed by me. Right now, this instant, hand over all the money you have on you. Everyone froze. Their first reaction was that they'd misheard him. Once they realized they hadn't, their reaction was unanimous, are you out of your damn mind? Feeling the subtle shift in potion digestion progress within his body, Edward felt reassured and continued, now, line up. One by one, hand over everything valuable you're carrying. He chuckled, of course, you're free to refuse. I won't do anything to you. But this ship belongs to me. And if I burn my own ship, that's none of your business, is it? A small flame lit at his fingertip. A long silence followed. Eventually, as the first pirate stepped forward, the few others who had thoughts of resisting quickly changed their minds. One by one, they lined up and threw the loot, whether they had just snatched it or saved it over time, onto the deck. The pile grew larger and larger, and the pirate's eyes grew greener with envy. Help me pack this up, Cage. Oh, One-Eyed Cage hurried to gather a few crew members and began stuffing everything into crates, which they then carried over. Edward pocketed the most valuable items, then kicked over the crate, spilling the rest across the deck. Very good. The rest, along with this ship, are yours. Farewell. He gestured for Cage and a few others to join hands, then clapped a hand on both Cage's and Danitz's shoulders. In an instant, they vanished. The pirates left behind glanced at each other. Their eyes began to flicker with greed. Suddenly, a few of them pulled out guns and lunged toward the scattered treasure. The rest immediately retaliated. Within moments, dozens of men were locked in violent combat, blood staining the deck red. Of course, much of the credit for this chaos went to the imperious curses Edward had thrown just before leaving. Crack. 9 figures abruptly appeared on a deserted beach on Biome Island. This second round of apparition didn't affect Danitz much, but One-Eyed Cage looked a little dizzy. Edward stretched lazily. All right, One-Eyed Cage, you're free now. Huh. Still a little dazed, Cage blinked. Just minutes ago, he'd been dreaming about finally following a badass captain, thinking he had a bright future ahead, and now he was suddenly released. But wait a minute, wasn't I already free before this? Consider your lives the payment for helping out today. From now on, do whatever you like. Without caring about their reactions, Edward took Danitz and Operad back to the Azure Wind Inn. As soon as he entered the room, he quickly let Lilith out. The little one had fully recovered after a seasickness potion and long rest and was once again full of energy. As soon as she came out, she looked around. Oh. You're back. Miss Lilith still wants to defeat that wobble-wobble thing. Wobble-wobble. That thing that made me dizzy and want to puke and fall over. I couldn't even see it properly. But now Miss Lilith thinks she could take 10 of them with one paw. Edward patted her head. Okay. Sorcerer Supreme Lilith, you're the best. Her little face was full of confusion. Danitz watched Edward chatting with the tiny black cat like they were both mentally 5. Then he thought about how the men had shot 17 pirates dead yesterday with perfect precision, how he'd ridden a legendary dragon tonight to rob 5 pirate ships in a row, and then somehow robbed his own crew afterwards. He was starting to seriously not understand this guy. But whatever, as long as Edward didn't turn on him, Danitz decided he'd keep quietly sucking up. This guy is gonna be my future brother-in-law anyway. Wait a minute. Would he turn on me? After some hesitation, he asked cautiously, Captain. I don't have a ship anymore. Call me Mr. Sparrow. Danitz inhaled deeply and forced a smile. Mr. Sparrow, are you planning to just stay here and wait for others to come for you? Of course, not. Edward opened a can of cat food, placed it on the floor, and watched Lilith eat happily. The sea is freedom. And so am I. Why would I just stay here? But the whole show you pulled tonight, wasn't it just to draw in some pirates, then hunt them down and become a famed pirate hunter? He cursed silently in his heart. He was a pirate too, damn it. I changed my mind. Edward spoke flatly, saying something Danitz couldn't quite follow. What did you think of tonight's game? Are you interested in playing it again? Danitz had a very bad feeling about this. I heard there'll soon be a grand trading summit organized by the infamous pirate admiral and even the Four Kings. How about we go raid that? What do you think? Are you insane? That's suicide. Kidding. Edward waved it off with a grin. Though, if he were strong enough, he really would want to stir up that kind of chaos. Unfortunately, let alone the demigod level 4 kings, even against one of the 7 pirate admiral, he couldn't say for sure he could win in a one-on-one fight. Genius on the left could help him gain control over the future. Madman to the right, though full of unknowns, could at least bring about a favorable turn in his destiny. Right now, the most urgent issue was that after advancing to Sequence 7, his actual combat power hadn't improved that much. He had to quickly find a mystical text that the bookworm could consume. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, a long-awaited tarot gathering. The Emperor's exhibition still had some time before it began, and the remaining cards of blasphemy were in the hands of some powerful individuals or organizations. Maybe I can take a different approach to get the cards of blasphemy. A sudden thought flashed through Edward's mind, a method that could both acquire the cards and help him embody the role of a lunatic. But for now, I should go find Edwina and see if that Groel travels of hers can give me any powers. He quickly made up his mind. Danitz, do you know where your captain is at the moment? Not really. Danitz scratched his head, thinking hard. She left Backlund about 5 days ago. For the first part of the journey, she was probably on a regular passenger ship. After a day or two, she would have switched to the Golden Dream. Either way, she's still some distance from Byam. So, she should be aboard the Golden Dream by now, right? Should be. Good enough. Edward stepped into his bedroom and began setting up the ritual to summon his messenger bird. Spirit wandering the illusory realm. Friendly being who may be commanded. The messenger belonging solely to Edward. A chill swept through the room, dispelling the stuffy heat. Then, with a tear in the fabric of space, a black bird flew out. Edward handed over a letter. You should be able to carry a book through the spirit world, right? Nope. The bird answered without hesitation. I think you can. Its pitch-black eyes blinked in confusion. Well, it'd slow me down. What a weakling. All right then, go. With a flap of its wings, the bird turned into a blur, but just as it was about to re-enter the spirit world, it paused. If you give me all the feathers at once, maybe I'll even let you travel through the spirit world with me next time. Maybe. Yup. But if you let me eat that stone, then definitely. Plus, I'll gain great power and help you fight. To prove its point, it spread its wings dramatically. Edward thought for a moment. I'll think about it. The bird didn't argue. It tore the air open and vanished into the spirit world. There was no way he'd give it the resurrection stone. As for the phoenix feathers, it might be worth paying in advance for a helper who could traverse the spirit world. But what if the bird grew stronger and reneged on the deal? Unlikely. I still have the resurrection stone. The black bird had said it'd be slow, and it really was. It didn't return even by the next morning. Monday, 3 p.m. After sending Danitz off to wander the city and having Lilith keep watch, Edward's vision recovered from the dim crimson state. For the first time in nearly 50 days, 2 weeks in the world of mysteries and 33 days in the world of Harry Potter, he returned above the grey fog. Before him was still the giant-like palace, the ancient, weathered bronze table. Around it sat the hanged men, the sun, Audrey, and the ever-enigmatic fool, shrouded in dense mist. Audrey was the first to speak. She lifted her skirt slightly and greeted everyone cheerfully. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Welcome, Miss Telepathist, Klein replied, then turned to Edward with a gentle smile. Welcome back, Mr. Tower. Edward immediately pressed a hand to his chest and bowed. It's only thanks to Mr. Fool's blessing that I'm still standing here alive. I thank and praise Mr. Fool. The hangman spoke up curiously. Mr. Tower, you weren't able to attend last time. I heard you ran into a saint of the Aurora Order. That's right. Edward looked somewhat shaken. At the time, one of Mr. Fool's blessed and I had just stopped a disaster that could have destroyed a small town, and then I suddenly encountered a saint of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets, a demigod from the apprentice pathway. He had been searching for me ever since I encountered the true creator, and that disaster was also related to the true creator, which caused my location to be exposed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, another powerhouse from the Aurora Order arrived. The two of them seemed to disagree on something and ended up clashing. That gave me the chance to escape. Edward essentially told the truth, except he left out the real reason why Mr. A and the Saint had conflicted. But the hangman didn't buy that it was so simple. Even if it was an internal conflict, you were just a sequence 8 at the time, how did you escape? It must have been Mr. Fool. Klein sighed and facepalmed. Here we go again. Mr. Hangman, could you stop making such wild assumptions? All right, let's continue. Alger spoke first. Mr. Fool, I have another 7 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary this week. Shall I project them now? I coincidentally found a page as well, Edward added. Soon, both diaries were in Klein's hands. Alger suddenly recalled something and respectfully said. Mr. Fool, I've heard a piece of intelligence regarding the secret order. Very good, Klein nodded while holding the pages, signaling for him to go on. The secret order has certain ties to the Republic of Intis. Klein wasn't surprised, he had long known that Zeradal of the secret order had dealings with Emperor Roselle. Still, it reminded him of a certain Intis ambassador who had been giving him headaches lately. Klein tapped the table's edge lightly and chuckled. I'm issuing a mission. Everyone looked shocked. Even Derek, the usually quiet and distant son, widened his eyes. This was the first time Mr. Fool had ever officially issued a mission during the Tarot Club. You may choose to accept or decline, Klein continued, his tone casual. One of my other blessed has arrived in Backlund and wants something done, but it's inconvenient for him to act personally. Seeing the varied expressions around the table, Klein drummed his fingers gently on the table. The mission is, to assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Becklund Jean Mudun. The 5-pound gold ambassador arc begins, Edward silently munched on the drama. Audrey and Alger, on the other hand, were analyzing the deeper meaning. One thought, this involves international diplomacy, it must hide some major secret. The other, Mr. Fool clearly still can't interfere too directly with the real world. Only Derek looked totally lost. Audrey glanced at Edward, hoping for his opinion. Having experienced far more than her canon counterpart, she was no longer as reckless. Edward understood her silent plea and gave a small nod. She immediately spoke, Mr. Fool, I happen to know some Beyonders in Backlund. I'll try to complete this commission. Very well. Miss Justice, what reward do you seek? The formula for Sequence 7, Psychiatrist. Very well. Edward thought for a moment and added, Mr. Fool, I'll also try to complete the task. What reward do you seek? As before, I'd like to accumulate it for now. He planned to exchange it later for the Black Emperor card from Klein. Very well, Klein replied calmly. Alger followed with a solemn tone, Mr. Fool, I would also be honored to accept this task. Though I am far out at sea, I can reach out to some friends in Backlund. Very well. With that, Mr. Fool's first mission came to a temporary close. Klein then looked down at the diary pages in his hands. These entries detailed a visit from Zeradal to Emperor Roselle. They discussed the Miracle Invoker, Sequence 2 of the Seer Pathway, the Serpent of Mercury, Sequence 1 of the Monster Pathway, and the process of Roselle inventing a practical steam engine, as well as his wife's pregnancy. Soon, he turned to the final page. His pupils contracted involuntarily. It appeared again, just like the page Edward had previously presented, written by what seemed to be another transmigrator. Today, I finally learned to walk. But I don't like it. It's uncomfortable. So I went back. The 2 circles seemed like a child's way of replacing words they couldn't write. Slept all day again. I want to go out and play. It's so boring at home. I don't like eating vegetables. They taste awful. Makes me want to puke. I couldn't sleep at night. Looked at the moon. It seemed like someone was on it. Compared to the dense, information-packed diary of Emperor Roselle, this one from the supposed fellow transmigrator was just mundane. It read more like someone jotting down bits of daily life. Not very useful, except for that last line. Someone, on the moon. Klein quickly flipped back to one of the Emperor's diary pages. He also added meaningfully, the life school of thought worships the moon. Why the moon? Why not go one step further and worship the Evernight goddess? Could it be, what they worship isn't the moon itself, but someone on the moon? A chill ran down Klein's spine, but he couldn't figure out exactly why. He rubbed his brow to calm the unease, then looked back at the final entry from last night. Learn to walk. Use circles in place of characters he couldn't write. Could it be, this guy transmigrated as a child? The thought left Klein with complicated feelings. Was transmigration so competitive now that people started doing it from childhood? Then wouldn't that mean he couldn't obtain any hidden knowledge from this predecessor, like he had from Emperor Roselle's diary? As soon as the thought formed, Klein nearly laughed at himself. The guy might have been a child when he transmigrated, but he'd eventually grow up. And if he maintained the habit of writing a diary, he'd surely leave behind something useful. Sigh, the question is when I'll get my hands on his grown-up diary. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Klein noticed a new diary page submitted by Edward, another predecessor's diary. Today, I met a woman. She looked very strange and wouldn't leave me alone. I got fed up and beat her up. Klein quickly read the contents, then froze in confusion. What's with meeting a woman, then beating her up? And the guy's a cliffhanger freak on top of that. If he didn't know this predecessor likely transmigrated as a child, Klein would seriously question the guy's mental state. Suppressing a flood of wild guesses, Klein let the diary vanish from his hands and looked toward the others. You may now trade or converse freely. Derek the little son, who had been holding back for a while, immediately raised his hand and looked eagerly at Edward. Mr. Tower, that mystical item you mentioned last time, do you still have it? Edward nodded. You mean the Hand of Glory? Yeah, I still have it. Can I trade for it? I'm willing to offer some City of Silver's knowledge or potion materials in exchange. Are you sure it'll be useful to you? Edward asked. Derek shook his head, but quickly added, I consulted the chief elder. He said it might be possible to modify it. Before Edward could reply, the hangman suddenly raised his voice. You consulted your elder? Does that mean you told someone else about the Tarot Club? The last sentence was practically an accusation. Derek panicked and shook his head frantically. No, I didn't reveal the existence of the Tarot Club. I just said if such a mystical item existed. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to scold him for being dumb or praise his sincerity. In the end, they turned their gazes to the fool behind the gray fog. Only now did Derek realize he might have made a mistake. His voice grew flustered. I messed up, didn't I? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Klein said calmly, be more careful next time. Yes. Derek nodded furiously. Edward turned to him and said, Mr. Sun, I'll offer the Hand of Glory to Mr. Fool after this meeting. As for my request, I'm preparing to advance to Sequence 6, so I'm looking for 2 kinds of mystical materials, a complete Asmon's brain, and a cursed object from an ancient wraith. Oh, and I also need a polymath's characteristic. Polymath is Sequence 6 of the Reader pathway. Wait a sec. Weren't you Sequence 8 last time? Did you even perform the acting method? Did you fully digest your potion or not? The hangman couldn't help his deep suspicion, and also felt a growing sense of crisis. I've seen complete Asmon brain listed in the warehouse catalog of City of Silver, Derek said. But it'll take time to find it. Really? That was a pleasant surprise. After all, the Asmon species had long gone extinct, and most remaining specimens were said to be held by the Abraham family. Edward had been prepared to revisit Lawrence again. But on second thought, it made sense that the City of Silver would have won. When it came to ancient relics, they had nothing to be ashamed of. If Mr. Sun truly finds an Asmon brain, that would help me a lot. Thank you so much. It's no trouble, really, Derek replied, a bit overwhelmed by Edward's enthusiasm. After they finished speaking, Audrey curtsied with a lifted hem of her dress. Mr. Sun, may I exchange information with you regarding dragons? Of course. What followed was a one-on-one knowledge-sharing session between Audrey and Derek. When the two finished their exchange, Klein asked again, does anyone else have questions or topics to raise? Wait, Edward suddenly said, remembering something. About the storage-type mystical item I offered to sell last time, has anyone considered it since then? Klein gave a silent internal scream, I want it. Alger thought for a moment and said, I probably still can't afford it in the short term. However, I've been attending several mystic gatherings at sea lately. Through some subtle probing, I've learned that several wealthy pirates are very interested in such items. He smiled slightly. Shall we work together, Mr. Tower? I'll help you find a buyer, and in return, I'll take a small commission, say, 20%. That's highway robbery. 10% at most, Edward replied, and I have a condition. What condition? I haven't decided yet. But it'll be something within your abilities. Alger paused to consider, then nodded. Deal. Oh right, I nearly forgot something again. Edward slapped his forehead and looked around. I've been looking to purchase a defensive mystical item. Doesn't matter who has one or knows someone who can make one, I'll pay a high price. He added, the item must at least be able to withstand a fatal attack from a Sequence 5. Of course, the stronger, the better. Withstand a Sequence 5 attack. Mr. Tower, what kind of life are you living? Alger nodded slightly. I'll keep an eye out for you. Derek hesitated. The City of Silver probably had such items, but his current merit points were nowhere near enough. I'll keep an eye out too. Much appreciated. Edward looked at Derek again. Oh, Mr. Sun, I heard your City of Silver can't grow crops due to the lack of daylight, so you mostly live on a kind of black grass. Derek nodded solemnly. That's right. Then if we had a sufficiently large storage-type mystical item, filled it with food from the outside world, and transferred it to you through Mr. Fool's blessings, wouldn't that greatly improve City of Silver's living conditions? Derek froze, staring blankly at Edward, speechless. Alger's eyes sparkled, as expected. Mr. Tower really could make storage mystical items. If their partnership succeeded, he'd never have to worry about money again. Actually, even without an undetectable extension charm, the Fool could still transfer large quantities of supplies to the City of Silver through sacrificial offerings. But he didn't have enough spirituality to transport thousands of pounds of goods bag by bag. And seriously, could they really treat Mr. Fool as a deliverman? Didn't Mr. Fool have any dignity? But if they used a compact storage mystical item, all those issues would vanish. What would I need to offer in exchange? Derek asked, now understanding and clearly moved. It's too early to talk about that, Edward replied gently. What you should consider is how to move such a large amount of supplies without alerting your chief elder. That's the first problem to solve. So, work hard to improve yourself, not just for you, but so everyone in the City of Silver can live a little better, a little sooner. In truth, if not for Klein's future miracle invoker ritual, Edward could have used that traceless extension suitcase, the one that held the fire dragon Anna, to transport the people of City of Silver back to reality via sacrificial transfer. But he wasn't sure whether that would count as Klein completing the ritual early. If it did, shouldn't it be Klein himself who proposed and executed it? Even if it were allowed, Klein still needed the City of Silver's deeper exploration of the court to aid in digesting his Scholar of Your potion. Then again, couldn't I teach him that ancient knowledge myself? Which left just one question. If Klein personally used the traceless extension space to bring City of Silver into reality, would that count as prematurely completing the Miracle Invoker's ritual? Derek gave a deep bow. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Tower. Edward turned toward Klein. Mr. Fool, I've finished. Very well. That concludes today's tarot meeting. With Klein's announcement, each participant returned to reality. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 114, Bad Students Don't Deserve Superpowers. 15 Minsk Street. Just as Klein severed his connection with the others, the boundless gray fog before him began to churn. A crimson star pulsed gently, faintly expanding and contracting. The tarot club just ended. What could be so urgent that they couldn't mention it earlier? He extended his spirituality and responded to the prayer, touching the illusory star. His vision blurred for a moment, then he saw a short girl with black hair, dressed entirely in black, curiously poking at something in her hands. She's not one of the tarot club members, nor is she Furs, who prayed to me once before. Short, black hair, could it be Zio? But she's not that short. Just then, the girl looked off to one side, seemingly startled. She hastily dropped the item in her hand and scurried away. Coming, she called, and the scene abruptly cut off. But that fleeting glimpse left Klein dumbfounded. That was, a little girl. Inside the Wind of Azure Inn. The scarlet in Edward's vision faded swiftly, and a wisp of pale gray fog flowed into the invisibility cloak in his hands. He was back in his hotel room, reclining on the sofa. Lilith was crouched on his chest, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. One tiny paw lifted as if she meant to slap his face, but the moment Edward opened his eyes, she quickly pretended she'd only meant to wash her face. You little rascal. He flicked her gently on the forehead. Lilith, no longer pretending, tilted her head and asked curiously, Edward, where did you just go? Nowhere. Weren't you sitting on top of me the whole time? That's not it, she said, waving a little paw. You were definitely gone just now. Though she couldn't quite express it clearly. I'll tell you a secret. This is one of my special powers, it's called astral projection. Edward lowered his voice conspiratorially. Everyone has a body and a soul. Just now, I used astral projection to let my soul travel all across Biome in a short span of time. Wow. Can I do that too? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I'd be able to find the places with the most rats super fast. Teach Miss Lilith, please. This trick can only be learned by humans. Once you become human, I'll teach you. But Miss Lilith is a cat. Edward ruffled her forehead and smiled. Once you advance to sequence 7, you might just become human, so keep working hard and digest your potion quickly. Ugh. Lilith's enthusiasm vanished instantly. She leapt lightly to the windowsill and basked in the sunlight. This little thing. Edward stood up and took out the hand of glory, offering it to Mr. Fool via ritual sacrifice. Then he turned his attention to the cloak in his hands, woven from what looked like shimmering water. Unsurprisingly, it had become a mystical item as well, now bearing 3 abilities. First, invisibility, wearing it would render the user invisible. Expending spirituality would further enhance the effect. Second, confusion, when worn, it reduced the chances of being detected by divination or spiritual senses. The closer the sequence levels between the user and the observer, the more effective it becomes. Third, concealment, this ability consumes spirituality to suppress the user's aura and any sounds made while wearing the cloak. And finally, like the Resurrection Stone, it had an unknown ability, one that had not yet been activated. Compared to the Resurrection Stone, the cloak's powers were more straightforward, and it bore no obvious negative side effects. Edward threw it on, channeling spirituality to boost the invisibility effect. Lilith, still perched on the windowsill, instantly lifted her head and looked toward the spot where Edward had vanished. Her gaze held a hint of uncertainty. Edward? Edward, are you still here? Edward then activated concealment. Lilith immediately sprang upright. A second later, Edward reappeared right in front of her, startling her into a vertical jump nearly a meter high, only to land directly in his arms. Wah! Miss Lilith got such a fright. Sorry, Edward said, holding her snugly, I was testing a mystical item. Lilith might only be a sequence 9, but her animal instincts, combined with spiritual intuition, gave her exceptional perception. Yet just now, even as he approached her quickly, she hadn't sensed a thing. Oh. She jumped back onto the windowsill, stretched lazily, and lay down again. Lilith, you really couldn't see or sense me at all just now. Nope. It was like you just vanished all of a sudden. I wonder how it'll fare against mid to high sequence beyonders, especially the spectator pathway. Edward folded the invisibility cloak. As for consumption, given my current spirituality, I can maintain the enhanced invisibility effect for about an hour. If I also activate concealment, it'll last at least 15 minutes. But if I start fighting while invisible, then all bets are off. Still, even a minute might be enough. Hey, if I can eventually get my hands on demigod level powers, using this cloak to land a surprise attack while hidden, anyone below demigod rank probably wouldn't survive it, right? An hour later, Danitz returned. He reeked of alcohol and even brought back a bottle of blood-red Sonia blood wine for Edward. Uncle, Mr. Sparrow. You've got to try this. This is what real men drink. Hick. Edward had long heard of this wine's fame. It was said to taste excellent, but judging by how drunk Danitz already was, the alcohol content had to be pretty high. He decided to decline politely. You have no idea, those pirates from last night, they've already started trickling back. Danitz flopped onto the sofa opposite Edward, bottle in hand, one leg casually crossed over the other. Now everyone's asking around about who Gehrman Sparrow is. Even our ship's contact just snuck by to fish for intel. He gave a thumbs up. You're famous. What about the authorities or the church? Any response from them? Danitz blinked in surprise. What kind of response could they have? Pirates kill each other all the time. As long as you don't touch their interests, they're more than happy to see us thin our own numbers. Does anyone know I'm staying here? They probably will soon. He grinned slyly. So, what do you say? Planning to stir up another storm in Byam? Edward gave him a look as if he were a fool. Are you actually drunk? Edward flicked a gold coin into the air, letting it land on his palm. Danitz is faking it. The coin showed heads, a clear confirmation. Danitz's grin froze. He slowly lowered his leg. The captain contacted me just now using a rather special method. She asked a few questions about you and wanted to know your next move. So you pretended to be drunk. Drunks speak the truth, right? That only works if I'm the drunk one. Edward pressed a hand to his forehead. Right. He could tell Danitz was just playing dumb. What else did your captain say? Just tell me. She said most young people go crazy for overnight fame. It's easy to get carried away after a single success. If you were really planning to stir things up in Byam again, I was supposed to do whatever I could to stall you, ideally, get you out of here. She really sees me as a little brother, huh? Tell her thanks for me, Edward said with a smile. Let her know I've got my own reasons for everything I do. I'm not chasing fame, and I'm not getting carried away. Danitz let out a breath of relief. That's good. Just as he finished speaking, a chill swept through the room. The head of a black bird pierced the air, its claws tugging furiously at something, trying to pull it free. With a pop, a parchment-bound book slid out of thin air and plummeted downward. Edward was just about to summon it with a summoning charm when Lilith leapt forward, caught it in her mouth, and trotted over to lay it gently on Edward's lap, looking proud. Good thing Miss Lilith reacted fast, or it would have gone splat. The black bird rolled its eyes. Stupid cat. That book can't break from a fall. Lilith lifted her tiny head and huffed, yes, it can. Books are fragile. Miss Lilith once tore one with just a touch. Ah, so that's how my other books got ruined. Stupid cat. The black bird turned to Edward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Well. You promised me yesterday, give me all the feathers. I'm still thinking about it. Edward pulled out 5 feathers and handed them over. You can have 5 now. The rest depends on how you perform. The bird puffed out its chest. Deal. That means you've used up 25 feathers in advance. Don't forget. Got it. I'm out. It quickly gulped down the 5 feathers, tore open the air again, and vanished back into the spirit world. Edward finally turned his attention to the parchment-bound book. Its cover was a deep brown, inscribed with a line of ancient Fasak. Though Edward couldn't read it, he was certain it said Grozel's Travels. He carefully opened to the first page, and froze. The contents were also written in ancient Fasak. Currently, the only mystical languages Edward truly mastered were ancient Hermes, plus a few words of Elvish and Jotun, thanks to Leotaro's stratagem. But the ability of the Sequence 6 bookworm allowed one to devour text for power, surely, it didn't require literacy, right? With that thought, he pressed his finger to the page and activated the Silverfish ability of Sequence 6 bookworm. Instantly, he felt a drain on his spirituality, as well as a slight resistance under his fingertip. He flipped a few more pages, repeating the process. Same result each time. The good news, the ability was responding, it worked on this book. The bad news, it didn't work if you couldn't read it. Of course. It did require a polymath's traits to advance, no wonder it discriminated against the uneducated. Damn it. He looked up at Danitz and cleared his throat. Ahem, do you read ancient Fasak? Danitz shook his head without hesitation. Nope. Learned some Elvish and Jotun, thanks to the captain forcing me to, though. He peered at the book in surprise. Wait, isn't this that same book from the shipwreck the captain's always researching? At that moment, Lilith nudged Edward's hand aside with her little head. Let Miss Lilith have a look. Sure, go ahead. See if you can read it. I can't. Then why do you look so serious? Edward straightened his expression. Well, if you can't read, it's time to start learning. You promised me before, remember? That you'd start learning how to read. Miss Lilith. Oh come on, you're so smart. Learning to read and write will be a piece of cake. You'll be the most brilliant kitty in the world in no time. What's wrong? Afraid you can't learn? Of course not. Lilith sat up properly, her tail wrapped around her legs. Don't underestimate Miss Lilith. I'll learn it in no time. Edward held back a laugh. Then you'd better work hard. Miss Lilith is smart, she doesn't need to work hard. Danitz watched this childish exchange between man and cat for the second time and suddenly realized Edward was treating the cat like his daughter. Seen in that light, the whole scene was actually rather heartwarming. Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want another extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 605 power stones. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, The Cat and the Mouse Become Friends. Sigh, I guess I should start studying too. Better head back to find Audrey, she might know ancient Fasak. Huh. What would happen if I used Madman to the Right to forcibly reverse the divination result about me not knowing ancient Fasak? In what way would it make me learn ancient Fasak? The moment this reckless thought surfaced, it couldn't be stopped. Edward took out his divination crystal and wrote on a piece of parchment, I know ancient Fasak. After hesitating for a moment, he scratched that out and rewrote a more conservative version. Tomorrow, I will be able to learn the basics of ancient Fasak. Tomorrow, I will be able to learn the basics of ancient Fasak. Tomorrow, I will be able to learn the basics of ancient Fasak. After silently chanting the sentence 7 times, the green crystal, unsurprisingly, began spinning counterclockwise. Madman to the Right is, after all, a power with a certain power over causality. Just because the process is unknown doesn't mean I should stop using it. Taking a deep breath, he activated Madman to the Right, reversing the previous divination result to false. Almost immediately, the green crystal spun clockwise. To learn the basics of ancient Fasak in just one night, how is that even going to happen? I'm a little nervous but also kind of excited. Maybe, Audrey has some unique method of teaching languages. He consoled himself with that thought and turned to look at Danitz. Danitz. Danitz reflexively blurted out, "My name is Fire Fist Ace. I need to head back to Backlund. Are you staying here or coming with me?" His face instantly lit up with both tension and excitement. Back to Backlund. Are we going to meet that angel again? No. Danitz was a little confused, but quickly made up his mind. Of course I'm going with you. Otherwise, once those guys track me down, how many lives do you think I've got to spare? All right. Edward pulled a piece of stone from his pouch, a portkey, and scooped Lilith into his arms. I'm going to count down from 3. Touch the stone with me when I say 1. Ha. 3, 2, 1. Wait, Wah. Backlund, Hillston Borough. This was where Backlund's elite resided. Lawyers, professors, doctors, and even some lower-ranking nobles and officials were all concentrated here, making the environment significantly better than that of the Sherwood Borough. Edward checked into a decent hotel. As for Danitz, he'd already slipped away at the earliest opportunity. After confirming the room was secure, Edward used the vanishing cabinet to visit Audrey. Unfortunately, even after knocking on the trunk for over 10 minutes, there was no response. She must have been occupied elsewhere. As dinner time approached, Edward took Lilith to a nearby restaurant. Lilith was clearly distracted. She ate whatever Edward gave her, not picky at all, completely unlike her usual self. It was obvious she was troubled by the whole learning to read situation. Her little mind was filled with regret. Why did I, a cat, agree to learn how to read just because Edward asked me to? Susie probably doesn't even know how to read. But on second thought, if Susie doesn't know how to read but Miss Lilith does, doesn't that make me even more amazing? Still, those strange and complicated letters, just looking at them made her sleepy. So hard. Sigh. Life is tough. Even for a cat. Hello. With light footsteps, a familiar figure approached. We meet again. May I sit here? It was that same woman who was likely a demigod. Her outfit had changed. She now wore a somewhat flamboyant and eccentric long dress with leather boots, but still had that same leather hat atop her head. Of course. Edward quickly scooped Lilith into his arms. Would you like to eat something? Want me to order you dinner? No need. She sat down across from Edward, took off her hat and placed it on her lap. Then, with practiced ease, she placed 10 neatly folded banknotes in front of him. Do you have a new story? If I say no, are you going to take this £100 back? Edward joked tentatively. No. She shook her head. Consider it a fee for bothering you. But I do hope you'll still tell me something. Resting her pale chin in her palm, she stared absent-mindedly out at the passers-by beyond the restaurant window. All right, let me think. Edward's previous 2 stories were both popular within Oriental cultures, which, in truth, clashed a little with the Western cultural background of this world. At that moment, he glanced down at the dazed Lilith in his arms and spoke, then today, I'll tell a fairy tale. A fairy tale? The woman's unfocused gaze instantly sharpened. Ah, is it too childish? She shook her head. No, I like fairy tales. All right then. This story is called, The Cat and Mouse in Partnership. Lilith immediately looked up at Edward, as if a particular keyword had been triggered. But she remembered Edward's instructions and restrained herself from speaking. The Cat and Mouse in Partnership was a lesser-known Grimm's fairy tale. Edward wasn't sure whether Emperor Roselle had ever plagiarized it, but at the very least, it wasn't included in his published works. Edward's tone softened as he began telling the story like he was speaking to a child. A cat once met a mouse, and the cat said it really liked the mouse and wanted to be friends. It hoped they could live together and get through the winter as companions. The mouse, seeing the cat's sincerity, agreed to live with it. As winter approached, they bought a jar of lard to store for the season and placed it somewhere safe, where no one else could reach it. But the cat was greedy and couldn't resist. It made up excuses like being invited to a christening as a godmother to sneak away and eat the lard by itself. The first time it returned, the mouse asked what the godchild's name was. The cat said, Top Off. The second time, the name was Half Gone. And by the third time, it was All Gone. Although the mouse was confused by these strange names, it didn't think too much of it. Then, when winter truly arrived and food was scarce, the mouse suggested they go share the lard together, only to find the jar was completely empty. When she beholds the empty jar, enlightenment dawns on the mouse, first Top Off, then Half Gone, and then. Edward paused for effect, then grinned. Before the mouse could even finish saying All Gone, the cat pounced and swallowed it whole. He shrugged at the lady across the table. That's the end of the story. A beat passed. When a mouse tries to befriend a cat, all that awaits it is a tragic end. That's just how the world works. Pat, pat, pat. Lilith couldn't help batting Edward's hand with her little paw, clearly wanting to voice her opinion but unable to speak. She looked utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, the woman across from him seemed thoughtful. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Are you implying something about the relationship between you and me?" Not really," Edward replied honestly. "I mean, I do suspect you're a high-ranking beyonder, but there's no real conflict of interest between us. We don't have that natural predator-prey dynamic. It's just a simple story." She nodded. "I've seen many people as foolish as that mouse. But I like this story. Thank you." Then she placed another banknote on the table. Casually, she asked, "What do you think of Emperor Roselle?" Edward answered without hesitation, "Emperor Roselle. He was a truly remarkable man, intelligent, wise, a genius. No words of praise could ever capture even a fraction of his brilliance. He was the protagonist of his era, destined to leave a dazzling mark on history and be remembered forever." The woman froze, then murmured as if to herself, "Yes, but why would someone like that, in the end?" She picked up her hat and stood up. After a long moment of hesitation, she asked in a soft voice, "Sometime soon, would you be willing to go somewhere and tell me more stories?" "Where?" Edward asked. "I can't tell you that yet." Edward scratched his head, troubled. "Well, if I happen to be free at the time, I don't mind. But I should let you know, I might be leaving Backlund soon. If that happens. Don't worry. I'll find you." Damn, Edward thought. How am I supposed to feel reassured after hearing that? She seemed to realize what she had just said and added gently, "I'll pay you handsomely." With that, she put on her hat again and turned to leave. Edward. Lilith, who had been holding it in for so long, finally couldn't resist and whispered, "That story you told just now wasn't right. Cats aren't like that." Edward chuckled and patted her head. "I know. Of course Miss Lilith wouldn't be such an untrustworthy cat. No. That's not it." She shook her head fiercely and said seriously, "Cats don't eat lard." Edward's jaw dropped. He looked at Lilith, who was staring back at him with utmost seriousness. "So that's what you were in such a rush to correct. What about the mouse then?" "Of course you eat the mouse." Edward facepalmed. "Don't you think it's wrong that the cat ate the mouse in the story?" "Nope. They promised to live together. How could the cat? But cats are supposed to eat mice." "Yeah, cats eat mice, dogs eat meat, Ultraman beats up little monsters. That is just the natural order of things." "Fair enough." VRRR. A chill wind blew from behind as a small black bird emerged from the spirit world and dropped a letter on Edward's table. "Your mail." "Ah. Christine. What's she looking for me for?" Edward muttered. Though he had made some arrangements with Lawrence, he and Christine didn't owe each other anything anymore. Did Lawrence tell her about our agreement? He thought it over, then wrote the hotel address on a slip of paper and handed it to the messenger bird. "Take it back to her." Scooping up the leaping Lilith, Edward stood up and headed out. "Let's go home. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 116, Late Night, Beauty, and Study. 9 p.m. Audrey arrived, and Edward returned the suitcase containing Fire Dragon Annie to her. "Sorry, I went to a rather special ball this afternoon, so I didn't bring the case with me." "A special ball?" Audrey's eyes shimmered with both excitement and nerves. "That's right, it was hosted by Glaint. Guess who I ran into at the ball?" Edward thought for a moment. "Viscount Glaint." She gave him a light punch and huffed, "I'm being serious." After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and said, "It was someone from the Psychology Alchemist." Edward tensed immediately, his tone turning serious. "Tell me everything." "I received the invitation this morning. Glaint specifically said Princess Helena would be there, so I was actually considering finding an excuse to turn it down. But in the evening, Glaint showed up with Helena in tow. She told me, all mysteriously, that someone wanted to invite her into a secret organization. She's always been curious about the mysticism world, but since she never really had any exposure to it, she asked me to go with her." "You agreed?" "She gave me a gem, probably worth £5,000, Audrey stuck out her tongue playfully. "I've been a little tight on money lately." Edward quickly said, "You should have told me. I got that bounty from Kalangos last time, and sold a wallet with the undetectable extension charm, ended up with quite a bit of extra cash. Not to mention the money he appropriated last night." She smiled, amused. "If I run into anything urgent that needs spending, I won't hold back from asking you. But since the gem was offered to me outright, I couldn't exactly refuse." "That's fair." Then we went to a salon spot specifically for the nobility. You know, ever since that incident at Glaint's place, he hasn't dared host any parties or salons at home for a while. "Oh right, I did kidnap Trissy from Viscount Glaint's home that one time." The ball was just as boring as always. Audrey didn't forget to throw in her critique, before continuing, "Thankfully, Helena soon led me to a small sitting room, where I met someone I didn't expect, Madame Norma. Edward was puzzled. Madame Norma? Who's that? She's Lady Della's sister, Della being the Duchess of Negan. I'd seen her a few times at previous balls. I always thought she was just a regular noblewoman. She rarely joined the social conversations, usually sat alone, and only spoke when someone approached her first. Audrey looked a bit regretful. I should have guessed sooner. Her every gesture fit the profile of a spectator. This Madame Norma, is she from the Psychology Alchemist? Edward recalled the original plotline. Now that he thought about it, it really was Madame Norma who had introduced Audrey to the Psychology Alchemist. I think so. I observed her expressions, emotions, and the way her mental body projected externally. Plus, Helena mentioned that someone wanted to recruit her into a secret organization. Audrey nodded emphatically. But she seems to be a very peripheral member. Her original target tonight was definitely Helena. After I showed strong interest in mysticism, she said she could introduce me to some psychology experts. Then, cheerfully, she added, "You said before that the spectator pathway formula is mainly in the hands of the psychological alchemist. So I should join, right?" "Well, yes," Edward said, but his brow furrowed deeply. "However, this organization isn't exactly safe. Especially for someone like you, who's hiding secrets. Mid to high-level spectators can easily dig into the depths of the human mind." Ah. Audrey froze, then frowned. I was so focused on the formula at the time, maybe I should just find an excuse to reject the offer. No need to panic just yet. For now, try to minimize contact with that madam. In a week or two, Mr. Fool should be able to help you resist the hypnosis and psychological suggestions of demigod-level spectators. Her eyes lit up. Is his power about to recover further? No, he is about to get the Black Emperor card. Edward froze for a moment. Wait. Wasn't that scapegoat in the Great Smog incident, Prince Edisac, targeted by the psychology alchemist? So why would they now be trying to recruit Princess Helena, someone very close to him? It didn't make sense. In the world of the mysteries, due to the existence of the spectator pathway, there were two types of situations one should always pay close attention to. First, when something doesn't make sense. Second, when something makes too much sense. If it doesn't make sense, maybe you're the victim of some poorly written plot. If it makes too much sense, chances are you're in the hands of a truly skilled author. In any case, it's bad news either way. Screw this. Cursing silently, Edward said seriously, "From now on, no, always, stay away from Princess Helena and that prince. I have a hunch. Getting involved with them is dangerous." Got it. Audrey nodded solemnly. She knew that when Edward referred to something as a hunch, it was rarely just a gut feeling. And if he chose to describe it vaguely, that meant just knowing the details could be dangerous. By the way, what made you suddenly come back to Backlund? Was there something urgent this afternoon? Edward snapped his fingers as he remembered and pulled out the dark brown-covered Grosel's Travels. Do you know Ancient Faceac? I borrowed this book from Vice Admiral Iceberg. It's got some mystical properties. I'm thinking I could use Silverfish to draw out mystical powers from it, if I can read what's written inside. Ancient Faceac. Audrey took the book and flipped through it. Her green eyes widened slightly in surprise. I can only recognize a handful of words. After all, I rarely get the chance to interact with this language. Rituals and incantations don't really use it either. Huh. Edward was momentarily dumbfounded. Audrey didn't know Ancient Faceac. Then what on earth was that divination result about? But we can learn it together. She beamed. Before, it was always you studying your stuff and me studying mine. Now that we've finally come across something neither of us knows, it's the perfect chance to study together, don't you think so? With that, she stood up with excitement. Let's go to my place. I have a collection of Ancient Faceac textbooks. Sure. Studying Ancient Faceac with the most dazzling gem of Backlund. Edward had absolutely no complaints. He glanced at Lilith, who was sprawled out on the bed dozing, and asked, "Lilith, want to come along?" She opened her eyes and yawned. Nope. Miss Lilith needs her beauty sleep. I'll go mouse hunting later. All right. Be careful out there. Got it. She flicked her tail, looking a little annoyed. A few minutes later, the two of them used the vanishing cabinet to travel to Audrey's suitcase. Suddenly, Lilith's eyes shot wide open. She sprang to her feet, leapt into the pouch, and, with both mouth and paws, dragged out a book. It was a beginner's picture book Edward had specially prepared for her last time. She placed it on the table, took a deep breath, and carefully flipped it to the first page with her paw. Miss Lilith is the smartest. As it turned out, when it came to studying, never mind doing it with a beautiful girl, even doing it with God wouldn't make it any more enjoyable. Unless, of course, you were pretending to study while secretly trying to do something else entirely. But Edward was genuinely eager to learn ancient Faceac as quickly as possible. The problem was, it was just too damn hard. After 3 or 4 hours, the two of them were still stuck memorizing those intricate, convoluted words. At this pace, how could they possibly learn it by tomorrow? If that's the case, then how was he supposed to master ancient Faceac? Don't tell me the god of wisdom is going to cram the knowledge into my head in the middle of the night. The unknown was truly the most terrifying thing. Next time, I'm never doing something this reckless again. By 2 or 3 in the morning, their brains were completely fried. Audrey gave up first and returned to her villa room to rest. Before going up, Audrey gave Edward a helpless glance and silently muttered to herself. This dummy actually spent most of the night studying ancient Faceac with me. She suddenly remembered a joke she'd once heard from her second brother about Lenberg. A boy and a girl who got along extremely well were studying at Lenberg. One day, the boy mysteriously told the girl, "I have something to tell you tonight." The girl was stunned, thinking he was about to confess. She spent the whole day anxiously waiting. That night, the boy showed up with a thick notebook, and with great pride, showed her the solution he'd worked out to a famous math problem. Edward managed to push himself for another half-hour before finally returning to the inn, at which point he couldn't even look at a single letter anymore. He washed up quickly and threw himself into bed. Right then, he just wanted ancient Faceac to go die. And yet, right until the moment he fell asleep, his mind was still filled with those messy letters and words. Knock, knock, knock. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep when he suddenly heard a slow, rhythmic knock at the door. Startled, he sat up in bed. I just fell asleep and someone's knocking. No, something's off. Who would be knocking at this hour? Then it hit him, he was in a dream. Could it be that something had happened nearby, and a Nighthawk was entering people's dreams one by one to investigate? Come in. The doorknob slowly turned. The door creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was a beautiful woman with long chestnut hair parted in the middle, tied into a simple yet elegant knot at the back of her head. She was wearing the same beige coat and knee-length skirt as before, holding a thick book in her arms. It was Edwina. Ah, Miss Edwina, is there something you need? Edwina nodded. I heard from Danitz that you're in a hurry to learn ancient Faceac. Well, I mean, not that much in a hurry. A bad feeling crept over him. I can teach you. She walked forward and opened the thick book in her hands. I've entered your dream using a special ritual. Time here flows much slower than in the real world. As long as you're not too dumb, well, you should be able to reach a basic level of proficiency. With a wave of her hand, a chalkboard appeared out of thin air. She picked up a piece of chalk and began writing the letters of the ancient Faceac alphabet. We'll start with the letters. No-o. That was Edward's truest, innermost reaction. In that moment, he finally realized exactly how he was going to learn ancient Faceac. He forced a smile more pitiful than crying. Thank you for your trouble. You reap what you sow. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, The Sunken Laurel. Edwina's teaching ability was truly outstanding. Edward's mental state, on the other hand, was on the verge of collapse. At first, she might have taken on the role of a caring Wani-chan, tutoring her cute Ototo. But when Edward repeatedly made the same foolish mistakes and refused to learn, she immediately transformed into a strict instructor, dragging him back into the nightmare of senior year exam prep all over again. That second half of the night was, without a doubt, long and torturous for Edward. By the time he opened his eyes the next day, it was already afternoon. He lay in bed drenched in sweat, his mind feeling like it had been forcibly stuffed full of grammar rules, vocabulary, sentence structures, and phrases. The good news was, he had really managed to learn the basics of ancient Faceac overnight. The bad news was, he now felt nauseous just seeing any ancient Faceac words in Grozel's travels. The moment he woke up, Lilith came running over with worry all over her tiny face. What happened to you, Edward? You just wouldn't wake up. This morning, after Miss Lilith came back from mouse hunting, you were still like this. I called you and even stepped on you, but you wouldn't budge. I'm fine, wait, you stepped on me. He had just sat up and was about to speak when Audrey walked over and reached out to feel his forehead. It was Lilith who came and got me. Are you sick? Ugh. Edward let out a long sigh. You'll never guess what I went through last night after you went to bed. You stayed up studying ancient Faceac all night by yourself again. No. It lasted far longer than that. He proceeded to tell her about how Edwina had entered his dream to teach him. Audrey listened thoughtfully and then nodded slightly. So, you spent a very long time in a dream last night, with a beautiful lady. Edward was stunned. Wait, was that the message I was trying to convey just now? Puffed. She covered her mouth and giggled. Just teasing you. Then she walked over to sit at the desk. You learned ancient Faceac overnight, that's a good thing, right? How many people dream of doing that? You should be able to read the book now, right? I feel sick just looking at ancient Faceac right now. Despite that, since the ability of Bookworm directly affected his combat power for the foreseeable future, Edward forced himself to open Grozel's Travels after resting for a while. The content was straightforward, just like the original novel had described. The giant Groel encountered various companions during his hunt for the King of the North and traveled with them. However, the last few pages were stuck together, so the ending was still unreadable. Of course, the plot itself wasn't what mattered, the key was the characters introduced in the story. A Sequence 5, Guardian from the Warrior Pathway. A Sequence 5, Ocean Songster from the Sailor Pathway. A Sequence 5, Dream Stealer from the Marauder Pathway. A Sequence 5, Priest of Light from the Sun Pathway. A Sequence 5, Disciplinary Paladin from the Arbiter Pathway. A Suspected Demigod Frost Dragon of Unknown Pathway. And the book itself was supposedly written by the Dragon of Imagination. Edward first attempted to use Silverfish to consume the book itself, in other words, to acquire the Dragon of Imagination's powers. Unfortunately, it didn't work. He wasn't sure whether that was because the book didn't include any direct description of the Dragon of Imagination or due to some other reason. Next, he tried to consume the textual descriptions of the individual characters in hopes of gaining their full Sequence 5 abilities directly. Sadly, that didn't work either. It wasn't that he couldn't consume them, it was that his overdraft version of Silverfish couldn't. In other words, once he advanced to Sequence 6, perhaps he would be able to. So, he moved on to selectively consume individual supernatural abilities described in the book. At present, the maximum number of abilities he could hold at the same time was 5, meaning he had to make strategic choices. First, he picked the Arbiter Pathways, Prohibition, a rule-type ability that could exert powerful effects in combat. Next, the Marauder Pathways, Theft. Not only could it temporarily steal others' mystical abilities, but it could also snatch away dreams, ideals, memories, and even intentions just before they were acted upon, creating momentary confusion. Third was the Warrior Pathways, Dawn Armor, which compensated for his lack of defense. Then the Sun Pathways, Light of Holiness, an extremely powerful ability, the one the Saint of Secrets had nearly used to instantly finish him off. For the final ability, instead of picking something from the Storm Pathway, Edward chose the Suspected Demigod Frost Dragons, Frost Breath, a move whose power needed no explanation. Of course, these were just his initial picks. After 48 hours, the effects of the current abilities would expire, and he'd be able to reselect. Bookworm is amazing, Audrey murmured, stunned that it could actually grant such a wide variety of mystical powers just through words. Well, let's just say, it has potential, Edward shrugged. I'm only Sequence 7 right now, my spirituality isn't strong enough to freely use these powers. I'll need to grow stronger. Oh, quit pretending to be humble. You know you're only Sequence 7, Audrey huffed, feeling like he was being all smug despite having scored a major benefit. But then a thought occurred to her, and she suddenly smiled. The two of us, one can breathe fire, and the other can breathe ice. Isn't that fun? Technically speaking, Frost Breath was a kind of flame too. But of course, Edward wasn't foolish enough to say that out loud. Instead, he played along with her. How about this, let's form a combo one day, the Red and Blue Duo, how's that sound? What a terrible name. Ha ha ha, forgive me. I suck at naming things. The two of them bantered for a while, and Edward's energy waned further and further. He'd stayed up late the previous night, and after suffering through a whole 3 years of mock exams, 5 years of practice questions, experience in his dreams, his body was finally relaxing, and simply couldn't hold out any longer. By the time he woke up again, only a faint afterglow lingered on the horizon. Edward stretched lazily. He couldn't tell whether he hadn't gotten enough rest or had overslept, but his head felt fuzzy and throbbed now and then. Edward. Lilith lightly kicked a book aside with her hind legs and hopped up onto the bed. You're awake hungry. Edward chuckled and scratched her under the chin. Well, aren't you thoughtful, asking if I'm hungry? Not really, it was Audrey who told me to ask you. She stepped back, wriggled out of his reach, and glanced over at the tea table. She brought those for you. Said if you woke up hungry, you could have some. Like a cold and impartial message delivery machine, she finished her task and went off to groom herself. The tea table was covered with delicate pastries and freshly cut fruit, most likely the work of the Earl Hall's chefs. Unfortunately, it was all on the sweet side. After a few bites, Edward found himself getting a bit sick of it. Did you eat already, Lilith? She sat upright obediently. I did. Miss Lilith knew exactly where you kept the dried fish. You little sneak. Come on, let's go out for a bit. Edward scooped her up and placed her on his shoulder. He had just reached the door when a knock sounded from the other side. It's me, Christine. Edward suddenly remembered she'd sent him a message via the messenger bird yesterday. He opened the door. I was just about to go out and grab a bite. Want to join me? No need. I won't stay long. She got straight to the point. Mr. Lawrence told me, if I needed help, I could come to you. Edward raised an eyebrow. I'll help, but only within my abilities. That's enough. Christine nodded slightly, her expression unreadable. First thing. I've started to recall a few things. She gently pressed her temples, as if trying hard to focus. I remembered someone from the psychology alchemists who helped me. A man in a white mask. He saved me when I was being hunted by traitors from my family. Then, he told me about the book and key that led to the Abraham family's treasure. Psychology alchemists. Masked. Edward was visibly startled. In the psychology alchemists, anyone qualified to wear a mask was at least demigod level. How would he know the secrets of the Abraham family? And why would he tell you? What price did you pay? I don't know. She shook her head. That's all I remembered. So, I want to find out the truth and recover my lost memories. Sorry. I can't help you with that. Edward refused without hesitation. I don't know what you think the psychology alchemists are, but even just the masked man you mentioned is likely a demigod. You want me to investigate a demigod from a long-standing, secret organization? You're giving me way too much credit. I understand. Christine accepted the rejection without complaint. Then let's move on to the second matter. I've found the location of the Abraham family treasure. That fast? Where? I don't know. Do you even hear yourself? Christine quickly realized how contradictory she sounded and hurried to explain. Over 100 years ago, the family went through a disaster. The surviving members, in order to protect the treasure, decided to move it elsewhere. You mean, the treasure was taken away? Yes, and no. It was moved, yes. But without the key, no one can open it. So basically, they moved the vault, but you still need the key to open it. Wait, why does the Abraham family need a key to open their own vault? And then. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. I don't know if you've ever heard of the legend of the sunken laurel. Edward raised a brow. He just used that treasure as bait to recruit a bunch of pirates a few days ago. I've heard of it. 100 years ago, it was said to be carrying the kingdom's gold, jewels, and valuables obtained from East Balam. It veered off course and sank somewhere between the Berserk Sea and the Sonia Sea. In truth, the family's treasure is on that sunken laurel. The rumors about gold and jewels were just that, rumors passed on and twisted over time. Christine's voice was serious. If we can find the sunken laurel, we'll find the Abraham family treasure. Note, we missed our Power Stone goal. But that's partially because I typed the wrong goal by mistake, and by the time I noticed it, it was quite late. So, here's the extra chapter. If you guys want another one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 725 Power Stones. So, go vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Twilight Hermit Order. Give me a break. Edward pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. It's been over 100 years. Countless explorers and pirates have searched for the laurel and come up empty-handed. You seriously think I can help you find it? Her tone remained calm. I'm just sharing the information with you for now. After all, I did promise you a share of the family treasure. The pie she was painting in the sky was more outrageous than the empty promises of some modern startup CEO. If I get new information, I'll update you. Goodbye. She stepped back and used door opening to phase through the wall and disappear. As soon as Christine left, Edward's expression turned serious. The sunken laurel, is this another coincidence? Or one of that Russian priest's schemes? To be fair, Edward didn't find the Russian priest's interventions as repulsive as in Sangwill's. After all, they didn't really have conflicting interests. Well, trying to stop the Great Smog could be considered a half-conflict, but that was still just a vague idea. He had no concrete plans yet. Aside from that, the priest's desire to become a god, to revive the ancient sun god, that was actually beneficial to the world as a whole. TCH. Whether this is his doing or not, I'll eventually end up in his story, or rather, maybe no one except the gods can escape his notice. In that case, there's no point in running. Instead, I should try to gain as much initiative as I can before the plot completely unravels, and maybe even get something out of it. With that thought in mind, he turned to Lilith and said, Lilith, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Got it. Crack. Edward's figure twisted and reappeared near St. Samuel Cathedral. By now, the sun had already set, and the entire world was cloaked in a dim, lonely twilight. The cathedral's lights were already lit, and devout believers continued to come and go. Saint Anthony was still absent today. After asking Bishop Electra, Edward learned that he had gone to preach at a small church on the outskirts of Backlund and wouldn't return for a while. With the bishop's permission, Edward once again entered the prayer library he had used before. He lit candles, dripped some essential oils, and carried out the ritual step by step. Then he whispered, "I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the favor of the goddess. Written on this parchment are some of my naive and crude ideas. I for enlightenment on whether they are feasible. Night vanilla, flower of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflowers, blossoms of the crimson moon. Please carry my prayer to the goddess." As soon as he finished speaking, a folded piece of parchment on the ground was swept up by a gust of wind and vanished. Moments later, the ashes from the burning herbs and the surrounding soil rose into the air, forming a single word. Interesting. Edward froze for a second, his first thought being, did I mess up the chant and accidentally pray to Amon? But even if he did, Amon wouldn't dare respond within the Church of Evernight. It's not like everyone is Mr. Fool. Then, I'll take that to mean, you think it's acceptable. He drew the symbol of the crimson moon over his chest and lowered his head. Praise the goddess. After packing up, Edward casually found a quiet, empty alley nearby. With a brief moment of hesitation, his appearance and clothing changed rapidly, transforming into Gehrman Sparrow. Whether Adam knew Gehrman Sparrow and Edward were the same person didn't matter, some disguises were still necessary. He looked up at the star-filled sky and the crimson full moon and said clearly, "I want to obtain a card of blasphemy, any one of them. What must I offer in exchange?" He enunciated each word clearly. The Twilight Hermit Order. That night, Edward did not receive a response from the Twilight Hermit Order. He wasn't sure if they hadn't heard him, couldn't be bothered to reply, or simply needed time to digest the request. Of course, Edward wasn't about to sit around and wait like an idiot. He found Danitz, who was practically glowing, looking like he'd just accomplished something great, and the two of them returned to Byam together. The door key's anchor point on the Byam side was a remote, deserted corner. As usual, Danitz landed in an ungraceful heap, groaning from the impact. Under Lilith's judgmental gaze, he grunted and said, "Even though I've been injured plenty of times, pain still scares me." Lilith's eyes were still filled with disdain. "Who says pirates aren't allowed to fear pain?" Perched on Edward's shoulder, Lilith raised a paw and pointed at Danitz. "Edward, doesn't that count as a confession without coercion?" "Smart girl, you're using idioms now." She immediately lifted her head proudly. "That's right." At that moment, Edward tapped Danitz with his wand. "You've been buffed. Go gather some intel, we'll meet at the seaweed bar later. Even my captain usually doesn't order me around like this." He grumbled something under his breath and hurried off, still wrapped in an iron armor charm. Edward changed his appearance again, turned Lilith into a calico cat and tucked her into his arms, then headed toward the seaweed bar. According to Danitz, the seaweed bar was a hangout for the local gangs and frequently saw the presence of well-known pirates. The moment he stepped inside, a strong stench of alcohol assaulted his senses. He walked up to the bar and ordered a mild malt beer, tossing out a few coins as he asked, "Any big news in Byam these past 2 days?" The bartender casually pocketed the coins with a deadpan face. What big news could there be? Isn't the whole of Byam looking for that moody Gehrman Sparrow right now? Moody Gehrman Sparrow? They've already given me a nickname. And why is it so lame? All because he raided a few ships. The bartender shrugged. 4 out of the 5 ships belong to the pirate admirals. That's not something you just brush off with a few ships. He gave Edward a meaningful look, then turned back to polishing a glass that was already sparkling clean. That said, I have heard some other rumors. He didn't elaborate. Instead, he focused on polishing the same glass. Edward tossed a few more coins onto the counter. The bartender immediately put the glass down and smiled. Some say there was infighting in Gehrman Sparrow's own fleet. The Iron Hook was burned and sank during the conflict, and out of 60 or 70 pirates, hardly any survived. Now, why would they fight among themselves? He lowered his voice and added in a conspiratorial tone, because they discovered an ancient treasure near Sonia Island. So this is how rumors start, huh? Still, not a bad thing. At least the name Gehrman Sparrow had really started spreading. Now, how can I make use of that? After all, I'm not playing the role of a mad pirate hunter like Klein. Psychopath, genius, lunatic. Just then, Lilith peeked her head out, delicately stuck out her pink tongue and gave the beer a tentative lick, only to recoil and start spitting repeatedly. She turned back to stare at her big cat, confusion written all over her furry little face. Why does he like drinking such awful stuff? And he doesn't even like juicy, plump mice. Humans are so weird. Before long, Dannett strode into the bar. His eyes quickly swept across the room and locked onto Edward, the only person here, with a cat's head, sticking out of his chest. "Get him a glass of Sonia bloodwine," Edward said, tapping the counter. Dannett took the crimson drink and downed half in one go, then let out a long sigh. "Phew, that's what I call good booze. So, got any intel?" Glancing at the bartender, he replied, "Well, you've probably heard all the common gossip, so I'll tell you something the average person wouldn't know." He drained the rest of the blood wine before continuing. "The 4 pirate generals involved are Admiral Deep Sea, Howell Constantine, Admiral Hell, Ludwell, Admiral of Blood, Senor, and Admiral of Stars, Catlia." "Huh, even Catlia's fleet was involved." "And the last one?" "Untraceable," Dannett chuckled. "Which actually tells us something. It's either a completely ordinary pirate ship, or one backed by the church or the military." Edward nodded, then asked, "Any famous pirates arrived in Byam recently?" "Ludwell and Catlia haven't made any moves yet. But Deep Sea's first mate, the Burier Tesla, is currently on the island. His bounty is 9,800 pounds. Also, Admiral of Blood's second mate, Steele Mavady, just arrived yesterday. If they find out where I am, would they come for me alone, or bring reinforcements?" Dannett hesitated. "That, I'm not sure." Edward tapped the rim of his glass thoughtfully. "All right then. Spread the word, I'm recruiting another crew to explore the ancient treasure near Sonia Island." "Wait, again. Why not?" "But, we don't even have a ship anymore." Dannett slapped his forehead. "Oh, right. Guess that's not really a problem. You're the boss." Dannett turned to the stunned bartender. "What are you staring at? Get me another Sonia blood wine." "Oh, okay." The bartender hurried to pour the drink, now fully aware of the identity of the men in front of him, the moody Gairman Sparrow. He didn't dare show the slightest disrespect, fearing the men might draw a revolver and shoot him on the spot. Edward gave him a polite smile, then turned and walked out of the bar. Hopefully, enough people show up tonight. That way, he could try out some new tricks. "Lilith, mind hanging out in the leather pouch for a bit?" She blinked her blue eyes. "MMM. Then can I go play with Susie from that cabinet later?" "Of course." "Okay." She obediently let Edward tuck her into the pouch. Edward changed into the face of a local islander and strolled toward the governor's mansion. This was the true center of power on the island, residence and office of Admiral Emirius Revolt, a high-ranking member of the lone military and a demigod. Soon, Edward picked a regular-looking person among the people coming and going as his target. After confirming through divination that there were no issues, he silently cast Confundus to control the men and issued a command before letting him go. Then, he cast the same spell on 6 or 7 more people, giving them identical instructions. Step 1, complete. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 119, Mr. A and Miss Zio. Edward once again took on the appearance of Gairman Sparrow and walked openly toward the Wind of Azure Inn. Along the way, people followed him, left, then followed him again. By the time he arrived at the Wind of Azure Inn, there were already 6 or 7 people waiting. Unexpectedly, among them was One-Eyed Cage's group. Though they had all disguised themselves to some degree, that single eye was hard to miss. "Captain." Cage ran over excitedly. "We heard you're recruiting for another expedition. We want in." I suppose that's fine." Edward smiled gently. "What kind of ship can you sail?" "Any kind." "Really?" One-Eyed Cage pounded his chest with a thud. "Really? All right. Then you're in." Back in Backlund. After several weeks, Zio and Furs once again attended the Beyonder gathering hosted by Mr. A, now restarted. Advancing to Sequence 8 had nearly drained their savings, and Furz's hard work for the next year, so this time they were attending to sell some surplus materials, or to see if there were any well-paying commissions. "Honestly, you should have let me lie on the couch a bit longer at home. Who knows? I might have had a sudden burst of inspiration and written an entire book in one go." Furs grumbled as she followed behind Zio. "The best part about the new apartment is the living room sofa. I wouldn't even mind sleeping on it at night." "Sure." Zio glanced at her. "Next full moon, you sleep on the sofa. I'll take the bedroom. Let's just talk about today's gathering, shall we?" Furs hadn't told Zio what happened during the full moon for a simple reason: she didn't want her to worry. But the growing pain, intensifying each time with no relief even after advancing to Trickmaster, was beginning to fill her with dread. She was terrified she wouldn't survive the next full moon. Furs felt helpless. Should I try using the note Edward left to contact that mysterious being? "Hey." Zio stood on tiptoe and poked her cheek. "Spacing out again?" I was just thinking about my next novel." "You think I believe that?" "It's true. Pfft. Once inside the venue, they glanced at the blackboard as usual. Looking to buy, a pair of adult manhole fish gills, 102 pounds. Baby's cry flower type, 210 pounds. Mummy powder, 10 grams, 5 pounds. Murloc mucus, 30 milliliters, 29 pounds. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, 450 pounds. It was much the same as last time, though Zio was surprised the Sheriff's Potion Formula was still there. Then she quickly understood, according to that mysterious person, the formula was merely bait. If the right person showed up, they'd be recruited into their organization. About 10 minutes later, the gathering officially began. The two handed over notes listing the items they wished to sell to Mr. A's attendant. Then followed a long stretch of announcements, listings, and exchanges. Unfortunately, none of it had anything to do with them. Apparently, what they were selling was too common. Mr. A, still in his black robe, sat in his single-seater sofa, hands folded, casting a relaxed and pleasant gaze across the attendees. Furs, look. Zio suddenly rolled up her sleeve to show Furs the goosebumps on her arm. Mr. A's been looking at me the whole time. Ah. That can't be, right? No. I'm quite sure. It's one of the abilities I gained after becoming a sheriff. I can sense anything related to evil, chaos, madness, including people. But that doesn't make sense. Furs patted Zio's hand gently. Relax. If something does happen, I'll get you out. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Half an hour later, the gathering finally ended, and the two hurried to leave with the rest of the crowd. But just as they reached the door, Mr. A's attendant approached. Ladies, he said respectfully, Mr. A would like a word with you. Following his gaze, they saw Mr. A standing a few meters away, hands folded, wearing a warm smile on a face so eerily beautiful that most women would feel jealous. The two froze. Furs instinctively reached for the charm bracelet on her wrist, but Zio shook her head and whispered, wait. She looked cautiously at Mr. A and asked, excuse me, what is it that you need? Mr. A stepped forward and signaled for his attendant to leave. Then he looked at Zio and spoke, this. He seemed to ponder for a few seconds. Petite and well-proportioned lady, I have a commission for you. Zio's temper flared in an instant. Petite and well-proportioned. You mean small, right? So this is just your roundabout way of calling me short? Ha. Though she was fuming, she had to suppress it and said through gritted teeth, I'm not called this petite and well-proportioned lady. Very well, my beautiful lady. I'd like to know, was the gentleman who accompanied you last time, the one who received several formulas at once, a friend of yours? Furs and Zio both froze. He's looking for Edward. Not exactly a friend, Zio answered truthfully. I only helped bring him to this gathering. Oh. Then do you know where he lives? No. Do you know how to contact him? No. Do you know anyone who can contact him? Nope. Mr. A nodded, then turned his gaze to Furs. All right then. How about this? If the two of you can bring that man to me, I'll give you a mid-sequence potion formula for free. Furs froze for a moment. You, with that classic, I'm a villain, look on your face, are seriously talking about inviting someone. Mr. A smiled faintly and added, don't worry. I mean you no harm, and I have no ill will toward him, either. I originally intended to mobilize my subordinates and comb the entire city to find him, but I was concerned that might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. So, I thought of you two instead. Zio fell silent for a moment, then asked, why me? Mr. A's tone turned strangely amused. As you both know, everyone who attends this gathering keeps themselves well covered. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to distinguish anyone clearly. But. He looked her up and down. You really do stand out. Zio clenched her fists instantly. Is this bastard incapable of speaking without mocking my height? One day, I swear I'll beat that annoyingly pretty face of yours into a pig's head. I'm just saying if, Furs raised her hand slightly, if we refuse, does that mean we're not allowed to leave? Oh, not at all, Mr. A replied calmly. But I'll have you monitored 24/7 until your friend shows up. The two exchanged glances. Honestly, that's actually way better than what we were expecting. Well then, you may go. With that, Mr. A turned and walked away, hands still folded. Half an hour later. The two returned to their rented apartment, sitting in silence for a long while. Eventually, Zio scratched her already messy short hair and asked, Furs, are we moving again? This time, moving might not be enough. Furs held her head in both hands. Aya. Why is it us who always get involved in this kind of crap? 8:30 p.m. Night was deep, the crimson moon hung high. Torches scattered across Biome Island lit it up like a festival. Danitz, panting heavily, chased behind Edward as they ran full speed through the streets, shouting, "I knew it. I freaking knew it. There's no way those bastards were just gonna let me recruit people peacefully." He lifted an arm to show a bloody gash. "One more second and, steal Mavady, that bastard would have torn off my whole damn arm." Edward cast a healing spell, gently calming him. There. You've been complaining non-stop since we started running. So now what?" Once he confirmed the wound was healed, Danitz wiped the blood off on his clothes. "Are we just gonna keep running? Not planning to fight back even a little?" "Nope. Where's your dragon? Just summon it and burn those bastards to ashes." At that moment, Edward suddenly came to a stop. "The people chasing us, we've lost them." "Phew." Danitz exhaled heavily. "Good. Wait, what are you doing?" Boom. An explosion erupted with a burst of fire. The pirates who had lost their trail instantly picked up the signal and started charging in their direction again. "You're insane. You're actually insane." Danitz shouted as he took off running again, footsteps of pursuers closing in behind them. "You don't find it fun?" Edward asked cheerfully. "Two men, baiting hundreds of biome pirates across the whole city, it's kind of exhilarating, don't you think?" "No. I'd much rather be the one doing the chasing." "What the hell are you even trying to do, you lunatic?" At this point, Danitz didn't care about anything else, not his pride, not his connections, not even that Edward was technically his future brother-in-law. Staying alive took priority. Edward reinforced them both with another protego, then casually flung a few light magic spells at the pursuers behind them. "You'll see soon enough. Movement is life. Run faster, the plaza up ahead is our finish line. Loser pays for dinner. Screw you." A few hundred meters away, Steele, Mavady and two of his men hovered silently midair on a peacock blue flying carpet, concealed by the darkness. Initially, their plan had been to kill Edward and Danitz outright, make an example of them for defying the Admiral of Blood. Unfortunately, the attack failed. Since escaping, the two had been dragging their pursuers in circles around Biome, not hiding at all. On the contrary, they kept causing noisy disturbances, attracting even more attention and more pirates into the chase. Mavady wasn't an idiot. He knew there had to be some ulterior motive behind this. So he slowed down, keeping a moderate distance instead of diving in too quickly. Mavitt chuckled darkly. "I heard Burier Tesla's in town too. That guy only thinks about killing and burying bodies, he never bothers with strategy. Let him take a crack at them. Accelerate." The peacock blue carpet surged forward, diving toward Edward and Danitz. Leaves, flowers, and brambles spilt down from the carpet. The leaves and petals swelled and twisted into monstrous size, while the thorny vines interwove to form an aggressive net, closing in on the two below. "Mavady's coming. And that's Bloodthorn Huntley's filthy trick." Danitz yelled while dodging, firing round after round at the flying carpet, though, as expected, his regular bullets didn't even scratch Mavady's defenses. Incendio. A torrent of crimson fire surged forth, meeting the tangled brambles and burning them to ash in an instant. Edward looked up at Mavitt and his companions, then smiled faintly. "Flight is prohibited in this area." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the peacock blue carpet began to violently tremble, and with its three riders plunged downward. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 120, the second step, complete. Just then, Edward's spirituality stirred. He quickly dodged a staff thrown from the darkness, and before he could make sense of it, a man clad in black armor charged out at him. He fired several shots in quick succession, then leapt into the air, raising a fist to smash it down on Edward's head. Edward immediately cast several obstruction hexes layered with stun and petrification spells, but they barely had any effect. "My spells have been weakened." The realization hit him, that staff he threw at me earlier, was that a form of bribery. Understanding that, Edward grabbed Danitz by the arm, and their figures twisted, reappearing over 10 meters away. He then swung his wand violently, causing trash bins, broken branches, leaves, garbage, everything on both sides of the street, to fly toward the men in black armor. Flavitus. The moment the debris struck him, it transformed into chains, which quickly wrapped around the armored men. Distort. The enemy tried to warp the chain's trajectory and objective, hoping to escape. But Edward had already flung cast several, theft, in succession. First, he stole the man's current thoughts, then directly snatched away his distortion ability. Within seconds, the black-armored man was completely bound by the chains. Watching this unfold, Steele, Mavady and his two subordinates turned pale. The one Edward just defeated was Burier Tesla, a notorious pirate with a bounty close to 10,000 pounds. And yet, in barely over a minute, he'd been neutralized completely. In other words, if Edward wanted to take them down too, it would be just as easy. Damn it. If you're this strong, why did you let us chase you all over the city? Mavady fumed, humiliated. He immediately turned to flee, but the moment he moved, his mind went blank for several seconds. When he regained clarity, he was already wrapped in chains and lying on the ground. Why you? Dannett stood dumbstruck. Sure, he had been captured twice already, but in his mind, Edward's strength had always been only slightly above his own, just a bit too tricky with those bizarre abilities to guard against. But now, how is he suddenly this powerful? Even his own captain would find it difficult to subdue Burier, Tesla and steal Mavati this quickly, right? So, he really is capable of taking a pirate admiral's place. Wait a minute. If you're this powerful, why did you let yourself get chased around all night like a dog? What was the point? Before Dannett could think further, the pirates who had been pursuing them from all directions arrived one after another. They surged into the plaza, surrounding Edward and Dannett. Bastard. One of the leading pirates panted heavily, pointing a gun at Edward. You could run, huh? Then keep running. Tonight, if you don't cough up the location of the ancient treasure on Sonia Island, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. Poke, poke. Just then, one of his underlings poked him. What? Can't you see I'm talking? B-boss, the ones lying on the ground, they look an awful lot like Burier, Tesla and Steele Mavati. The pirate froze, then met Edward's gentle smile. His foot subtly began to inch backwards. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone who recognized the two infamous pirates realized what had just happened and immediately began preparing to flee. Only a few inexperienced ones, clueless about the identities of Tesla and Mavati, continued advancing with guns raised. This involved an ancient treasure, after all. If they could claim it, they'd live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Flavitus. Suddenly, the guns in those approaching pirates' hands transformed into brightly colored vipers, which slithered up their arms. Ah. Terrified, they flung the snakes away and took off running. No one leaves. With a single bang, everyone trying to escape froze in place. Edward spread his arms, beaming brightly. Welcome, everyone. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Tonight will surely go down in the history of Byam as a night of great significance. And you, as participants in this historic event, will definitely be remembered by all. Dannett blinked in confusion. We just ran around Byam a few times, it's that important. Wait, was he planning, like that night before, to rob every pirate on the scene again? Well then, let me wish you all the best on this journey, may your future shine bright, and may your names be passed down through the ages. With that, Edward abruptly waved his wand and dispelled the chains from Tesla, Mavati, and the others. As they stared at him in shock, he pointed his wand to the ground and uttered. Portus. With a flash of light. In the next instant, every pirate in the plaza vanished as their forms twisted and disappeared. Dannett was dumbfounded. Wah, where did they go? Oh, off to do something big. Edward exhaled a long breath. With a twirl of his wand, the shimmering surface of the plaza retracted and shrank until it transformed into a carpet, one that had come from the governor's office. Let's go. It's not over yet. Byam's governor's mansion. Admiral Amirius Revolt had just finished processing the recent mountain of reports and affairs. Even for a demigod-level powerhouse like him, it was hard not to feel a bit fatigued. Part of the exhaustion stemmed from the endless governmental mess, but more so from his younger brother, Aston Revolt. Sigh, I just hope he doesn't get too deeply involved in that matter again. He had already been briefed about the commotion in Byam tonight. This kind of thing wasn't all that rare. Some pirate who got lucky stumbled upon an ancient ruin, couldn't keep their mouth shut after returning to Byam, and immediately attracted the attention of every other pirate like sharks smelling blood. What followed was usually a bloody conflict, with dozens of pirates ending up dead. Honestly, if he had his way, Amirius would wish for this kind of event to happen daily. Best case, all the pirates would wipe each other out. As long as it didn't interfere with the military's interests or hinder the kingdom's profits, he couldn't care less. With a sigh, Amirius rose, planning to return to his quarters and spend some time with his mistress, Miss Cynthia. But just as he took a step, his spirituality surged violently, as if he was about to face some dreadful catastrophe. Even when facing fellow demigods in battle, he'd never experienced such a visceral warning. The next second. Amidst panicked cries, dozens, no, hundreds, of pirates suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crammed into his office. Filthy, ragged, reeking of sweat and rot, wielding mismatched weapons, they spilt in like a tidal wave. The room overflowed. Pirates toppled out the windows and doors, yet more kept appearing, pushing inward faster than they could escape. Boom. The lavishly decorated office was crushed under the sheer mass of bodies. Even though Amirius acted instantly, banning, exiling, and executing the pirates closest to him with his powers, he was soon overwhelmed. Kill. Loot the governor's mansion. Several pirates suddenly roared, weapons in hand, then scattered through the halls, setting fires and shooting wildly. Amirius, struggling free from the mountain of stinking, sweaty men, caught sight of this scene, and his face darkened to the color of deep red. He executed a few more pirates around him, then roared in fury. I want all of you dead. I want every pirate in Byam dead. Meanwhile, at Byam's naval base, several men were sprinting toward the harbor. Pirates have stormed the governor's mansion. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. The on-duty soldiers aboard the battleships immediately reported to their superiors. These officers, already angry at being roused from bed, were initially even more infuriated by what sounded like a ridiculous claim. Pirates, attacking the governor's mansion. Use your damn head. With Admiral Amirius there, not even the 4 pirate kings would dare. Boom. Before he could finish, a massive explosion echoed from the direction of the mansion. Flames shot into the sky, lighting up half the city. The officer's words caught in his throat. Eyes wide, he gawked at the glow in stunned disbelief. Impossible, impossible. How the hell did they get so bold? Move. He leapt from his bed, dashing out the door. Reinforce the governor's mansion. Go. Very quickly, all the soldiers stationed aboard the naval base's warships were fully armed and headed out, leaving behind only a small team for backup duties. About 10 minutes later, Edward led Danitz and the others, one-eyed Cage included, quietly into the now nearly empty naval base. Facing the massive silhouette before them, Danitz felt a rising sense of dread. Tell me you brought us here just to admire the ship up close. Of course not. Edward opened his arms with a sunny smile. We're stealing that warship. What? He turned to the equally stunned Cage and the rest. Didn't you all say you could sail any ship? Cage forced a strained smile. Mr. Sparrow, as you can see, we're just a bunch of pirates. We've never had the chance to learn how to pilot a naval warship. What about you, Mr. Ace? Danitz shrank back slightly, glancing around. Do I look like someone who served in the Navy? Since we've already chosen this path, we finish the job. Feeling the continued progress of the potion digesting within him, Edward took the lead and walked forward. After a dozen or so steps, seeing the others still frozen in place, he turned around and grinned. This might be the only time in your life you'll see a brand new warship like this up close. Not curious? Don't tell me you're that gutless. It was a simple, but very effective taunt. The men exchanged glances. Let's go, then. Danitz grumbled, I am Fire Fist Ace now. When I get back, I'll have plenty of stories to brag about to those guys. Cage and the others didn't say much more, following silently. Boarding the ship was easy, after all, there weren't many soldiers left on board. Edward quickly subdued them with a few swift imperious curses. Rumble. With a loud mechanical groan, the warship raised its anchor. The steam turbines kicked into gear. Amid a plume of black smoke, the massive vessel sailed out of the harbor. By then, every other ship and guard in the vicinity had already been dealt with, put to sleep or knocked out by Edward in advance. Standing in the captain's cabin, gazing out at the distant sounds and flickers of fire from the governor's mansion, Edward murmured. Step 2, complete. Half an hour later. The troops who had gone to reinforce the governor's mansion finally rushed back, only to find the docks utterly empty. Their commanding officer stared blankly at the harbor, stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard. Where's the Balus? My massive Balus, where the hell did it go? Note, the promised extra chapter. Here you go. And, no extra chapters tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from voting. Keeps me motivated. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, p-a-t-r-e-o-n.c-o-m/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Animagus. Although the Balus warship lagged behind the newly launched ironclads in terms of technology, it was still far more advanced than most pirate ships, which were still primarily made of wood. Equipped with a massive steam engine, it cruised at a current speed of about 12 knots, faster than the vast majority of standard pirate vessels. In addition, the warship boasted dozens of cannons. A single broadside was enough to blast anything apart, except perhaps for some of the ghost ships with mystical abilities. After the initial panic and apprehension wore off, Danitz and the others gradually grew excited. They had actually hijacked a warship. And not just any ship, but one taken straight from the naval harbor of Byam, right under the noses of rows upon rows of coastal artillery. They had sailed a fully intact military ironclad out of there. This was something countless pirates may have fantasized about, but none had ever dared attempt. After tonight, their names would surely spread across the seas. Pirate admirals, even the 4 kings, they would all be beneath them. But, what if no one knows it was us who did it, muttered one-eyed Cage, suddenly sounding worried. Danitz took a swig from the fine wine he'd swiped from the captain's quarters and laughed heartily. You think others are as dumb as you? A group of pirates just got sent to the governor's mansion, and right after that, a warship gets stolen. You don't need a genius to figure out those two events are connected. He paused, then suddenly added, oh, but I guess you guys might really not get recognized. You never showed your faces the whole time. Cage and the others immediately looked dejected. Edward stood at the bow, gazing out at the endless dark sea. He held a gold coin in hand, flipping it into the air every few minutes. Clink. He flipped it again. This time, it landed heads up. He turned back to the others and said, you're all so eager to leave your names on the sea, but have you thought about how much your bounties are going to rise after this? Danitz burst out laughing. Who cares? I'm already Fire Fist Ace. Cage and the others exchanged glances, then chuckled sheepishly. Well, nobody knows we were involved anyway. At that moment, Edward pulled out 2 stones from his pouch and placed them on the table. The one on the left takes you to Backlund. The one on the right takes you back to Byam. Pick one. Everyone froze. Huh? Why would we go back? Edward shrugged with a grin. Come on, my friends. You didn't really think we've already succeeded in stealing a warship, did you? That's right, we've had about an hour's head start. Normally, no other ship would be able to catch up. But what if the one chasing us isn't a ship? What if it's a saint? A Sequence 3 saint of the Sailor Pathway. Danitz's expression stiffened. Mr. Sparrow, you're joking, right? Byam is the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. On the surface, it's under the control of the lone military. But in the Beyonder world, the true ruler is the Church of the Lord of Storms, more specifically, the Sequence 3 saint and Archbishop, Sea King John Cotman. Normally, the church and military don't interfere with one another, but after what we just did, do you really think he'll just stand by? Danitz thought for a moment, then asked, what about you? Where are you going? Byam, Edward replied without hesitation. Then I'm going to Byam too, Danitz said immediately. One-eyed Cage quickly followed suit, making the same choice. But Danitz added, if you value your lives, I suggest you go to Backlund. Maybe you didn't show your faces tonight, but you were the ones responsible for recruiting people last time. Then, we'll go to Backlund, the others reluctantly agreed. Once everyone had made their choice, Edward enchanted the 2 stones with portals to Backlund and Byam. One-eyed Cage and the rest touched the left-hand stone and quickly vanished. Danitz was just about to touch the right-hand one when he suddenly turned to Edward. You don't look like you're planning to leave right away. That's right, Edward said. You're not seriously planning to challenge that saint, are you? Edward burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I haven't lived enough to do something that's stupid. I just want to say hello before I go. I have a feeling that might be even worse than challenging him. With that, Danitz slapped his hand on the stone and disappeared with a pained yell. Edward stretched lazily and sighed. It's not like I want to stir up trouble, it's just that, right now, this is the only way I can think of to play my role. On the pitch-black, boundless sea, a massive ironclad warship was sailing at full speed. However, the entire vessel remained cloaked in darkness, resembling a ghost ship drifting through the night. Boom. In the eerie silence, a thunderous crack exploded from the sky, splitting the thick clouds above at lightning speed. It was a terrifying sonic boom, accompanied by the mournful howl of a wind domain. The Sea King, John Cotman, had arrived. Though his body had not yet appeared, the sonic boom alone stirred up towering waves and howling winds. Any ordinary pirate ship would likely have capsized from the first shockwave alone. But this immense warship held firm amidst the churning sea, maintaining its rapid pace as if unaffected. Boom. High above the bow of the ship, a ripple of air burst forth with another sonic boom, and a tall, broad-shouldered man in storm priest's robes abruptly appeared. He stood suspended in the air, looking down at the shadowy warship below. Escaped. He let out a cold snort and began descending slowly on a stream of wind. Had it not been for the military's repeated pleas, he would have unleashed his storm and lightning the moment he arrived. Clack. Suddenly, all the lights on the warship lit up at once. John Cotman halted midair, eyes sharp as a hawk as he swept his gaze over the deck, searching for the source. Good evening, Your Grace. A voice rang out from an unknown direction, yet it was so loud that it carried clearly over hundreds of meters. I've been waiting for you for quite a while now. John Cotman's brow furrowed. Gehrman Sparrow? Oh. What a surprise. I didn't expect a saint would remember my name, how flattering. To welcome Your Grace's arrival, I've prepared a most grand ceremony especially for you. Please enjoy the show. The next second, a barrage of cannonballs shot into the sky, all aimed directly at John Cotman. He didn't even dodge. With a sweep of wind, he deflected all incoming projectiles. White lightning flickered in his eyes as ominous clouds gathered rapidly above. Raising a hand sparking with silver-white lightning, he summoned storm clouds that crackled with writhing bolts of electricity. Boom. Thunder, wind, and torrential rain came crashing down in an instant, lighting up the entire night sky as though it were midday. Crack! A second thunderclap followed. Silver lightning coiled around the entire warship, instantly frying its electrical systems and steam engine, reducing the mighty vessel to a dead hulk of iron. Is that all, Your Grace? I have to say, this level doesn't even scratch the itch. Edward's voice rang out once more. John Cotman's beard and hair bristled, crackling with electricity. For several kilometers around, the sky was now covered in thick clouds, raining down lightning bolts that briefly turned night into day. There was no doubt, this was a once-in-a-decade superstorm. Final step, completed. Hidden in a temporary, magically expanded, undetectable space, Edward pulled out a small vial containing a drop of blood-red potion. The Animagus potion. And the final step to becoming an Animagus was to wait for a thunderstorm like this, and in the exact moment lightning split the sky, drink the potion, now turned blood-red. Ha 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 ha, I must be a madman at heart. Edward pointed the tip of his wand at his chest and chanted. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Then he downed the potion in one gulp. The very next instant, a wave of searing pain and two violently different heartbeats exploded in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he began mentally repeating his transformation mantra, become a bird, become a bird, become a bird. Even though he knew the mental suggestion didn't actually help, it was all he could do in this moment. A few seconds later, an image began to emerge in his mind. No scales, no claws, no fangs. Only a mass of shadowy mist, formed by countless translucent black wisps entwined together. It was an Obscurus. In the Animagus transformation, the image of the creature one would become always appeared in the mind beforehand, and the image in Edward's mind was unmistakably an Obscurus. So, my Animagus form is an Obscurus. But animagi are only supposed to be able to turn into ordinary animals, aren't they? Before he could think further, an unbearable pain surged across every inch of his body. Looking down, he saw his skin begin to crack and tear, then ignite as if set aflame, turning to black ash. It spread rapidly from his limbs to his torso, and finally... bang! A wave of magical distortion pulsed through the air. Edward vanished. In his place, a floating, black, smoky Obscurus appeared. Seemingly bereft of reason, the creature rampaged within the small, magically concealed space. It unleashed a storm of magic that tore through the protective shell, bursting out into the warship's interior in a frenzy. The magic storm it carried shredded the ship's steel bulkheads like paper. Everything in its path was laid to waste. Then, like a bullet, it shot out through a ruptured hole in the hull and soared into the sky. It circled aimlessly for a moment, then caught sight of the Sea King floating midair. And without hesitation, charged straight toward him. John Cotman was still puzzled. He hadn't even gone all out, so how had the warship already fallen apart? Then he saw the black mist surge into the air with terrifying destructive force, aiming directly at him. He didn't know what it was, but he sneered coldly, his hair flaring out unnaturally, each strand brimming with lightning. This strike will erase this insolent clown from existence. Whoosh! A lightning bolt streaked forth. Like a beam of silver-white light, it engulfed the Obscurus and trailed straight toward the already crippled ship. Boom! With an ear-splitting crash, the ironclad warship was split clean in two and began rapidly sinking into the sea. The black mist vanished without a trace. Dead? No. It escaped. John Cotman stared at the sinking wreckage in silence for a moment, then murmured, "This was Gairman Sparrow's doing." With that, he turned into a storm of wind and lightning and vanished into the night. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Report. Biome, a desolate stretch of coastline. The air twisted and warped, and a cloud of black, humanoid smoke suddenly appeared. It stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Then, the smoke swiftly condensed, reforming into a flesh and blood body. A few seconds later, Edward reappeared. Ha, ha, ha. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. That was insane. I actually attacked a Sequence 3 Saint head-on. Forcing strength into his legs, Edward staggered to his feet. I never would have guessed that my Animagus form would end up being an Obscurus. Normally, animagi could only transform into ordinary animals. For him to break that law, there could be only two possible explanations. Either a dormant Obscurus had long existed within this body, and the Animagus transformation merely awakened it. Or the anomaly was caused by the effects of the potion itself. Regardless, being able to transform into an Obscurus meant he now possessed both flight and terrifying destructive power, far superior to any ordinary creature. However, once transformed, his emotions became volatile and erratic, with an overwhelming urge to destroy everything in sight. Thankfully, that destructive impulse isn't completely uncontrollable. It'll just take time to adapt to it. Maybe some sessions with a therapist could help too. Still, this unexpected gain had been a pleasant surprise tonight. After all, his original plan was simply to use a series of events to digest the potion. At that thought, he immediately calmed his mind and focused inward. A moment later, joy flashed across his face. At this point, he had already digested most of the madman potion. Reckless behavior truly was one of the best ways to digest potions in this world. Edward exhaled deeply and looked out over the sea. So, how should I digest the rest? That day would later be known as the Day of Disaster for the pirates of Byam. Last night, over 100 pirates suddenly went berserk and launched an assault on the governor's mansion. Although they didn't manage to take it, the mansion was reduced to rubble in the chaos. At the same time, a warship docked at the naval base was hijacked by another group of pirates. Although Sea King John Cotman later caught up to them, the ironclad warship was sunk in the ensuing battle by the very pirates he pursued, resulting in heavy losses for the Lone Sea Command. Thus, early the next morning, the cleansing operation began. The lone military, working in tandem with the Church of the Lord of Storm, launched a thunderous crackdown, raiding several major pirate hubs, taverns, inns, and casinos, and issued a final ultimatum. All pirates must leave Byam within 3 days, or face the full wrath of the military. Though such ultimatums had occurred occasionally in the past, usually during changes in governorship, this time, everyone could tell the demigod admiral was dead serious. After all, the governor's mansion and a warship had both been destroyed. His reputation was in tatters. How could he not be seething with hatred for the pirates? And the culprit behind it all? The previously unknown, unpredictable madman, Gehrman Sparrow. His bounty now stood at £250,000, while his subordinate, Fire Fist Ace, had also been bumped up to £20,000. Damn it. Danitz, back in his original form, cursed the moment he saw the bounty. Dogsh*T. Why the hell is mine not even a tenth of his? But as he read through everything Gehrman Sparrow had done the night before, he silently closed his mouth. You absolute lunatic. I swear, as soon as I secure a ticket, I'm heading back to the Golden Dream and never getting involved with him again. Slap. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Danitz instinctively drew his revolver in one smooth motion and aimed it, but froze the moment he saw who it was. You're back. Edward pushed aside the gun barrel and smiled. What are you afraid of? I'm Edward now. I don't see how that makes a difference, Danitz muttered as he put the gun away. You're the crazy one, not your name. He glanced around nervously. You've heard about the ultimatum, right? Byam's going to be a pirate no-go zone for a while. I've already asked someone to buy my ship ticket, I'm leaving tonight. What about you? I need to ask you something. What is it? Do you know where the pirate admirals or the Four Kings are holding their next gathering? I have no idea. All right. But if you do get any leads, let my messenger know. Sure. No sooner had he agreed than Danitz grew nervous again. Wait. You're not actually planning to go there and stir up trouble, are you? Of course not. Do I look like someone who can't assess a situation? With that many powerhouses gathered, I'm just a mid-sequence beyonder, it'd be suicide. Danitz opened his mouth, but the words got stuck. You don't just look like that kind of person, you are that kind of person. Edward shrugged. I just want to go there to shop for some materials and mystical items. All right, fine. Well then, let's part ways here. Do me a favor and tell your captain I really appreciated your help these past few days. Thanks to you, I was able to complete my mission. What mission? Attacking the governor's mansion. Provoking the Sea King. Sinking a warship. Of course not. Edward grinned. You've forgotten why I first set out to sea, haven't you? I wanted to become a pirate hunter. And now, thanks to me, the pirates in Byam are either caught, dead, or fleeing within 3 days. I'd say your average pirate hunter couldn't hold a candle to me. Danitz's eyes widened. Your understanding of what it means to be a pirate hunter is certainly unique. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. No. Danitz frantically waved his hands. What you did has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I'm out. Goodbye, no. Not goodbye. Never see you again. He fled in a blur. Cathedral of Waves. Afternoon. A disguised Alger strode swiftly into the church. Bishop Jace was already waiting beneath the sacred radiance symbolizing the god of storm's might. Alger approached, placed his right hand over his chest, and saluted. Your Grace Jace, you summoned me. That's right, Jace nodded. I need you to investigate someone. Who? Gehrman Sparrow. Alger was taken aback. Having been at sea recently, he hadn't yet heard what had happened in Byam. After a brief hesitation, he asked, Who is that? Go ask around yourself, you should be able to find news about him soon enough. Understood. Go, and once you find anything, report back immediately. Lord Cotman is quite concerned about this matter. Cotman. That demigod powerhouse, the one called the Sea King, John Cotman. Alger's heart trembled with shock. He couldn't fathom what this Gairman Sparrow could have done to draw the attention of a demigod. Suppressing his doubts, Alger turned and left the Cathedral of Waves. He was just about to head to his usual drinking spot to gather intel when a mist of grey suddenly rose before his eyes. At the end of the fog sat the fool, gazing calmly at him. The scene shifted again. The tower appeared. "Mr. Hangman," he said, "you mentioned before that a major Beyonder gathering was going to be held at sea. I happen to need to purchase some items. Can I accompany you?" Alger's first reaction was suspicion. Was the tower trying to bypass him and sell off the mystical items he'd stored? But he quickly reconsidered. This matter had already been discussed at the Tarot Club. If he went back on his word now, it would leave a poor impression on everyone, including Mr. Fool. So he nodded, of course. But the gathering likely won't happen for a while yet. Soon, Edward received Alger's message. He thought for a moment and replied, "All right. When you're ready to set out, let me know, I'll find a way to rendezvous with you." When the grey mist dispersed, Edward stretched and leaned back against the sofa. Lilith, sprawled across his lap, arched her back and let out a yawn. "Edward, I want to go play with Susie." "Go ahead. Use the vanishing cabinet." It was his second day back in Backlund, and he was still staying at the same inn in the Hillston Borough. He had spent the entire previous day resting in his room, waiting for news from the Twilight Hermit Order, but so far, no one had approached him. Is it because they think I'm not worth a card of blasphemy, so they're just ignoring me? Edward thought back. In the original work, the Twilight Hermit Order had used the card of blasphemy as bait in very specific events, both involving assassinations of Duke Negan, one orchestrated by Kalangos and the other by the devil. Could it be that the tide of the times Adam was orchestrating was just one step away from being realized, and Duke Negan was the final obstacle? And that obstacle would soon be removed by the devil. Afterwards, the grand performances would unfold one by one, leading into war, and Adam, within the tide of the era, would take the potion and become a god. But what if the devil's assassination failed? Or, what if the devil was taken out before he could act? Would the Twilight Hermit Order look for another candidate, or take action themselves? "Hey. If you won't come to me, then I'll create the conditions to make you come to me." With that decision made, Edward immediately sprang into action. Of course, he couldn't go look for the devil himself, that would be far too obvious. So instead, report him. As usual, he first went to St. Samuel Cathedral, where he casually reported that he'd stumbled upon a suspicious individual, someone from the Beria demon family, hiding in Backlund with unknown motives. He claimed the recent serial murders were likely committed by this person, and advised the church to either arrest or eliminate him before he caused greater havoc. Bishop Electra took this extremely seriously and immediately contacted the Nighthawks and Red Gloves. Then Edward hurried off to St. Hireland Cathedral in St. George Borough, the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Backlund. Last time, Icancer Bernard of the Machinery Hive Mind had sent him the master key, extending goodwill and warmly inviting him to visit. But unsure of their true intent, Edward had kept his distance. This time, he intended to report something, and probe their stance while he was at it. He had just stepped into the cathedral with the crowd when a member of the Machinery Hive Mind hurried over and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Edward, are you here to pray today, or do you have business with us?" This efficiency surprised Edward. Though he hadn't gone out of his way to hide his identity, he hadn't even sat down yet, and someone was already approaching. Clearly, someone had been assigned to keep an eye on him. He thought for a moment, then drew a triangle over his chest. To report someone. The Machinery Hive Mind member blinked, caught off guard. That wasn't one of the expected answers. "What would you like to report?" "You've heard about the recent serial murders in Backlund, right?" "Yes." "You want to report the killer?" Edward nodded. "That's right. I happened to witness one of the killings last night and barely escaped with my life. The culprit is a brutal Beyonder, likely a Sequence 5 on the Devil pathway." "Sequence 5. The member's expression turned serious. "I'll inform the deacon immediately." A few minutes later, Icancer Bernard came rushing over. His hair wasn't as disheveled as last time, and there was a sharper glint in his eyes. In truth, the church had already started investigating the murders in recent days, but progress had been limited. "Mr. Edward, can you tell me more about this murderer?" "Let me think." Edward deliberately paused, pretending to recall. "Last night." He repeated the story he'd made up earlier, then suddenly added as if a memory had just returned to him, "Right. I remember that killer's face, I think I've seen him before at some small bank. His name was Jason." "Yes, that's it. Jason. Got it. But I don't think that's his real identity." Devils are notoriously cunning and sly, there's no reason he'd commit murder using a face that could be recognized so easily. Edward gave a helpless shrug. Still, I don't know what his true face looks like. Oh, and I've heard devils can sense danger in advance, so if you try to locate him through divination or similar means, you might alert him instead. Ecancer froze, a trace of concern in his eyes. Fortunately, our church possesses a mystical artifact that might be able to locate him without tipping him off. Great. I hope you can catch the killer in one fell swoop. You have my word. Ecancer's tone became solemn. If your information proves useful, I'll also apply to have a bounty awarded to you. Ah, thank you. The machinery hive mind immediately launched into action, but they made no further mention of the previously gifted key or the invitation. This left Edward somewhat confused, wondering if he had read too much into things. Well, maybe that's for the best. Note, 120 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Let's do this. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The True Creator's Rashomon Incident. Sherwood Borough, in the rented flat shared by Furs and Zio. Zio leaned against the window, cautiously peeking outside. Every passerby made her nerves tighten, she suspected each and every one of them might have been sent by Mr. A. Furs sat at the table, pen in hand, occasionally scribbling something onto a sheet of paper with a soft rustle. Stop looking, Zio. No matter how much you stare, it's not going to change reality. Just behave and stay put. I'm not exactly into being watched 24/7, you know. Zio pouted and pulled the curtains shut. At this rate, I won't even be able to go out and make money. Furs turned her head and laughed. You could try a different way of thinking. If Mr. A really is keeping an eye on us in secret and his goal is to find Edward, then before he achieves that goal, he's probably not going to let us die. So this is actually a good time for you to take on a few high-risk commissions. If something dangerous happens, the person watching us will definitely jump in to help. Win-win. You really are a genius. Zio rolled her eyes. Heh. But I'm right, aren't I? Setting down her pen, Furs suggested, why don't we tell Edward about this first? Maybe things really are as Mr. A says. But what if he's lying? What if he and Edward are enemies? Zio said seriously. We might not even count as friends with Edward, but at least we've helped each other out. I'm not the type who'd put someone else in danger just to save myself. She paused, then added softly, that's something my dad taught me when I was little. Which was exactly why she had always believed that her upright, principled father had been falsely accused of treason. It's just delivering a letter through his messenger. It's not that dangerous, is it? Furs sighed. We can't expect Mr. A to stay patient forever. Who knows how long he'll just watch us and not make a move. Zio was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. She stood up and walked to the door. I'm heading out for a bit to see if I can find a commission. Otherwise, we're going to run out of money sooner or later. Be careful out there. Furs waved after her, but couldn't help wondering, why did she agree so quickly? She tore off a sheet of paper and wrote out what had happened, then set up a ritual and summoned a black bird. Edward had just returned to his hotel when a black bird tore through the air in front of him. A letter for you. From who? That particularly lazy woman. Edward quickly opened the envelope and checked the signature, Furs Wall. Ah. Miss Salted Fish. The blackbird's judgment was extremely accurate. He moved his eyes to the beginning of the letter and quickly skimmed it. His expression changed slightly. Mr. A is looking for me. And he's using this kind of method. That's, unexpectedly, courteous of him. Mr. A. An oracle of the Aurora Order, a notorious terrorist, a beautiful madman, a zealous cultist who would stop at nothing for the true creator. Normally, he would have kidnapped Furs and Zio without a second thought, either forcing them to find Edward or coercing Edward himself to appear. Since when did he become so gentle? Thinking of that, Edward couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for the two women. They probably had no idea they had just brushed past the gates of death. So, should I go meet him? Last time, if it hadn't been for Mr. A, Edward would definitely be dead. By that logic, Mr. A should represent the rational aspect of the true creator and was presumably friendly toward him. But with a heretical god and its insane followers involved, Edward didn't think being overly cautious was a bad thing. He had the ability of a bookworm, but Mr. A was a shepherd. Still, if he didn't go, Furs had made a good point in the letter, who knows how long Mr. A's patience will last. If something happened, it'd be his fault for dragging them into it. With that, Edward flicked a coin into the air. Is it dangerous for me to go meet Mr. A? The coin spun and landed with a metallic ding. Just as he reached out to grab it, a ripple of spirituality surged through him. In the next moment, a patch of shadow rapidly gathered on the floor, and from that darkness, a tall figure rose. In the blink of an eye, a man whose looks would make most women envious appeared before him. Mr. A had arrived. Good to see you again, sir. He put his hands together and bowed slightly with a warm smile. The moment Edward saw the shadow, he realized what was happening and instinctively wanted to apparate out, but just then, his eyes flicked to the coin still in his hand. The number was facing up. It meant no. There was no danger in meeting Mr. A. After a short moment of thought, he made up his mind. Hello, Mr. A. Edward gestured to the sofa across from him. I never got the chance to thank you for saving my life last time. Mr. A nodded slightly, his tone devout. It was all the will of the Lord. He raised his clasped hands, and a speck the size of a pinhead leapt from the letter and landed on the back of his hand, quickly merging into his skin. To avoid alarming you, I used a small trick to trace the message. I hope you don't mind. So that's how he found me. Edward had thought Mr. A might have been tracking his messenger. Edward deliberately frowned. Alarming. Why would I be alarmed? You're technically my lifesaver. Wanting to see me shouldn't be alarming, right? Oh, unless you mean your identity with the Aurora Order. Mr. A calmly shook his head. The Lord sent down a revelation. He says you've been corrupted by an evil god, and might have formed a wrong impression of him. The true Creator says I've been corrupted by an evil god. Now that was something new. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Mr. A said calmly, it is you and the Saint of Secrets who have been corrupted by that evil god. Oh. Got it now. He was talking about the mad persona of the true Creator, wasn't he? Edward suddenly understood. But a few seconds later, he froze again. Wait a second. I've never even communicated with the mad persona of the true Creator. How could I possibly have been corrupted? Before he could think it through, Mr. A, for the first time, unclasped his joined hands. I came today only to deliver a message. The Lord has something he wishes to say to you. As he spoke, a bloodshot, black eye opened in the center of his right palm. The eye's pupil spun erratically in its socket, darting back and forth in an unnerving rhythm. In an instant, the room was suffused with a suffocating atmosphere of violence, chaos, and corruption. Edward was overwhelmed by a wave of discomfort, his emotions stirred and magnified until a savage urge rose up inside him, a mad impulse to tear Mr. A limb from limb. Thankfully, the feeling came fast and vanished just as quickly. And percent. A string of incomprehensible, dizzying whispers echoed in his ears. For several seconds, he couldn't make heads or tails of them. But then, he understood. Fake. That wasn't really me talking to you before. Liar. He's a liar. %yen and %, cursed expletive. He's deceiving you. He's the one who wants to kill you. It's him. %yen and %, Don't trust him. I'm the one who can protect you. %yen and %. The true Creator's whispers repeated, again and again, shouting, ranting, incoherent and disordered, yet all delivering the same chaotic message. You're being lied to. After a brief moment of confusion, Edward suddenly snapped out of it. The one speaking to him now was the mad persona of the true Creator. Which meant, the one who had ordered Mr. A to save him before was also that mad persona. On the other hand, the one who had instructed the Saint of Secrets to kill him, the one he'd had a friendly conversation with, the one who had even gifted him the formula for the secret suppliant, was actually the rational persona. Then Edward's brain completely short-circuited. The rational true Creator said the mad one wanted to kill him. But now, the mad one was saying it was the rational one who actually wanted to kill him. So, which one was telling the truth? And which one was lying? This is straight-up Rashomon. Sherwood Borough, Furs and Zio's rented flat. After sending the letter, Furs was lazily killing time while waiting for Edward's reply. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Zio rushed out, panic written all over her face. Furs. Did you send the letter already? What letter? The one you wrote to Edward. Yeah, I sent it. Why? Zio's face went pale. I was just under someone's control. When I agreed to let you send that letter and said I wanted to go out for a walk, it wasn't me talking. Not really. What? Furs shot up from her seat, glancing around nervously. Was it Mr. A? Zio mumbled, if it was him, and now he's released the control, then that probably means he's followed the trace of that letter you just sent, and gone to find Edward. Furs stood frozen in place. So that letter I just sent, did I end up getting Edward into trouble instead? Hillston Borough, inside the hotel. As Mr. A brought his hands back together, the true creator's whispering slowly faded. Edward sat in silence, stunned and speechless. Does your God have multiple personalities? One wants to kill me, one wants to protect me, and I can't even tell which is which. But going by Mr. A's behavior, the one who told him to save me probably doesn't want me dead, right? Then why didn't that rational personality just act directly in the first place? Can't figure it out. Wait. Edward suddenly paused, realizing something even more absurd. He'd been seriously trying to figure out what a schizophrenic evil god was thinking. Something's definitely wrong with me. When it came to the Aurora Order, Mr. A, and the true creator, the best policy was probably threefold: don't reject, don't take responsibility, and don't make any promises. Just then, Mr. A spoke up. I've delivered the Lord's message. I'll be leaving now. Edward quickly called out, wait. Mr. A turned back, his expression calm. What is it? And then? What do you mean, and then? I mean, your Lord. After sending you to pass along that message, he didn't say anything else. No. Edward thought for a moment and said, the Saint of Secrets is still trying to kill me. You're not going to do anything about that. Mr. A drew a backwards cross devoutly on his chest. Whatever the Lord asks of me, I will do. If there are no instructions, then my duty is to shepherd more lambs for him and spread his glory across the earth. But don't you think it's strange for the Lord to have me listen to his divine message, only for me to get assassinated by the Saint of Secrets as soon as I walk out the door? Mr. A frowned slightly. Are you sure the Lord only wanted me to hear his voice once? Have you considered what you'll do if I die, and he wants to find me again? Have you thought about this? Why does he want me alive, but the Saint of Secrets wants me dead? Mr. A froze. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Audrey, are you that dog? Mr. A hesitated for a moment before asking, so what exactly are you getting at? I need the Aurora Order, at least the Backlund branch under your charge, to provide me with protection. He considered for a second, then nodded. Fine. I need you to find a way to eliminate the Saint of Secrets who betrayed the Lord, so there'll be no future troubles. That goes without saying. I'll return every ounce of shame and pain he brought me. I also need you to help me locate some materials. A complete brain of Asmon, a cursed object from an ancient wraith, the heart of a spirit world traverser, and a crystal of a thousand-faced hunter. Mr. A's eerie brows rose slightly. And what does this have to do with the Lord or the Aurora Order? Edward answered righteously, because I also need to grow stronger. That's the only way I can stay alive. He, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Mr. A burst into laughter. He leaned forward, his posture resembling a venomous serpent, staring straight at Edward. Do you think just because you invoke the Lord's name, you can issue orders to me at will? Are you being clever, or do you think I'm a fool? No. Edward would never assume that Mr. A, who'd managed the Backlund branch of the Aurora Order so successfully, was a fool. He was merely testing Mr. A's limits, or rather, testing the attitude the true creator had toward him. Mr. A continued coldly, Mr. Edward, you are not the first the Lord has asked me to invite back, and you won't be the last. You are not special, nor are you indispensable. That might not be true. Although that was what he thought, Edward still put on a surprised face. I never meant to order you around. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Mr. A fell silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, I'll have someone keep an eye out for the materials. After a pause, he gritted out a few words through clenched teeth. Anything else? Recently I read in the papers that this Manger gang was wiped out. Was that the Aurora Order's doing? Yes. Then you'd better be careful. Behind this Manger party was Intis's ambassador, Bakerland Jean Mudun. It took them a lot of effort to drive that nail into lone soil, and now that the Aurora Order's destroyed it, he's sure to retaliate. Don't let him drag the entire Aurora Order down with him. Bakerland Jean Mudun. I'll keep that in mind. With that, his body melted back into shadow and vanished. Phew. Edward let out a long breath. Dealing with these fanatical lunatics was truly nerve-wracking. Who knew when they might just snap and go berserk? If Mr. A were a madman, he'd definitely be an instant promotion type, one bite and you're done. Sigh, I'd better reply to Furs first. He first apologized for getting them involved. Then he told her the situation had been resolved and that she didn't need to worry about being bothered by Mr. A again. Afterwards, he leaned back slightly, somewhat dazed. So, my greatest crisis in Backlund was just resolved like that. That night, Backlund was unexpectedly quiet. Neither the Nighthawks from the Church of the Evernight Goddess nor the mechanical hive mind from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery took immediate action, despite receiving clues from Edward. Devils were notoriously sensitive to danger, so they had no choice but to tread carefully and wait for the perfect kill shot. Early the next morning, just as Edward was stepping out with a still sleepy Lilith to grab some breakfast, a piece of explosive news was spreading through the streets with the cries of a paperboy. Intis's ambassador assassinated. Intis's ambassador assassinated. Aurora Order claims responsibility. Intis's ambassador assassinated. Intis's ambassador assassinated. Aurora Order claims responsibility. Watching the paperboy vanish down the street, Edward couldn't help but marvel at Mr. A's efficiency, truly worthy of a professional lunatic. He works fast. No effort, no risk, just a few choice words, and the ambassador was taken care of for free. That was some slick maneuvering. Now it was time to report his achievement to Klein. Edward turned back into the room, drew the curtains shut, and began his prayer to Mr. Fool. 15 Minsk Street. I see. Klein responded blandly, cutting off the connection with Edward. Well done. He had to admit, having such a powerful subordinate really did ease the mind. Phew. The Zmanger party was gone, the Intis ambassador was dead. No more need to worry about anyone constantly plotting his murder. Klein relaxed into his chair and closed his eyes, feeling quite content. Wait a minute. A thought struck him, doesn't this mean I'll have to pay Edward a huge sum of money? Ah. Mr. Fool's heart ached. Ding, dong, ding, dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, echoing through the house. A new commission. Klein blinked, got up, and made his way to the door. Before his hand even touched the doorknob, a mental image of his visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a refined middle-aged gentleman with a graying temple, a lean face, and remarkable poise. That's the private detective Isengard Stanton. We've met a few times. What's he doing here? Perplexed, Klein opened the door and smiled. Good morning, Mr. Stanton. What brings you here? Isengard removed his semi-tall silk hat and returned the smile. Good morning, Mr. Moriarty. I'd like to work with you. I believe you're an excellent detective. You uncovered the East Balham shipyard and the dockworkers union case all on your own. Worked together on what? Finding the culprit behind the recent serial murders. Klein hesitated. But the police have offered a reward, £2,000. Klein extended his hand without a second thought. Pleasure to work with you. Empress Borough, Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey was accompanying her parents and brother, enjoying dessert after dinner while chatting. She took a sip of the reddish-brown tea, letting the faint aroma of malt and rose linger in her mouth. After a moment, she set down her cup and murmured inwardly, a bit too sweet. Just then, Earl Hall gave his newspaper a sudden shake and exclaimed in surprise, the Aurora Order is absolutely insane. The Aurora Order? Audrey blinked, curiosity piqued. What have they done this time? Earl Hall shook his head. Oh, darling, you wouldn't want to know. They just wiped out a gang not long ago, and today, they actually assassinated the Intis ambassador, Bakerland Jean Martin. I truly don't know what they're thinking. Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hall, chuckled. Maybe they're trying to sabotage relations between the kingdom and Intis, but that's just wishful thinking. That might not be entirely impossible. The father and son delved deeper into the topic. But Audrey's thoughts gradually drifted away. The Intis ambassador was assassinated. Wasn't that the mission given by Mr. Fool to his blessed? As she recalled, the ones who accepted the commission were herself, Edward, and the hangman Furs and Zio hadn't even had a chance to act yet, and now the Aurora Order had beaten them to it. Soon, the father and son's discussion expanded to topics like the finances of loan and the old versus new party conflict, and they left the room together for the study. Mother, I'm full too, Audrey said. Lady Hall smiled gently. All right, dear. Your father and brother are always like this, talking about all that nonsense even during meals. Well, technically, those topics were serious matters. But of course, Audrey wouldn't say that. Mother, I'll head to my room. Go ahead. Oh, right, can I take that newspaper with me? Of course. Audrey leaned over to kiss her mother on the cheek, picked up the newspaper, and walked toward her room. Susie, like a shadow, appeared silently and followed close behind. Back in her room, Audrey quickly flipped through the Backlund Daily Tribune, then sighed and tossed it onto the desk, already stacked with several piles of newspapers from the past few days. Yet not a single one mentioned the lives of those at the bottom rung of society, people from East Borough, south of the bridge, the docks. Ugh. Susie tilted her head and asked curiously, Audrey, you seem troubled. What happened? You wouldn't understand. Why not? You always say I'm smart, not any worse than most humans. Audrey rested her chin on her hand, thinking. Then let me give you an example. Imagine there's a dog king. In pursuit of its own reign, it ignores the people at the bottom. No, not just ignores them, but allows others to exploit them madly. These people suffer in poverty, in pain, and eventually die, all for some goal unknown to most. But on the surface, this dog kingdom appears prosperous. It looks like everyone is doing well. Then one day, you discover the truth. You realize this dog kingdom isn't what it seems. What would you do? Susie took a while to digest the story. After pondering, she asked, "Are you the dog that discovered the truth?" Audrey didn't want to admit it, but Susie wasn't being mean. She could only nod. Yes. No one can challenge the dog king. Challenge? Yeah. Susie wagged her tail. In the dog world, the leader is usually the strongest. If another dog isn't happy with the leader, they can challenge them. If they win, they become the new leader. Can't humans do that? Well, sort of, Audrey replied, recalling her history books. But the succession of human regimes isn't as simple as just fighting. Besides, the leader isn't alone, they're usually surrounded by powerful and loyal followers. Oh. Susie lay on the ground, tail still wagging. Then I would pretend like I didn't know anything. After all, worrying won't solve anything. But I'd secretly gather strength and wait for the right opportunity. Audrey blinked. That's right, nothing can be solved just by worrying. So why waste energy fretting? Audrey, you've been outdone by a dog in clarity of thought. She bent down and patted Susie's head. Susie, you're right. You really are smart. Of course. Susie perked up with glee, tail wagging furiously. So when you go see Edward later, can I come too? Lilith hasn't visited me in ages. How do you know I'm going to see Edward? You forgot. I'm a spectator and a telepathist. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Audrey covered her forehead. Sorry, humanity's beyonders, I've embarrassed you all. That evening, Audrey visited Edward and confirmed the ambassador's assassination. While the act was carried out by the Aurora Order, it was indirectly triggered by Edward. She also learned about Edward's experiences from the day before. Although Edward downplayed the danger and only emphasized what he had gained, Audrey still looked at him seriously and said, "That was far too dangerous. You should have escaped right away and reported it to the church." Oh, ever since the Chamber of Secrets incident at Hogwarts, Audrey had adopted reporting to the church as a go-to action. At the slightest sign of trouble, she'd want to file a report. I only talked to Mr. A because my divination showed it wouldn't harm me. She said nothing, just stared at him, not with reproach, but with concern. Edward immediately surrendered, raising his hands. I won't do it again. Audrey said no more. She pursed her lips and asked, "Are we still studying Ancient Face Act tonight?" The moment she mentioned that, Edward felt a strange headache. Still, he nodded. Sure. And let's play a game afterwards. How about Super Mario? Now that's a plan. Edward rolled up his sleeves. Watch me speedrun it on one life. Note, what a shame. We didn't reach our Power Stone goal, so no extra chapter. But, if you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 235 Pow Stones. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, You Can Cry After She's Dead. After spending the whole night playing video games with Audrey, performing all sorts of one-life clears for her, Edward finally collapsed into bed just before dawn, feeling quite smug. Thanks to the dexterity boost from the Trickmaster potion, this kind of thing was a breeze for him. But just as he closed his eyes and sleep was about to claim him, his eyes snapped open in shock. What the hell? What the hell did I just spend the whole night doing? She asked you to play games, and you actually played all night long. One life clears. Really? And you were proud of that? Unbelievable. He gave himself 2 firm slaps across the face. Then quickly tried to console himself, maybe Audrey really just wanted to play games. Yes. That had to be it. The next morning, a sleep-deprived Edward sat in the dining room downstairs, listlessly eating breakfast while skimming through the newspaper. In the absence of television and the internet, this was the fastest way to catch up on the latest news. Out of habit, he flipped to page 5 first to see if there were any new meetings from the Eye of Wisdom, then started over from the front. The front page was still dominated by the assassination of the Intis ambassador. The lone government had issued a statement expressing great anger and strong condemnation, demanding that the Aurora Order surrender immediately in exchange for leniency, which was about as laughable as cops demanding a serial killer to turn himself in. The rest of the pages were filled with newly enacted laws and policies in loan, along with pages and pages of advertisements. It wasn't until he reached the very last page and was about to set the paper down that a familiar name caught his eye. Gehrman Sparrow. Ah. News from Byam made it all the way back to Backlund already. A warship being hijacked is something they'd usually try to cover up, wouldn't they? He picked the paper back up and quickly scanned the child-sized column. Then froze. This report had absolutely nothing to do with Byam or the warship. In fact, it was a missing person notice. Gehrman Sparrow. Hello, I'm the owner of the Orlin Cafe in Eastborough. You quit your job at the cafe 3 days ago, but in your rush, you left behind some of your belongings. They're mostly just some clothes and a few miscellaneous books, one of which has a playing card tucked inside, but I don't know if any of these hold particular significance for you. If you don't see this notice and return to the cafe within 3 days, I'll have no choice but to pack up your things and throw them out. No exceptions. Orlin Warden, owner of Orlin Cafe. At first glance, it didn't seem to have anything to do with Edward aside from the name, Gehrman Sparrow. But his sharp eyes immediately picked up the key detail, a playing card tucked inside a book. That wasn't even a hint. That was practically a direct message, looking for the card of blasphemy. Come find me. Is this a message from the Twilight Hermit Order? Edward had imagined all sorts of mysterious and grand ways the Twilight Hermit Order might contact him, but this bland and honest approach completely blindsided him. Hey, could it be that the devil got taken down by the 2 major churches last night? And now they want to hand me the assassination of Duke Negan. With that, he reached over and patted Lilith, who was busy chewing on a piece of steak. Done eating, Lilith? She looked up, mouth rimmed with steak juice. Meow. Edward grabbed a napkin and gently wiped her face, then scooped her up. If you're still hungry, we'll eat somewhere else. Okay, she replied in a small voice. After paying the bill, Edward walked out of the restaurant with Lilith in his arms. He looked at her curiously and asked, You haven't been out catching mice these past few nights? You seem awfully hungry in the mornings. I did go, she grumbled, swishing her tail. But the mice here are too small. Lady Lilith didn't get full. Oh, I see. I thought maybe you'd been secretly hitting the books at night. Meow. She tilted her head, a puzzled look on her face. Not long after, now transformed into Gehrman Sparrow and with the white Persian cat perched on his shoulder, Edward stepped into the Orlin Cafe located in Eastborough. The cafe sat on the edge of a plaza with no nearby stalls and few passers-by. Only the benches around the plaza had a few lifeless, numb figures either sitting or lying on them. Edward seriously doubted this cafe got much foot traffic. He walked straight to the counter and asked with a pleasant smile, Excuse me, is Mr. Orlin Warden in? I'm Gehrman Sparrow, I'm here to collect some things I left behind. The staffer blinked in surprise before replying, Certainly. Please, have a seat. I'll go fetch Mr. Warden for you. A moment later, a thin blonde man with gold-rimmed glasses and white gloves walked over. He gave Edward a long, probing look before taking a seat opposite him. Gehrman Sparrow, he asked. That's right, Edward replied, eyeing him up and down. If all goes well, my name should be making waves across the sea right about now. You must be Orlin Warden. No. The man rejected the notion without hesitation, then handed over a photo. Go to this place and release the person trapped underground. Do that, and you'll get what you want. Edward couldn't help being surprised. It wasn't an assassination mission targeting Duke Negan, but something completely unrelated. Release, underground. Those 2 words instantly brought to mind a certain angel who'd been turned into a hot pot. He took the photo and glanced at it. It showed a 2-story house, the first floor in a state of chaos, scattered with building materials, as if renovations were underway. He then feigned confusion and asked, Where is this? Who am I supposed to release? Why? Number 8 Williams Street. You don't need to know anything else. Just do it, and you'll get what you're after. You've got to be kidding me, is he talking about that red priest card in Medici's hands? If I had the ability to take that, would I still need to come crawling to you guys? Wait, hold on. Something didn't feel right. Edward suddenly recalled that Medici had taken the side of the true creator during the War of the 4 Emperors and had ultimately been turned into a hot pot after Adam said, this was a necessary sacrifice. So, the 2 should be enemies, right? Then why would Adam want to release him? Unless, the whole point of this mission was to get him killed. Is there anything else? Any other commissions? No. If you manage to pull this off, someone will come to conduct a further evaluation. That's when you'll be officially invited to join us. The blonde man said no more and quickly walked out of the cafe. At that moment, the staffer from earlier strolled over with a bright smile, as if noticing Edward for the first time. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Would you like to order something? He had clearly forgotten everything that just happened. A spectator's hypnosis is no joke. Good thing I know the Imperious Curse too. I'll have a steak and a coffee. Right away, sir. Suddenly, a wailing cry echoed from the plaza outside. Wah, mama. Mama. A frail, raggedly dressed little boy wearing an oversized cotton coat sobbed uncontrollably. In front of him lay a thin, equally poorly dressed woman. Whether from hunger, cold, or illness, she had collapsed on this early autumn evening. The child's cries drew glances from the people nearby, but that was all, glances. They had seen this scene far too many times. Give it a few more months, when winter rolled in, and deaths like this would happen multiple times a day. Edward wasn't an especially compassionate person, but witnessing it firsthand stirred a pang of human empathy. Waiter. He raised a hand, calling the server over and pulling out a banknote. Could you please invite those people outside in and give each of them a hot meal? Of course, sir. You're a kind man. The waiter didn't seem surprised at all by the request. He swiftly headed to the door, raised a hand, and called out. In an instant, the plaza's vagrants turned their heads. After a slight nod from the waiter, they used what little strength they had to scramble toward the cafe, like this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Everyone lined up neatly, entering one by one and thanking Edward as they passed. The staff efficiently seated them and brought out steaming plates of food. Ah, so this is why this cafe exists in a place like this. It makes its money off kind-hearted folks like me. Talk about business acumen. Soon, only the collapsed woman and the sobbing child remained outside. Edward stood up and stepped out of the cafe, intending to see if the woman could still be saved. At that moment, a little girl in black clothes, black pants, black boots, and short black hair darted over to the woman's side. She knelt down and placed her small, pale hand against the woman's neck, then turned to the crying child and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Your mom's not dead yet." The boy sniffled, his sobs momentarily halting in surprise. Really? The black-haired girl offered a kind smile and consoled him, "Just wait a little longer. You can cry when she's dead." Edward. Boy. Wah. He burst into even louder sobs. Edward walked up and, under the girl's curious gaze, cast a healing spell on the woman. Then he took out a potion and carefully poured it into her mouth. He didn't know medicine. This was all he could do. It won't work. The little girl in black looked up at Edward and said seriously, "I can already smell death on her. She's beyond saving. I came here to collect her body." Edward was silent for a moment before asking, "Even Mr. Azek can't save her?" Huh. She shot to her feet in surprise, giving Edward a thorough once-over. Her eyes gradually lit up with recognition and joy. "You're big brother Edward." Then she looked toward Lilith, who had followed behind, and scratched her head. Then that must be Lilith. Edward was currently in the appearance of Gairman Sparrow, so he had no idea how she recognized him. "Hello, Priscilla." That's right, this little girl dressed in black with short black hair was none other than Priscilla, who had been taken away by Azek. Back when she lived with her father, she always wore princess dresses, her long hair tied in cute pigtails, looking like a porcelain doll. But after just 1 week with Azek, she had chopped her hair short and completely changed her look. Whether Azek was just bad at parenting or had some ulterior motive, who knew? Edward repeated his question, "Even Mr. Azek can't save her?" "Nope." She shook her head. "She has a terminal illness. Her organs have been failing for a long time. She only made it this far through sheer willpower." The way she spoke carried none of the bashful sweetness she used to have. Such a dramatic transformation couldn't have come from just 1 or 2 weeks with Azek, was it because of that ceremony with the numinous episcopate? Sure enough, a few minutes later, the woman took her final breath. Edward could do nothing. He called the waiter over again, gave him a few soldi, and asked him to help bring the now-orphaned child to an orphanage. Priscilla, meanwhile, pulled out a black body bag and expertly packed up the woman's corpse. She politely declined Edward's offer of help, then slung the bag over her shoulder and walked off alone toward the cemetery. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Mr. A approves it. Green Cemetery. Edward helped Priscilla shovel dirt into the grave, one spade at a time. Lilith mimicked their actions, using her little claws to push clumps of soil into the burial pit. With the final shovel of earth, the mother was laid to eternal rest. Compared to most who were buried hastily in mass graves after death, she could be said to have had a relatively decent ending. Of course, after suffering through poverty and illness, this mother, aside from her helpless son, likely didn't care much for such things anymore. Priscilla drew the symbol of the Evernight goddess across her chest. May you rest under the protection of the goddess, among nightgrass and slumber flowers. May your soul find redemption. She turned around to speak but suddenly looked past Edward with surprise and delight. Mr. Azek. Mr. Azek still looked the same as before, top hat, black hair, brown eyes and gentle features. However, his gaze was now clearer, indicating he had recovered more of his past memories. He gave Priscilla a slight nod before looking at Edward. I thought you went to Byam. When did you get back? Things in Byam have been settled for now. I came back for some other matters. Is there anything I can help you with? Not at the moment. Edward then glanced at Priscilla, who was playing with Lilith and seemed to have regained some of her former personality. Mr. Isaac, Priscilla's personality seems to have changed quite a bit. Yes. It might be the residual influence from the Beyonder characteristic she consumed. I've done my best to suppress it. Isaac sighed lightly. The rest will have to be gradually eliminated through acting and digestion. After a short conversation, Isaac prepared to leave with Priscilla. Let's go, Priscilla. Okay, Mr. Isaac. She returned Lilith to Edward's arms and reluctantly said goodbye. Goodbye, big brother Edward. Goodbye. She waved and ran to Mr. Isaac's side, then suddenly remembered something. Oh. Papa is coming to Backlund in a few days. He wants to invite you for dinner. No problem. You can ask Mr. Isaac's messenger to notify me. Okay. The tall and short figures quickly disappeared down the path. Lilith looked up at Edward and asked, Edward, Priscilla seems different than before. No, I mean, really different. Edward gently patted her head. It's because she became a Beyonder. Lilith fidgeted, trying to explain herself. I feel like there's someone else inside her body. Edward's heart skipped a beat. Really? Lilith nodded firmly. Yes. No wonder Mr. Isaac had that expression earlier. What the hell kind of Beyonder characteristic did Priscilla consume? Number 8 Williams Street. Under disillusionment charm, Edward quickly searched the house, once belonging to a descendant of the Tudor family, and found the entrance to the underground, a pale grey stone door. It seemed Klein and Miss Sharon hadn't had time to blow this place up yet, so it was still accessible. But inside lay a merged Sequence 1 idiot, evil spirit. There was no reason for the Twilight Hermit Order to know he had prior knowledge of this place. So this mission really was meant to get him killed. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Edward's face. I must have actually gone mad from pretending to be insane. My first reaction to danger was excitement. Does that count as a rule of acting? Facing danger with excitement instead of fear. He pulled out the green crystal. Entering the underground structure, will it be dangerous? Entering the underground structure, will it be dangerous? After 7 repetitions, the crystal slowly began to rotate clockwise. This indicated danger, but not to a high degree. Edward immediately used Protego Diabolica as blue-black flames surrounded him, and used Alohomora to open the stone door, and stepped through. ZZZZZZHHH. The pile of snakes at the entrance instantly turned to ash under the blue-black flames. Edward pressed forward, wand raised, lumos, passing through a wide hall filled with ruins from the 4th epoch, until he arrived at the 6 statues of the true gods, where Klein's group had once passed. Without looking around, he walked straight ahead to the innermost chamber, where 2 stone doors stood. The one on the right was half open and blocked by collapsed boulders and dirt. The left was slightly ajar, leaving a small gap. Behind that blood-red double door, was the evil spirit formed from 3 Sequence 1s. Edward stopped in his tracks. Almost immediately, his spirituality began screaming warnings. A surge of malicious intent wafted from behind the left door. I am a blessed of the true Creator. Edward called out loudly, once again waving the banner of the true Creator. The swirling malice momentarily paused, then began circling around him again. He suspected the 3 spirits inside couldn't agree on a course of action. Lord Medici, I come under the Lord's command to retrieve the card of blasphemy in your possession. Give it to me, and I will find a way to break the seal and release you. As soon as he spoke, the swirling malice surged forward. Edward immediately sensed the other party trying to corrupt him, but thanks to dullness, it had no effect. TCH, looks like this wasn't going to be easy. And the worst part? He had no way to actually communicate with them properly. Klein's group had only managed to speak with Medici and the others through that unfortunate Baron. Still, his objective today was already achieved. The name of true Creator did carry weight with Medici. If you don't believe me yet, I'll leave for now. We'll meet again. With that, Edward's figure distorted and vanished. Darkness returned to the underground world. The lingering malice thrashed wildly, as if roaring in fury. Back at the inn, Lilith trotted over with the leather pouch in her mouth the moment Edward walked through the door. Edward, you're back. Miss Lilith did a great job keeping an eye on your bag. You're the best, Miss Lilith. Here's a little fish treat as a reward. That's right. She tilted her head proudly, basking in the joy of a job well done. The reason he'd left the pouch behind was due to concerns that the evil spirit underground might somehow use unknown methods to affect Audrey through the vanishing cabinet. Huh. The potion had digested, just a tiny bit, barely noticeable, but it definitely had. Edward quickly pulled out his notebook and jotted down the rule for role-playing that had come to mind earlier. When faced with danger, not only should one not be afraid, but feel excitement. But he soon scratched that line out. It seemed to apply more to a madman than a genius. Biting the end of his pen, Edward replayed his past experiences with potion digestion in his mind. After a long moment, he finally wrote down. First, there is a thin line between genius and madness. This summarized his frequent pendulum swings between the two states in recent experiences. Second, he furrowed his brow, slowly reconstructing every detail of what had just happened. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he penned a second rule. Second, a madman fears no danger, a genius turns danger into opportunity. A fused sequence. One evil spirit was undeniably dangerous, yet he hadn't hesitated long before entering. Maybe invoking the true creator wasn't exactly genius, but convincing a schemer like Medici to hesitate, if only briefly, was certainly one method. And before that, leveraging the Sea King to summon lightning and complete the Animagus ritual. That definitely fit this rule. So, to digest the madman potion, he really did have to keep flirting with death. Phew. Well then, time to tempt fate one more time. It seemed he'd just stumbled upon a third role-playing rule. Third, a genius seeks opportunity in danger, a madman embraces it with fearless resolve. The next day, after bathing, changing, and praying to the snake of Mercury for good luck, Edward cast a coin. Unfortunately, either due to insufficient clues or because his question involved a higher power, the coin rolled out a meter or two, then stood upright. Even, madman to the right, couldn't help in this situation. Oh well. I've already made my decision. Time to see it through, let's go. He reached out and patted Lilith, who was obediently sitting at his side. Lilith, stay here for now, or go play with Susie. I need to head out. She tilted her head, puzzled. Can't Miss Lilith come too? It'll be dangerous. I might not be able to protect you. Miss Lilith can protect you. Maybe after you finish digesting the assassin potion. Humph. She pouted. Miss Lilith doesn't like you anymore. Edward scratched her chin with a chuckle. All right, be a good girl. Edward taking the initiative to visit was quite unexpected from Mr. A. He knew very well that despite the seemingly friendly rapport and tentative agreements at their last meeting, this man remained extremely guarded, toward him, toward the Aurora Order, and even toward the true creator. If the true creator hadn't taken such an interest in Edward, Mr. A would have long since devoured this insolent fellow, flesh, soul, and all, as punishment. Mr. A maintained his usual pose, hands clasped, and said calmly, the items you wanted, I've yet to receive any news. I'm not here for those, Edward replied with a smile. I came today hoping to receive the favor of the Lord. Mr. A raised a brow, nearly blurting out, haven't you already received enough favor? You want to join the Aurora Order? Not exactly. Edward's gaze dropped to Mr. A's clasped hands. I was wondering, is there a way to let the Lord briefly possess me? After a moment of stunned silence, Mr. A burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now I understand why the Lord sees you in a different light, you're even more insane than I am. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Medici. Why do you say that? Aren't you considered the vessel of the true creator now? Mr. A revealed the fanatical smile of a true believer. Of course it's different. In fact, the Lord has been trying his best not to corrupt me, and to delay his descent as much as possible. Otherwise, his light would have already been cast upon Backlund. Damn, so Mr. A is basically a walking time bomb right now. Should I report him to the church? But hasn't the Aurora Order always been preparing for the Lord's descent? Why would he intentionally restrain and delay it? Hey, you know quite a bit. Mr. A calmed down again. Because I'm not the chosen vessel for descent. I don't have the flesh seedling planted by the Lord, nor do I possess his divinity. If he were to descend directly, he would be nothing more than a comet streaking across the sky, brilliant, yes, but far too fleeting. TSK, describing a terrifying divine descent like a comet crossing the sky, fanatics are all bootlickers, I swear. Edward asked, then, if the Lord were to briefly parasitise me, what would happen? You'd be corrupted. You might lose control. You might die. Corruption. I'm not afraid of that. Edward nodded. What else? Mr. A looked stunned. Did you even hear what I just said? I mean, if I'm not afraid of dying, then is it doable? Mr. A frowned deeply. His beautiful eyes stared hard at Edward for a full minute before he suddenly turned and walked away. Wait here. He briskly passed through a long corridor and descended into a basement that resembled a temple. There, he threw himself before the upside-down giant statue of the true creator, spat out blood and flesh, and began to pray in a low murmur. Several minutes later, he looked up at the statue and solemnly answered, "As you will, my lord." Clink. Edward flipped a coin again, another failed divination. Just as expected, anything involving such a high-level entity is destined to fail in divination. But wait, why didn't the divination fail earlier with Medici? Oh, right, they probably deliberately refrained from interfering to avoid alarming the diviner and scaring him away. Just then, Mr. A returned. A lingering trace of piety still lingered on his face. "The Lord has agreed." "That's great." "But..." Mr. A's eyes swept over Edward with a scrutinizing gaze that made his skin crawl. "As you are now, you cannot yet withstand the Lord's parasitism. This so-called parasitism is, in essence, an incomplete divine descent. What do I need to do?" "Bring it out." A servant stepped forward, presenting a cup filled with a thick, blood-red liquid. "Drink this. For 1 hour, you'll be able to serve as a relatively safe host for the Lord's parasitism." Edward frowned. "What is this?" "The potion for secret suppliant." "Are you trying to kill me?" Mr. A gave him a peculiar smile. "Of course, you could also let the Lord plant a seed of divinity within you. Once it matures, you'll become his true descent vessel, one of complete divine incarnation. In other words, I'd become like Lenivus, huh? No, thank you. I wanted to borrow godly power, not become a god, damn it." While Edward was busy cursing in his heart, Mr. A's smile suddenly vanished. He said flatly, "Relax. The moment you drink the potion, the Lord will enter your body and immediately consume all of it. You won't lose control. You won't die. At most." His tone remained neutral, but there was an undeniable hint of malice. "You might just go insane." Edward blurted out, "There's such a good deal." Mr. A. "Just kidding." Edward shrugged. "So what you're saying is, even the Lord can't fully eliminate the side effects of potions consumed through alternate means." His eyes suddenly darkened, clearly displeased, perhaps thinking Edward was questioning the true creator's omnipotence. For a fanatic, that was utterly unforgivable. "See ya." Edward waved and turned to leave. "Heh." A cold smirk tugged at Mr. A's lips. He opened his mouth to speak, only for Edward to spin back around, snatch the cup, and down the red liquid in one gulp. In the next second, his spirituality exploded within him. A flood of intense negative emotions rushed into his brain, throwing his thoughts into chaos. His skin began to boil, cracking open with bloody fissures, while his nails and hair grew uncontrollably. These were the signs of losing control. Edward gritted his teeth. His pupils turned crimson as blood tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Yet amid the pain, he felt a bizarre sense of euphoria. Like that old joke, "Ever since I went crazy, my mind has felt so much better." Unfortunately, the euphoria only lasted a few seconds before being forcibly suppressed. He watched as the bloodied cracks on his skin rapidly healed. At the same time, the whispers of the true creator echoed in his ears. Though he couldn't fully understand the language, it was packed with an absurd amount of "sikabliat." Tasty. A scarlet slit suddenly opened across his forehead, and within it, a black singular eye darted about. The true creator had successfully parasitized Edward's body. Aside from fanatics like Mr. A, no sane person would ever willingly offer themselves for parasitism, right? But he quickly realized, the negative emotions in his mind hadn't dissipated. On the contrary, they'd grown even more intense. It was like pouring gunpowder onto oil, and then lighting a match. Boom. He exploded. Losing all control over his body, fury surged through him. Driven by the wrath, he whipped out his wand. Conf undo. Mr. A staggered as if smacked in the head by a club. Sectum sempra. Although he dodged swiftly, deep slashes still tore across his body, blood gushing out. Silencio. Muffliato. Mr. A had barely gotten a few words out before his mouth vanished into thin air. "You bloody bastard, die. Die. Die." Edward brandished his wand madly, a deluge of yellow, red, blue, and green spells cascading forth. Even with Mr. A's agility, he still ended up taking the brunt of the onslaught in a matter of seconds. A few moments later, Mr. A's mouth regenerated. Ignoring the blood gushing from his wounds, he muttered lowly, "My lord." At the same time, Edward poured in all his remaining spirituality and flicked his wand twice in quick succession. Petrificus totalis. Diffindo. Boom. Mr. A exploded, literally. His body was reduced to scattered chunks across the floor. Huff, huff, huff. Edward stood in place, gasping for air, bewildered as he looked at the writhing flesh on the floor. The fury was fading, and reality slowly sank in. Did I just one-shot Mr. A? So this is the infamous power-up after going dark. No. It must be the boost from the true creator. Soon enough, Mr. A began to reassemble from the squirming pieces of flesh. Wounds still marred his grotesque face, now drained of all color. The first thing he did was lower his head and take a step back. "My lord, I await your return." Then he murmured softly, "From here, you have about 1 hour." "That's enough," Edward smiled faintly, and his figure twisted and vanished. The potion had been largely digested again. Number 8 William Street. Edward once again arrived at the spacious hall filled with buildings of the fourth epoch. He walked up to the door on the left, looked through the crack at the blood-red double doors within, and said, "Lord Medici, I've returned." Almost instantly, a surge of overwhelming malice rushed toward him. But just as it was about to touch him, the scarlet slit on Edward's forehead opened, revealing a single black eye. An even more potent malice surged forth, this time from the true creator, instantly obliterating the evil intent and surging straight into the blood-red doors. Edward vaguely heard a silent scream, seemingly echoing from within the spiritual realm. "Thank you, my lord." He drew an inverted cross on his chest. "Lord Medici, I said yesterday that I am a blessed of the Lord. Perhaps words alone failed to earn your trust, but I believe I no longer need to say anything more today, do I?" Despite the presence of the true creator, Edward didn't recklessly step into the inner room. After all, the evil spirit within was a 3-in-1, not just Medici alone. Judging from Mr. A's battle with the Saint of Secrets, it could be estimated that a half-descended true creator could only exert power at the demigod level. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew from within, whistling as it stirred the dust. Soon, the swirling sand spelled out a message. "He is not the true creator, merely a son of God bearing his divinity." "You jest," Edward replied with a smile. If the Lord had truly descended upon Backlund, a divine war would have broken out by now. But it's undeniable that through the Son of God, the Lord can see all and communicate through him. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Another gust swept across the ground, forming new words. "I tried. He's nearly completely mad. Communication is impossible." Medici still remembered the true creator from the fourth epoch Solomon Empire. Back then, he still had a few anchors and wasn't entirely insane, nor could he be considered an evil god. Unfortunately, during the War of the Four Emperors, the Second Solomon Empire, backed by the true creator, was defeated. He thus lost the few anchors he had, and plunged into madness, further and further down the abyss. We've been trying to help him regain his sanity. The sandy letters changed again. How? By spreading his light across the world, creating more anchors for him. The words twisted as if in mockery. "You think those traitors will let you? That's why I want the card of blasphemy from you." "What do you want that for?" "You're not on the hunter path." Edward answered, "The cards of blasphemy has an extremely high level. I can use it in rituals to unleash powerful effects." "How do you know I have the card? And how did you know I'm here?" "A secret organization told me." Medici paused, then formed a word on the floor with sand. "Adam." "I don't know." Boom. A violent gust erupted, kicking up a sandstorm from within the underground structure. Edward quickly cast a bubblehead charm on himself and obediently stood aside, waiting for Medici to vent his anger. Minutes later, the storm halted midair and dropped all at once to the ground, rearranging into a new message. "You may have the card of blasphemy, but you must help me lift the seal." "No problem." "What do I need to do?" "Find direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families. Extract 10 milliliters of blood from each, more is fine, but not less. Then mix it with holy water and sprinkle it into the room where I reside." Before Edward could ask further, another line followed. "You should be able to locate the Sauron and Einhorn descendants yourself. The Medici bloodline is likely hiding in Binzi." "Understood." Edward smiled. "Can I have the card of blasphemy now? I'll need sufficient power to retrieve the blood for you." The dust on the ground stirred and became chaotic. Silence settled over the underground chamber. Then suddenly, a shadow shot through the crack of the door, flying toward Edward and landing gently in his hand. It was a tarot card, depicting a priest in a deep red robe seated in a chariot. The priest's appearance was unmistakably that of Roselle Gustave. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want one more tomorrow, we'd need to hit 355 POW stones. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eiseblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, A Failed Performance. It was the Red Priest Tarot card. A surge of joy rose in Edward's chest, but he kept a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. "Thank you very much, Lord Medici." The dust twisted again, forming blood-red letters as though written in fresh gore. Hurry back and help me break the seal. Of course. Gripping the blasphemy slate card tightly, Edward gave another deep bow. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, Lord Medici. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept across the dusty floor, lifting the grains into the air and scattering them once more. Crack. The underground world returned to utter darkness and silence, as if no one had ever set foot there. This trip had gone far smoother than Edward expected. He hadn't thought the true creator's presence would be so effective with Medici. That was a card of blasphemy, an entire pathway to godhood recorded on it, and Medici had just handed it over without hesitation. In truth, Medici's true loyalty lay with the ancient sun god. After the deities carved up the remnants of the sun god, he didn't choose Adam, who inherited the sun god's divinity, but instead turned to the true creator, born from the sun god's corpse. Alongside Ouroboros, Medici had followed the true creator with unwavering faith, and ended in utter ruin. Hence the now famous line, "Conspirators die of loyalty." Edward took out the red priest card. As he poured spirituality into it, scarlet rays of light shone from the surface, constructing a palm-sized illusory book. The book flipped open page by page, revealing lifelike portraits of Roselle Gustave, vivid and full of color. In some, he wore a hunter's outfit, in others, he raised his middle finger, sometimes, he walked through burning buildings, and elsewhere, he stood behind intricate traps. The images showed him in all sorts of attire, doing all sorts of things. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 9, Hunter. Edward chuckled. Next, time to test, Silverfish. He gently traced the card's engraved lettering with his fingertips, feeling the faint texture slide under his skin. Use, Silverfish. His selected target was the Iron-Blooded Knight, a Sequence 4, though he'd failed before when trying to consume a character from Groselle's travels, so he was mentally prepared for this to fail as well. For now, he simply wanted to confirm whether the abilities on a card of blasphemy could be consumed at all. Yet, there was no reaction. Not a failure. Just, nothing. It felt exactly like those times at Hogwarts when he tested the ability on mundane, non-Beyonder books. Silverfish can't consume powers from the cards of blasphemy. Edward's face darkened immediately. He had placed high hopes on this card. Impossible. Even though the cards of blasphemy card couldn't compare to a true blasphemy slate, it shouldn't be this inert. Not even a ripple of power. He muttered, surely this card isn't fake. Although he said it aloud, deep down he didn't believe that. Why would Medici, of all people, keep a fake card of blasphemy? Wait a moment. Just because the red priest card was real, doesn't mean the one he gave me was also real. A sudden flash of insight pierced Edward's mind, something he had overlooked in the joy of acquiring the card. Logically, after ingesting the secret suppliant potion today, after being parasitized by the true creator, and then using that to persuade a cunning schemer like Medici into handing over the card, especially with a god and 3 Sequence 1 evil spirits involved, shouldn't that have caused at least some digestion of the potion? But so far, he'd only sensed the slightest loosening. Completely unreasonable. Unless, the entire smooth operation was just his own illusion, he had never persuaded Medici, and he had never actually received the card of blasphemy. Medici, or rather the tripartite evil spirit, had just played along in an elaborate act to gain his trust and get him to gather the 3 blood samples needed to lift the seal. In that case, this performance was undoubtedly a failure. With that realization, Edward set down the card, flicked out a coin, and silently chanted, "This card of blasphemy is genuine." If the card truly possessed high-ranking mystical power, the divination would likely fail outright. Clink. The number faced up. A denial. It was fake. And in that instant, Edward's joy outweighed his disappointment, because it meant, Silverfish hadn't failed to consume a card of blasphemy's power, it had only failed to consume the fake card Medici had given him. Excellent. Truly excellent. A true conspirator indeed, when you think you've tricked him with a clever scheme, you've already stepped into the trap he laid for you. Even the endorsement of the true creator couldn't stop him from pulling the rug out from under you. Still, wasn't he worried that I might discover the truth, refuse to help find the blood, and even report him to the church in a fit of rage? From his perspective, it did seem like there wasn't much to worry about. In the original story, this was exactly how he tricked both Klein and Sharon, on the surface, asking them to help unseal him, while secretly plotting something else, and eventually managing to escape with the help of Insanguil. He'd figured out that what Edward truly desired was the card of blasphemy, not the potion formulas on it. So if Edward wanted the red priest card, he'd have to help him break free. Lastly, and most importantly, Edward bore a piece of the true creator, and it was the real deal. Although it was only the Son of God, and though communication was impossible, it still symbolized Edward's identity and allegiance. The two were clearly allies, not enemies. If Edward really managed to release him one day, Medici might genuinely give him the card of blasphemy. Phew. Even though he felt deeply frustrated, he didn't have much of a temper left. In fact, he was already beginning to think about how to locate the descendants of the three bloodlines. Forget it, better send this mad deity on me back first. Mr. A's residence. The transfer ritual for the true creator went quite smoothly. Though he held Edward in high regard, he had no real interest in continuing to parasitize his body. After consuming all the spirituality provided by the secret supplicant potion, he returned without hesitation to Mr. A's body. You brought the Lord out for something. He clasped his hands again, asking casually. Just a personal errand. But if it succeeds, it might benefit the Lord in the long run. Mr. A nodded with a neutral expression. I see. Well, thank you for today. Edward pressed his right hand to his chest, bowed slightly, and began to step away. Wait. Mr. A suddenly spoke. I used to have a subordinate named Eurigus. He was originally in charge of the vessel our Lord first chose to descend into, Lenivus. But not long after accompanying Lenivus to Tingen, he suddenly chose to defect. I suspect his betrayal is related to that evil god who corrupted the Saint of Secrets. Damn. You're just casually calling the rational persona of the true creator an evil god. If you happen to find him, bring me his head, and I'll reward you handsomely. He's a large man, once a sequence 6 rose bishop. That's his portrait on the table. Edward picked up the image and gave it a glance. You people at the Aurora Order have so many members, why do you need me for this? He knows the order too well. Always senses something's off and escapes before we can act. And I'm currently not in a convenient position to take action. He smiled faintly at that. And as for why I'm asking you, it's because Eurigus is likely looking for you as well. Edward raised a brow. So I'm a hot commodity now, huh? I understand. Anything else? There was no further response. Back at the inn, Lilith immediately clung to him. Sniffling, she sniffed Edward all over with her little nose, clearly upset. Her big kitty had been leaving her behind for the past couple of days. Was he seeing other cats out there? Edward, did you go catch mice? You reek of dirt. Mem, didn't catch mice, but I did become one for a while, digging around underground. Become a mouse? Lilith blinked her large eyes in confusion, clearly puzzled about how her big cat could have anything to do with mice. He was clearly a cat. Did Miss Lilith behave while staying home alone? She shook her head without hesitation. Miss Lilith is a cat. Cats don't behave. Mischievous cats don't get dried fish or chicken chunks. She raised her chin defiantly. Miss Lilith can catch mice herself. But right after saying that, she immediately shrank back, asking cautiously, there really won't be any dried fish or chicken. Miss Lilith can eat just a little. Ha 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 ha. Edward laughed heartily, rubbing her head. The mental strain from all the madness of the past 2 days seemed to vanish in an instant. He immediately pulled out a piece of dried fish and handed it to her. Here. Go enjoy. Lilith hesitated, as if worried this might be her last supper. Edward leaned back on the couch, pulled out a paper and a pen. This attempt at acting was undoubtedly a failure. But the Red Priest card, there's still a chance, provided I unseal them and let Medici out. He wrote Medici on the notebook. So what would be the consequences of releasing them early? In the original story, Medici was eventually released by Insanguil, then parasitized his body, causing significant trouble for Klein, though, now that Ince had lost the Quill of Alzahad, maybe he didn't even have that power anymore. Could this actually be the reason Adam, through the Twilight Hermit Order, gave me this task? The Red Priest represents the god of war. While the 3-in-1 isn't truly a deity, they're the highest authority when it comes to war. And Adam would need a grand war to complete his ascension ritual later on. Besides, as long as the true creator doesn't turn on Edward, Medici likely wouldn't stand against him either. And since Medici had a grudge against Amon, he probably wouldn't become Klein's enemy either. In the original, their collaboration was more of a strategic deal. From that perspective, releasing Medici might not be a bad idea. The only real variable was the unpredictable balance between the true creator's rational and insane personas. But isn't that exactly what the roleplay of a madman is all about? With that thought, his decision was more or less made. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Edward quickly wrote down 3 names on the paper. Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici. The next challenge would be finding the direct descendants of those 3 families and acquiring their blood. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Another Tarot Gathering. There was no need to dwell on the Medici family descendant, it could only be found in Bansi, formerly known as Binzi. In the original novel, Klein had come here early during his sea journey and encountered a series of bizarre incidents. Later, the place was erased from maps by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Of course, that wasn't the important part. What mattered was that behind a certain door in Bansi Harbor lay what was suspected to be one of the Sephiroth, that city of calamity. The strange occurrences in Bansi were also attributed to its influence. As for the Einhorn family, they were now the royal family of Fasak. Though of noble status, the royal descendants were numerous. Obtaining their blood wouldn't be too difficult, perhaps simply posting a few commissions could get the job done. The Sauron family had been the royal family of Intis before they were overthrown by the current regime. Most of their descendants either fled or perished. If Edward wanted to locate one of them quickly, only one candidate came to mind, the red-haired Helene, the lady hunter favored by Vice Admiral Tracy. So, in order to undo the seal, I must go to Bansi Harbor. And if I can't find any other Sauron descendants, I might have to pay a visit to Vice Admiral Tracy. Helene shouldn't have escaped yet at this point, right? Either way, the priority now is to digest the potion. Going to Bansi is probably more fruitful than staying in Backlund. Edward stretched lazily. Looks like it's back to the sea again. Backlund. 9 p.m. Klein had just finished collapsing the entrance to the basement under Baron Pound's old house, together with Sharon. Faced with such an ancient ruin, most people who saw themselves as protagonists would have tried every means to explore it. But not our dear fool. He didn't even bother to consider what kind of precious treasures might lie beneath the ground where 6 true god statues resided. Instead, he chose to blow it all up without hesitation. No wonder Klein was later able to ascend to a pillar. Unfortunately, the future pillar didn't expect that he'd run into a police inspection team, complete with a police dog, just a short distance away from the old house. Klein's first reaction was, crap. He was still carrying a firearm under his arm. He quickly changed direction, planning to take another route. But one of the officers ahead, who was questioning a tall man, keenly spotted him and began waving for him to come over. Klein's lips twitched. He could only step forward, though he quickly came up with an excuse. He'd claim he found the gun and was on his way to hand it in. But just then, the officer inspecting the tall man suddenly shouted, "What is this? Quick, get." Before he could finish, the tall man had already lifted him by the jaw. "Shut up." With a slight twist of his fingers, the tall man effortlessly snapped the officer's neck and tossed the body aside like trash. The second officer panicked. While drawing his gun and backing away, he shouted, Don't come any closer. I'll shoot. I'll shoot." Boom. With an explosion, the officer was blown into pieces, his body reduced to scattered flesh. Klein froze on the spot, watching in horror as the blood-drenched tallman turned his cold gaze toward him. Without a second thought, Klein bolted. The tallman was just about to give chase when he suddenly paused, as if hearing something. He nodded slightly and turned into an alleyway, his heavy footsteps fading into the night. Klein didn't stop running until he'd sprinted across 4 or 5 blocks. Only when he was certain the man wasn't following did he finally slow down, bent over and panting heavily. Sweat poured from his brow, and a scorching pain stung his eyes, an all-too-familiar sensation he could never forget. Tinjin City. Blackthorn Security Company. Lenivus. That was the aura of the true creator. Klein's heart pounded wildly. Was that tallman another vessel of the true creator? No, not just that. That wave of familiar malice, it was almost identical to what he'd felt when facing Lanris back then. What the hell is going on? Whatever it was, Lenivus, the true creator, Klein knew there was only one thing he could do. Report it. 2 days later, Edward purchased his ticket to Bansi. The ship would set sail from Pritz Harbor. That evening, just after finishing dinner with Lilith and returning to the inn, an endless grey fog appeared before his eyes. Klein's, not the fool's, silhouette flickered into view, and he spoke with deep reverence. "Mr. Fool, please pass a message to Mr. Tower. I have something important to discuss with him. It's about Lenivus and the true creator. I'll be waiting at number 13 Minsk Street." Lenivus. Wasn't he already turned to ash by lightning? Edo Tensei. No way. There's no way Tobira, Leodoro would let someone tainted with the true creator's divinity live. With doubts in mind, Edward made his way to 13 Minsk Street and knocked on the door of Klein's home. So fast. Klein looked a bit surprised at first, then added with a tinge of envy, "Well, you do have a mystical item that records various abilities, don't you? Don't worry, you'll get one too, once Mr. Azek finishes studying the creeping hunger. You said it's about Lenivus and the true creator." Edward walked in and cut straight to the point. "I get the part about the true creator. But what's going on with Lenivus?" Klein's expression turned serious. "Are you certain Lenivus is dead?" "Well, I personally don't believe he could have survived what happened to him. Even late-stage Angel Klein in the original novel couldn't handle a full-strength Leodoro, let alone Lenivus back then, who was radiating divine aura. Would the Lord of Storms at the time really hold back? Last night, I ran into a tall man. He killed 2 patrolling officers on the spot. Then he looked at me, and though it was just a moment, I'm absolutely certain I felt it again, that same aura I felt when facing Lenivus. Malice. Chaos. Terror. Madness. He's either another vessel chosen by the true creator, or he has some unknown connection to Lenivus. Klein took a deep breath and said gravely. My intuition tells me, it's the latter. A tall man. True creator. And the aura of Lanris. Edward paused, then muttered, isn't that the guy, Eurigus? Klein's eyes lit up. You know him. Yeah, I just found out about him yesterday. As for his friendly relationship with the Aurora Order in Backlund, Edward had no intention of revealing that to Klein, for now, at least. After all, the true creator and the Aurora Order had less than stellar reputations. It wasn't like he actually believed in the true creator anyway. This was just a matter of mutual exploitation. Actually, earlier today I happened to accept a bounty for Eurigus. Before he could finish, the 2 men locked eyes and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Happened. That was never a good word in this kind of situation. After a moment of silence, Edward said, we have 2 choices now. 1. Ignore it, pretend nothing happened. 2. Hunt him down and try to uncover the truth. If this had been like the original novel, where Dunn was killed in battle, Klein, burning with vengeance, would have chosen the second option without hesitation. But now, he hesitated. After a long while, he said seriously, let's try to find him first. All right. The 2 quickly reached an agreement. All right, I'll be heading back then. Klein hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, I'll be attending tomorrow's tarot gathering as well. Huh. I just received permission from Mr. Fool a few days ago to participate in the exchanges and transactions at the Tarot Club. My code name there is, The World. Oh. So the men who almost offed a future pillar and an angel, Rosago, had already been taken down by Klein. Impressive. Edward extended his hand with a grin. Pleased to meet you, Mr. World. I'm the Tower. Likewise, Mr. Tower. Monday. 2:40 p.m., Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of schedule. In the grand, ancient palace, he took his seat at the Fool's position. With a flicker of thought, a dummy manifested across the mottled bronze table, the World. It was a puppet Klein had crafted using the all-black eye taken from Rosago's corpse, leveraging the marionettist's abilities to build an alt account. Until now, he had to maintain the persona and dignity of Mr. Fool, so there were many things he couldn't ask or say freely. But with this World identity, things would be different. From now on, whenever something was inconvenient for Mr. Fool to do or say, that the World could take care of it. The thought filled Klein with relief, as if he had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. 3 p.m. Streaks of light flared one after another in the palace as vast as a giant's dwelling. The tower, Justice, the hanged men, and the sun all projected hazy figures tinged faintly red. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good after. The class rep, Miss Audrey, had just started her usual round of greetings when her gaze landed on a new figure seated at the far end of the table. It was a stranger draped in a hooded black robe, equally vague and illusory. A new member. Audrey's heart fluttered with excitement. The Tarot Club was expanding again. Could it be Furs? Or Zio? This is a new member, Mr. World. Knowing that everyone was curious, Mr. Fool introduced the newcomer in a calm tone. Then Klein controlled the World persona to nod coolly at everyone in greeting. That was the basic setup for this identity, emotionally restrained, taciturn. Audrey immediately entered spectator mode, her curiosity piqued as she began analyzing this mysterious new member. The hanged man, Alger, also scrutinized him quietly, out of caution. Little Son merely gave a passing glance before lowering his head again, lost in his own thoughts. Hello, Mr. World. Edward greeted him warmly, then asked with mock confusion, Mr. World, maybe it's just me, but I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Oh, quit the act already. Klein groaned inwardly. If only he hadn't impulsively told Edward about his alt account's identity. Now he had to play along. He made the World respond in a hoarse, vague voice, perhaps. Then he swept a glance around and continued, Mr. Fool told me I can issue commissions and request materials here, is that correct? Yes, Mr. World, Audrey replied. But you'll need to wait a bit, Mr. Fool will let us know when it's time for free discussion. Understood. At that moment, Mr. Fool turned to Audrey and said, Miss Justice, the 2 candidates you proposed, I'm still observing them. Please be patient. Yes, Mr. Fool. Alger bowed respectfully. Mr. Fool, this time I have 6 pages. I'll present the final page next time. Very well. Klein nodded and cast his gaze on the 6 pages projected by Alger. February 9th, I had my 3rd child. I named him Bornova. Klein read the entries at a steady pace, while the others waited silently. He seemed as calm and inscrutable as ever, but inwardly, Klein was marveling at what he saw on the pages. First, the cards of blasphemy. He had heard about them from Edward, each one was said to contain formulas for an entire Beyonder pathway. And now, the diary confirmed it. Unfortunately, Roselle didn't mention where he had hidden them. Next, the shocker, there was something above sequence 1, sequence 0. And sequence 0 meant true God. That meant the lofty deities had likely ascended by consuming potions too. Phew. Of course, those were concerns for much further down the road. Klein dismissed the diary pages, tapped the edge of the bronze table, and turned to his right. Mr. Tower, you did well. You handled Bakerland in under a week. According to our agreement, what kind of reward would you like? This news greatly surprised Alger. That was a national ambassador. Even if he wasn't protected by a demigod, there should have been at least a few mid-sequence guards. And he was eliminated that quickly. He quickly bowed toward Mr. Fool. My apologies, Mr. Fool. I had only just finished gathering my contacts. This was a commission, not a favor. No need to apologize, Klein replied lightly, before turning his gaze back to Edward. Mr. Tower, have you decided? Meanwhile, the great Mr. Fool was screaming internally. Don't ask for money. Don't ask for money. Don't ask for money. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 130, Does Edward want to raise a catgirl? Naturally, Edward had already guessed this penniless god's true thoughts. Mr. Fool, I'm currently preparing for my advancement to sequence 6. As you know, the ingredients required at that level are quite costly. Then, Edward suddenly changed the topic. Fortunately, I recently sold off a storage-type mystical item and still have some surplus funds. So, for this commission, I'd like to save up the credit to exchange later for some advanced occult knowledge, or even for Mr. Fool's personal assistance. Advanced occult knowledge wasn't a problem. But personal assistance, considering the kind of enemies Edward had provoked, just one of them could crush Mr. Fool into dust. But what could poor Mr. Fool say? He simply nodded calmly. That is acceptable. Edward then glanced around at the others and said, by the way, I recently came across an interesting piece of news. Emperor Roselle's daughter seems to have never stopped searching for her father over the years. Apparently, she believes he's still alive. Roselle is not dead. The Hanged Man and Audrey were both surprised, one genuinely, the other pretending. Klein felt a wave of emotion. Could it be, I'm not the only one from my world in this place? Maybe there's another fellow countryman hiding somewhere. He wondered if the Emperor's daughter had made any progress. It'd be great to meet her. His mind drifted to the diary's mention of Zeridal's prophecy about her. A major figure in the mystical world. What level of strength did one need to be considered a major figure? Someone who had lived from the Roselle era all the way to now. She probably wasn't someone he could just casually meet. He inwardly gave a self-deprecating smile and nodded slightly, interesting. Leaning back in his chair, Klein remained silent and shifted to operating his alternate persona, the world, from a higher, detached perspective. May I speak now? After a pause, he continued, I'm looking for the true root of a mistrent, at least 60 milliliters of its sap, as well as the spring of the elves' marrow crystals, and the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. The son Derek immediately offered that he might be able to find those materials. In return, he asked for a weapon suited to him that could improve his combat abilities. Once Derek confirmed the trade terms with the help of Audrey's explanation, Edward asked, Mr. Son, I wonder if that hand of glory I gave you last time turned out to be useful. Derek flushed. Sorry, the chief is still conducting experiments on it. He seems to have gained some insights, he might end up taking it apart. If the hand of glory had been bought by him, then that would be fine, but technically, that mystical item still didn't belong to him. But I will definitely find a way to compensate you. He quickly added, as for that complete Asmon brain you mentioned last time, I've confirmed it exists, but I'm still just a bit short on contribution points. As for the artifact of an ancient wraith, there's been no news yet. No rush. Edward thought for a moment and turned to Audrey. Miss Justice, there's something I'd like to trouble you with. Huh. Audrey was surprised when Edward suddenly called on her. What is it? I heard there's an ancient castle near Backlund that may have an ancient wraith. Could I trouble you to have someone investigate it? No problem. Do you need anything from me in return? To her, this level of formality was unusual. She and Edward rarely interacted like this during tarot meetings. It felt a bit strange at first, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. The auxiliary materials for the psychiatrist potion were already purchased a few days ago. Once I finish digesting the telepathist potion, I'll be ready to advance to sequence 7. Oh, right, Susie has already fully digested her potion too. Maybe I should start gathering materials for her next one. But recently, I've been spending out of pocket, feeding myself, feeding Edward, and I invested quite a bit into that charity foundation. My personal funds are nearly empty. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand. I'd like a pair of mirror dragon eyes and the fruit of the tree of elders. Edward was briefly stunned, but then realization dawned on him. As expected of the dream hound, her digestion progress is lightning fast. Unlike that dumb cat Lilith, who's still stuck as an assassin. Audrey then looked at the others. If any of you come across them, I'd appreciate it if you could help me buy them. At that moment, Alger also voiced a request. I need the potion formula for sequence 6, Wind Blessed. If anyone has any leads, I'm willing to pay. He didn't expect to get it immediately, and after stating his need, he turned to Edward. Mr. Tower, there are already interested buyers for your storage-type mystical items. I believe we'll be able to sell 1 or 2 in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Hangman, for the good news. I hope we can continue making lots of money together. Klein, watching this, gave an inward wail on behalf of the poor. Edward sells a mystical item for £8,000, and the hangman earns 10%, that's £800. As long as there's a steady stream of customers, they can just lie back and earn. If only I had access to that kind of network. Wait, Mr. Azek should be wealthy, right? And he probably has a need for mystical items too. But Mr. Azek is also close with Edward. Forget it. He then had the world publish another commission to investigate all the ruined noble families of the Lone Kingdom. Naturally, only Audrey was qualified to handle such a task. As payment, the world shared some occult knowledge related to the assassin pathway. Of course, Audrey had already heard most of it from Edward, but there was still one thing that caught her curiosity. If, just hypothetically, an animal consumes a witch potion and doesn't die or lose control, does its charm increase by becoming human-like? Or does it simply enhance its appeal as its original species? For example, could it become a female cat that drives all tomcats, and all cat lovers, completely crazy? Klein suddenly thought of Edward. That guy had obtained the first few potion formulas of the assassin pathway from him, and although nothing had been explicitly stated, Klein had always felt that Edward's black cat wasn't an ordinary feline. Could it be that Edward is? Hiss. He's trying to raise a cat girl. What the hell? Oh, right. Klein had the world speak again and projected an image of the giant Urigus. I'd like to ask everyone's help in locating this man. He's likely still in Backlund and suspected of being a member of the Aurora Order. Please be cautious, he's extremely dangerous. Do not try to confront him alone. We'll keep an eye out. Mr. Fool said calmly, that will be all for today. As the shadows of the members faded away one by one, Klein also returned to the real world. Phew, multitasking really is exhausting. City of Silver. In Derek Berg's home, the gray fog had only just dissipated when a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Derek was a little surprised. Ever since his parents passed away, he had kept mostly to himself and rarely interacted with others. It wasn't the time for an expedition either, so who would be visiting him now? Could it be that the chief's research had yielded some results? I'm coming. He hurried to the door and opened it, only to be met by someone completely unexpected, Lovia Tiffany, one of the 6-member Council of Elders of Silver City. She was a beautiful and graceful woman clad in a black robe with purple patterns. But ever since she joined the Tarot Club, Derek had always felt a faint sense of discomfort whenever he saw her. Elder Lovia, what brings you here? Lovia stepped into his modest room, her gaze sweeping swiftly across the sparse interior before resting on Derek's still slightly youthful face. You said last time that the Hand of Glory was something you obtained after hunting a monster. That's right. Derek's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly nodded. Why do you ask, Elder Lovia? She shook her head and smiled. It's nothing. The chief has made some preliminary progress in studying the Hand of Glory. Now, anyone who holds it will be enveloped in light and can avoid monster attacks. Derek's face lit up with joy. That's great news. You've done a great service, Derek. He scratched his head in embarrassment. It wasn't much. The chief will likely reward you accordingly. But I came here today to offer you my own commendation, in a personal capacity, she said gently, like a kind elder. Is there anything you'd like? I don't really have anything. I heard you've been asking about the brain of Asmon lately. Yes, I was just curious about it, that's all. Lovia nodded thoughtfully. I'll look into it for you when I return. Well then, I'll take my leave. She smiled and turned away. Take care, Elder. Only after Lovia had walked far off did Derek close the door and scratch his head in confusion. She really came just to commend me. Suddenly, a delayed realization struck him like lightning. Could she have noticed something? Back in Backlund, at the inn Edward rented in Hillston Borough. Edward stretched and stood up from the sofa. Lilith, who had been sneakily sprawled across the desk, instantly hopped to her feet. She arched her back in a stretch, trying to act casual as she spoke. Edward, you've returned from your out-of-body journey. Yeah. And you were just. Edward walked over. Studying how to read and write on the sly. Lilith hastily kicked a book shut with her hind leg and put on a face of innocence. Nope. Miss Lilith is far too brilliant to need secret study sessions. Really now? Really? All right. Edward reached out and patted her head. As expected of the smartest kitty, just a few minutes of reading each day and you've already picked up phonetics and letters. Impressive. She puffed out her chest proudly. That's right. Well then, I'll be testing your progress tonight. Oh, okay. Her eyes flickered with guilt, and she quickly added, wait no. Tonight, Miss Lilith needs to go out hunting mice, to digest the potion. Oh then how about tomorrow night? Can't. I'm meeting with Susie tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? The day after Oh ho. Lilith's scared because she hasn't studied enough, isn't she? If she were human, her little face would have been red as a beet. Fine. The day after tomorrow it is. Deal. Edward gave her soft paw pad a gentle squeeze, pretending not to notice the flicker of panic in her eyes. About 10 minutes later, Audrey's voice came from the leather pouch. Edward, open up. Today she wore a simple pale blue dress and a veil hat, a common outfit among daughters of Backlund's middle-class families. It looked much more casual than the gowns she wore to banquets. She greeted Lilith with a wave. Hello, Lilith. Lilith raised her head and instinctively replied, I'm not hello, Audrey. Ah, what's with her? It's nothing, Edward replied cheerfully. Lilith's been learning to read lately. I plan to give her a test the day after tomorrow. But I'm sure the smartest, most amazing, most talented her will pass it with flying colors. Lilith immediately declared with conviction, absolutely. I thought you gave Lilith the assassin pathway potion to raise a cat girl, and it turns out you're just teaching her how to read. Fine then. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want one more tomorrow, we'd need to hit 480 POW stones. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 131, Audrey and Will. A thought suddenly occurred to Audrey, and a hint of concern appeared on her face. Edward, aren't you supposed to have dinner with your friends later? Is it really okay for me to tag along? That morning, Priscilla had sent a message through Mr. Isaac's messenger, informing them that her father, Stephen, had arrived in Backlund. The new dental clinic he planned to open would be in the Cherwood borough. The location had already been tentatively selected, and he was currently negotiating with the landlord. Things were looking positive. Tonight, he wanted to have a meal with Edward to discuss it. What's not okay about it? Edward chuckled. Everything I've done lately has either been too dangerous or too urgent, so I couldn't bring you along to join the fun. But today is finally something light and pleasant. Of course, I want you there. Audrey squinted with a smile. All right then. The two of them chatted as they left the apartment. What are you planning to do about Mr. World's commission? Audrey asked. Edward thought for a moment. I'll ask someone else for help first. Zio and Furs. Yep. Stephen had booked a nice restaurant in the Cherwood borough, elegant ambience, attentive service, and great food. Edward had eaten there once before and had a good impression. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, Stephen waved and called out to him, over here, Edward. Big brother Edward. Lilith. Priscilla had once again dressed up in a lovely princess dress, with an adorable hat on her head covering her short hair. Ah. Mr. Isaac didn't come? Edward asked after greeting the father and daughter. Priscilla sighed like a little grown-up. He said he had other matters to take care of. Just then, her eyes lit up as she looked at Audrey. Oh. Who's this pretty big sister? Considering Audrey's identity, she had changed her appearance a little. She looked about 60% like her original self. She's Audrey, a good friend of mine, Edward introduced. Stephen took Audrey's hand and gave a courteous air kiss. Very pleased to meet you, Miss Audrey. Likewise, Audrey replied politely. Ooh, Priscilla tilted her head thoughtfully and smiled sweetly. Hello, big sister Audrey. Are you big brother Edward's lover? Audrey blinked, turning to look at Edward. Edward quickly shook his head with an awkward smile, signaling that he knew nothing about this. Audrey smiled gently and replied, not yet. Oh. Priscilla turned to Edward with a sigh. Big brother Edward, you have to work harder then. Thanks for that. Edward shoved Lilith into her arms. Why don't you just play with Lilith for now? All right, everyone, take a seat. Stephen gestured for them to sit by the window. Please wait a moment. One more friend of mine is coming. He was a classmate from medical school. Thanks to his help, I was able to find a suitable property so quickly. As he finished speaking, a voice came from the restaurant entrance. Stephen. Oh. Aaron, you're here. Stephen quickly walked over to greet the men. The newcomer wore gold-rimmed glasses, was tall and thin, and had a cool, aloof demeanor. Beside him stood a veiled woman in a long dress, likely his wife. Holding the woman's hand was a young boy in a little suit and tie. He wasn't very tall, and it looked like he had a leg injury, as he limped slightly with each step. The moment Edward saw the boy, he froze. Wait a minute, isn't that the Snake of Mercury? According to the original timeline, shouldn't he be busy tormenting the kind-hearted doctor in preparation for his next restart? What was going on here? Stephen was just as surprised. Aaron, I didn't even know you had a child this age. Aaron smiled slightly. No, Will is a boy I adopted not long ago. Will, this is Mr. Stephen Green. Hello, Mr. Green. Will bowed like a proper little gentleman. Stephen led Aaron's family over and began making introductions. This is my friend Edward, and this young lady is Miss Audrey, his companion. And these are my good friend Aaron Ceres, his wife, and their adopted son. Everyone exchanged greetings and took their seats. Whether by coincidence or not, and probably not, Will ended up sitting right beside Edward. While Stephen and Aaron were discussing what dishes to order, Edward glanced sideways at the child who had lived for who knows how long and asked in a low voice, "What's going on here?" Will blinked innocently. What do you mean? That was when Edward realized he wasn't actually all that familiar with the Snake of Mercury. He hesitated, unsure whether to keep pressing the question. Dr. Aaron is a good man, Will said softly. After treating my leg injury for free, he learned that I was an orphan and immediately took me in. I think life like this is pretty good. Edward paused, then hesitantly asked, so today, you're just here by coincidence for dinner? No. Will let out a helpless sigh. I had a sudden premonition today. Felt like a really troublesome being is about to arrive. I don't know whether he is here for you or for me. He. The one you're thinking of. The tail devourer, Ouroboros. But I've never had any contact with him. Why would he be after me? Wait, maybe not. Could the true creator have sent him? Oh. Will grinned. Judging by your reaction, the odds that he is after both of us are 50-50. Well, take care. I've always been pretty lucky. Edward's face darkened. You little. Just then, Will turned to Aaron's wife and said sweetly, Mom, can I have some ice cream? This old monster calling someone Mom sounded way too natural, and downright shameless. Of course, darling, Aaron's wife said with a gentle smile as she patted his head. Thank you. Soon, the ordered dishes were brought up one after another. Will, clutching a large bowl of ice cream, was happily eating away. After reminiscing about some school day antics, Stephen seemed to realize he had been neglecting Edward. He quickly said, Dr. Aaron, Edward was my neighbor back in Tingen. He once risked his life to rescue Priscilla from human traffickers. Upon hearing this, Dr. Aaron immediately raised his glass warmly toward Edward. Oh, thank you for stepping in. I can't imagine what might have happened otherwise. Ever since he'd had a child, his paternal instincts had exploded, anything involving kids drew his utmost concern. I was just doing what I should. Aaron sighed. It wasn't until I had a child that I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed before, those children in poverty, those who were abandoned. He shook his head. I want to help them as much as I can, but I'm just an average middle-class guy at best. All I can really do is donate a little money regularly, maybe bring them some food. Stephen nodded solemnly. At least you're doing something. After a moment of thought, he added decisively, once I'm settled here in Backlund, I'll also contribute a portion of my income each month to help. That's great, said Aaron with genuine delight. Edward had no choice but to chime in, then I guess I'll. But Stephen immediately laughed. Oh no, Edward, you're still not even of age. Leave this to us. Edward scratched his head awkwardly. Ironically, he probably had the most assets among the three of them, at least for now. With the Snake of Mercury around, the Aaron household might suddenly get rich very soon. At that moment, Lilith hopped onto Edward's lap, front paws propped on the edge of the table, peering curiously. Meow. Her eyes had locked onto Will's massive bowl of ice cream, and she gave a soft, pleading meow in his direction. Edward quickly patted her on the head. Stop that, I'll buy you one later. To his surprise, Will pushed the entire bowl toward her without hesitation. Go ahead and eat. So sweet, Will, Aaron's wife said, eyes crinkling in a smile. She waved to a nearby waiter. Excuse me, could we have another serving of ice cream, please? Will beamed sweetly. Thank you, Mom. You, scheming little brat. Priscilla looked at Will with curiosity. You know, too much ice cream will make your tummy hurt. I won't, Will replied calmly. Really? She looked skeptical and shrugged. Okay then, good luck. Will grinned. I wish you the same. The meal ended in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Then Edward turned to Will and said, Didn't you say earlier you needed the restroom? I'll take you. Ah. Oh. Will let himself be dragged away, clearly not too enthusiastic. What's the deal, he muttered. Edward lowered his voice. Aren't you going to offer some kind of compensation? For what? For the fact that your mortal enemy might be coming after me, thank you very much. Will shrugged. I'm just an 11-year-old kid. What do you expect me to do? Besides, if that guy really is my mortal enemy, and I try to bless you with good luck or something, won't that just make it easier for him to find you? Seriously. Why would I lie? He reached up and patted Edward's shoulder. You'll be fine. After all, 5 years from now. 5 years from now what? Nothing. Will waved it off and quickly walked away. Dr. Aaron and his wife soon left with Will in tow. After asking Edward a few questions about Mr. Isaac, Stephen also got ready to leave with Priscilla. Bye-bye, Edward. Audrey. Lilith. Priscilla waved cheerfully. Edward, you better work hard. Precocious little gremlin. After the carriage carrying the father and daughter disappeared down the street, Edward turned to Audrey with an apologetic look. Sorry, Audrey. I didn't know there would be other guests today. I thought it was just a private dinner. It's fine, she said brightly. I actually found it really fun. At least the conversation between Mr. Stephen and Dr. Aaron was meaningful, unlike those dull balls I usually attend. Then her expression shifted into something more serious. But you look super tense after seeing that Will kid. Kid, huh? Edward let out a dry chuckle. That kid is a Sequence 1 angel. Audrey froze, completely stunned. He's a Sequence 1 angel. And I petted a Sequence 1's head. He even called me sister. Oh my God. Edward rolled his eyes. Oh, right, that guy who plays dress up as a kid and shamelessly devours ice cream. That's none other than the angel of Mercury under the Fool. Ah. Then that makes him my senior. Audrey pondered for a moment. And he loves ice cream, huh? Got it. Edward blinked. What exactly did you get? Since we're both under the Fool, and he's my senior, and also a Sequence 1 angel, my God. With someone like that, of course I should start building a good relationship early. Miss Audrey Hall, have you been reading some ridiculous bureaucratic playbook at Hogwarts? She grinned proudly. Edward, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not some clueless little girl, you know. My father is an Earl of Lone, one of the biggest bankers and politicians around. I grew up surrounded by nobles and political heirs. I don't need books to understand this stuff. That very night, the Aaron household received a gift from the Hall family, 2 large crates filled with various flavors of ice cream. Dr. Aaron and his wife were utterly baffled, having no idea what had happened. Will, on the other hand, happily sampled each flavor, utterly content. This is amazing. As expected of the choice made by Mom. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 132, I just wanted to give her a home. The next day at noon, Audrey stepped out of the pouch with an unhappy expression. I already asked someone to help investigate. There are 7 castles around Backlund, 4 of them were built by fallen nobles and are now nothing but crumbling ruins. The remaining 3 are still inhabited, and none of them match what you described. She pouted. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help. Edward smiled and patted her head. It's fine. Since this involves the mystical world, not finding it is actually pretty normal. Don't worry, I've got other ways. In the original book, it seemed that the castle harboring the ancient wraiths belonged to the Sanguine. Plus, with that gate that might be an entrance to the abyss, or the Chaos Sea, it made sense that ordinary people couldn't locate it. Audrey puffed up her cheeks. Feels like you're petting me like you do Lilith. Meow. Lilith glanced up curiously. The girl and the cat stared at each other, big eyes versus round ones. Edward couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You planning to ask a Beyonder for help? Zio and Furs. That castle seems to be built by the Sanguine. So asking the Sanguine might be a good idea. Audrey looked surprised. The Sanguine. Edward grinned. Vampires, basically. Remember the one I mentioned before? The one who likes dolls? That's the one. Edward had even made a trip to Akihabara in Japan just to buy dolls. But later, Emlyn had been detained at the Harvest Church by Father Yutravsky, and the doll-selling plan was shelved. The dolls were still lying unused in the pouch. Now, it seemed they might finally serve a purpose. In the original story, that castle was actually a small trap set up by a sanguine marquis to test the fool. Edward wasn't sure if Emlyn would even know about it. Audrey's eyes lit up. When are you planning to find him? I want to come too. Right now. Edward flicked his wand lightly. Flavito. Audrey's clothes and face quickly changed into those of a slightly older, more ordinary-looking neighborhood girl, still pretty, but not dazzling. Lilith, you'd better not come with us to the Earth Mother's church. Lilith nodded obediently. Okay. Let's go. The two of them vanished into warped space. About 10 seconds later, the previously well-behaved Lilith hurriedly pulled out a book and, using both her paws and mouth, flipped it open and recited in a crisp voice. 1 mile out, 2 miles in. 3, 4 cottages hidden within. 5, 6 pavilions in view. 7, 8, 9, 10 flowers in bloom. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Edward and Audrey walked together into a rather small Harvest Church. At a glance, they spotted the towering Father Yutravsky standing under the sacred light with eyes closed in prayer. Wow, he's so tall. Does he have giant blood? Audrey instinctively entered her spectator state. Good afternoon, Father. Father Yutravsky opened his eyes and smiled. Welcome, Mr. Edward, and Mississippi. Hello, Father, Audrey quickly greeted him, surprised in her heart. How fascinating, this priest, who looks like he has giant blood, appears strong and imposing, yet everything in his eyes and voice exudes gentleness and sincerity. He makes people instinctively feel at ease. He was a perfect contradiction and harmony of appearance and presence. Ah. Where's Emlyn? He's in the backyard cleaning up. As he said that, Father Yutravsky seemed to add a deliberate reminder. 3 days ago, Emlyn was granted freedom. Edward played dumb. Then why is he still doing chores here? The priest fell silent for a moment, and then replied in a way that truly surprised Edward, he's waiting for you. Just as they were speaking, Emlyn walked in, holding an old candelabrum and wiping it down. His eyes were clearly scanning the area, searching for something. The next second, his eyes locked with Edward's. Clang. He dropped the candelabrum and lunged like a madman. Give me back my Emily. Audrey jumped in fright, and Edward hurriedly stepped forward. Wingardium Leviosa. Emlyn's body suddenly flipped, hanging upside down in midair. A pair of illusory bat wings emerged from his back, and he used them to flip upright again. Just then, a bench flew toward him, transforming into a chain that wrapped tightly around him before slamming him to the ground with a bang. Let me go. Emlyn roared furiously. The iron chain started to creak and deform under his struggle. You bastard. Give Emily back to me. Petrificus totalis. Flavito. All strength instantly left Emlyn's body. Edward quickly took the opportunity to restore the chains, but that didn't stop Emlyn's desperate struggle. Like a worm, Emlyn dragged himself across the floor, inching forward with all his might. Give, Emily, back to me. Only then did Edward look at him, exasperated. Emlyn, are you insane? When did I ever take your, Emily? He gritted his teeth. It's all your fault, anyway. Edward had no choice but to turn to Father Yutravsky for help, and for the first time, he saw such a complicated expression on the devout follower of the Earth Mother. That day, after you left Danitz behind, you asked Emlyn to look after him. The priest seemed to be carefully choosing his words. In truth, Emlyn just had Danitz do a few things a cleric might normally do, but regardless, they ended up making enemies of each other. He gradually composed his expression and went on. After Danitz left, he found Emlyn's home, took all his collection, and even left behind a provocative letter. Edward was stunned silent for a moment. After a pause, he turned to Emlyn and asked, How is that my fault? That bastard was brought here by you. You're the one who told me to look after him. And now he's taken my Emily, and Andrea, and Catherine, and Beatrice. Emlyn strained to lift his head and roared, You need to take responsibility. Take responsibility, my ass. If he didn't need something from Emlyn, Edward would have already planted his size 42 shoe right onto Emlyn's size 40 face. He thought for a moment and asked, in Danitz's letter, did he say where to go or how to get your precious dolls back? Yes. Emlyn nodded vigorously. He told me to go to Sonia C., find him and buy him. Said I should get on that damn Golden Dream ship, scrub the deck for a month, and clean chamber pots for another. Edward suddenly remembered that before he left Backlund last time, Danitz had looked oddly pleased, so this is what he was up to. But Danitz didn't have a storage-type magical item. With that many dolls, there was no way he could carry them all. He had to have hidden them somewhere in Backlund. Edward had no intention of telling Emlyn that, though. He crossed his arms and sneered, "If you love your Emily so much, you're not going to let a bit of hardship stop you, right?" Emlyn looked like he'd been insulted. "Who says I can't handle hardship? It's all because Father Utravsky used psychological suggestion on me and made it impossible for me to leave the Harvest Church." Father Utravsky gently said, "The suggestion has already been lifted." "Impossible. Then why is it that every time I leave, I just can't help coming back? Perhaps it's because you've grown used to life here, or perhaps you enjoy being a cleric. Of course, I prefer to believe it's because of your faith in the Earth Mother." "No." Emlyn howled in despair. Edward turned to Audrey, shrugged, and asked, "So? Does this legendary vampire match your expectations?" Emlyn shouted, "It's sanguine." Audrey bit her lip to keep from laughing. "He's rather amusing. Feels less like a mythical creature and more like a heartbroken boy, lost, confused, stubborn and in deep denial." Emlyn's face flushed crimson. "Shut up." At that moment, Edward waved his wand and dispelled all the spells. "As for the dolls Danitz took, I'll try to get them back for you when the chance arises. I actually came here today to ask you for a favor. Don't have time." He scrambled to his feet, hesitated for a moment, then thought better of losing his temper again. Resigned, he bent down to pick up the candelabrum, looking like a man who had lost the will to live. "Remember the payment I promised you last time in exchange for that potion formula?" "I don't." He muttered casually, then suddenly looked up sharply. "Wait, you mean that even better? No. Nothing in this world is better than Emily." Without another word, Edward reached into the pouch and pulled out a lavishly dressed doll, dropping it onto the floor with a clunk. The outfit had been handpicked by Audrey herself. Emlyn stared at it blankly for a few seconds, then turned away with a pout. "That's it. Honestly speaking, the dolls created through alchemy in this world could easily rival Japanese dolls from the 1990s in terms of precision and detail. Otherwise, they wouldn't fetch sky-high prices, thousands of pounds apiece." Note, in real-world terms, premium silicone dolls from 1990s Japan were already of exceptional quality. However, there was one major difference: the material. The dolls in this world were made of hard substances, while those modern Japanese dolls use soft silicone, with a texture close to real skin. Edward gestured. "You can try touching it." "Fine, it's just a doll, what's the big whoa?" Emlyn's blood-red eyes went wide. He could no longer hide his true feelings. He lunged forward, practically drooling, hands twitching as if ready to explore every inch like a pervert. "Stop." Seeing the corner of Father Utravsky's eye twitch, his usual gentleness and serenity nowhere to be found, Edward panicked. The last thing he wanted was for the priest to transform into a Dawn Paladin and cleave them both in two. "This is a church, don't get carried away. Let's talk outside." As he spoke, he stuffed the doll back into the pouch and shot Audrey a look before quickly walking toward the exit. "Hey. Hey. Emlyn's gaze locked onto the pouch on Edward's hip. He chased after them frantically. "What is that? How did Alicia fit into that tiny little bag?" "Alicia?" Audrey blinked in confusion. "You already named her. That's a storage-type mystical item. One that can fit a doll like this would cost around £20,000. Edward had priced it based on interior dimensions roughly 1.8 meters in length, width, and height. Emlyn swallowed hard. "If only I had one of those, I could take all my precious treasures with me wherever I go. No more worrying about theft. I could see them anytime, anywhere. I must get one." His expression slowly lit up. Emlyn cleared his throat and said, "You mentioned earlier that you needed a favor. What is it? If I help you, will you return Alicia to me?" He coughed again. "Just so we're clear, it's not like I fall for every doll I see. I just want to give her a warm, loving home. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 133, Count Hall is not feeling great. Audrey silently spat at him in her heart. "Scumbag. Give her back to you. Since when did Alicia become yours? TCH. And why did I just call the doll Alicia too?" Edward rubbed his temples and said, "You should be fully aware of how valuable that doll is. What I need your help with is far from worth that kind of money." "Huh?" Emlyn was dumbfounded. "Then what do we do?" "But as long as you help me," Edward continued, "I can give her to you in advance. As for the rest, you can either pay me back slowly or work it off by helping me with a few things later on." "What kind of things?" Emlyn asked warily, though he couldn't stop himself from glancing at Edward's pouch over and over again. Edward raised a finger. "First, I need a cursed item from an ancient wraith." I found out there's a castle near Backlund where 2 such wraiths reside. But that castle, it seems to have been built by your kind, the Sanguines. A castle built by us? Emlyn frowned in thought. I haven't heard of it, but I can go ask around for you. Great. Let me know as soon as you hear anything. Here's how to reach my messenger. Got it. I'll go now. Emlyn turned to leave, but after only a few steps, he suddenly spun back around and asked, "Can I see Alicia one more time?" After Emlyn left, Edward chuckled. So, what do you think? Isn't this vampire kinda funny? Audrey hesitated for a moment before replying, his personality is amusing, but his hobbies are definitely hard to describe. Ha 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 ha. The two of them strolled down the street a bit longer, chatting about their recent experiences. Then Edward suddenly shifted the topic. I think I'll head for Bancy early tomorrow morning. So soon? Yeah. I want to find an opportunity to finish digesting my potion and advance to the next sequence as soon as possible. The message from the Snake of Mercury yesterday had weighed heavily on Edward. Even though he knew that ascending a few sequences wouldn't help him stand a chance against that giant serpent, at least it would bring him some peace of mind. Are you letting Mr. Azek send you again? Nope. I'll take a passenger ship this time. The journey to Bancy was relatively short, and Edward didn't want to use up any more of the favor he owed Azek for borrowing the creeping hunger. Audrey's expression turned a little nostalgic. When I was little, what I looked forward to most every year was taking a ship south for vacation. Sadly, Father's gotten busier over the years, and we haven't traveled as a family in a long time. You used to take passenger ships too? She shook her head. No, we had our own. Shouldn't have asked. Just then, Audrey's eyes lit up mischievously as she looked at Edward. I want to go with you. Last time I used the door key and whoosh, I was in Byam. I didn't get to experience the journey at all. I want to make up for that this time. She clasped her hands behind her back and beamed. Besides, with the vanishing cabinet, I can travel back and forth between the ship and Backlund anytime I want. For me, being anywhere is basically the same. Huh, that kind of makes sense. And since this was a passenger ship, the 2 to 3 day journey should be relatively safe. But, I only booked a single room. Are you dumb? I just said I'll be going home every day. Edward made a face like he'd had a sudden epiphany. Oh. Right. Audrey giggled. Were you planning something naughty? Edward immediately put on a face of pure innocence. I don't even know what you're talking about. Empress Burrow, inside the luxurious Hall family villa. Audrey felt today had been full of exciting experiences. She met a revered giant priest, saw a legendary vampire, who, according to Edward, was a total, two-dimensional shut-in nerd. And, she was sneaking off to sea with Edward. Even though she'd be home every night, she couldn't stay away for too long. Surely her parents would notice something. She couldn't help but wonder what they'd think when the time came. You're back, Audrey. Susie emerged from the shadows, wagging her tail. Did anyone come looking for me? Yes. Susie nodded. Someone delivered an invitation. An invitation. Audrey opened the envelope Susie passed her. Lady Norma invited me to a ball tomorrow night. She was a member of the Psychology Alchemists, and Edward had told her to steer clear of that organization for now. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out a piece of stationery and wrote a reply. Dear Lady Norma. I was delighted to receive your invitation, and I'm truly eager to learn more about psychology. However, I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so I may have to miss this gathering. I apologize. Folding the letter neatly, she tucked it into a gold-embossed envelope and handed it to Susie. Susie, could you give this to Annie and have her send it back to Lady Norma? Of course. Audrey then began packing her things for the trip. Even though she'd be coming home every day, how could a girl go out without any luggage? Sitting nearby, Susie tilted her head curiously. Audrey, are you going on a long journey? Sort of. You seem really happy about it. Of course I am. Who wouldn't be happy going on a trip? A trip? With Edward and Lilith. Susie wagged her tail eagerly. Can I come along too? Audrey was momentarily stunned, then nodded. I think that should be fine. Great. Susie instantly spun around in delighted circles. Meanwhile, in another wing of the Hall family's luxurious villa, Earl Hall was sitting in his study, smoking while going over the bank's financial reports. Soon, his eldest son Hibbert knocked and stepped inside, wearing a conflicted expression and hesitating as he spoke. Father, it looks like Audrey is packing her luggage. Earl Hall looked up in surprise. Where is she going? Hibbert shrugged. You told me not to investigate further, so, I don't know. The slightly chubby Earl stood up, sucking hard on his cigarette as he frowned and muttered, His Excellency Anthony said that Audrey's friend is a blessed of the goddess and advised me not to overly restrict their interactions. I've tolerated her running off every now and then, but... He forcefully stubbed out the half-finished cigarette in the ashtray. This time it's really too much. Even if it's the Church of the Evernight, even if it's the goddess herself, I can't just sit back and watch my daughter run off with some man. Then, what should we do? Hibbert was also full of frustration. He had protected his sister like a princess since they were little, and now it felt like she was being taken away under his nose, yet he could do nothing about it. It was stifling. Earl Hall made a swift decision. Find out where she's going. Then, act accordingly depending on the situation. Understood. Wednesday morning. Overcast skies. The sky outside was dark and heavy, and rolling waves surged in from the black horizon, crashing against the shoreline with loud splashes. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Kingdom of Loan. A massive passenger ship was docked at the port, and workers were busily loading cargo onto it. This was the ship Edward was about to board, the Emerald, a cruise liner. Most people choose this vessel for vacation cruises rather than just transportation. Structurally, the ship wasn't that different from a pirate or military vessel, it had both chimneys and sails. On either side of the hull were rows of cannons and firing ports, meant for fending off pirates. The Emerald's destination was the southern continent, with stops along the way at Bansi Harbor, Byam, and other islands for resupply. Edward, holding Lilith in his arms, followed the crowd onto the ship. Edward, are we taking a boat again? Lilith wore a disgruntled expression. She still remembered that awful night of seasickness, that feeling of standing on four paws yet swaying as though on cotton, unable to find stable footing. Miss Lilith did not like it. This ship should be much better. It's big and steady, almost no different from being on land. Really? She blinked at him, clearly skeptical. Edward raised his hand in a solemn vow. Really? If I'm lying, I'll eat a mouse. That instantly convinced Lilith. After all, she knew just how much her big cat hated eating mice. But then she became conflicted. If she did get seasick, wouldn't she get to see Edward eat a mouse? Then he'd realize how delicious they were. And maybe after that, he'd always eat them with her. Her eyes sparkled as the thought delighted her. 1 hour later. Audrey and Susie emerged from Edward's satchel, only to discover that the ship hadn't departed on time. Wasn't it supposed to leave at 8:45? She stepped out to the balcony and looked toward the docks with a puzzled expression. Edward, sitting on the sofa petting Lilith, was just as confused. I'm not sure either. They said there was a last-minute notice delaying the departure. Though he had booked a single room, it was one of the luxury suites on the upper deck, complete with a living room, a balcony, and a bedroom, quite spacious. At that moment, Susie finally clambered up and greeted them cheerfully. Hello, Edward. Hello, Miss Lilith. Oh. Susie came too. Audrey turned and smiled. I always leave her behind to watch the house, this time I figured I'd let her see the world a bit. Lilith gracefully padded over to Susie and asked in a soft voice, Susie, can you read? Susie hesitated for a few seconds, then shook her head. Nope. Lilith immediately lifted her chin in pride. Miss Lilith can. Wow, amazing. Of course. Lilith's tail curled high in satisfaction. Want to learn? Miss Lilith will teach you. Yes, please. The two little ones immediately huddled together, whispering and giggling. How do you plan to spend these few days at sea? Audrey's green eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Edward. If it were just me, I'd probably entertain people by giving astrological readings, helps me roleplay the astrologer. That actually sounds quite fun. I'll be your assistant. Huh. She smiled smugly. Don't forget, I'm a telepathist. I can instantly tell what most normal people are thinking. Oh, right. In his previous, non-Beyonder life, those so-called fortune tellers usually needed a bit of psychology and cold reading skills to pull off their tricks, didn't they? All right then, Assistant Audrey, what will you disguise yourself as? Same as yesterday's look. Okay. Edward turned to Susie, who was attentively listening to the conversation. Susie, what kind of dog do you want to turn into? Question mark. She looked up blankly, then looked over at Audrey, finally letting out a bewildered, woof. Audrey made the decision for her, let's make Susie a small dog. It'll be easier for her to move around the ship. Got it. Whoa. At that moment, a loud steam whistle echoed across the port. Driven by steam and machinery, the Emerald was finally about to set sail. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want one more tomorrow, we'd need to hit 605 POW stones. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 134, Siblings. Audrey quickly stepped back into the room and shut the terrace door behind her. Every time the ship sets off, a bunch of black soot always falls from the huge smokestack. This was something of a hallmark of this era. Moments later, the ship began to tremble slightly. It pushed through the water, slowly pulling away from Pritz Harbor, and gradually picked up speed as it made its way toward the open sea. Lilith immediately sat upright with great solemnity, ready to face the inevitable seasickness. But aside from a little swaying at the start, it really didn't feel all that different from being on land. Which left her conflicted. Was this going to keep her big cat from eating a rat after all? Once the Emerald reached a steady cruising speed and stabilized, Edward looked toward Audrey, who was now disguised and holding the butterfly dog Iffied Susie in her arms, and offered, "Wanna go for a stroll?" "Sure." Just as she was about to open the door, an image flashed through Edward's mind. A person had just sprinted past the doorway at high speed. So he waited a few seconds before opening the door and stepping out. That person was already gone, but he caught a glimpse of two figures chasing after them. One of whom looked a little familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen them before. "What's wrong?" Audrey peeked her head out, curiously glancing side to side. "Nothing. Someone just happened to pass by right when I was opening the door. Almost ran into them. Let's go." The two walked down the tastefully decorated hallway, eventually arriving at the ship's central hall, a vast, luxurious space filled with dining tables, gaming tables, a bar, a dance floor, and all kinds of entertainment for guests. Naturally, none of it was free. "Wanna try some of the food first?" The dining area was already more than half full. Dishes had started arriving at some tables, and mouth-watering aromas wafted into the air, spreading all around. As soon as they sat down, a server came over to pour them each a glass of aperitif and handed them a menu. "Good day to you both. The Emerald's head chef is from the Hall family's household. He specializes in lone cuisine, though some of his southern continent dishes are quite popular too." Edward immediately turned to Audrey with a grin. To think that working at the Hall family estate was enough to make someone a selling point. Impressive. Audrey glanced at the chef's picture on the menu and exclaimed with realization, "Oh, it's him. His steak's not bad. Worth a try. Let's see." She looked at Susie. "Let's do 6 portions. And these few southern continent dishes, bring me one of each." "Of course. Please wait a moment." The server couldn't help but glance at Audrey again. To have tasted this chef's cooking, one either had to be a returning Emerald guest or have dined at the Hall estate. His gut told him it was the latter. Once the server left, Audrey leaned in and whispered, "He only ever made lone food during the years he worked at my place. I'm curious how his southern dishes turn out." Just then, 7 or 8 sailor-looking men carried instruments onto the performance stage. A few formally dressed musicians followed. After bowing to the guests, they took their positions and began to play. The music was sometimes lively, sometimes tender, clearly meant for dancing. Before long, some guests paired up and made their way to the dance floor, gracefully swaying to the rhythm. Edward turned and saw Audrey smiling at him. "Mr. Edward, aren't you going to invite me for a dance?" "Ah." He looked a bit embarrassed. "I'd love to, but I don't know how." "Perfect. I'll teach you." "All right." Ever since his advancement to Trickmaster, his dexterity and coordination had greatly improved. A slow-paced social dance like this shouldn't be too difficult. Edward stood up right away, mimicking the other gentleman as he bent forward slightly and extended a hand. "My beautiful lady, may I?" He didn't even finish his sentence before another hand suddenly extended toward Audrey. "My beautiful lady, may I have this dance?" "Edward. What the hell? Who's this guy barging in like this? Trying to force a classic face-slapping scene from a cultivation novel or something?" But to his surprise, Audrey took that outstretched hand. Her expression showed a mix of astonishment and mild frustration. "All right." Edward turned his head and saw the man. He was dressed in classic noble fashion, with a handsome face and golden hair. No matter the angle, he looked like a perfectly sculpted classical statue. And crucially, Edward recognized him. He had seen this man before, at the Hall estate, the very first time he came to the world of mystery. The Hall family's eldest son. Audrey's older brother, Hibbert Hall. Edward quietly sat back down, looking very well behaved as he watched the siblings step onto the dance floor. Lilith leaned in curiously and whispered, "Edward, that other big cat just took Audrey away. Aren't you gonna go get her back?" Butterfly dog Susie muttered, "He's Audrey's older brother." "Ah." Edward picked Susie up and asked in a hushed voice, "What's he doing on this ship?" She shook her head. I don't know. I thought you were always secretly keeping an eye on things. Susie blinked. I only know that the Earl Hall found out a long time ago that Audrey often sneaks off to visit you. That much, both Edward and Audrey had already guessed. Sigh, I wonder if her brother being on this ship is a coincidence, or if he followed her here on purpose. On the other side, the siblings had already begun to chat as they danced. Audrey pressed her lips together. Brother, don't tell me you just happened to be passing by. Hibbert smiled slightly. Sister, shouldn't you be in your room right now? I'll be back there tonight. So that means during the day, you're spending time with another boy. Edward is a good friend of mine. Oh. Just a friend. Audrey frowned slightly. We're just friends, for now. A flicker of anger flared in Hibbert's emerald eyes. You're spending practically every day with him, and you still say you're just friends. Audrey was baffled. So what is it that you want? Do you want us to be just friends, or something else? I want. Hibbert took a breath. I'd prefer if the two of you were complete strangers. Humph. She gave a soft snort, then narrowed her eyes in suspicion. So, the ship didn't leave earlier because you were still boarding. Did Father send you here? Are you here just to watch me? I'm going to buy him for a business deal. Liar. You're just here to keep an eye on me. Audrey thought for a moment, then asked, since you're already here, does that mean I don't have to return tonight? You don't. He nodded. I booked a suite and saved a room for you. Just stay there tonight. Audrey narrowed her eyes and thought for a second. Fine. Hibbert breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from her current state, it didn't seem like she had suffered any sort of loss at that guy's hands, yet. So, what are you two doing in Bancy this time? It's Edward who's heading to Bancy. I'll be heading home once we arrive. Hibbert was stunned for a second before his brows knitted. Is Bancy dangerous? Edward said it seems to be polluted by some kind of mysterious power. Then why is he still going? Think of it like he's hunting for treasure. Humph. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. I really don't see what's so great about becoming a Beyonder. Alfred only did it because of his position. And you, why would you give up the life of a pampered noble lady, just to take on the risks of madness and loss of control? Do you know how much stress that puts on Mom, Dad, and the rest of us? Audrey's expression softened as she heard that. Thank you for your concern, brother. But, there are some things I can't tell you just yet. All I can say is, becoming a Beyonder is beneficial, for me, and for the Hall family. Hibbert was silent for a moment. Actually, even without you saying anything, I've picked up on some things. Back in Backlund, no, Lone in general, things might stop being safe, and soon. As one of the wealthiest families in Lone, the Halls didn't know about George III's plan to become a god, nor were they aware of Adam's ushering of a new era. But they could read signs of shifting tides, like changes in international economics, and from that, they could sense that trouble was brewing. The Earl of Hall had already predicted that the Kingdom of Lone might soon face war. That's why he had been preparing contingency plans. If a major crisis broke out, they'd be ready to evacuate immediately. As the music ended, the siblings stepped off the dance floor. Hibbert waved his hand impatiently. All right, go back now. Audrey hesitated for a few seconds. Don't want to come say hello? Hibbert clenched his jaw. No need. Fine then. See you later, brother. When Audrey returned to the table, the dishes they had ordered earlier had already been served. Edward, can I start eating now? Lilith turned to Edward with her big bright eyes. Go ahead. Edward stepped forward and pulled her chair out for her. Your brother. He's going to buy him on business and just happened to see me, Audrey said with a little wrinkle of her nose. Next time I go out, I'm going to completely change my appearance. No one's going to recognize me. All right, eat up. It'll get cold. By the time they finished their meal, the sky had darkened. The two stood at the edge of the deck, watching the dark blue waves roll gently under the night sky. Every so often, silver-white flying fish would leap out of the water and glide briefly through the air. Lilith's round eyes sparkled as she stared at the flying fish, her little paws twitching like she was trying to catch them. Her small mouth kept babbling with curiosity. Edward, how do fish fly? Can cats fly too? Miss Lilith wants to fly. That way it'd be easier to catch mice. Susie, still in her butterfly dog form, lay to the side silently observing the people walking past. She couldn't help but mutter, then you'd better become an owl. Owl. Lilith shook her head instantly. Miss Lilith doesn't like owls. They're too noisy. Edward and Audrey exchanged a smile. They really did feel like a married couple taking their child out for a vacation. Beautiful scenery in the distance, a noisy kid by their side. Edward's gaze sharpened as he noticed two figures weaving through the crowd. One of them was that familiar silhouette he had glimpsed earlier. At that moment, the two figures turned and walked toward them. One was a man in a grey wool coat and a gentleman's hat. He had a full beard and held a pipe in his mouth. His grey eyes were strikingly familiar. The other was a woman in a hooded black robe, wearing blue eyeshadow and blush, exuding a strangely enchanting beauty. After a moment of confusion, Edward identified them, Dunn and Daly. But what were they doing here? Since Edward had changed his appearance, Dunn didn't recognize him. After scanning the deck briefly, the two turned around and headed back into the cabin. What's the matter? Audrey followed Edward's line of sight and saw the pair as they walked away. Are they beyonders? Just then, Daly seemed to sense something and turned her head, meeting Audrey's gaze. Audrey remained calm, offering a polite smile and a nod. The man in the wool coat is my former team captain from Tingen. The woman is a Nighthawk from the Church of the Evernight. Huh. But didn't Captain Dunn fake his death to leave the Nighthawks? He's probably not acting under official orders right now. And as for that lady, well, let's just say, it's mutual pining between the two of them. Ah. Audrey's gossip senses tingled. Tell me everything, right now. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, You brought a whole world before my eyes. Edward shared the story between Dunn and Daly, though he omitted the part where Daly had once fallen from grace. He then smiled and said, but I believe that the captain, having died once, probably won't take long before he confesses. What would you do if it were you? Ha ha ha, how could something like that ever happen to me? Audrey. Aren't you going to check on them? Maybe you could help. Edward flicked a gold coin lightly. Will Dunn and Daly encounter danger? The coin landed with the number facing up, negative. C. No danger. Then let's not bother the two lovebirds. He pressed lightly on the railing and stepped forward. All right, it's getting dark. Let's go back and get some rest. Lilith trotted up behind them, saying, Miss Lilith is going back to continue teaching Susie. Susie hesitated for a moment. Can we play hide-and-seek for a bit first? Lilith's eyes lit up. We can. Let's go. The two little ones chased each other and darted away. Time passed quietly, and the sky soon darkened. The two sat on the terrace, gazing out at the black sea in the distance and the starry sky above. But Edward's gaze often drifted to Audrey's beautiful side profile. Next time I go back, I want to try one of your world's cruises. I bet it's amazing. Edward thought for a moment. It's basically just a larger version of the Emerald. The facilities are better, and there are more entertainment options. It's kind of like a floating entertainment club. Oh, there's this movie called Titanic. It's about a young man and woman who meet and fall in love on a cruise ship. Audrey's eyes sparkled. Oh. And then the Titanic hit an iceberg and sank. The guy died, the girl survived. She wrinkled her nose and couldn't help but thump Edward lightly. Ha ha ha. She rested her chin on her hand and suddenly asked, do you think Lone, or rather, our world, will really become like England in the future? No hunger, no oppression, no darkness, everything orderly, and everyone carefree. That might be giving Britain a bit too much credit. But he still nodded firmly. It will. Audrey smiled. You know, there are 3 people in this world, at least that we know of, who come from your world. Emperor Roselle, who brought the advancement of civilization and development to this place, Mr. Fool, who brought hope for the coming apocalypse, and you. She looked at Edward. You brought another world before my eyes. There was sincerity in her gaze, and something more. Edward took a deep breath and said, actually, you. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Hibbert's cold voice came through. Audrey, time to come back and rest. Audrey stuck out her tongue and quickly stood up. Before leaving, she rubbed Edward's head. Good night. Good night. Damn your timing, Mr. Hibbert Hall. Lilith bounced over to him and jumped into his lap. Edward, what's wrong? Nothing. Oh, but you look like something's wrong. She blinked her blue eyes. Miss Lilith will give you a paw massage. With that, she gently stepped on Edward's chest with her soft little paw pads. Lilith is the best. Absolutely. The next morning. After breakfast, the two received permission from the crew and moved a table to a quiet corner of the main hall. They laid out a crystal ball, star chart, and various divination tools, then set up a sign offering free readings and waited for clients. Hibbert passed by and saw the setup, looking curious, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose not to approach. He only gave Edward a small nod in response to the boy's friendly gaze, then turned and left. The first guest was a young pregnant woman. She had only discovered her pregnancy 2 months ago. After the initial joy, she had fallen into a bottomless pit of anxiety. Her husband had brought her on this trip to help her relax. And it had worked, for a while. But then her husband had gone to the restroom, leaving her alone again, and the anxiety returned. I want to know if my baby will be born safely. After the baby's born, will my relationship with my husband suffer? Will my body be ruined, and will I be pushed out of Lone's high society? Quite a list of worries. Edward only did a reading for her child. Your baby is healthy and will be born safely. What about the rest? As for the rest, as long as you ease your anxiety, none of the things you fear will happen. But if you stay trapped in your worries, what you fear may very well become reality. Oh. She shut her eyes in despair. Audrey quickly patted Edward gently and said, "Ma'am, would you like to chat with me for a bit?" "All right." Audrey took the pregnant woman aside and patiently helped ease her mind. Soon after, the second guest arrived. It was a cute little girl who had lost the balloon she bought when boarding the ship and wanted help finding it. Unfortunately, after a brief divination, Edward discovered that the balloon had already soared into the sky and popped. So, he used Transfiguration to conjure a new one and handed it to her. Watching her run off happily, Edward silently prayed, "Hopefully, by the time the Transfiguration wears off, you won't care about the balloon anymore." After that, people began to approach sporadically out of curiosity. Most asked about small, everyday matters, though unsurprisingly, love, health, and wealth were still the most common topics. Since most people who could afford a cruise trip were either wealthy or influential, their fates were generally better than the average person's. As such, the results of Edward's divinations were mostly positive. A small portion, however, faced potential accidents or minor misfortunes, for which he gave timely warnings. Before long, the husband of the pregnant woman rushed over, clearly worried. He thanked them profusely before leaving with his now much relieved wife. Audrey returned and said, "Edward, what you said earlier was technically true, but, to a pregnant woman already suffering from anxiety, it was far too frightening." Edward shrugged. "But that's just her personality, suspicious, anxious, and easily flustered. Even if I said all the right things, the moment she turns around, she'd be anxious again. So, better to have you step in." She blinked, then understood. "Though I'm not a psychiatrist yet, you're right. Words alone probably wouldn't have done much for her." While the two were chatting, a gentle voice interrupted them. "Hello, may I ask for a reading?" It was a lady in an elegant dress, her face hidden behind a sheer veil. She sat across the table, her pale, delicate fingers fidgeting uneasily. In a soft voice, she asked, "I'd like to know if I'll be able to reach the southern continent safely." Audrey smiled. "Oh, there's really nothing to worry about. The Emerald is a cruise ship that's been successfully sailing for 3 years. Even if we were to encounter pirates, the onboard artillery would easily fend them off, right, Edward?" That's right." Edward's gaze swept past the woman's fingers and caught a glimmer of a sapphire ring. "Why does that look so familiar?" Then it struck him, he'd seen this ring before, in the bathroom of the Glaint's estate, on the finger of that witch, Trissy. This woman is Trissy. But she should still be in Prince Edisac's manor. How did she end up on a cruise ship to the southern continent? Could it be that, since Nsangwil is no longer in this timeline, she managed to escape? But I'm still uneasy. Could you please divine it for me? From behind the veil, her eyes radiated a fragile, helpless kind of sorrow. All right. Edward picked up the crystal ball, gently rubbing its surface as he chanted, "The upcoming journey of the Emerald, the upcoming journey of the Emerald, the upcoming journey of the Emerald." Moments later, a vision appeared in the ball. He saw the Emerald capsizing and sinking. Judging by the time, it would happen in the afternoon. Damn it. As expected of a harbinger of disaster. No matter where she goes, catastrophe follows. And just minutes ago, all signs pointed to smooth sailing. The woman stood up and said softly, "Apologies, I have something to attend to. Goodbye." She turned and swiftly left. Edward immediately formed a judgment. Trissy didn't recognize Audrey, whom she'd only seen once, and she certainly doesn't know me. So, she wasn't here to test us, she came to warn us, the Beyonders on board. Warn us that disaster is imminent. Still a demoness of pleasure at this point, Trissy is on the run. She likely has no reason to create a disaster herself. But clearly, she knows what's about to happen. Which means that disaster is targeting her. By warning the Beyonders on board, she's probably trying to ensure they'll be prepared and, in doing so, give her a better chance to escape. What's wrong? Audrey had noticed the change in Edward's expression and immediately whispered. "Audrey, I'm afraid your journey is about to end early. There's likely a disaster incoming." "What?" "That woman who just came for a reading, she was Trissy." "Yes, that Trissy. Somehow, she escaped from Prince Edisac's manor and is now being hunted by the Demoness sect." Audrey covered her mouth in shock. "You mean, the Demoness sect would be willing to wipe out everyone on this ship?" The one likely in charge of hunting Trissy was Lady Despair, who brought about the Great Smog of Backlund. She probably wouldn't mind killing a few hundred passengers before the smog falls again. You should return to Backlund and contact the Church of Evernight for help. If you find St. Anthony, bring him here using the disappearing cabinet. What about you? Edward pulled out a coin. I'll first try using Madman to the right to change the outcome. If that doesn't work, well, we'll just attack the governor's mansion again. Can we ask for Mr. Fool's help first? Mr. Fool probably won't interfere in reality just yet. Audrey was silent for a few seconds, then said seriously. I'll report it to the church and come back to help you. If it really gets bad enough that we need to use the master key to evacuate everyone, I think I can help. I'll leave only when it becomes truly dangerous. Let's leave together. All right. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Supernatural Power of Money. Audrey hurriedly left. After using Madman to the right, once more, Edward attempted another divination. However, this time, the attempt failed, indicating that the matter involved a high-level being. TSK. He had no choice but to prepare for the worst. He packed away his crystal ball, star chart, and other tools and was just about to leave when Dunn and Daly jogged over. Excuse me, did you just see a lady wearing a veil? Captain, Edward replied bluntly, it's me, Edward. Dunn was visibly stunned. You, what are you doing here? Turning to Daly, who looked confused, he explained, this is the Edward the First told you about. Daly immediately understood and said with genuine warmth, thank you for everything you've done for Dunn and Tingen. She smiled. If I were a little younger, I'd probably have made a move on you myself. Sis, could you please quit teasing young men like that? Edward pretended not to hear and quickly said, this ship may soon be in danger. He swiftly explained what had just happened and summarized his divination. A high-sequence member of the Demonist sect. Daly was visibly shocked. They had only set out to capture a wanted criminal. How did things suddenly escalate to something this serious? Considering he might have altered the divination's result, Edward added, of course, it's also possible that my reading was interfered with and ended up being inaccurate. But I think we should prepare for the worst. Dunn thought for a moment. Your ability, it can't evacuate that many people at once, right? Captain, are you trying to have me apparate hundreds of passengers off the ship in batches? That's right. But I do have other methods that can achieve a similar effect. I'll just need your help gathering everyone in the main hall. The two of them looked stunned. Everyone on this ship is either rich or noble, and quite a few are beyonders too. They might not be easy to command. Edward fell silent for a few seconds. If it comes to it, I'll just hijack the emerald outright. If they won't leave, I'll force you two to leave. Let's first get the message to the captain. I've already sent a friend back to Backlund to seek help. If St. Anthony can come, that demigod witch probably won't dare to act recklessly. Understood. The two immediately moved to act, while Edward made his way to Hibbert Hall's luxury suite. Just as he reached the corridor outside, two bodyguards stepped forward to block him, both wearing pleasant expressions. Apologies, this is a private area. I'm here to see Mr. Hibbert Hall. They exchanged glances. One of them said, please wait a moment. Edward added quickly, tell him Edward is looking for him. It's urgent. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice came from the suite. Let him in. Please. The two bodyguards escorted Edward into the suite. The sheer luxury of it surprised him. Compared to this, his own room barely qualified as a standard room. This suite hadn't shown up during ticket purchases, it was probably reserved for nobles and other dignitaries. Hibbert was seated on a sofa, holding a stack of documents. He looked up. What is it? Mr. Hall, have you heard of the Demonist sect? There's a fugitive on board being hunted by them. A demigod level which is in pursuit, and every passenger on the Emerald may be at risk. Hibbert's eyes widened, and he sat up straight. How do you know that? Divination, plus a warning from the fugitive herself. She's trying to provoke conflict between the ship's beyonders and the demigod to buy time for her escape. He paused, then suggested, what if we preemptively capture her and offer her up to the demigod? Well, with an ordinary demigod, that might work. But the Demonist sect, it's probably not that simple. What about Audrey? Did you send her back? What's your plan? Edward nodded. Audrey has gone to ask the church for help. As for me, I have a way to quickly teleport everyone back to Backlund, but I'll need help gathering people. Hibbert nodded. Understood. That's easy. Edward was slightly taken aback. Where did that confidence come from? All right, I'll head out then. Just as he turned to leave, Hibbert spoke again. Make sure Audrey isn't harmed. He paused, then added, in any way. Understood. Edward gave a small bow and quickly left the suite. As soon as he returned to his room, the ship's loudspeaker crackled to life. Dear friends. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of the Emerald's maiden voyage. To thank you for your continued support, we're offering everyone a luxurious gift. Please gather in the main hall within 30 minutes to receive it. Once everyone has assembled, we will distribute the gifts together. Our chefs will also be preparing a sumptuous feast with fine wines. All expenses today will be covered by Mr. Hibbert Hall. Enjoy to your heart's content. Woohoo! Excited cheers and applause broke out across the ship. Edward was dumbfounded. Hibbert really was something else. What's the true power of the supernatural? This is the supernatural power of money. Just then, Lilith came bouncing over. Edward, what happened? Audrey just rushed off in a hurry. There might be danger on the ship. She went to get help. Danger. Her tiny face was filled with curiosity. Is the ship going to sink? Do you have to be that accurate? Seeing Edward's silence, Lilith huffed, Miss Lilith told you ships are no good. Even though this one doesn't make me seasick, it's still dangerous being surrounded by water. Don't take ships anymore. Susie added softly, but if we don't take ships, there are a lot of places we can't reach. Just fly there. If Miss Lilith were Tom Cat, I'd invent all kinds of flying gadgets. Tom Cat? What's that? Lilith puffed up proudly. You don't even know. Let me tell you all about it. Half an hour later, Audrey returned, but unfortunately, she didn't bring back Anthony. The bishop at St. Samuel's Cathedral said St. Anthony has been out evangelizing and hasn't returned. Edward frowned. He's been gone for 2 weeks. What kind of evangelizing requires a saint to go out personally for that long? Audrey raised her hand. Can we ask the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery for help? Huh. Didn't you say they seem to want something from you and are trying to build rapport? Well. Edward's first instinct was to reject the idea. If previous assumptions were right, the God of Steam, Euxtiano, wanted to replicate Emperor Roselle's path through him. Though this meant the god would place special value on Edward, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. First, the God of Steam's way of treating people well was quite hard to accept. Second, anyone trying to start a technological revolution in this world would inevitably face a major problem, oil. If the god pinned all hopes on Edward and later found them dashed, who knows what kind of rage he might unleash. Don't think the goddess's protection is foolproof, this is the same god who backstabbed her in the original story. But Edward quickly changed his mind. This time, he wouldn't be asking for himself, it was to save people. As an Orthodox deity's church, wasn't that exactly what they should be doing? All right. Let's go together. He picked up Lilith, and the group, 2 humans, 1 cat, 1 dog, disappeared through the vanishing cabinet back to Backlund. They apparat straight to St. Hireland Cathedral in St. George Borough. As they entered, the same machinery hive mind member from last time quickly came forward. Mr. Edward, is there something you need? Yes, I urgently need to see Archbishop Oramic. Is he available? Without hesitation, the men nodded. Of course, please follow me. Edward and Audrey exchanged a glance and followed him. Soon, they arrived at a large room behind the cathedral. The 4 walls were divided into compartments of all shapes and sizes, neatly filled with tools sorted by size, type, and function. Anyone with OCD would have been delighted. An elderly man in a white priest's robe and soft clerical cap was fiddling with something. Wait, was that a broken Walkman? Did he pick it up at the scene in Tingen? Your Grace, Mr. Edward is here to see you. The old man looked up, surprise flickering across his face. Oh, welcome, Mr. Edward. What brings you here today? It's something that may involve hundreds of lives. Horamic's expression instantly became serious. What? Edward immediately laid out everything that had happened with the emerald. So far, everything is based on what I divined and the fugitive's warning. I don't know whether it will really come to pass, but since it concerns hundreds of lives, I could only ask the church for help. I see. Oramic nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Thank you so much. Because both Edward and Audrey had items in their bags and suitcases that couldn't be shown to others, they had moved the vanishing cabinet into their newly acquired undetectable extension charmed luggage ahead of time. So, they didn't hesitate to take Oramic directly to the emerald. 2 suitcases with interior dimensions expanded. 2 cabinets capable of instant teleportation. Oramic looked amazed. Were these crafted by artisan? Or are they magical items from the apprentice pathway? Edward looked blank. I'm not sure myself. I stumbled across them by chance. After a moment, he took out another suitcase. I've got a few of these. Would you like one, Your Grace? Oramic was stunned, staring at Edward. He couldn't tell if this was pure generosity or something more strategic. He had originally intended to let Edward owe him a favor by helping, but if he accepted a gift, he'd owe Edward one instead. But, if they could figure out how the suitcase worked and replicate it, it would be of huge benefit to the church. The Lord will surely understand. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy. If you guys want one more tomorrow, we'd need to hit 740 POW stones. Go, vote. Oh, and if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Infighting in the Demonist Sect. Thank you. In the end, he accepted the briefcase and couldn't wait to leave and begin his research. With a demigod from an Orthodox God's church stationed on board, Edward finally felt at ease. After taking a short rest, he and Audrey went to find the captain and shared the news with him. That's good to hear. Dunn let out a long sigh of relief. When I heard the call for everyone to gather just now, I thought that which had already arrived. Daly, on the other hand, looked at Edward with curiosity. You actually managed to invite the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery? Are you really a Nighthawk, or are you from the machinery hive mind? Actually, His Grace Oramic came because of Audrey. Huh. Audrey blinked in surprise. Daly immediately turned her gaze to her. This beautiful young lady is. I'm Audrey Hall. Pleased to meet you, Mississippi. Hall, now that's quite a surname. Daly raised her eyebrows. If I were a bit younger, I'd probably chase after you. Then again, even if I were, I don't think I'd stand a chance. Ahem. Dunn coughed at that moment. Daly chuckled. See you later, little Edward. Edward shrugged at Audrey. Miss Daly is rather lively. She tends to mask her true thoughts with behavior like that. I noticed. She kept watching Mr. Dunn's reaction the whole time she was talking. Right, Audrey was a spectator. Of course, she'd notice. She smiled. It's just a pity that Mr. Dunn is even better at hiding his emotions than she is. Sigh, do those two have to interact this way? As they talked, the two reached the deck of the Emerald. At this hour, besides the sailors, there were no other passengers. Everyone had gone to the hall to collect their gifts. Just as they arrived at the railing, Oramic briskly approached again. Edward's heart tightened. Your Grace, is something the matter? No. Horamic's expression was a bit hesitant. That briefcase, could I get another one? The one just now was destroyed. Of course, I won't take it for free. I can craft a mystical item for you myself. He quickly added, or I can give you one equivalent to a Sequence 5 item. A Sequence 5 level item. Klein had later acquired that revolver made from a Reaper Beyonder characteristic. It was worth 9,000 pounds. By comparison, an item handcrafted by a demigod of the Paragon pathway would far exceed that in value, especially considering this opportunity came from exchanging an undetectable extension charm item. No favors owed. With that thought, Edward immediately beamed and pulled out another briefcase. I'll choose to have you craft something for me personally, but... He paused. I don't have the right materials just yet. No problem. Come to me anytime once you've got them. Oramic took the briefcase and was about to study it again, but suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. A few seconds later. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by a large ripple that spread across the sea. The Emerald trembled violently as waves surged around her. Screams of panic erupted from the cabins below, with several ladies letting out sharp cries. Edward's expression darkened. A demigod from the Demonist sect? No. Oramic shook his head. There's a fight between Beyonders at the demigod level. I'll go take a look. With a step forward, flames burst out behind him as he turned into a blazing streak of light shooting toward the direction of the explosion. Edward quickly made for the hall. Let's prepare as well, be ready to evacuate everyone at a moment's notice. After a few hurried steps, he paused. A sudden thought came to me. What is it? Audrey asked. Because of the hidden danger posed by Bansi, all the portkeys I prepared this time are anchored to St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund. If we evacuate everyone using those, it'd look like... Audrey's eyes widened. We're attacking the Church of the Evernight. Is there still time to go back, fix that, and return? 7 to 8 nautical miles away. The once calm sea had become raging and wild. Thick white fog blanketed a radius of over 1,000 meters. A beautiful woman in a pure white robe stood atop the frozen sea, scanning her surroundings with a solemn expression. Why? Why are you stopping me? Everything I've done has been to bring the Lord's descent. Only the sound of crashing waves responded. We've already secured agreements from all sides. This matter is already settled. You cannot change it. Her expression was tense as she paced aimlessly. With each step she took, the raging waves beneath her feet froze into ice. You, cough, cough, cough. She suddenly coughed violently, a scorching burn spreading from her throat to her chest. The next moment, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. It was an illness. Cough, cough, cough. Dark blood spurted from her lips with each cough. She could feel the severe internal damage in her organs. Ever since becoming a demigod, she had only ever spread illness to others. She never imagined she would once again experience the torment of disease herself. Frantically, she began expelling the microbes from her body while staying on high alert for attacks from the surrounding fog. Cough, cough, I don't understand. You should be the last person to oppose me. Don't tell me the rumors are true. You really are. Boom. A deafening roar rang out. Amidst searing flames, a figure streaked toward her at high speed. A Church of Steam saint. What is he doing here? Lady Despair Panatia's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, the fog dispersed. On the vast sea, there was no one else, only Panacea standing atop the ice. Without a second thought, she vanished into stealth, silently retreating. 10 seconds later, Oromik arrived. Suspended in the air, he frowned in confusion. The ones who were fighting just now, were they both from the Demonist sect? That's odd, I haven't heard any rumors of internal conflict among them. Most of the passengers aboard the Emerald had gathered in the Grand Hall by now. The crew members, holding the prepared gifts, gold coins, distributed them one by one. In just a short while, the amount of gold given out probably equaled a decent portion of what Klein had earned over the entire novel. But to the Hall family, this amount of money was little more than the cost of some fine liquor. 15 minutes later, Oromik returned. How did it go, Lord Oromik? Oromik frowned slightly. It seems like there was infighting within the Demonist sect. I only recognized one of them, Lady Despair, Panatia. I'd never seen the other one before. So it was the Lady Despair behind the heavy fog. But why would the Demonist sect have internal conflict? Could it be due to the reversed outcome caused by Madman to the right? What was the result? Lady of Despair was injured and fled. The other witch also left. Edward quickly asked, was she badly injured? Oromik looked a bit surprised. You seem quite concerned about that. Of course. If Lady Despair was severely injured, or better yet, killed, then wouldn't that mean the smog crisis was resolved entirely? No, wait. She stirred up the smog in an attempt to ascend, but the one truly intending to cause massive death was the royal family, George III. So, even without the fog, something else might have been used instead. TCH. I was being too optimistic. To be safe, I'll remain on the ship tonight. Contact me if anything happens. Thank you very much, my lord. He smiled. There are quite a few believers of my lord aboard this ship. Protecting them is my duty. Oh, right. He seemed to recall something. Icancer must have told you, if possible, we hope you can visit the headquarters of our church in Intis. I'll definitely go next time. After seeing Oromik off, both Edward and Audrey finally exhaled, a bit dazed. So after all the fuss this morning, running to Backlund for reinforcements, informing Dunn and Hibbert, gathering everyone in the hall, this whole incident ended up being resolved by internal strife within the Demonist sect. Maybe this was the charm of Madman to the right. Thinking this, Edward pulled out the green crystal and recited the divination phrase, the emerald will be safe from now on. The emerald will be safe from now on. The emerald will be safe from now on. After 7 repetitions, the green crystal slowly began spinning clockwise. Only then did Edward truly relax. Audrey giggled. So our journey can continue now. Let's eat first. Edward rubbed his growling stomach. I'm really starving. Lilith stumbled over at that moment, dazed and swaying. She shook her head and looked at Edward. Edward, you have to eat mice. Miss Lilith is seasick. Susie nodded beside her. I'm dizzy too. Back in the hall, the atmosphere was lively. Men and women swayed gently to the rhythm of the music on the dance floor. The dining area was packed with people enjoying a free banquet. Completely unaware that they had just brushed past death. There's nowhere to sit here. Audrey thought for a moment. Let's go to Hibbert's suite. Would that be okay? What's not okay about it? You basically just saved his life, he should be treating you to a meal. And they say blood is thicker than water. Edward said it in English with a dramatic sigh. Tee-hee. The two of them, along with the dog and cat, walked through the bustling hall and headed upstairs toward the top-deck suites. Audrey suddenly paused and looked down at the dance floor. What is it? Look, Mr. Dunn and Miss Daly. They saw Daly reach out a hand toward a dazed-looking Dunn. Dunn quickly shook his head and stepped back, but Daly grabbed his wrist and pulled him onto the dance floor. Like the other guests around them, she held him close and began dancing. At first, Dunn's expression was stiff. Then it grew frantic, then gradually softened, until finally, a smile appeared on his face. They looked great together. Audrey leaned on the staircase railing, resting her chin on her hand with a bright smile. Yes. This time, Daly no longer needed Klein to make it happen. She could finally dance with Dunn on her own. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Trissy's Night Visit. Inside Hibbert's luxurious suite. When he saw his sister leading Edward in, Hibbert immediately began ordering a whole table full of food. His expression was full of helplessness. His sister used to be so well-behaved and sensible. It's all because she met this guy that she's turned into what she is now. Scoundrel. And now you're smiling at me. Are you showing off? Cursing silently in his heart, Hibbert remained perfectly composed on the surface. When the food arrived, he sat down and joined them for the meal. So, why are you going to Bancy this time? Edward thought for a moment and said, have you heard of the Medici family? I'm going to look for their descendants. Medici. Hibbert shook his head. Never heard of them. Why are you looking for them? After a pause, he added, Audrey mentioned Bancy Harbor has been contaminated by something. Is it related to that family? Probably not. That kind of contamination, I'm not entirely sure what it is either. As for finding the Medici, it has to do with certain things in the mysticism world. Hibbert nodded and didn't press further. Though he wasn't completely ignorant of the mystical world, he wasn't a beyonder himself. Even if Edward explained more, he might not understand anyway. The Emerald originally planned to dock at Bancy Harbor tomorrow night, but due to the potential contamination there, I've had the captain change course to Demir Port, which is a few dozen nautical miles away. You can take a smaller boat there on your own if needed. No need. I have another way of getting there. Hibbert wasn't surprised. He cut into his steak and casually asked, ahem, once you're done with your business, will you return to the Emerald? Edward paused, a little surprised. Probably not. Why? Oh, nothing. That's a shame, Byam is quite a scenic place. Audrey smiled and added, brother, are you trying to ask Edward to stay behind and protect you? He immediately glared at her. I already have Beyonder bodyguards around me. But those Beyonders can't instantly teleport you back to Backlund if something happens, can they? Edward was quick-witted. He immediately offered, Mr. Hall, I can leave you a mystical item. In case of danger, it'll teleport you straight to the Church of Evernight in Backlund. How much? Edward glanced at Audrey, hesitating a bit. 100 pounds. Fine. Audrey, pay him 1,000 pounds. Audrey was dumbfounded. Why me? Hibbert picked up his napkin, calmly wiping his mouth. Hey, what? You're so generous when giving your friend gold pounds, but now you're reluctant to pay once for your own brother. Fine, I'll pay. Audrey looked at Edward. Hand. Edward blankly stretched out his palm. Audrey gave it a light slap with her fingers. Paid. Hibbert. All right. That's how it is, huh? He pointed toward the door. Everyone full. Out. Bang. The suite door slammed shut. The two stood in the hallway, one holding Lilith, the other holding Susie the Papillon, both speechless. Lilith looked a little dazed, a bit of sauce still at the corner of her mouth. Miss Lilith hasn't had enough to eat yet. Miss Lilith hasn't had enough to eat. She struggled free from Edward's arms and went to scratch at the door. All right, I'll get you something later. Liar. You said if I get seasick, you'd eat rats. But you didn't. Miss Lilith won't believe you anymore. Edward quickly apologized. I'm sorry. As an apology, how about we push the exam back by 2 days? Lilith paused. All right, I forgive you. Pfft. Audrey burst into laughter. 9 p.m., shortly after Audrey left. The door knocked again, knock, knock, knock. Edward's spirituality stirred, and an image of the person outside flashed in his mind, a girl with long, sleek black hair, a slightly rounded face, slender eyes, and a sweet, gentle expression. It was Trissy. Why was she here? After a brief hesitation, Edward picked up Lilith and waved his wand to open the door, his expression wary. Trissy stood at the door like a polite, well-mannered girl from next door, smiling softly. Good evening, Mr. Astrologer. I was sent here to deliver something to you. Deliver something? Sent by whom? A very noble individual. Name? I don't know. Edward's mind raced. She's from the Demonist sect. Trissy's answer was ambiguous, yes and no. What did that even mean? Edward's thoughts flickered. She's the one who injured Lady Despair this morning. That's right. Why is she sending something to me? I don't know. Do you think she's friendly or hostile toward me? Trissy thought for a moment and said, I think, probably not hostile. With her power, if she wanted to kill you quietly, it wouldn't be difficult. She used she. Is she on the ship right now? She is. After a pause, she added, but we'll be disembarking at Demir Port tomorrow. Great. So Lady Despair leaves, and now we get an even scarier witch. Madness to the right, always full of surprises. Trissy placed the bag in her hand on the floor. All right, the delivery is complete. I'll be heading back now. Wait. Edward forced himself to push thoughts of the mysterious figure aside and shifted his focus. Do you think the people from the Demonist sect, Lady Despair, would give up on hunting you? Trissy visibly froze. The well-crafted sweetness on her face began to fade. She scrutinized Edward with suspicion, her voice lowered and firm. You know me. Of course. Her eyes flickered. After a moment, she nodded. I doubt she'll give up. But I've already received that lady's protection. Hiss, again, this was different from the original canon. A high-ranking member of the Demonist sect had chosen to protect Trissy. Was that truly protection, or just another form of control? If it was the latter, that made sense. But if it was the former, was someone in the church really bold enough to obstruct the descent of the primordial Demoness? I understand. Trissy backed out of the room and left. Once the door was closed, Edward pulled out the green crystal and recited 7 times. The items in front of me are dangerous. The crystal began to rotate counterclockwise. After hesitating for a moment, Edward put on gloves and opened the bag. Inside were several tin boxes, each neatly labeled. Demon Throat Honeyguide's Heart. Blood of Abyss Demonic Fish. Egg of an Agate Peacock. Dark Prowler's Poison Sac. Purified Water. Syrinx of the Demon Throat Honeyguide. Scales of a Shadow Lizard. Jimsonweed Juice. Aqua Fern Grass Powder. This is. He quickly recalled, materials for the Sequence 8 Instigator and Sequence 7 Witch. Edward looked toward Lilith, who was currently playing with her tail on the bed, and was struck by a strange thought. Were these materials prepared specifically for Lilith? Was this a kind of peace offering? An offering made through the cat? That was certainly an unexpected approach. Still, the Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 materials combined only cost around £1,000. For a witch who was at least demigod level, wasn't that a bit stingy? No, wait. This line of thinking is dangerous. The entire Lord of the Mysteries novel hammered home one truth: every gift from fate has already been marked with a price in secret. If something is given, something will surely be expected in return. If she had given something truly rare and valuable, that would be all the more reason to be cautious. But what truly puzzled Edward was, despite the Evernight goddess's concealment, why would a witch behind Trissy be interested in currying his favor? He could believe the goddess would cooperate with the god of steam, with Adam, even with locked-up Zeradal, but with Cheek? That seemed unlikely. Besides, the witch behind Trissy probably wanted to stop Cheek's descent. Damn it. Why did these power struggles between major players have to involve me, a mere small fry? Klein was at least the future Lord of the Mysteries. I'm just a normal guy who can travel between 2 worlds. That shouldn't warrant this much attention. No way. I need to tell Audrey immediately. She should return to Backlund tonight. Without hesitating, Edward threw on his invisibility cloak, activated his concealment, and used apparition to silently appear in Audrey's room. The room was dim and quiet. Audrey was fast asleep on the soft, fluffy bed. Susie, now back in her golden retriever form, was dozing on the floor by the bedside. He had to admit, sneaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night wasn't exactly polite, even if they were close friends. But with a witch symbolizing calamity involved, Edward decided to just remove the cloak. Almost instantly, Susie perked up, ears twitching. Her eyes gleamed in the dark. Edward. She blinked and glanced back at the bed. Need me to step out? Susie, you're way too considerate. That won't be necessary. Could you wake Audrey for me? Got it. Susie padded up to the bed and leaned close to Audrey's ear. Audrey, wake up. Edward's looking for you. Audrey blinked groggily, her voice still foggy with sleep. She rubbed her eyes and propped herself up to look at Edward. What time is it, Edward? She was still wearing the same adorable, soft pajama set from their last trip to Switzerland, cute and cuddly, like a plush doll. Sorry to disturb you, but here's the situation. Edward quickly summarized what had just happened with Trissy. Audrey instantly sobered up. So that witch, who's at least a demigod, is still on the ship. Most likely. She may have stopped Lady Despair and even shown a hint of goodwill, but a witch is still a witch. I'm worried something else might go wrong. It might be better if you return to Backlund tonight. All right. She nodded, then paused. Should we bring Hibbert too? That's up to you. Edward handed her the bag with the vanishing cabinet inside. I'll head back now. Good night. Audrey scrunched her nose. Not sure how good it'll be, but take care, okay? That night turned out to be much calmer than Edward expected. All through the night, the only sound he heard was the gentle crashing of waves against the ship, oddly soothing, actually. And when morning came and he woke up feeling refreshed, he was met with Lilith's eager, triumphant gaze. Edward. I've fully digested my potion. Note, we missed our Power Stone goal, so no extra chapter, sad face. And, as usual, no extra chapter tomorrow. I like to keep my Sundays stress-free. Don't let that stop you from donating Pow Stones. It's all for the greater good. I swear. But, if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 139, Chapter 140, Instigation. Edward couldn't help but be surprised. How do you know? I mean, how can you be sure? Lilith blinked her sapphire-like eyes. I don't know, it's just this sudden feeling, like what Susie told me before. As she spoke, she wore a proud expression, clearly waiting for his praise. Amazing, amazing, Lilith is incredible. Right. Edward patted her small head repeatedly, then suddenly froze mid-motion. Crap. Could it really be just a coincidence? First, a high-ranking witch shows up on the ship, bringing materials for the Witch Pathways Sequence 7 and 8 potions. Then right after, Lilith completes her potion digestion. Who would believe there's no connection? Did the other party somehow know in advance that Lilith had digested her potion and sent the materials in response? Or was it precisely under the influence of that high-ranking witch that Lilith was suddenly able to digest the potion? A chill crept down Edward's spine. Lilith, of course, had no clue. She beamed with pride and excitement. So, can I advance now? You can advance, but I'm honestly a bit nervous about letting you do it here. Why are you suddenly so eager to advance? I remember that Miss Lilith wasn't all that enthusiastic before. Lilith raised her chin and declared in her crisp, youthful voice, because Miss Lilith wants to protect Edward. Only by becoming stronger can I protect Edward. There was truly no arguing with that. Edward thought for a moment and flipped a coin. It's dangerous for Lilith to consume the potion and advance to Instigator right now. The coin landed face up, indicating denial. With the ability of genius on the left, Edward's divinations might often fail, but as long as a result showed up, it would always be correct. So, it wasn't dangerous for Lilith to advance now. Then suddenly, a strange thought surfaced in his mind. What if the only reason it isn't dangerous now is because she's taking the potion at this moment? Could that be the real reason for the other party's so-called gesture of goodwill? Thinking this, he glanced at the eager look in the little one's eyes and finally nodded. All right, then let's do it now. Yay. Edward took out the Sequence 8 materials that Trissy had delivered the night before and placed them one by one into the crucible. After a bout of bubbling, a dark purple liquid radiating an ominous aura slowly formed, eventually condensing into a thumb-sized transparent liquid. It's ready. Edward poured the clear potion into a test tube and looked at Lilith, who was waiting at the side. Should I feed you, or do you want to drink it yourself? She lifted her head and opened her mouth wide. The transparent potion slid down her throat with a gurgling sound. Her eyes widened, and she smacked her lips. That's it. All done, Edward said, turning the test tube upside down and giving it a shake. Not a single drop left. I didn't even taste anything. Lilith muttered, then curled up on the bed, wagging her tail as she lay still. 2 to 3 minutes later, she reopened her jewel-like eyes and chirped, "Success." Edward was surprised. Huh. You successfully advanced to Sequence 8. Yup. She arched her back and stretched lazily. So you're an instigator now. That's right. You now have the power to incite others. Yep. Edward grabbed her front legs and lifted her up. Then incite me, let's see if it works. Her little face was filled with wide-eyed confusion. Do you know what instigate means? Lilith shook her head, then nodded. It's making cats and dogs fight. That's one way to look at it. She proudly lifted her tail. Actually, I already tried it once. I made the sewer cats, dogs, and rats all get into a brawl. Edward suddenly remembered that at the last Beyonder gathering, the chubby apothecary mentioned that the herbs he'd planted in the sewers were being destroyed by animals fighting. So it turns out, the real culprit was Lilith. But, you hadn't advanced yet at that time. How did you manage to instigate them? Lilith blinked innocently. I just told the cats the dogs were trying to steal their turf, and told the dogs the cats were gonna take over, then they started fighting. That's actually a perfect example of instigation. Wait a sec. Weren't you an assassin at that time? Why were you going around stirring up fights between cats and dogs? Lilith huffed, they were too noisy. They scared off all the nearby rats. Fine. Edward rubbed his forehead helplessly. Now that you've advanced to instigator and gained its mystical ability, you'll be able to properly use that from now on. Okay. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. But Edward seriously doubted she understood what he meant. Still, when it came to acting as a beyonder, he couldn't really do it on her behalf. She'd have to figure it out step by step. If it really didn't work out, maybe he could find a witch to guide her, like Trissy. No, scratch that. Wouldn't want to cause another alfalfa incident. Thinking that, Edward quickly warned her, Lilith, you must remember, don't ever instigate harm against innocent, ordinary people, just to fulfill your acting method. Her sapphire eyes spun in circles. Ah, poor kid. All right, take your time. Go freshen up. Edward stepped into the washroom and squeezed out some toothpaste when someone knocked on the door. Lilith immediately scampered over and opened it skillfully. Standing outside were Audrey and Susie. Edward's brushing his teeth. Edward's voice rang out from inside, Audrey, have a seat. I'll be right there. Okay. Lilith led Audrey and Susie to the sofa, then stared at them both with wide, unblinking eyes, so much so that the girl and the dog began to feel a little unsettled. Susie, Edward says you eat too much. He said you're a chubby dog. Susie. Lilith turned her gaze to Audrey again. Audrey, there was a really pretty girl who came to Edward's room last night. Audrey. When Edward stepped out of the washroom, he found both the girl and the dog staring at him oddly. He scratched his head. Wah, what's wrong? Why the serious faces? Susie wagged her tail unhappily. I didn't eat that much. Audrey, as if just making small talk, said, Lilith just told me a girl even prettier than me came looking for you last night. Edward turned to Lilith in disbelief. She immediately flicked her tail and hid behind Susie. Oh, wonderful. So this is what instigation looks like now, huh? He explained hurriedly, it was Trissy. I told you about it last night, didn't I? Audrey froze for a second, then a quick blush flashed across her cheeks. She felt a surge of embarrassment. Audrey, you idiot, how could you lose your head like that just now? Edward let out a sigh. Lilith just advanced to instigator. Her beyonder ability allows her to stir up conflict and create tension. No wonder. Audrey gave Lilith's head a firm pat. Lilith, you are absolutely not allowed to use your ability on us, understand? Okay. Lilith looked like she had a headache. Can't instigate normal people, can't instigate beyonders, might as well go get some cats and dogs to fight. Audrey looked toward Edward. Last night, everything went all right. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Trissy said something that made sense, if that one really wanted to do something, it probably would have happened before we even noticed. Edward walked onto the balcony, staring into the distance where the outline of the island was gradually becoming visible. We should arrive at Demir Island this afternoon. I'll head to Bansi Harbor from there on the broom. Then I'll wait for you on the ship. All right. After breakfast in the dining room, the pair, plus one cat and one dog, went up to the deck to enjoy the cool sea breeze and watch the distant island draw closer. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the Emerald let out a long whistle and docked at the port of Demir. Tourists and sailors disembarked one after another, the former eager to explore the island, the latter heading off to restock supplies. Edward arrived early at the gangway, watching as Trissy disembarked alone and immediately boarded another ship docked at the port. Only then did the tension in his chest ease. She's gone. Yeah. Edward and Audrey were descending the gangway when a voice called out behind them. Edward. Captain, Miss Daly, are you getting off here too? Or just sightseeing? Daly nodded. We only boarded to pursue Trissy. But now that she's involved with a demigod of the Demoness sect, possibly even bigger powers, this is far beyond what we can handle. We're planning to catch a return ship to Backlund and report everything to the church. Edward handed Dunn a stone. Here, use this. It'll take you straight back to Backlund. Dunn hesitated for a moment, then said, we're thinking of resting a day here on Demir Island first. Sounds like someone's planning to honeymoon. Then keep the stone in a secure box somewhere. When you're ready to return, just open it and touch it together, holding hands. Daly smiled slyly. Must be holding hands. Edward answered with complete seriousness, yes. Must. Perfect. I'm starting to like you more and more. Dunn coughed lightly. Then we'll be heading out first. Daly insists on picking out gifts for her teammates, said we rarely get out like this. All right, see you in Backlund. The two walked off side by side. Edward turned to Audrey. Shall we go look around too? Sure. Demir Island had been a lone colony for over 2 centuries, and life here was now largely indistinguishable from that on the mainland. That said, the island's signature Demir-style grilled meat had quite the reputation. Many visitors came ashore just for a taste. Though small, Demir Island's structure resembled that of Byam. The lone military held absolute power here, and no matter how fiercely pirates fought amongst themselves, none dared provoke the army. Recently, however, due to the chaos in Byam, many pirates who had previously operated there flocked to Demir instead, leading to a surge in the island's population. Edward and Audrey wandered around for a while before settling on the most respectable bar in town. It was typically a place where Navy personnel came to relax, so pirates rarely showed up, and even if they did, they wouldn't cause trouble lightly. 2 juices, please. Edward paid for the drinks, tossing the bartender a few extra coins. Heard any interesting news lately? The bartender, not dressed in a uniform and looking more laid back than the rest, glanced at their outfits, figuring they were rich kids from the Emerald, then leaned in mysteriously. If you're asking what's hot on the seas right now, it's gotta be the infamous Garmin Sparrow. He became a legend with just 3 acts. First, he raided 4 pirate ships under different pirate admirals. Second, he pulled some clever trick that caused hundreds of pirates chasing him to accidentally storm the governor's mansion in Byam. What a mess. And third, he stole a Navy warship right out from under them. Those last 2 stunts made the governor so mad he expelled all the pirates from Byam. Audrey glanced at Edward and chuckled. I bet everyone hates that Garmin Sparrow guy now. The bartender laughed. Hate him? Maybe. But with a bounty of 220,000 pounds, most people are more tempted than angry. A nearby voice chimed in, a guy who dares to cross both the Navy and the pirates. He's not gonna live long. It was Hibbert Hall. 1 Sonia blood wine, please. The bartender poured a glass of deep red liquid and slid it over. But Garmin Sparrow disappeared. Just vanished. Someone who shows up out of nowhere, pulls off a few big moves, then disappears without a trace. People love to talk about that kind of mystery. He's already a living legend on the sea. Hibbert took a sip of his blood wine and said blandly, maybe he's already dead, rotting in some nameless corner of the world. Audrey stifled a giggle behind her hand. Edward had no words. Hibbert chuckled and looked at Edward. So, how are you planning to get to Bansi Harbor? You're headed to Bansi Harbor. The bartender suddenly cut in. There's been some weird fog there recently. Just like in the legends, like when the lone army first landed on that island over 300 years ago. People are saying there's some kind of treasure or ruins that showed up. That's attracted tons of adventurers and pirates. But, barely any of them make it back alive. He pointed toward a dejected man drinking at a nearby table. One of them is that poor bastard over there, goes by Anderson. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 140, Arrival at Bansi. Fog. Could it be that the polluted influence from the sealed city of Calamity behind Bansi was already starting to spread outward? Have the residents of Bansi Harbor been affected? Edward asked. The bartender laughed. Not at all. Just a few days ago, I was still having pork blood at the Green Lemon restaurant over there. I'm telling you, the blood delicacies in Bansi are truly amazing. Edward thought for a moment and asked again, are there still pirates or adventurers heading to Bansi to explore? Probably not anymore. So many people died and brought nothing back. Honestly, if even one person had managed to return with a single gold coin, there would have already been a crowd of reckless fools swarming the island. True enough. Edward tossed him a few more coins. Thanks for the information, it was interesting. Ha ha ha, no need to be so polite. I love chatting and making new friends with strangers. After finishing their juices, Edward and Audrey greeted Hibbert and left the bar. Just then, a man in bartender's clothing walked over and glared at the bartender from before. Anderson. Not only did you sneak in to drink again, you even impersonated me. You didn't talk nonsense to the customers, did you? What nonsense could I possibly say? I was just sharing a few fun stories about recent happenings at sea. Anderson laughed heartily, lifting a half-full bottle of Sonia blood wine. This one's mine now, put it on my tab. You bastard. Do you even know how much you owe? The man named Anderson chuckled sheepishly, then raised the bottle toward Hibbert as he guzzled it, swaggering out of the bar. Hibbert raised his glass from afar. Ha, interesting fellow. After leaving the bar, Edward sent Audrey back to the Emerald. He instructed seriously, if anything dangerous happens, don't hesitate, use the port key and return to Backlund immediately. Audrey pressed her lips together in resignation. This is the third time you've reminded me. You're being way too nervous. There's no such thing as too nervous. Edward had considered asking Audrey to return to Backlund outright, but without any signs of danger, such a request would be overly forceful and disrespectful. He waved at Lilith, who was nestled in Audrey's arms. Lilith, take good care of Audrey, all right? Got it. Then I'll head out. If everything goes smoothly, I might even be back before the ship departs. Good luck. After bidding Audrey farewell, Edward found a quiet spot, donned his invisibility cloak, mounted his flying broomstick, and sped off toward Bansi. Somewhere in the Sonia Sea. Damn it. Dogsh*T. Bloody hell. You go out and make a splash, gain fame and fortune, why am I the one suffering for it? Danitz cursed and grumbled as he paddled along in a little boat, looking exactly like a homeless vagabond. After several days of struggling, stowing away, swimming and rowing, he finally caught sight of the ship he'd been dreaming of, the Golden Dream. Finally. I'm finally back. He scooped up a handful of water and scrubbed the grime off his face. Then, with practiced ease, he clambered up onto the Golden Dream and tiptoed across the deck, intending to give everyone a surprise. But just then, something hard jabbed into his lower back, and a low voice barked, "Hands up." Danitz froze and obediently raised his hands. Behind him, the voice grew smug. Hey, where did this rat come from? Even dares sneak onto Vice Admiral Iceberg's ship. You'd better get lost before. Before he could finish, Danitz spun around, snatched the stick away, and slammed the kid to the ground in one fluid motion. Heh, little Carlo, you don't even recognize me anymore. Huh. The one pinned under him was a stocky boy around 13 or 14 years old. Just as he was about to struggle and shout, he recognized Danitz's voice and exclaimed, "Boss, you're back. Mr. Orpheus said the captain kicked you off the ship. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just jealous because I was out carrying out a secret mission for the captain." Danitz scoffed and helped him up. Heh. Let me tell you, little Carlo, I did something big this time. Little Carlo had only been on the Golden Dream for less than half a year. The passenger ship he and his parents were on had been attacked by Admiral of Blood, Senor's flagship. His parents and relatives all perished in the assault. Carlo had survived by hiding in the ship's hold and was eventually rescued by the passing Golden Dream, where he was assigned to Danitz's sailor team. At first, he had harbored deep hostility toward the Golden Dream. It wasn't until he realized that the people aboard this ship were more like adventurers and enemies of Admiral of Blood that his attitude began to change, and he became Danitz's little tail. Danitz pulled young Carlo up. So, did you stir up any trouble while I was gone these past few days? No. The boy shook his head vigorously. Oh, right, boss. The captain promised me that by next year, I can take my first potion and become a Beyonder like you. Impressive. Hee. A sparkle lit up Carlo's eyes. When that time comes, I'll be able to avenge my parents. Danitz immediately smacked him lightly on the head. You little brat, if you want to talk revenge, you better give it another 10 years at least. Carlo didn't argue. He suddenly lowered his voice and gestured for Danitz to come closer. Last time we docked, I used my saved-up allowance to buy you a bottle of blood wine, Sonia blood wine. They all wanted some, but I didn't share it with anyone. You sneak a sip yourself. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Carlo said, I did. It was good, but made me dizzy and sleepy afterwards. Ha ha ha. If your tolerance is that low, how are you gonna be a proper pirate? Carlo immediately put on a serious expression. I'm not a pirate. I'm a pirate hunter. Danitz was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his hair with a grin. All right, pirate hunter it is. I'm gonna check in with the captain first, then I'll come back and tell you all about my grand adventure. Okay. Danitz gave his clothes a quick dust-off, spread his arms wide, and strode onto the deck with a booming laugh. My friends, I'm back. Meanwhile. Although Edward's broomstick was a slightly older model, its speed still vastly outmatched any passenger ship. A little over an hour later, he arrived at the famous Bansi harbor, frequently mentioned and described with vivid strokes in the original novel. Under the daylight, Bansi showed no signs of trouble. The skies were blue, dotted with clouds, and the weather pleasant. A few figures, locals or perhaps tourists, were leisurely fishing by the seaside. Small groups strolled along the beach, creating an overall picture of peace and tranquility. Edward picked up a stick by the roadside and used dowsing magic. Direct descendant of the Medici family. As expected, it failed. He walked up to an elderly man fishing by the water, his skin tanned deep brown like a native. Excuse me, sir, do you happen to know anyone with the surname Medici? The old man looked puzzled and shook his head. Never heard of it. There's never been anyone by that name in Bansi. No surprise, they must have changed their surname. How am I supposed to find them, then? Ask every single person I meet if they're named Medici. Even if I ask the right one, they'd never admit it. Time for the usual trick, stir the grass to scare out the snakes. With that in mind, he began questioning people all along the way, locals, tourists, anyone who caught his eye. Unsurprisingly, it yielded nothing. After half a day of wandering, Edward had a rough grasp of Bansi Island's layout. It was a typical port town. Most of the few hundred residents lived near Bansi Harbor, which occupied less than a quarter of the island. The rest was mostly undeveloped mountain valleys and forest. Edward circled the island twice on his broom but found no signs of human habitation in those areas. So it's either that the Medici descendants are hiding among the port's residents, or they've secluded themselves in some secret cave or underground hideout. But I lean toward the former. In the original novel, though it never clearly states who or where the Medici descendants were, it does mention that the people of Bansi worshipped the so-called god of weather and held sinister rituals, ultimately inviting the destruction of Bansi. The god of weather is an easy link to the Medicis. After all, the Hunter Pathways sequence 2 is weather warlock. Perhaps after Medici's death, his family never gave up praying to him. In time, influenced by the City of Calamity, it devolved into a heretical cult. Edward made up his mind. At worst, I'll have to collect a blood sample from every resident on this island. Just then, a gust of wind howled through. Dark clouds rapidly enveloped the sky. He quickly rushed toward the port buildings for cover. Within minutes, the sky opened up in a torrential downpour. Edward dashed into the Green Lemon restaurant that the so-called bartender had mentioned earlier. Quite a few people were already inside, clearly seeking shelter from the rain. Truly deserving of the name, Weather Museum, don't you think? The speaker was a man who looked like a university professor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a rain-soaked silk top hat, which he gently tapped dry. These past few days on the island, I've seen every kind of weather imaginable, just short of snow. Well, even if it is a weather museum, it should at least follow basic climate logic. Edward brushed the water off his shoulders. Hard to imagine it snowing here. Ha ha ha. The man laughed aloud. I believe anything is possible. He took a seat at a nearby table. Since I'm here, I might as well try this restaurant's famous blood pudding. Edward caught the unspoken invitation in his tone and walked over. Mind if I join you? Not at all. The man waved down a waiter and ordered all the house specialties. Since the restaurant wasn't too crowded at the moment, the food arrived quickly. Soon, over a dozen dishes covered the entire table, the centerpiece being a giant bowl of spicy blood curd stew. The man eagerly ladled out several large chunks of pig's blood and slurped them down, hissing from the heat but clearly delighted. Ha ha ha, forgive me, I'm just a bit impatient by nature. I've been eating blood dishes every day since I arrived, and yet I still find them delicious. Edward, having already snacked quite a bit while touring Demir Island with Audrey, wasn't particularly hungry. He sipped a glass of iced sweet tea and asked, "You've been in Bansi for several days?" "A week or so." The man took another bite of pig's blood. "I'm a scholar, one with a keen interest in the occult and buried histories. When I heard about the ancient ruins discovered near Bansi Harbor, I made a special trip out here to investigate." He extended a hand, smiling. "I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I'm Verdeau, a scholar of historical studies." Edward shook his hand. "Hello. I'm Emlyn. Note, if you guys want an extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 120 POW stones. Go, vote. But if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Really. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Bansi in the Fog. Backlund, Westborough. Achoo. Achoo. In faraway Backlund, Emlyn suddenly sneezed several times in succession. He found it strange. Given his identity as a sanguine, not to mention his apothecary abilities, catching a cold should have been nearly impossible. Pulling his hat back on and shrugging into his coat, Emlyn turned to a man in the room with brown hair, crimson eyes, and a nose so high it appeared almost deformed. "Your Excellency, Viscount, I merely wanted information about an abandoned castle." "Why would this involve the Marquis?" Viscount Ernest Boyar shrugged. "I've no idea. I took your pounds to investigate, thinking it a simple matter. Next thing I knew, his lordship summoned me. When he learned you were the one inquiring, he ordered me to bring you here." Frowning slightly, the Viscount added, "This castle, it doesn't involve some major secret of the Sanguine, does it?" Emlyn stiffened. "Of course not. A friend heard rumors of an ancient wraith haunting the ruins and asked me to look into it. Odd. He doesn't know the castle's location but claims it holds an ancient wraith." "Ha. The black market's full of such tales." Just then, a dignified middle-aged gentleman emerged. Emlyn, grandfather is occupied. He won't be meeting you today. Ah. Emlyn blinked. Then. The gentleman, Cosmiodora, handed him a slip of paper. Here are the coordinates of that castle. Oh. Thank you, Lord Cosmi. Hesitating, Emlyn ventured, this castle, it isn't tied to any important secrets of our kind, is it? Cosmi smiled. If it were, do you think I'd hand its location to you? Fair point. Now, grandfather requires rest. Emlyn promptly excused himself. Cosmi, meanwhile, turned around and walked back into the depths of the house. He passed through several secret doors and entered a spacious grey hall. At the center of the hall rested a heavy coffin, forged from black iron, its surface engraved with arcane sigils and mystical seals. Grandfather, the coordinates have been delivered. A hoarse, aged voice reverberated from within the coffin, After a pause, Cosmi asked, that castle, though once ours, has been ruins for a century. Why the sudden interest? You'll learn in time. Keep watch. Understood. The iron coffin fell silent once more. Bansi Island. Over dinner, Edward and Verdun continued their conversation. Mr. Verdun, have you uncovered anything noteworthy during your stay here? Nothing substantial, Verdun shrugged. The locals dismiss the rumors as fabrications. Pirate nonsense, they say. Beyond the harbor, Bansi is mostly untamed forest. Toxic mists sometimes rise with the weather, likely what drove those explorers and pirates to hallucinate and slaughter each other. Edward feigned contemplation. Makes sense. If there really were treasure on this island, the locals would have dug it up long ago. No way outsiders would even get a shot. The man raised his glass with a smile. We're of the same mind. But I think while the treasure might be fake, the ruins could be real. Oh. Notice how the islanders' customs, even their cuisine, are unlike anywhere else. That implies a cultural lineage worth tracing. And where there's heritage. He leaned in, eyes alight, there may be ruins. Documenting such a discovery would finally make my self-taught historiography worthwhile. Why, finally? Edward prodded. Verdun set down his cutlery. Most historians spend lifetimes studying others' findings. No matter how profound their papers, they're still building on another's foundation. But to unearth a forgotten history. That's legacy, your work becoming the bedrock for future scholars. A compelling perspective. Pleased by the agreement, Verdun toasted. You're an adventurer too. I haven't seen you on the island before. I came to Bansi to find someone. Oh. The man looked surprised, then a thought seemed to strike him. A friend of yours went missing during one of those previous expeditions. Medici, huh? Not many people know that surname these days. A glint flashed through Verdun's eyes. Back in the Fourth Epoch, the Medici family was a prestigious household. They disappeared after the War of the Four Emperors. I've only come across tales of them in some very old books. I see. Edward scratched his head. I didn't even know that surname was so impressive. Maybe it's just a coincidence. That's possible too. Verdun dabbed his lips with a napkin. Tell you what, I've gotten familiar with the island these past few days. I'll help you ask around. Edward looked genuinely flattered. Ah, that's really too much trouble for you. Ha ha ha, when you're out and about, it's all about helping each other out. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice. If I'm not mistaken, you're a beyonder, aren't you? Ah. If we run into any danger, I hope we can rely on each other. Edward hesitated. But I've only just started, I'm still a low-sequence beyonder. I'm scarcely better off. All the more reason to collaborate, no. Edward finally made up his mind. All right. Then I'll be counting on you. Verdun waved at the waiter. The bill, please. Now, let's search for your friend. The next day. Bansi Harbor. The storm raged until dusk before finally abating, leaving the island steeped in the petrichor of sodden earth. Verdun and Edward stepped through puddles, returning to the Green Lemon restaurant. A young woman was leading her daughter out of the dining area as they arrived. Edward courteously held the door open for them as they passed. Thank you. The young woman gave a slight nod. Her little girl chirped sweetly, thank you, mister. Seeing a girl that age now easily made Edward think of Lilith. He wondered how she was doing, was she running wild with Susie now, or secretly studying hard? Excuse me, ma'am, Edward suddenly remembered something and asked, have you ever heard of the surname Medici here on the island? The young woman shook her head. No, I haven't. All right, thank you. The two of them walked into the restaurant and sat down. Verdun asked, are you sure your friend moved to Bansi? We've asked every resident on the island, but no one has that surname. Edward's voice held a hint of uncertainty. Her letters mentioned moving to Bansi. They were postmarked from the island's telegraph office too. But we've already asked the telegraph office. Verdun sighed. What are you planning to do next? I don't know. Edward shook his head. I'll probably take the next ship off the island, but before that, I'll still try to look for her. Is there a particular reason why you're so determined to find her? Not really, Edward replied with a smile. We grew up together. After she moved away, we never saw each other again. I finally got permission from my family to come out and search for her. If possible, I hope to bring her back to Backland with me. Verdun chuckled. Sounds like you and your friend are quite close. Childhood sweethearts. Edward scratched his head in embarrassment. You could say that. I see. I used to have a friend like that, too. Until. His voice softened. Forget it. It's all in the past. Your friend moved away too. No. Verdun shook his head. He took out a pocket watch, opened it, and quietly gazed at the small photo inside. On the empty space next to the photo was a line of words. Forever in memory, Christine. Suddenly, with a crisp snap, he closed the pocket watch and looked outside the restaurant. It's getting foggy. Out on the street beyond the Green Lemon restaurant, a light mist had crept in at some point. The nearby two-story houses had all their windows and doors shut tight, shrouded in darkness, as if they hadn't been lived in for a long time. Nighttime, the foggy Bansi. Verdun took a deep breath and said solemnly, is the closest this island ever gets to the truth. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 142, The Mist. Why do you say that? Verdun pondered for a moment before answering. Every time those pirates and explorers met their demise, the island was shrouded in thick fog. As he spoke, he tucked his pocket watch away and stood up. That's why I believe the ruins we can't find under normal circumstances might just reveal themselves in this mist. In his previous life, someone had analyzed the strange fog on Bansi Island and speculated that it might be a projection from the City of Calamity. Others said it was the byproduct of a ritual conducted by Medici descendants to worship an evil god. Regardless of the origin, the fact that it was enough to make the Church of Storm raze Bansi to the ground meant it was extremely dangerous. Edward dared to come to Bansi only because, according to the timeline in the original work, the island shouldn't have reached the catastrophic stage yet. But now, it seemed that the timeline might no longer be reliable. Just then, Verdun headed toward the door. Edward asked in surprise, "You're going out now?" "Of course. The last time the fog appeared was a month ago. If we miss this one, we'll have to wait another month at least." He glanced at Edward with a grin. "Besides, who says staying in the restaurant is safe? Haven't you noticed? There's no one left in here." Edward quickly turned around and looked through the restaurant. The dim lighting gave the space a strange, unsettling atmosphere. Creak. Verdun pushed open the restaurant door. A stream of cold, white mist blew in with the wind. "Let's go." Edward quietly tested apparition. He found it was still working, then cast a bubblehead charm and followed. Who knew whether the fog itself might be harmful? Outside, the wind was low, the darkness deep, and the mist so thick that they could barely see a few meters ahead. They hadn't walked far from the restaurant when the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, and the lights inside extinguished completely. Edward immediately drew his revolver, the one he'd first confiscated from Danitz, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. Verdun, holding an astrolabe in one hand and a lantern in the other, led the way. The two walked in single file through the mist for 5 or 6 minutes. All around them, there was nothing but silence. None of the zombies or monsters Edward had expected appeared. "Have you heard of the bloody and brutal sacrificial rituals on Bansi Island?" Verdun suddenly asked. "I've heard about them. I think the object of worship was a deity called the God of Weather, or something like that. It's a blood sacrifice. Most of the time, they used outsiders as offerings. Occasionally, even locals were used." He turned back, holding up the lantern. "I wonder if those pirates died in one of those rituals." Edward asked, "If that's the case, does that mean the two of us could also be targets for the islander sacrifice?" "Hey, what do you think?" Verdun's expression suddenly twisted into something strange. His head began to swell rapidly and balloon grotesquely. Then it detached from his shoulders and flew into the air. His eyes and nose rotted and fell off in an instant, but his mouth, filled with stark white teeth, looked even more vicious. "Dying here, is your honor." The decaying head opened its mouth wide and flew toward Edward. Just as he was about to react, a searing beam of light burst forth, dispelling the mist and instantly turning the head to ashes. The real Verdun came running through the fog, lantern in hand. "Are you all right? You disappeared the moment I turned around." I'm fine." Edward suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you the real Mr. Verdun?" I am. That thing that attacked you was a corpse being controlled by someone else. You're also a beyonder. He nodded. Why else would I dare come out during the fog? It'd be suicide otherwise. Verdú raised his lantern. Up ahead seems to be the telegraph office of Banshee Harbor. Let's check it out. But Edward suddenly came to a halt. Actually, shouldn't we head to the Church of Storms first? Why? Edward was holding a green crystal that was spinning counterclockwise in his hand. My divination tells me the telegraph office is dangerous. Verdú suddenly shouted, no. We're going to the telegraph office. Then you go on ahead. I'm heading to the church for help. No. Verdú's expression twisted into frustration and restlessness. His eyes began to dim. Snap. Edward clenched the crystal tightly. Sorry. What I actually just divined is the men in front of me truly Verdú? Go to the telegraph office. Verdú's 7 orifices suddenly bled as he lunged at Edward. Petrificus totalis. Verdú froze instantly. Petrification crept up his body with alarming speed. Diffindo. The second curse shot out, but hit nothing. Verdú had vanished. In the next moment, everything around Edward twisted and collapsed. He found himself standing at the entrance to the Green Lemon restaurant, holding the door handle open for the young woman and her daughter. Thank you. The woman gave a slight nod. The little girl sweetly added, thank you, mister. Edward froze. Had everything just now been an illusion? Or had time rewound? Or was it like what happened later with Little Sun and the others, some kind of loop? It was an illusion. At that moment, Verdú spoke with a grave expression. The conversation we had in the restaurant just now, and walking into the fog together, I experienced all of that too. Then, as we walked in the mist for a few minutes, you suddenly turned into a living corpse and attacked me. Another version of you appeared and helped me, suggesting we go to the telegraph office. Edward fell silent for a moment. I had the same experience. He turned to look at the dimly lit port. But now I don't know if everything happening is also an illusion. Verdú was briefly stunned. He took out a coin and flicked it into the air. The coin landed, rolled for a bit, then stood upright without falling. It's fogging up. He murmured. With a gentle breeze, gray-white fog quickly filled the dark port, and everything around them once again became shrouded in a murky gloom. Mr. Verdú, did you mention earlier that everything happening on Banshee Island might be related to this fog? I did. Why? Edward looked toward the two figures, a woman and a child, gradually becoming blurry within the mist. If they're residents of this island, why are they still outside when the fog rolls in? That mother and daughter. Verdú's eyes widened. Let's follow them. The two immediately gave chase, but after only a few hundred meters, they had completely lost sight of them. Simultaneously, both men recoiled 2 steps, wariness flashing across their faces. In near-perfect sync, they produced divination crystals. As Verdú saw his crystal begin rotating counterclockwise, he acted instantly. A translucent book appeared in front of him. Wait. Edward shouted urgently. Mr. Verdú, your divination has been interfered with. Verdú froze slightly and saw Edward's green crystal spinning clockwise. Edward quickly explained, I have a sealed artifact that can ensure, to some extent, that my divination results are not tampered with. Verdú didn't immediately believe him, but he did stop his spell. In the first illusion the mist gave us, the other person became a living corpse or a disguised one, something to alert us. But this time, what if it's trying to make us kill each other? Think about those pirates. Edward added quickly. But I can't verify whether what you're saying is true. That's simple. From now on, we move separately. Verdú considered for a few seconds. All right. Where are you headed? To the Church of Storm. You. I want to find the source of the fog. Edward frowned. Are you sure? That's dangerous. There are some things I must do. He pulled out his astrolabe again and backed into the mist, disappearing. Edward first tried apparition to reach the church directly, but it failed. It wasn't that he couldn't apparate. It was that he couldn't apparate to the church. More accurately, he couldn't locate the destination. He took a rod from his pouch and performed a dowsing spell, the Church of the Storm. The rod tilted to the left. Edward picked it up and started walking. I remember the mist Klein encountered in Banshee didn't make them lose their way. So, is this fog different from the one in the original story? Every dozen steps or so, he stopped to repeat the dowsing, all the while staying alert for threats hidden in the fog. But nothing happened. After 10 minutes, some faint lights appeared ahead in the mist. Edward immediately slowed and approached with caution. Soon, the storm sigil's emblem came into view, the chapel's stained glass windows glowing eerily. Is anyone there? He stopped about 7 or 8 meters from the church entrance and called out loudly. After a long silence, an aged voice responded, "Yees, here. Are you the bishop of the Church of Storms?" "I am." "Then let me ask, what is your view of the Lord of Storms?" Another long pause. "He has 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 nostrils, 2 ears." "Fantastic. If you really were a bishop, Leodora would have smited your ass off for that blasphemy. But didn't. Genius on the right, guarantee that as long as there's a divination result, it won't be interfered with or misled. Could it be that the essence of the City of Calamity is just too high for even my cheat ability to work?" Tap. 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 Footsteps slowly approached. Verdoux's figure emerged from the mist. Seeing Edward, he didn't look surprised. "As I thought, they're trying to force us into the telegraph office." With that, he headed straight toward it. Edward quickly said, "Wait. It's a trap, Mr. Verdoux." "I know. But the source of the fog is likely inside the telegraph office. You seek the origin, not the building itself. There's a difference." Verdoux paused, puzzled. "What's the difference?" Edward raised his wand and aimed it at the building in front of them. "The difference is, Bombarda Maxima." Boom. In a violent explosion, the church collapsed instantly into rubble. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, those in favor, those against. Verdoux was startled at first, but he quickly understood Edward's intention and immediately activated his ability. I saw, I recorded. He rapidly swiped across the illusionary book that floated before him, and the structure in front of them instantly crumbled into a ruin. Suddenly, the surrounding fog dissipated once more, the illusion shattering like glass. After a brief moment of disorientation, the two of them found themselves standing before a heap of rubble. Through the faintly discernible patterns still visible on the remaining fragments, it was easy to confirm. This was indeed the Church of the Lord of Storms. So, the dowsing rod had been correct. Boom. At that moment, the ruins exploded with a thunderous roar. A man clad in a deep blue bishop's robe embroidered with storm sigils burst forth. Dust and ash clung to him from head to toe, and he glared furiously at the 2 men before him. Blasphemers. Harnessing the power of violent winds, he launched wave after wave of razor-sharp wind blades at them. Edward and Verdoux acted in unison, one casting a stupefy spell, the other unleashing a mental-piercing attack. The man screamed in agony as he hit the ground, then was immediately bound by chains formed from shards of stone. The two exchanged glances, momentarily unsure what was real anymore. "Do you think this is reality now, or another illusion?" Edward shook his head. "I have no idea." He turned to the cluster of buildings farther off in Bansi Harbor and said, "But suddenly I'm wondering, what if we keep using this method, destroying everything we see from here on out? What would happen?" Verdoux paused, then laughed. "Might be worth a try. In that case, let's start with the telegraph office. Let's go." Whoosh. Almost as soon as they stepped forward, the boundless mist surged up again, engulfing them completely. Only this time, it lasted no more than 10 seconds before rapidly retreating once more. Edward found himself once again at the entrance of the Green Lemon restaurant, his hand on the door handle, holding it open for the mother and daughter. "Thank you," the young woman nodded slightly. "Thanks, mister," the little girl said sweetly. Edward and Verdoux looked at each other and instantly reached the same conclusion: this fog wasn't natural. Someone was manipulating it. Just then, the woman who had walked a dozen meters away suddenly turned around. "Leave Bansi. Now." Edward shrugged. "I'd love to, but there aren't any boats, are there?" The woman fell silent for a moment. "You didn't take a boat to get here, so you won't need one to leave either. You're the one orchestrating all this, aren't you?" She shook her head. "No." A smile spread across her face. "We're the offerings for this ritual." Verdoux glanced at the little girl. "Her too." The woman's smile grew even brighter. "Of course." The girl also smiled, innocently, but chillingly. "You're all insane." Edward muttered. "Are you descendants of Medici?" The smile on the woman's face vanished. "You too, you're not like the others who came before. One was searching for someone, the other was looking for ruins. But in the end, neither will get what they want. Why? Because everything you're searching for is hidden behind the place you both don't dare go, the telegraph office. Push open the wooden door at the very back, and you'll find what you want." With that, she took the girl's hand and turned to leave. Confundus. "I came, I saw, I recorded." Despite their brief acquaintance, the two had already built a solid rapport. They struck at the woman in perfect unison. Hum. The fog surged again. They were back at the entrance of the Green Lemon restaurant. Only this time, the woman and child didn't appear. Ruer. With wave after wave of bestial howls, twisted figures began charging out of the mist, former pirates who had either vanished or died. Only now, they were all ghouls. Verdur's expression changed. Fall back to the restaurant, now. No need. Edward stepped forward, arms wide open, as if embracing the sun. A pillar of pure, majestic radiance descended from the sky, striking the charging horde of undead. For an instant, the world turned white. Moments later, the light faded. The ghouls caught in the pillar had completely vanished, while those touched by the radiant glow had lost their vitality, some collapsed into dried husks, others were left with missing limbs. Verdu stared, speechless for a moment, before muttering, "Emlyn, that's not the power of a low-sequence beyonder." Edward grinned. "Takes one to know one." Verdu frowned. "Are you really here just to find someone?" "Of course. Childhood sweetheart. You can think of it that way." Verdu instinctively patted the pocket holding his pocket watch. "You deceived my feelings." Verdu didn't pursue the topic further. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Edward shrugged. "Honestly, I think I might not even need to go to the telegraph office to achieve my goal. If that wooden door was the same one Klein had seen later, then stepping beyond it was definitely a bad idea." Edward didn't believe the descendants of Medici would just sit quietly behind it. After a pause, he added, "But we're still going to the telegraph office." Without hesitation, the two once again stepped into the mist, relying on the glow of the lantern to guide their way toward the telegraph office. This time, the fog didn't mislead them. They didn't encounter any more pirate corpses turned undead. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they arrived in front of the only lit building on the entire street, the telegraph office. The two of them stopped again in sync, keeping a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Verdu picked up a stone and tossed it against the door. "Anyone there?" A moment later, a silhouette slowly approached the window from within. Then, a woman's voice rang out, "Who is it?" "We'd like to send a telegram." "Is that all right?" "No problem." Soon, the door creaked open, and a local woman stepped out. It was Melanie. They had seen her earlier that day. "Ah. It's you too." Then, as if suddenly realizing the thick fog outside, she panicked, "Hasn't anyone told you? When the fog rolls into Bancy Harbor at night, you must stay indoors. Come in, quickly." Ding. Edward flipped a coin. Entering the telegraph office is dangerous. The coin landed with the number facing up, "No." "Excuse me, but do you know why the lights in all the surrounding homes are out?" "It's not that late yet, far too early for everyone to be asleep, wouldn't you say?" Melanie blinked, stuck her head out and looked around. "I have no idea." May I ask, Miss Melanie, is your full name Melanie Medici?" Her expression became puzzled. "Why would you ask that?" "Oh, right, you asked earlier if I knew anyone by that name." "No, I'm a Moore, Melanie Moore." Edward flipped another coin. Just like earlier that day, it confirmed she was telling the truth. Then Verdu asked, "Do you know a woman with a young girl?" She looked confused. "There are quite a few women with children in Bancy." "Who exactly do you mean?" "The ones who are supposed to be used as sacrifices in tonight's ritual." Melanie stared at them in blank bewilderment. "What ritual? What sacrifice? Where are you hearing these strange rumors?" Suddenly, Verdu's voice turned grim. "Maybe we should just destroy the telegraph office and see what kind of game they're really playing." Edward looked at him with surprise. "Bro, your insight is impressive." "That's exactly what I was thinking too." The moment the words left Verdu's mouth, Melanie's face twisted into something inhuman. "If you do that," she hissed, eyes bloodshot, "you'll regret it." Her voice fractured, syllables stretching unnaturally. "If you won't enter, then go to the docks, and leave, do not interfere with our ritual. Or, you will die." The moment her words fell, the mist thickened once more, another loop was about to begin. Edward suddenly said, "Actually, I've been curious. If you people truly want us to go into the telegraph office, why be so deliberate about it? Isn't it possible that you actually don't want us to go?" Beside him, Verdu's eyes lit up. "No wonder something's felt off this whole time, it's too deliberate." The fog stuttered. From inside the building, laughter echoed. "Oh. Then come in and see for yourselves." Edward shrugged. "But then I thought, what if this deliberateness is itself a trick? A double bluff to lure us in?" Verdu. The Medici descendants likely walk the hunter pathway. Once they reach sequence 6, Conspirer, they love playing these kinds of mind games. Edward laughed. "And I figured, being on Medici's turf, letting a bunch of Medici have the upper hand no matter what we do, we'll lose badly. So I want to try a different strategy." He pulled a tin box from his pouch, flipped it open, and took out a finely crafted tarot card. The card of blasphemy for the Red Priest, though fake, it was crafted by Medici himself. Maybe the Medici descendants don't lack hunter pathway formulas. But a card of blasphemy like this, it should still hold some value to you, no? Almost instantly, Edward could feel countless gazes fixated on him from within the mist. I need 100 milliliters of blood, from a direct descendant of Medici. Whoever gives it to me, this card is theirs. Edward raised the card of blasphemy and gave it a little shake. I've said my piece. Now. Who's in favor? Who's opposed? Note, here's the promised extra chapter. Enjoy, and, if you guys want an extra chapter tomorrow, we'd need to hit 250 POW stones. Go, vote. But if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, The Medici Amalgamation. A sudden rustle of whispers echoed around them, like dozens, perhaps hundreds, of people murmuring in hushed tones. Yet no matter how they strained to listen, they couldn't make out a single word. Verdun stood frozen in shock. He hadn't expected that the temporary teammate he'd casually picked up would be hiding such depth, producing a priceless card of blasphemy just to trade for a mere 100 milliliters of blood. He began to suspect that whatever this man was plotting might not be any smaller than what he himself had in mind. And now, the fact that two men both planning something big had randomly run into each other by chance, filled him with a growing sense of unease. The whispers persisted for several minutes before suddenly falling silent. Then, the surrounding fog swiftly dispersed, revealing, like a phantom, the woman holding the little girl's hand just a short distance away. The pair wore matching, unnerving smiles. "Follow me," she said, turning around without waiting for a reply. "I'd bet good money there's another scheme at play here," Edward muttered. Verdun nodded deeply in agreement. But after going through so much trouble, it'd be a waste to give up halfway. "Let's go." The two of them followed the woman and child as they left the telegraph office, walking past row after row of portside buildings. As they reached a bend in the road, the woman suddenly changed direction and headed back toward the harbor. Before long, they passed by the Green Lemon restaurant again. Its doors were sealed shut, and it sat in complete darkness. The group kept going, making a straight line toward the docks. The docks. Verdun frowned. So when she urged us to leave earlier. Unfortunately, he'd guessed wrong again. Once they reached the end of the docks, the woman turned back the way they came, leading them on a loop before stopping, seemingly waiting for them to follow suit. At that moment, the fog that had dispersed earlier began to rise again. When the two men mirrored the woman's path, turning back at the dock's end and retracing their steps, they discovered the entire town of Bansi now cloaked in a faint layer of mist. And the harbor ahead had transformed. The buildings of Bansi Port had originally been post-colonial structures built in the lone architectural style. But what now stood before them was something altogether different, uniform wooden buildings rich with native flavor. The walls were faded and mottled, worn with age, and everywhere showed signs of decay and ruin. Edward glanced at Verdun. "I'm guessing this is the Bansi ruin you were hoping to find." His gaze was calm. "This is the Bansi ruin, but not the one I was looking for." At last, the woman stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house. If memory served, this was the same location that had once been the telegraph office. "Go in," she said, still wearing that uncanny smile. "This is merely a projection of old Bansi. It cannot be destroyed." "Really? I don't believe you." Edward flicked his wand. Fiend fire. The cursed flames sputtered out almost immediately. The hut warped briefly, as though it weren't truly there, then snapped back into focus. "If it's just an illusion, why go through all this trouble? What, you just wanted to give us a guided tour of ancient Bansi's architectural wonders?" The woman. Edward flipped his hand, summoning the card of blasphemy once again. Then, without warning, he turned and flung the card with all his strength into the distance. In the next instant, the entire island began to tremble. The wooden house that stood where the telegraph office had once been suddenly began to shift, transforming into a grotesque behemoth that slithered toward the card. As it moved, the buildings on either side crumbled and vanished, as though shedding their disguise and revealing their true forms. In the blink of an eye, the two men found themselves no longer in Old Bansi but on a barren island. A stairway led straight to its summit, where a black iron chair sat alone. On either side of the stairs stood rows of upside-down candlesticks, 41 on the left, 40 on the right. Where the wooden house had once been, there now stood a massive sacrificial altar, soaked in blood and littered with white bones. No one could say how many had died there. Had the two of them taken just 3 or 4 more steps earlier, they would have walked right into the heart of the altar. They both quickly scrambled backwards, retreating from the platform. "Huh." Edward stared at the altar in mild surprise. Why, did it look like the overturned bow of a ship? Fake. A furious roar suddenly tore through the air. The massive monstrosity that had chased the card of blasphemy now slithered back toward them. Only now did they finally see what it truly was. A grotesque ball of flesh, composed entirely of limbs, countless arms, countless legs and countless heads all fused together into one horrific form. This thing had been stitched together from hundreds of people. And at its center, from a single long tentacle sprouting out of the mass, dangled the woman and her child, like the glowing lantern of an anglerfish, lured to attract prey. Give me the blasphemy card. Verdun screamed in agony and hurriedly shut his eyes, but twin trails of blood still streamed down from his sockets. His skin writhed briefly before settling, yet he no longer dared to open his eyes again. Don't look at it. One glance will taint your mind. With the fool's blessing of dullness, Edward was naturally immune to corruption, but the sheer wrongness of the amalgamation made him wish he could unsee it. Is this thing, stitched together from Medici's descendants? Completely insane. If that were true, though, then collecting its blood would be the least of their concerns. Give me the card. The flesh beast charged. Though its presence radiated power on par with a demigod, its attacks were brutishly primitive. Advancing is forbidden in this area. The amalgamation paused mid-lunge. Invisible whips sliced into its outermost layers, rending flesh and spilling black-red blood, which immediately ignited into flame. Within seconds, the creature broke free of the constraint and surged forward. Its countless arms flailed wildly, conjuring long flaming whips that lashed through the air, scattering fire crows in all directions. Edward yanked Verdun out of the way and darted behind the creature. Then, spreading his arms wide and leaning back, he summoned a blazing pillar of light from the heavens, striking the monstrosity dead center. Ah! The impacted flesh rapidly shriveled and vaporized, and the voices of the countless victims screamed in unison, like needles stabbing into Edward's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, the amalgamation was already just meters away, one massive flaming hand, formed from a mass of tiny arms, reaching straight for him. Crack! Edward flashed away once more, releasing a barrage of sectum semper that ceaselessly tore through the outer layer of the amalgamated body, drawing blood that ignited into flame upon exposure. This isn't working. I'll never collect blood like this. Fine, if I can't extract it, I'll dismantle the damn thing. Diffindo. 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 Conf Ringo. He hurled spell after spell without hesitation, but they only damaged the individual people they hit, occasionally blasting a figure into pieces. Still, with a ripple of flesh, the body would quickly regenerate. The overall mass of the amalgam remained largely unaffected. If he had enough spirituality, he could wear it down eventually, but that was just wishful thinking. Suddenly, he flicked a gold coin in the air. My Diffindo can split it apart. As it landed, he activated the madman to the right. Immediately afterwards, he cast Diffindo again. 3 or 4 human figures were forcefully ejected from the amalgamated mass. Fuck. Useless ability. Meanwhile, Verdun kept his eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth. They're fused together through some kind of wicked ritual. It seems they're trying to use this method to ascend to a higher sequence. Edward was stunned. Do they think sequence advancement is some fucking fruit merge game? Stack low levels to make a high level. This family's been around since the 4th epoch, they shouldn't be this stupid. A normal person wouldn't, Verdun replied. But under the influence of an evil god, that's a different story. An evil god? Could it be pollution from the City of Calamity? Do you have any way to deal with it? No. And if the person you're looking for really has the surname Medici, my advice is to give up. Just then, the amalgam's flesh writhed again. From a grotesque meatball, it began to morph into a giant, assembled from twisted and intertwined human bodies. The head, torso, arms, and legs were all composed of these tangled figures. All around it, vivid crimson flames bloomed, and in a matter of seconds, the meatball-like amalgam had transformed into a massive calamity giant. If I remember right, the mythical creature form of the hunter pathway is the calamity giant, so it actually succeeded in ascending to a mythical creature. What the hell? Now in its calamity giant form, it moved with dramatically increased agility. With a clenched right fist, it slammed downward. A 10-meter-long sword of fire appeared from thin air and came crashing down at their location. Boom. The fiery blade carved a burning rift into the ground. The calamity giant didn't stop, it flung a flaming whip from its other hand, lashing toward the spot where Edward had just teleported. Edward barely dodged in time and shouted, "It's adapting to its new abilities." As he spoke, he used theft to snatch the idea of continuing the assault from the calamity giant, but it was nearly meaningless against such a composite being. In that case, try this. Edward took a deep breath, then exhaled a blast of icy blue breath, the strongest ability he'd ever acquired from Grozel's travels. The icy blue flames surged outward, surging to engulf the calamity giant. Red and blue fire clashed violently, creating a turbulent whirlwind of heat and frost. Then, every mouth on the giant's body opened wide, inhaling with force. They sucked in all the icy flames. You've got to be kidding me. Of course. Calamity giants are immune to fire. Just my day. And now, all that spiritual energy he burned through for the breath attack might have just given it a snack. This is hopeless. For a moment, Edward truly considered giving up. You should go, Verdun said, eyes glowing crimson. He leapt past the Calamity giant, gaze fixed on the altar behind it. I still haven't retrieved what I came for. Edward hesitated. He had tried every spell, tested all the abilities he devoured. Now, aside from Animagus, that dumb Obscurus form, he had nothing left. He shrugged. All right, good luck then. They were nothing more than casual acquaintances, a makeshift team that hadn't even lasted a full day. He'd already risked his life to help him escape multiple times. Edward didn't owe him anything more. Verdun said, I'll distract it. You make your move. I came. I saw. I recorded. A green breeze spiraled around him as he leapt skyward, gliding toward the altar. As he flew, he launched razor-sharp wind blades at the Calamity giant. The Calamity giant immediately swung its massive sword at him, but no matter how many times it slashed, it failed to hit him. It was as if Verdun had activated some kind of luck-enhancing ability. Edward prepared to apparate out of there. But right then, he noticed something strange. The Calamity giant faltered. Its body wavered, as if split by a difference in will. One half lunged to continue attacking the fly buzzing around the altar, the other half twisted toward Edward, craving the card of blasphemy. Had this been a complete, unified Calamity giant, it might have merely hesitated. But it was made of hundreds of individuals, each with their own desire. The giant's body was now being pulled in two directions, the once tightly bound flesh showing signs of unraveling. Edward blinked in surprise, then suddenly grinned. He pulled out a deck of playing cards, transformed all of them into the appearance of the blasphemy cards, and subtly mixed the fake Red Priest card into the batch. Hey! Edward raised the fan of cards high above his head. I've got one card here. Only one. First come, first served. Whoosh! He hurled the cards into the air, scattering them in all directions. Immediately, the Calamity giant's body was torn by competing instincts, each person within lunging toward a different trajectory. Blasphemy, card. Give it to me. It's mine. I want it. But they were still tangled too tightly together. The effect was like lotus roots, strands snapping but never entirely separating. Then let me add a little more fuel to the fire. He hurled the last remaining card in his hand, the fake Red Priest card, and raised his wand. Diffindo. Bang. The card exploded into a storm of crimson fragments, rocketing in every direction. NOOO. Over 100 voices screamed in unison, as every individual within the giant reached wildly for whichever shard flew their way, desperate to break free from the knot. Ah! The Calamity giant collapsed. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 145, Real, False. The giant's upper body splintered into countless separate entities, each one chasing after the fleeing fragments in different directions. Meanwhile, the lower body continued trying to drag the others back. Edward wasted no time. Mounting his broomstick, he soared through the chaos, slashing with Sectum Sempra. This time, the severed limbs bled normally, no flames erupted from the wounds. Accio blood. Globules of black-red blood soared toward him from all directions. Edward yanked out an undetectable extension charmed pouch, hastily funneling the liquid inside. He didn't know how much he'd collected or how many were left, but before he could continue. Aakak. The separated individuals began to convulse. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, skin bubbling as if something inside were fighting to break free. They were losing control. The madness spread like wildfire, infecting every severed piece, then surging back into the giant's remaining lower half. Within seconds, the fused bodies bloated, pulsed. Boom. The lower torso exploded, showering the ground in embers. One by one, the scattered figures detonated too, vanishing in bursts of flame. Thud. The mother-daughter pair landed right in front of Edward's feet. Their faces still wore grotesque smiles as they murmured, "Sacrifice, offering. Damn these insane cultists." Fiendfire. A flash of crimson fiendfire surged forth, instantly reducing them to ash. Moments later, the flames on the ground gradually extinguished, leaving behind a black and red stone and a shattered mirror at the site. Edward flicked a gold coin from his sleeve, confirming there was no danger, then walked forward. Is this the Beyonder characteristic that was precipitated? What sequence is it? Although the mirror was shattered, its frame bore a unique design, a serpent devouring its own tail. That design, wait, is that Ouroboros, the tail devourer? Was this what caused the time loops? He sighed. Pity, it's broken. But even if it wasn't, Edward probably wouldn't dare keep it. That guy, Will, had already warned him, Ouroboros was on its way, and the target was Edward himself. Holding on to something potentially related to him now would be like handing over his location on a silver platter. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed. Verdun walked out from the upturned ship's bow, his face pale, eyes filled with confusion and rage. Why? Why? What's wrong? Edward asked. Why, is it only the bow? Where's the rest of the ship? All the clues were in the rest of the hull. Edward frowned. What exactly are you looking for? Hope, Verdun murmured. My family's hope. But, why is the rest of it missing? After a moment of thought, Edward said, if the rest of the ship still exists somewhere in the world, could we try divining it using the bow? Verdun's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. We can divine it. We can use the bow to divine the rest of the ship. He spun on his heel and rushed back inside. Edward was just about to follow when a bone-chilling cold suddenly swept in from his side, accompanied by a wave of formless malice. It felt like someone had clenched his heart in their hand. He turned his head with great difficulty, only to see that a few meters away, a rotting wooden door had appeared from nowhere, standing upright in the air. Wisps of fog seeped out from the gap beneath it. Creak. The door slowly opened a crack, as if someone were pulling it from the other side. A sharp pain stabbed through Edward's eyes like needles. Danger. Unthinkable danger. Life-threatening danger. Run. Gritting his teeth, he hissed through clenched teeth, Verdun. Get out of here. But there was no response. Creak. The crack widened. His instincts screamed that something terrifying was about to emerge. The pain in his eyes grew unbearable. He tried to close them, but forced himself to keep them open. Tap. A long, slender hand reached out from the crack and gently rested against the doorframe. In that instant, Edward's body froze. Flipendo. He bit down on his tongue hard and swung his wand with all his might, pouring out his spirituality. Whoosh. The hand morphed into a furry rabbit paw and instantly retracted. Run. In the next second, Edward's body twisted violently and vanished into thin air. Moments later, that same long hand emerged again, its fingers tightening slightly. The rotten wooden door crumbled into countless fragments and disappeared without a trace, along with the hand itself. Morning bathed the island in gold. The island's usual humidity quickly faded under the drying rays, though the air was still thick with the scent of moisture. All around, subtropical plants rustled gently in the sea breeze, producing a soft swishing sound. Anglers had already secured their favorite spots by the shore to bait and fish. At the harbor, smiling residents could be seen everywhere, some strolling leisurely, some shopping for daily necessities, and others seeming to prepare for a day at sea. Ding ding. The door of the Green Lemon restaurant was pushed open, and a mother and daughter walked out hand in hand. The two had been chatting and laughing, but upon spotting Edward standing at the entrance in a daze, their expressions shifted to one of confusion. The mother quickly shielded her daughter and hastily walked away. Edward stared. Was everything I just experienced a dream? Or is what I'm seeing now all fake? Less than half an hour had passed, yet it was already broad daylight outside. The townsfolk had died screaming during the amalgamation's collapse, yet here they were, alive. So much had happened within the mist, yet it now felt as though nothing at all had taken place. Except for one thing, Verdun was gone. Wait. Edward took out the handbag containing the blood and was surprised to find that the blood was still inside. This proved that everything he had just experienced had truly happened. In that case, what exactly was this current situation? A chill crept down his spine. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Edward quickly stepped into the washroom of the restaurant and began praying to Mr. Fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Yesterday, or perhaps it was today, I arrived at Bansi Harbor. Afterwards. Edward briefly summarized the sequence of events before continuing solemnly, I beseech Mr. Fool to examine whether everything on this island is as it appears to be. Backlund. Klein had attended a detective gathering hosted by Sherlock's colleague, Isengard, late into the night. The group had analyzed a recent string of serial killings and drawn some preliminary conclusions. By the time Klein returned home, it was already past 11 p.m. After washing up and finally getting into bed, it was well past midnight. He had only just closed his eyes when he heard a familiar voice whispering in his ear. Who the hell prays at this hour? Muttering in irritation, he turned his head, only to notice sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains. It's already morning. But I just went to bed. Yawning, Klein trudged into the bathroom, walked 4 steps backwards, and ascended above the gray fog. There, he discovered that the plea had come from Edward. After listening to the summarized report, Klein couldn't help but mutter, this guy again. Why does something go wrong wherever he goes? Is he possessed by Conan or something? Despite the complaint, Klein still followed Edward's line of sight. From what he could see, the island port looked rather picturesque. He observed for a while longer but didn't detect any abnormalities. Still not rushing to a conclusion, Klein summoned his divination crystal and inscribed the divination statement on parchment. Edward is in danger. Edward is in danger. Edward is in danger. He repeated the sentence 7 times. The yellow crystal spun counterclockwise. No danger. Furrowing his brow, Klein finally responded in the persona of the fool. There is nothing wrong. He waited patiently until Edward finished thanking him before severing the connection and descending from above the grey fog. Klein checked his pocket watch. Still have time for a bit more sleep. He snuggled back into bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and just as he was about to drift off. I need to pee. He had spent so much time in the washroom praying, he'd forgotten its original purpose. Ugh. Have to get up again. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Klein sighed. Well, guess this morning's already a wash. He got out of bed, threw on his coat, and walked to the door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, an image flashed in his mind. It was done. Captain. Weren't you with Miss Daly? I got back yesterday. A shadow briefly passed over Dunn's smile as he recalled the day's journey, but then his expression turned serious. We found that Tallman connected to Lenivus. Meanwhile, back on Bansi Island. Upon receiving the fool's response, Edward let out a small sigh of relief. Still, he decided he needed to leave this bizarre place as soon as possible. Just as he stepped out of the washroom, a thunderous noise erupted outside the restaurant. A blond man was sprinting away from the scene while shouting at a furious Storm Bishop in deep blue vestments behind him. I told you, it wasn't me. I just arrived at Bansi this morning. If I hadn't helped you, you'd still be buried under rubble right now. Why are you so dead set on blaming me? The bishop roared, if it wasn't you, then why did you help me? Anderson Hood. I already suspected something was wrong the last time you brought people here. And now, you've even destroyed the Lord's chapel. The blond man looked exasperated. Bloody hell, why did I even come back to Bansi on a whim? The two of them, one chasing, one fleeing, raced toward the dock, a new round of explosions echoing behind them. That guy looked kind of familiar. Where had Edward seen him before? Anderson Hood. Wasn't that the strongest pirate hunter? Was he taking the fall for me? Wait a minute. That means, the Lord of Storm's church was actually destroyed. Real, fake, real, nothing could be taken at face value anymore. It was just a harbor tainted by the aura of the City of Calamity. How could it be so strange? And if that wooden door really led to the City of Calamity, then whose hand was that? Were there others inside the City of Calamity? One question followed another, until Edward's thoughts were an utter mess. Sigh, I wonder what happened to Verdun in the end. I hope he managed to survive. Suddenly, a subtle yet profound sensation welled up inside him. Edward knew instantly. The potion of the madman had finally been fully digested. His first reaction wasn't joy, but confusion. If it had taken this much effort to digest a Sequence 7 potion, how much more difficult would it be for Sequence 6? Or Sequence 5? Note, we failed to hit the P.S goal, so no extra chapter. But, if you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 350 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/isblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Group Crime. On the deck of the Emerald. In a quiet, unremarked corner, two small figures squatted side by side. Not far from them, a group of arguing women had escalated into a full-blown shouting match, with signs of physical altercation imminent. Lilith gave a satisfied nod. That's good enough. Next. Susie crouched down, allowing Lilith to hop onto her back. Let's go. The cat and dog darted through the crowd like a pair of shadows. They left the deck, made their way into the cabin, and arrived at the main hall, finally stopping in another inconspicuous corner. As one passenger after another walked past, Susie occasionally fixated on one or two for a few extra seconds. After about 2 or 3 minutes, she whispered, the couple on the left seem to be having issues. The wife is sulking, while the husband keeps sneaking glances at women passing by. The two women up ahead. They pretend to be best friends, but they're locked in a silent rivalry. And those two men over there, they're probably business rivals, each one wishing the other would just drop dead. Oh, that girl really can't stand her little brother. Thinks their parents gave all the good things to him. And As Susie continued her observations, Lilith kept switching targets to release her instigation ability, while Susie provided real-time updates on the developing situations. Those two women can't keep up the act any longer. The wife looks like she's about to go off on her husband. The girl's trying to knock something over and pin it on her brother. As for the men, they're still holding it in. Lilith nodded seriously and cast another instigation. Got it. By the time Audrey arrived at the main hall, the place had already been divided into multiple combat zones. Men and women, men and men, women and women, adults and children, even children among themselves, everyone had been ignited by their long-repressed anger. Some were shouting, others already throwing punches, while curious onlookers formed a ring around the chaos. Audrey took a deep breath. At the edge of the crowd, she spotted the two sneaky little creatures and marched straight toward them. Susie. Lilith. Ah. Audrey's here, run. Lilith leapt onto Susie's back, tapping frantically at her neck with her little paws. But Susie didn't move. Instead, she spoke in a tone only Lilith could hear, running won't help. Play cute. I am Miss Lilith, I refuse to. Plop. Susie flopped onto the ground, tail wagging vigorously, wearing a sweet smile. Lilith immediately sat up straight, gem-like eyes wide and innocent, and mewed softly, meow. Audrey. I must not fall for their act. Audrey frowned. Don't you two dare play cute with me. This time you've gone too far, especially. Her gaze shifted to Susie. Especially you, Susie. You've completely corrupted Lilith. Susie's goofy face was filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. Me. I'm just the getaway driver, how could I corrupt Lilith? Seeing this, Lilith instantly stepped forward, raised her right front paw, and struck a protective pose in front of Susie. Aka takes responsibility for her own actions. If you have a problem, bring it to Miss Lilith. Audrey pressed her hand to her forehead, exasperated. Just then, Lilith's eyes lit up with delight. She sprang forward like a bolt of lightning. Meow. Audrey quickly turned around. Seeing who had arrived, she smiled warmly. You're back, Edward. Yeah. To return to the emerald as fast as possible, Edward had first entered the pouch, exited through the vanishing cabinet onto the ship, and used a stone with Portis as a key to mark the emerald's current position. Then he immediately returned to Bansi to retrieve the pouch and used the portkey to come back. The whole process had taken less than a minute. By the time he returned, the emerald had only sailed a few hundred meters, so a single apparition was enough to get him back into the cabin. Catching the pouncing Lilith, Edward rubbed her head and said sternly, "Didn't I say you're not allowed to casually use instigation on normies?" She raised a little paw, trying to indicate, just a tiny bit, and whispered near his ear, "I only used a tiny bit, at most, they'll just have a little fight." Susie said sometimes a fight or argument actually helps relationships grow stronger. Susie shot upright, "I never said that." Audrey walked over. How did it go? Edward considered for a moment. The goal was achieved, but the process was complicated. Let's talk in the room. He gave the combat zones around the hall another glance and sighed. He flicked Lilith lightly on the head. Lilith puffed out her cheeks in protest, visibly sulking. The four of them returned to the room. Edward gently rubbed Lilith's head and said softly, "Sorry, Lilith. I shouldn't have knocked on your head just now." She blinked. Meow. Edward had suddenly realized he was the one who had given Lilith the witch potion, and he had asked her to play the role, too. But the witch pathway itself was one steeped in disaster. Acting wasn't always polite tea parties. Just like his own path as a madman. To stay in character, he'd done plenty of bad things over the past 2 weeks, not all targeted at pirates. Inevitably, some innocent people had been affected too. For Lilith, a mere cat, to show even some restraint, was already incredible. That's right. Receiving Edward's praise, Lilith instantly perked up and wagged her tail with pride. Miss Lilith is amazing. Since you're so amazing, then there's no problem with the assessment the day after tomorrow, right? Her face froze. Edward turned to Audrey. Those people Lilith instigated into fighting earlier, let's think of a way to make it up to them tonight. Sure. And with that, Edward began recounting his recent adventures on Bansi. I thought the biggest danger this time would be the pollution on the island. I didn't expect the descendant of Medici to perform a sacrifice to an evil god, and turn into that monstrous thing. And then there was that wooden door that appeared at the very end, and the unknown presence behind it. I have this feeling, if I'd hesitated even for a second longer, I probably wouldn't have gotten away. Edward leaned back slightly as he spoke, voice low but steady. But overall, I guess it could be considered a narrow escape. At least I made it back alive, and even obtained the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5, Reaper. On top of that, I've completely digested the Madman potion. Now, as long as I finish digesting the Astrologer's potion too, I'll be ready to advance to sequence 6. The Beyonder characteristic he had extracted from the Medici descendants' amalgamated form was only that of a sequence 5. Disappointing, perhaps, but not unexpected. After all, if the target had truly been a higher sequence, they wouldn't have needed to resort to such a grotesque method of fusion just to grasp a demigod's strength. In Edward's mind, Madman should have been far harder to act than Astrologer. Yet somehow, he had managed to digest the former first, which came as an unexpected turn. Audrey let out a quiet sigh. Although Edward claimed it had been a narrow escape, just listening to his description of that abominable fusion creature made her skin crawl. And when she thought about how he later saw people who should have been dead, that was the part that truly chilled her. The blood sample inside the pouch proved that Edward's account was real. And Mr. Fool had already confirmed there was nothing unusual about Bansi right now. So what had actually happened? She had once believed that becoming a Beyonder meant stepping into the world of mysticism. But now, she was beginning to realize, the mystical world might be far more mysterious than she had imagined. That man named Verdot, did he ever show up again? No. Edward shook his head. I hope he made it out alive. He rubbed his temples wearily. I'm starving. Come eat something with me. All right. Nightfall. At the border between Backlund's East Borough and the bridge. It was arguably the most chaotic, lawless, and hopeless part of this so-called land of hope. Inside a dilapidated house, 2 corpses, a man and a woman, both middle-aged, lay sprawled on the blood-soaked floor. They were the original residents, laborers who had just returned home after a day of exhausting work. Before they could even rest, they were inexplicably slaughtered by an intruder. Not far from their bodies knelt a tall figure, nearly 2 meters high, dressed in black priest robes. He sat solemnly within a blood-drawn ritual circle, muttering softly. He had light blonde, slightly wavy hair and deep brown eyes that held a bestial intensity, but no madness. Before him lay an open diary. Blood and flesh were constantly seeping from between its pages. Praise the Lord, who granted me new life. Praise Him, who revealed life's true purpose. I shall spread despair, death, and chaos in His name. I offer my body for His descent. I surrender my soul. With those words, he lowered his head and slammed it heavily against the blood-drenched floor. Then, without warning, he gripped his own throat with both hands, and squeezed. Crunch. The sound of bone being crushed echoed through the room. For most people, a crushed neck would mean certain death. But the tall man, Eurigus, growled lowly, and in the next instant, his body melted into the shadows like flowing ink. Boom. Boom. The corpses of the middle-aged couple suddenly exploded, transforming into thick, sticky clumps of flesh and blood. Half of the mass surged toward Eurigus, forming a cloak that could resist spells and reduce incoming damage. The other half molded itself into a long-haired, shaggy-furred meat carpet that rushed toward the room's other occupant, a young woman dressed in a hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush painted on her cheeks. Daily Simone. Her expression remained calm. A symbol of the gate of the underworld opened on her forehead. From it emerged a spirit world creature, only its beast-like head visible. Its maw stretched wide. A. The piercing scream shattered the night. The visible sound waves tore through the room, instantly ripping apart the approaching blood carpet. The cloak around Eurigus' body held on for a few more seconds before it, too, dissolved back into blood. He staggered backwards, blood gushing from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. My lord. Eurigus raised the diary high, letting the blood and flesh pour freely from it. In the blink of an eye, a humanoid figure took shape, a man made entirely of blood and meat. He had a broad forehead, black hair, and brown eyes. His upper body was bare, but a large patch of skin was missing from his chest and abdomen, exposing raw, crimson muscle. The raw flesh twitched, joining to form a suspended figure wreathed in divine aura. Lenivus. He's alive. No. Everyone present quickly discarded the idea. This Lenivus was clearly nothing more than a blood and meat puppet wearing Lenivus' face. Kill her. The puppet snarled, charging at Daly. As he moved, a suit of black armor rapidly formed around him, and the divine pressure surrounding him intensified. Rag. Still expressionless, Daly stared calmly at the blood puppet as she raised a greatsword to strike. Clang. Everything shattered. The puppet. The spirit world creature. The destroyed house. Gone. All of it vanished as if it had never happened. Eurigus was once again kneeling alone within his blood-drawn circle. A dream. He reacted instantly. With no hesitation, he spun around, raising a hand to detonate the corpses on the floor, only to discover, to his shock, they were gone. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang out. Done fired in rapid succession. Eurygus snarled and thrust out his left arm, which exploded like a grenade, bursting into a rain of blood droplets that splashed across the room. Dunn leapt back. Wherever the droplets landed, the floor sizzled and melted into deep, pitch-black holes. Eurygus used the moment to crash through the window and leap onto the street. In mere seconds, the flesh at the end of his severed arm began to writhe, rapidly regenerating a new limb. Though it was still flayed and bloody, a new arm had begun to take shape. Hello. As soon as he landed, a hooded woman stood silently before him, her face hidden beneath her robe. The gate of the underworld opened once more on her forehead. Aya. The sonic wave engulfed him instantly. SSSSSHHHK. The nearly 2-meter-tall man, his body beneath the neck, was obliterated. Only a crimson skeleton remained standing. His head for a moment, then began to laugh. Ha ha ha. You will all face the Lord's punishment. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, A Stunned Medici. At that moment, two figures rushed out from opposite sides. It was Klein in his clown disguise and Dunn, whose face was obscured by a heavy beard. They flanked Eurygus from the left and right and simultaneously fired purifying and exorcising bullets into his head. Bang. 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 Red and white matter exploded out as the skeleton, losing its support, collapsed with a clatter, scattering bones across the ground. Klein didn't pause. He swiftly gathered the bones and bits of lingering flesh into a bag, while Dunn retrieved the beyonder characteristics that had separated from the body. Daly approached them holding the diary. I have a feeling this book is incredibly dangerous. If one keeps it for too long, they might end up like that tall man. Klein thought for a moment and said, "Let me take it." He flipped through the diary upon taking it, recognizing it as the one Leonard had previously found, Lenivis' diary. Klein remembered, this diary was likely related to the true creator. Something like this, no matter who held it, would never be safe unless offered up to the Grey Fog. Just then, Dunn said, "The Nighthawks will be arriving soon. Let's get out of here." Agreed. The three immediately split up. Klein circled several times to make sure no one was following him before returning to 15 Minsk Street. The first thing he did was offer the diary to the Grey Fog. Then he walked counterclockwise 4 steps and entered the magnificent palace. There, he began a spiritual ritual to divine. The process by which Eurygus obtained the diary. The process by which Eurygus obtained the diary. The process by which Eurygus obtained the diary. Klein leaned back and closed his eyes, quickly falling into a dreamlike trance. He saw the familiar ruins of the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen. Under the cover of night, the tall man arrived silently, dug through layers of rubble, and retrieved the diary buried beneath. The vision ended. Klein pondered for a moment and began a new divination. Eurygus's goal. Eurygus's goal. Eurygus's goal. Once more, he entered a dream. Eurygus walked among a crowded street, holding the diary in his hand. From the diary, drops of blood slowly trickled down. The scene shifted. He was now somewhere else, still holding the diary, allowing blood to drip from it intermittently as he walked. The blood was absorbed into the ground, vanishing without a trace. The scene changed again. Eurygus was in the chaotic docks, repeating the same act. And again. In a dimly lit room, Eurygus knelt before the diary. "Lord, I have spread your radiance, it will surely help you, kill Edward." Then came a sound, like whispered babbling filling the room. Klein focused, trying to listen more closely. Only for a curtain to suddenly appear in his vision. From behind it, a black vertical pupil emerged. The next instant, a voice entered Klein's ears, unspeakably evil, overwhelmingly corrupt. The true creator. He jolted awake. But discovered with horror that his blood vessels had burst, his veins writhing out of his skin, transforming into slick, evil-looking tentacles inscribed with depraved patterns. Even the Grey Fog was trembling slightly, and the giant palace showed signs of minor corrosion. A few seconds later, the Grey Fog settled, and the sinister voice echoing in Klein's mind faded away. Bloody hell, I was just trying to channel the tall guy, how did it still lead back to the true creator? It took him a long moment to calm his shaken spirit, only to realize that Eurygus's spirit had already shattered and dissipated. Huff, Eurygus spreading what seemed to be the true creator's blood everywhere, was it really just to kill Edward? How? By polluting more people and turning them into believers like him. Klein turned his gaze toward the diary. Can I find answers in here? Eurygus had indirect ties to the true creator. To divine this diary, which was directly linked to that being, would undoubtedly trigger another round of backlash. Well, I'm used to tempting fate by now. Let's just treat it as repaying Edward for saving my life. Gritting his teeth, Klein performed another divination on the diary. But within seconds, he opened his eyes. Divination failed. He rubbed his forehead and chuckled bitterly. Of course. The grey fog can isolate interference and enhance divinations, but it has its limits. Even when I tried to divine in Zangwill with the feather pen, all I saw was a red chimney. What more can I expect when dealing with an actual deity? Still, this concerns Edward. I should talk to him first. The next day, aboard the Emerald. Hibbert was just about to enjoy breakfast when Edward and Audrey walked in together. Hibbert, we're heading back to Backlund. His hand holding the fork paused. Back. But I haven't even. Then it hit him. Edward's original destination was just Banshee Island. Now that the matter was resolved, there was no reason to linger at sea. All right then. Honestly, the sooner the better. Backlund is the safest place anyway. Edward considered for a moment. Actually, if you're heading to Byam, I could teleport you there instantly. Hibbert chuckled, you Beyonder folks are way too obsessed with efficiency. I have plenty of time, I'd much rather enjoy the journey. That's what makes traveling meaningful. I want to enjoy the trip too. But with time limits every time he entered the world of mysteries, Edward was always forced to rush things. See you in Backlund. Hibbert raised his glass of red wine and gave it a swirl. See you in Backlund. Edward drew the portkey out with a levitation charm, and he and Audrey reached out together. With a twist in space, the two vanished from sight. Such a fascinating ability. Hibbert took a small sip of red wine and sighed softly. Just then, the ship suddenly rocked. The wine and breakfast spilt across the table. His expression changed at once. What's going on? Moments later, a bodyguard rushed in with a solemn face. Pirates. Hibbert's face darkened. Damn it, they left only moments ago, and something's already gone wrong. Captain's cabin of the Emerald. Captain Luke's face was grim as he looked at the first mate. Are you sure it's the Vice Admiral of Ailment? Yes. It's the Black Death, the first mate replied, holding a monocular telescope. He suddenly exclaimed, huh? The Black Death is leaving. Leaving. Are you certain they didn't make any demands? None. Don't let your guard down. Captain Luke slammed the table. Be ready for battle at any moment. These damn pirates are all sly devils. Aye. The rumor that the infamous Vice Admiral of Ailment was approaching spread quickly across the Emerald. Some passengers who had heard of the pirate admirals were scared witless, as if the next moment would see the enemy boarding their ship in a storm of fire and slaughter. But then, against all expectations, the distant pirate ship abruptly changed course and sped away. At first, many suspected it was just a trick, but when the ship disappeared completely over the horizon, everyone finally believed that the newly ascended pirate general had really left. A great cheer erupted across the Emerald, with many assuming their ship's firepower had scared off the pirate. However, Captain Luke and his officers were instead quietly relieved to have escaped disaster. Aboard the Black Death. A tall, beautiful woman stood at the prow, clad in a white linen shirt under a dark red coat. Her jet-black, bewitching curls were pinned high atop her head, wrapped in a white scarf. Slim and graceful, she wore well-fitted beige trousers that emphasized her lithe frame. She was none other than the infamous Vice Admiral of Ailment, Tracy. At this moment, a puzzled expression clouded her features as she murmured, I was so sure, that ship held something very important to me. Why, did it suddenly disappear? Was it a false feeling? Just then, she turned around and spotted a red-haired woman quickly pulling her head back into the cabin. Tracy said indifferently, what are you playing at again? The redhead, Helene, gritted her teeth and stepped out. Just curious why you let that passenger ship go. Tracy smiled faintly. Hoping I'd start an assault so you could slip away in the chaos. That ship has official backing. If it's not necessary, I won't raid it. As you know, I'm not short on money. Plundering is more of a hobby. Though she didn't say it aloud, her real reason was maintaining her acting as part of her potion pathway. Turning to head back into the cabin, she added, all right, time to collect the next shipment. Set sail. Aye aye, Captain. The pirates cheered loudly, raising the Black Death sails to full, the ship slicing through the sea breeze like a blade. The Hall family mansion. After dropping Audrey off at the estate, Edward stayed a moment for a brief chat before disapparating. Susie padded over to her usual resting spot and lay down, looking terribly bored. After a few seconds of hesitation, she turned to Audrey and asked, Audrey, when can we go out and play again? Audrey couldn't help laughing. Weren't you the one asking why I'm always out and about? Look at you, you've only gone out once and you're already thinking about the next time. Susie looked a little sheepish. There's nothing fun to do in the mansion. All right, all right. Next time I go out, I'll try to bring you along. Yay. She perked right up, wagging her tail joyfully. How wonderful, dogs really were such simple, happy creatures. Audrey took a deep breath, calming the nervousness that had built up inside. Time to go see Mum and Dad. Edward didn't return to the hotel he had previously rented in Hillstonborough. Instead, he went back to a small villa Viscount Glaint had rented for him during his second visit to the mystical world. He hadn't stayed there before for fear the Aurora Order might find him. But now, for the time being, he and the Aurora Order were in a sort of truce, so it wouldn't hurt to live there for a while. Lilith, however, detested the place, and for a very down-to-earth reason, not enough big rats in the area. Edward couldn't help but toss out a joke she wouldn't understand. You've got it wrong. Some of the biggest fat rats in Backlund live right around here. Catch just a few of them, and you'd feed the whole East Borough for a long while. Lilith didn't grasp the deeper meaning, but she got the literal idea. Her eyes widened in shock, and she raised her tiny front paws for emphasis. Rats that big, enough to feed that many people. How huge are they? She spun in place, looking up at the house. As big as this place. Bigger. Whoa. She actually gulped. All right, you stay home. I need to head out. Okay. She nodded obediently, though her thoughts had already drifted skyward. Once Edward left, Miss Lilith would go hunt those fat rats. But, ugh, wasn't the assessment tomorrow? Ah, such a tough decision. Unit 8, Williams Street. Edward once again stepped into the grand hall lined with the statue of 6 deities. Carrying a tote bag full of blood from Medici's descendants, he walked to the slightly ajar door on the left. Setting the bag down and unzipping it, a thick metallic stench of blood quickly filled the air. Lord Medici, I've returned from Binzi. This bag contains what should be the blood of your descendants. I can't tell which are direct line heirs, so I brought it all. Is it usable? A surge of malice swept toward him, swirling around the bag. The dust on the floor shifted violently, twisting into distorted letters. Did you kill all of my descendants? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 148, Another Rashomon. Immediately, the gray dust on the ground rapidly shifted again. Ha ha ha. Medici, your line ends with you. Serves you right, ha 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 ha. These last two lines were clearly spoken by the other two evil spirits. In the previous visits, it was always Medici who dominated the exchange. Edward hadn't expected those two to suddenly chime in today. Perhaps they'd finally lost their composure. I didn't actually kill them, Edward explained. I just took their blood. Weren't those people still alive and well in Bansi? After a moment of silence, a new line of twisted letters formed on the ground. Leave the blood here. I'll deal with it myself. Now, hurry and find the other two bloodlines as well. You can try killing them all. Medici. Don't go too far. Believe me, I'll end this kid right now if I have to. Let's all just stay sealed in here forever. Medici's warped letters appeared once more. Ignore these two old hags. Just go do your job. Edward sighed. But Lord Medici, I've been working so hard to help you lift your seal, and yet you only gave me a fake card of blasphemy. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? That's perfectly normal. How could I possibly give away such a bargaining chip at the start? And when, exactly, do you plan to give me the real one? Once you collect all 3 types of blood. Don't worry, a card of blasphemy might be a treasure to a small bug like you, but for us, it's just a fun little collectible. Edward chuckled. All right, deal. I just hope next time, you, the greatest conspirer, don't try to pull a fast one on this lowly bug again. Farewell. With that, Edward vanished. A moment later, a strange humming echoed beneath the ground, like someone whispering secrets. Lines of text began to form again. Hey, Medici, are you really going to give him the card of blasphemy? Of course. Ha 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 ha, you. Being so generous. Why not? He's a blessed of my lord. Helping him get stronger is only natural. Liar. Bullshit. Such hypocrisy. Ah, what a shame. I am indeed willing to help the younger generation. You two old hags clearly don't share the sentiment, do you? If you don't object, then the card will be his. If you do, well, whether he gets it or not will depend on his own abilities. As for me, I won't help either side, except maybe to stop you from killing him outright. Knew it. Disgusting. Ha 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 ha, this is a trial. He'll thank me for it one day. Just then, Edward's voice cut in cheerfully. Oops, I heard all of that, Lord Medici. He took off his invisibility cloak and reappeared in the room, beaming. Thanks a lot, Lord Medici. The next second, a flurry of grey dust burst into the air. Lines formed on the ceiling, the walls, the floor, even the door. Ha 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 ha, Medici, look at you now. He, the greatest conspirer Medici, outwitted by the bug he looks down on. Ha 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 ha, nice job, kid. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Boom. All the dust suddenly dropped to the floor. Then came Medici's twisted writing. Very good. You have potential as a hunter. Ever considered switching to that pathway? Edward gave a graceful bow and replied with a smile, I'll seriously think about it. Farewell. His figure disappeared again, only to reappear half a minute later. This time, I'm really leaving. Bye-bye. The underground chamber finally returned to complete silence. Back at the villa, Lilith was nowhere to be found. Maybe she'd gone to visit Susie, or maybe she was out chasing giant rats. Thinking back on his behavior just now, Edward felt a bit speechless. My potion is clearly already digested, so why did I still go out of my way to tempt fate? Am I going to become a true madman from acting the part too long? Even if I don't, this kind of instinctive risk-taking is just too reckless. Just then, his vision turned hazy as dense grayish-white mist enveloped everything. In its depths, Mr. Fool sat calmly on his bronze throne, looking down at him. Soon, a blurred figure of Klein appeared amid the mist, maintaining a prayerful posture. With reverence, he said, Respected Mr. Fool, please relay a message to Edward. We killed the tallman named Eurigus last night. There are some things we need to discuss. I'll be waiting for him at home. Already. Furs and Zio haven't even found his trail yet. Edward placed a hand over his chest. Praise the fool. In the next instant, everything he had just seen and heard vanished without a trace, as though it had never happened. I mean, I did say I accepted the bounty on Eurigus, but if Klein already succeeded in taking him down, what's left for me to do? Maybe, he wants me to hand over the body for the reward claim. Yeah. That does sound like something Klein would do. 15 Minsk Street. As soon as Edward reached the front door, Klein opened it from inside. Come in. The two of them entered the living room, and Klein got straight to the point. After we killed the tallman last night, I immediately performed spirit channeling on him. I originally suspected he might have been some backup plan of Lenivus or even Insanguil, but I found out his real target was you. Edward froze, then quickly understood. Mr. A had said that Eurigus' defection had something to do with the evil god who'd corrupted the Saint of Secrets. That being was most likely the rational side of the true creator. Since that rational consciousness wanted him dead, it made perfect sense that a defector like Eurigus would set his sights on him. Klein continued, in the visions I received, he was spreading what seemed to be the true creator's blood all over Backlund. He detailed the entire spirit channeling vision and concluded, we can't be certain yet whether he was just trying to create a bunch of followers to help him hunt you down, or if he had some other plan. At that, he handed over a tin box containing a diary. This is the journal he had. The moment Edward opened the box, he felt a familiar sense of corruption seep out. He quickly shut it again. I see. I'll find someone to help examine this journal. Maybe we'll uncover more clues. Thanks a lot, Klein. No need. The ones who truly killed him were the captain and Miss Daly. I just tagged along. And the reason we decided to hunt him down was actually because of the Tingen incident. Klein's expression turned serious as he continued, of course, regardless of whether this matter concerns you or not, the blood he scattered must be dealt with as soon as possible. And your plan is? His tone was firm. Report it. Of course. The god of reporting strikes again. Edward reached out with a grin. Great minds think alike. Almost forgot. Klein gave a light cough and asked, I remember you mentioned last time that someone commissioned you to find that tall guy, right? Did they specify whether they wanted him alive or dead? As expected, the penny-pinching deity wouldn't let money slip by. Alive or dead, it didn't matter. A glint of joy flashed in Klein's eyes. Then, how much are they offering? Ah, they didn't say exactly. Should I go ask? Please do. After chatting a bit more, Edward took his leave. Just as he was about to go, Klein suddenly asked, by the way, why did Captain Dunn, who's supposed to be truly dead, contact Miss Daly? And why did she break church rules to help us hunt Eurigus last night? Didn't I tell you last time? As for that question, wait until you're older. You'll understand. Screw you. Klein looked like he wanted to kick him, but froze mid-motion as realization dawned. Wait a minute, the captain and Miss Daly, they never saw it coming. One was reserved and taciturn, the other was lively and cheerful, and fond of teasing younger men. How did that spark fly? Love, really is, too intriguing. After leaving 15 Minsk Street, Edward made his way straight to Mr. A. What are you doing here? The Aurora envoy furrowed his brows. Edward casually tossed Eurigus' broken corpse to the ground. I've taken care of Eurigus for you. Mr. A's lips curved ever so slightly. Didn't run into anyone else. Like who? Why, Bodhi's of course. Eurigus betrayed me and sided with the saint. If Bodhi's just stood by and watched his new convert get taken out. Edward's expression darkened. You didn't mention that to me before. If I had, would you have been so willing to go after Eurygus? So, Eurygus was bait for the Saint of Secrets, and I was bait for you. Mr. A chuckled. Relax. As long as Bodhi shows up, this time we'll be sure to catch him. Damn it. This bastard. Even if the true creator has some mysterious reason to remain benevolent toward me, anything executed by this lunatic Mr. A was bound to go off the rails. I seriously want to kill this guy. If I do, though, whose side would the true creator take? Edward took a deep breath and nudged the bag with his foot. I've done the job, now pay up. Mr. A glanced at his attendant. Give him £2,000. That's it. A mere sequence 6 is only worth that much. Sequence 7 Danitz was worth 3,000 back then, no, now he's worth 20,000. Fine. Edward pulled out the diary. Help me check if there's anything off with this diary. Before Mr. A could respond, his hand darted out and seized the book. The vertical pupil in his palm pulsated wildly. In the next second, divine, flesh-like tendrils seeped out from the diary's cover, only to be slurped up hungrily by the eye in his palm. Mr. A's arm bulged with veins. Beneath his skin, it looked as though countless worms were writhing. A crimson flush spread across his ethereal features. Percent and. A bout of dizzying mutterings echoed in Edward's ears. It's him. He's working with that damn yen% guy. Beware that damn yen% guy. And yebit. Seekabliat. Rubbing his aching temples, Edward muttered to himself, he's talking about the rational true creator, right? But who the hell is the damn guy? Before he could make sense of it, another voice came, this time not mutterings, but clear, lucid words from the true creator. Don't trust that madman. He's lying to you, he just wants to kill you. I've been altering his will. Don't trust him. Run. Stay away from him. Beware, he has already sent. The voice cut off abruptly. A few seconds later, a final seekabliat echoed before the connection severed. Edward was left in a daze. What now, a live-action Rashomon? Bloody hell. Sent? Sent who? Don't tell me it's that fucking tail devourer. He suddenly recalled his last conversation with Will-O-Septon. So that guy really was coming for me. Note, here's the extra chapter. Enjoy, and, if you guys want one tomorrow, we'd need to hit 515 POW stones. Go, vote. And if you are like me and want to read 40 chapters in advance of the current story right now, you can support me on my Patreon. Trust me, it's awesome. Link, patreon.com/eyesblack, remove the brackets. Chapter 149, Will's 2 suggestions. Creak. At that moment, the mouth-eye in Mr. A's palm had completely devoured the diary. The abnormal textures on his skin and face vanished accordingly, and a satisfied smile curled on his lips. Very good. My lord likes this diary, and so do I. He paused, then continued, as a reward, let me share a piece of information with you. The people from the Demonist sect have contacted me. They want to collaborate with the Aurora Order. Edward's heart skipped a beat. Is it about the Great Smog incident? Right, he had completely forgotten that the Aurora Order had also taken part in that event. But now Trissy had escaped, the Lady Despair was wounded, would the Great Smog still happen as scheduled? He kept his expression calm. Collaborate on what? A fanatical light ignited in Mr. A's eyes. This is the best opportunity for the Lord to descend upon this world. And then. He blinked in confusion. Then. Edward hesitated for a few seconds before attempting to reason with him. There are demigods, maybe even angel-level powerhouses, within the 3 major churches of Backlund. The Augustus family alone has at least 2 grounded angels. Do you really think they'll sit idly by and allow the Lord to descend? Or are you merely planning to trigger a divine descent to slaughter some ordinary folk and let the Aurora Order make a grand entrance in front of the public? Mr. A, I understand that you want to spread your Lord's faith, to gain more believers. But meaningless acts of terror like this won't achieve that. They'll only make the world hate and fear your Lord even more. Mr. A's eyes glinted scarlet. Fear? That's enough. Only through sufficient fear can those foolish lambs come to understand that salvation lies solely in faith in my Lord. Otherwise, they deserve nothing but death in despair and terror. Fanatics truly can't be reasoned with. That's enough. His expression returned to calm. I only told you this to warn you, be careful in the near future. Don't end up dying inexplicably. How generous. Edward turned and vanished into thin air, his figure twisting into nothingness. Mr. A brought his hands together, staring at the spot where Edward had disappeared, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why, am I hearing 2 voices from the Lord? Could the other one be that evil god who deceived Bodhi's? But why can't I tell the difference? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. He strode swiftly down a staircase, arriving in an underground chamber that resembled a temple. Throwing himself before a giant inverted statue of a god, he coughed up chunks of crimson flesh, licking them back up as he murmured fervent prayers. Edward returned to the villa. He divided the 2,000-pound bounty for Eurigus into 4 shares, keeping one for himself and sacrificing the remaining 1,500 pounds to Klein, letting him deal with Dunn and Daly. Afterwards, he paused for a moment, then took out the dried paper crane he'd long neglected in his pouch. With a pencil, he scribbled a line on its wings. "I'd like to consult you about something." Then he lay down on the bed and swiftly entered a dream. After a blur of surreal, dreamlike void, Edward found himself standing in the middle of a barren plain. The ground beneath him was paved with pitch-black stone, so desolate that not even a single blade of grass could be found. At the heart of the plain stood a black spire, though the giant serpent that once coiled around it had disappeared. In its place, on the grassy patch in front of the tower, sat Will Osepton, happily enjoying an ice cream. "You really love ice cream, huh?" Will tilted his head in thought. "It's my one little indulgence. It lifts my mood and helps me maintain my humanity. What's not to love? You know how important it is to hold onto your humanity once you advance to sequence 2. "I already know." Edward sat beside him and held out his hand. "Let me try one." Will rolled his eyes. "Come on. This is your dream. If you want something, just make it." "Huh? Is that how it works?" He waved his hand, and a massive tub of ice cream appeared in his lap. It was divided into over a dozen sections, each with a different flavor. Whoa. There are this many flavors of ice cream. Will's eyes went wide. This, Edward thought smugly, is the power of modern science. He waved his hand again and summoned a tub for Will as well. "So, in my own dream, I'm basically omnipotent." "In a sense, yes," Will replied as he happily dug in. "It depends on your imagination, your confidence, and of course, your spiritual strength. The spectator pathway excels at this sort of thing. But if I ran into a high-sequence powerhouse on the spectator pathway, even the strongest imagination would be useless, right?" "Not necessarily," Will said with a sly grin. "If you dare to imagine it, and truly believe in it, unexpected miracles might occur. Kind of like that unknown power you possess." "Magic, huh?" The magic from the Harry Potter world was inherently idealistic, but perhaps because the world's level was too low, it didn't quite translate well in the Mysteries universe. Will seemed to catch his train of thought and smiled faintly. "There's nothing wrong with the power itself, only with the one who wields it. If one day you can truly harness that power's potential, even true gods would think twice before provoking you." Was that just a kind wish, or did you actually imbue it with some kind of blessing?" Will licked his ice cream and bobbed his head. "Guess." Edward waved his hand again, banishing the tub of ice cream. "All right, let's get to the point. I've just confirmed it, that Ouroboros has really arrived." Will's hand paused mid-bite. He grimaced, looking as if he might cry. "I knew it, nothing good ever comes from you showing up. I told you last time, when it comes to that silly snake, there's really nothing I can do." "Then, do you know why Eurigus was spreading the true creator's blood everywhere?" "To find you, duh." "To find me? How?" "You should know, even for a true deity, unless they see you with their own eyes, it's hard to sense your uniqueness. But every drop of blood is equivalent to one of their eyes." This was trouble. Edward thought for a moment. "Do you know what state the true creator is in right now?" Will pouted. "No idea." "That's a true god we're talking about. I avoid even his minions like the plague." "Fair enough. Then, last question, no, 2 questions. Is something about to happen in Backlund? And do you have any advice for dealing with it? Hey, isn't divination and prophecy your speciality? Why are you asking me?" Despite his words, he furrowed his brow and thought for quite a while before saying, 2 suggestions. First, if all you do is passively wait, then once certain things really arrive, you'll be in big trouble. Second, you should find someone who's better at prophecy to help you. Someone better at prophecy. He meant, the fool. But with Klein's current strength, how could he possibly get involved in the Great Smog incident? "All right, I'm heading back. Bye now." Then he quickly shook his head. "No, don't show up again anytime soon." Crash. The dream instantly shattered, and Edward woke up in bed. Will's 2 suggestions. The first was not to passively wait, so, take initiative. But take initiative to do what? What was the goal? The second was to find someone better at prophecy. If it wasn't the fool, then who? Why can't that guy ever just say things clearly? Just then, a small black shadow leapt in through the window, tiptoeing across the room. "Edward, you liar. There was no big rat. Lilith shouted indignantly. I even asked Susie, she said there wasn't one either. Maybe they only show up at night. She froze for a second, then shook her head furiously. Nope. If there were a big rat nearby, Miss Lilith would definitely be able to sense it. You lied. Edward picked her up and gave her a gentle rub. Smiling, he said, then let me treat you to a fancy meal to make up for it. She hesitated. But you're not allowed to lie to me anymore. All right, I promise. Holding her in his arms, Edward headed for the door. After a while, she asked in a small voice. Was there really no big rat? Want me to conjure one for you? Can you eat it? No. Then I don't want it. All right. Edward, is the assessment really tomorrow? Yep. Boo. Feeling confident, Miss Lilith. I sure am. Night fell. A light fog gave Backlund a dreamlike air. The damp chill in the atmosphere carried an unpleasant smell. And the colder it got, the thicker the fog became, the worse the air quality. But the locals were long used to it. In these best and worst of times, simply staying alive was already a blessing. Furs and Zio quietly approached a hotel in the Hillston borough. They were tailing a man with sallow skin, clearly not a native Loenian. Are you sure we're following the right guy, Zio? Didn't you say he was connected to that tall fellow? But we've tailed him for days now and haven't seen anyone tall show up. Zio gave her a silent look. I feel like you're taking a jab at me. You're too sensitive. Furs rubbed her hands together and looked at the darkened hotel. Weird. It's barely dusk, and this place is already pitch black. It's like no one's alive inside. Maybe we should just head back. Zio thought for a moment. But since we're here, we might as well see who he came to meet. Maybe that tall guy will show up. Fine. Furs grabbed her hand, passed through the wall, and silently followed the shadowy figure. As he stopped in front of a door, the two crouched down and held their breath. Moments later. The door opened. A man in a black robe stepped out. He looked under 40, with slightly curled brown hair, but his presence was unnaturally solid. His deep, dark eyes seemed to hold countless secrets, and he reeked of blood. Lord Bodes. Have you found Eurigus? The men trembled at once. Eurigus is dead. Dead? Useless scum. The black-robed man snorted. After all this time, all he could figure out was that our Lord's target once stayed in this hotel, and even after killing everyone here, I still found no trace of him. He paused. Have the Rose School guys contacted you yet? How do they plan to cooperate? They seem more interested in finding the traitors, Sharon and Marek, first. I heard they might have been seen at the Bravehearts bar. Fine. The Rose School of Thought's demigod is already on the way anyway. When they arrive. Just as he was about to continue, his gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto Furs and Zio's position. In an instant, Furs's spirituality flared. Danger. Danger. Run. Door. She activated her bracelet's power without hesitation, vanishing with Zio in tow. The very next second, a semi-transparent figure appeared right where they had been. It was the black-robed man. An Abraham artifact. Perfect. His grin widened. I've been looking for you. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 150, Miss Lilith doesn't care at all. On the other side, Furs pulled Zio along as they appeared on a street in the Cherwood borough. Her face was pale, still showing the lingering terror of their near-death escape. What happened? Zio asked belatedly. We were just discovered. One more second, and we wouldn't have made it back. Furs touched the bracelet on her wrist. It saved my life again, she thought. Unfortunately, only 2 beads remain. Just then, Zio asked, by the way, did they just say that Eurigus is dead? Does that mean our commission failed? Yeah. Furs gave her a helpless look. Of course, that's the part you care about, the money. This won't do. Even if we didn't succeed, we still worked hard, didn't we? We've been running around for days, and you even lost one of your bracelet beads. I'm going to ask Audrey if she can give us some kind of compensation. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zio patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, I'm really good at persuading people. Ugh. The tricks you use to convince people probably won't work on Miss Audrey Hall. Let's go home and rest first. The next morning, as soon as Edward opened his eyes, he saw Lilith sitting right in front of him, looking obedient and full of anticipation. Her mouth was curled in a way that was almost human-like, eyes sparkling with excitement. Good morning, Lilith. Morning, Edward. She swayed her tail, her gaze filled with eager anticipation, as if the words, "Come quiz me now," were written all over her face. But Edward deliberately pretended not to notice. "Brushed your teeth yet?" "Nope." "Then go brush. Breakfast's coming soon." "But you want worms growing in your teeth?" "Oh." Grumbling, she followed Edward into the washroom. 15 minutes later, after freshening up, Edward had just sat down on the sofa when Lilith whooshed onto the coffee table. She wagged her tail again, eagerly watching him. Let's see what's on today's schedule." She nodded quickly. First, I'll check in with everyone about the brain of Asmon and the polymath trait. Then I'll look into any news from Emlyn's castle. And finally." Lilith's eyes widened. She echoed, "And finally. Finally, we'll have dinner and go to bed." "Ah." She was getting flustered. "Edward, did you forget something?" "Nope." "Yes, you did. Think again." Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully for a while. "Oh, now I remember." Lilith's eyes lit up. Tell me. Tell me. I still have to drop by Audrey's." The little feline's whiskers drooped instantly. She wanted to remind Edward that today was supposed to be the day of her evaluation. But then she worried that if she said it outright, she might seem too eager. After all, Miss Lilith was the smartest, most naturally talented cat in the world, who could learn how to read without even trying. Something like an evaluation wasn't worth fussing over at all. Whatever. Miss Lilith doesn't care at all. "All right, let's go eat breakfast." Edward decided not to tease her anymore. He planned to fulfill her wish for an evaluation right after breakfast. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Lilith immediately exploded with rage. She turned and shouted, "Nobody's home." "Ah, Mr. Edward, it's me, Ecancer Bernard from the Church of Steam and Machinery. Do you remember me?" A familiar voice came from outside. "Someone from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. What are they doing here? Come in." Edward opened the door and invited the disheveled deacon inside. "Deacon Ecancer, what brings you here?" "Oh, Archbishop Oramic sent me." Ecancer drew a triangle over his chest. His Grace asked if you could perhaps provide something that might help with the development of the church. He looked embarrassed. "Honestly, I'm not too sure what that means either." "Something to help the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery develop. A Walkman. A radio. A transceiver. Or maybe a generator. Or perhaps he could give them a general idea of where future technologies were headed, solar power, hydropower, wind power, nuclear power, and let the church figure it out on their own." "Well, since the Archbishop helped me so much the other day, I can't be too stingy either, especially since this was also the goddess's will. Speaking of which, that notebook containing the card of blasphemy is supposedly in the Church of Steam and Machinery's hands. If I ask Oramic to let me borrow it, would he agree?" Too sudden. If I make the request, they'll immediately suspect something's off with the notebook. Forget it. "All right, I'll go with you." Edward turned back to Lilith. "Lilith, I'll be out for a bit." The cat nodded. Edward gently patted Ecancer on the shoulder. With a startled yelp, their forms twisted and vanished, reappearing inside the St. Hireland Cathedral. Experiencing apparition for the first time, Ecancer felt like his stomach was turning inside out. If not for his years of being electrocuted and his toughened body, he might have thrown up on the spot. Follow me, please." He stumbled a step, adjusted himself, then led Edward into a massive room. The walls were divided into compartments of various sizes, and inside each, tools were neatly arranged by size, function, and type. Anyone with OCD would be thoroughly satisfied. But the room was empty for now, perhaps everyone had been cleared out beforehand. "This is where everyone usually studies machinery and alchemy." "Got it," Edward replied. One by one, Edward pulled out a portable cassette player, a radio, a walkie-talkie, and 6 or 7 other small household gadgets. As he presented each item, he patiently explained to Ecancer how to use it. The deacon's eyes grew wider and brighter with every new device. When Edward finally finished introducing the last item, Ecancer couldn't hold back anymore. "These were all invented by you." "No," Edward shook his head. He paused, then solemnly traced the symbol of the crimson moon over his chest and said piously, "These were bestowed upon me by Her Holiness, the Goddess of the Evernight." "Ah." Ecancer looked dazed. There was a sentence burning in his chest that he dared not speak aloud. "Do you even hear yourself? The goddess who presides over night and secrecy, created a bunch of mechanical devices completely unheard of by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Shouldn't she be serving as our god instead? No, Lord, please forgive my blasphemous thoughts. Well, I've delivered everything." You're free to use them as you wish. Thank you, Your Grace. Icancer escorted Edward all the way to the entrance of the cathedral. The moment Edward left, Icancer turned around and sprinted back into the laboratory, shouting, "Quick! Everybody out!" Whoosh! Dozens of individuals, all dressed differently and varying in age, came pouring out from who knows where, eyes gleaming as they scrambled toward the pile of gadgets. "Let me try first. I got here before you. Move it, you oaf. Stop crowding. You'll break the stuff. The Archbishop is here. Let him come. No one's stopping me from researching, Your Grace, after you." Edward, naturally, was unaware of the chaos he left behind. Just as he stepped outside the church and looked for a quiet spot to disapparate home, a small black bird tore through the air and gently deposited a letter into his hand. "This one's from that vampire with weird hobbies. Emlyn's letter. MHMHM, this little bird's attitude is really improving lately. Not bad. But how come you're suddenly giving everyone nicknames?" It tilted its head and replied, "I learned it from someone else." "Who?" It thought for a moment. "That scary lady without a head. Holy crap. Isn't that Miss Raynette Tyne-Kerr? Alright, mystery of the nicknames, solved. New mystery, how does my messenger bird even know her? And well enough to learn habits from her. That kind of relationship suggests they're on pretty good terms. What's your relationship with that Rain, the headless lady? She's a friend I made recently. She helped me chase off a pesky fellow. Raynette Tyne-Kerr. She sided with Klein in the original story, sure, but she's not exactly the type to go out of her way to help others. Unless it's because the bird's my messenger." Now that he thought about it, Edward had used the information that she was still alive to barter with Sharon and Marek, and they still owed him a favor for it. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Help me ask your friend if she'd be willing to lend a hand if I get into serious trouble. I can pay." "Got it." The bird nodded and then looked at Edward with sparkling eyes, clearly saying, "Haven't I been super obedient lately? Don't I deserve a feather snack? Fine. The stronger this little guy gets, the more it benefits me anyway." Edward tossed 5 feathers its way. "You've done well these past few days. Keep it up." "Understood." Clutching the feathers in its beak, the bird asked solemnly, "Need a reply?" Edward opened the letter, skimmed it, and shook his head. "No need. Off you go." The little bird immediately sliced through the air and returned to the spirit world. Emlyn's letter didn't say much, just that he had obtained the location of the castle, and they should meet at the Harvest Church to discuss the details. TCH. Not trusting me, huh? Wants a proper exchange, info for the doll. Cautious bastard. With no other choice, Edward set off once again for the Harvest Church. Just as he reached the entrance, Emlyn burst out from inside, eyes anxious. "Quick. Hand over Alicia. Give me the location first. Southeast of Backlund, right in the center of the Delayer Forest. Here's a map to get there." He sounded like he could hardly wait. "It took me a ton of effort to get this." Edward took the map, pulled out a coin, and silently chanted 7 times, "The location Emlyn gave me is correct," then flicked the coin and caught it in his palm. Heads, confirmed. He handed over the doll without hesitation. Emlyn immediately clasped the puppet's hand and said softly, "Oh. Alicia, I'm so sorry I'm late. Drama queen. How exactly did you get this information?" Edward asked. "How?" Emlyn scratched his head. "I just asked every clansman I came across. If they didn't know, I moved on to the next." "Good method," Edward lied without blinking. "Eventually, I ran into Ernst Boyar. He said he didn't know either, but then suddenly came to me later saying Lord Nibs wanted to see me." Edward's eyelid twitched. "And then?" "Well, I went, but Lord Nibis didn't meet me. His grandson handed me the address." "Did you notice anything strange?" "Not really." Edward sighed. "All right. You can go." Emlyn, beaming, carried the doll into the church. Hopefully, the priest wouldn't slice it in half with one swing of his sword. Edward followed him in, nodded from afar at the priest, and sat down in the last pew. He took out a pen and paper and wrote. "Southeast Backlund, the center of Delayer Forest, castle location." He recited the phrase 7 times and entered his dreamscape. A vague image appeared, a half-collapsed castle slowly emerged from the mist. The entrance was 2/3 blocked by rubble, with green vines snaking across the weathered, eroded stone walls. The vision fragmented and shifted, to the interior of the castle. Collapsed staircases, layered debris from crumbled upper floors, and a floor littered with bricks and rotting wood. Another jump. He descended a stone stairway into an underground hall nearly 10 meters high. 2 shadowy figures stood faintly visible, one a woman with her hair coiled, dressed in knight's trousers and a flamboyant shirt, the other a man clad in silver-black armor, wielding a rusted longsword that looked ready to snap. The image shattered again. Darkness fell. Just as Edward was beginning to wonder, a pair of bronze doors appeared before him with a thunderous boom. A bone-chilling, sinister aura surged out toward him. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated.